Chapter 551 Blushing Cheeks. This is a monster that can work miracles. Shui Tu and the Sword Master were amazed in their hearts. In their long billions of years of life, what kind of strange and bizarre things had they not seen? But it was the first time that I had seen a ninth realm god and demon with such incredible combat power as Bai Donglin. This was a miracle that had never appeared in many eras and endless years. Suppressing their surprise, the two men fixed their gazes on the phoenix crown with a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. Everything related to breaking the wall deserved their utmost caution. Shui Tu flipped his palm and took out a metal box engraved with dense patterns. He took the phoenix crown, put it away carefully, and then used his hands to apply magical incantations to apply layer upon layer of powerful seals. I didn't expect this trip to be so smooth. Whether the things inside are useful or not, I have to wait until I return to the dojo and study them carefully. This is a taboo message cursed by the Mother River, and it cannot be easily taken out, so as not to bring bad luck. The wall-breaking party has rich experience in this regard, and naturally has a specific process for how to deal with it. After all matters were settled, the Sword Master regained his indifference. He looked around and took in the empty and shattered ancient tomb world. He said calmly, "This world is already filthy. It is better to destroy it to prevent the ominous curse from leaking out and harming all living beings. The rules of the ancient tomb world are all deformed and distorted, which is somewhat similar to the formation of weird rules, compared with the normal rules of the outside world. This world seems to be a huge virus incubator. If it leaks out, it will definitely cause bad effects. Then let it be destroyed." The three of them nodded at the same time, and each of them slapped their hands lightly in different directions. Their giant palms that covered the sky came down upside down. Their auras were slightly different, but all of them were extremely terrifying. The endless destructive force madly wiped out everything. Boom! The world shattered and collapsed. A white dot the size of a needle tip was born in the center of the world, constantly devouring and destroying the distorted fragments of rules. Click! Click! The huge black and white coffin suspended above the foaming cave began to show dense cracks on its surface. The gaps became larger and larger, dark and deep. The hard coffin body continued to shatter and fall inward. Hey! What happened? The gods and demons from the major forces in the Kunma world, who were stranded around the hole, looked at the huge black and white coffin that was constantly collapsing, with confusion in their eyes. What are those three adults doing in there? Is there any hope for their talented children to survive? Not good. Retreat quickly. Boom! The huge black and white coffin collapsed with a loud bang, and waves of terrifying waves spread out. The void was annihilated inch by inch, and everything was torn apart. The dark hole expanded wildly in all directions. Many gods and demons fled billions of miles in an instant, and looked back with lingering fear. The huge black hole had stopped expanding and began to collapse back. In the blink of an eye, it was sucked into a tiny white dot. Three figures with obscure auras stood there. Bai Donglin spread out his palm, and a white dot that gathered everything in the ancient tomb world floated above his palm. His eyes moved slightly, and he slowly spoke. "Leave the remaining embers of this world to me." A small chaotic vortex flashed across his palm, and the white dot was swallowed into the deepest part of the dark world vortex. It was just a more special world. He had swallowed up no less than hundreds of billions of worlds, so this one would not be a big deal. "Dongli, now that we have finished our business here, we will go back first. Take care, senior." The three of them nodded and said goodbye. Ripples appeared in the void. Shui Tu and the other two had used the teleportation function of the battle network to leave in an instant. Really eager. A smile flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. He estimated that the information recorded in the Phoenix Crown was what the ancestral dragon and the ancient phoenix had comprehended from the inheritance of the War Monument. The War Monument is now in his hands. With his thinking, it is only a matter of time for him to figure out some tricks. But the information left by Zulong and others is also of great reference value. After all, there are trillions of experimental subjects sacrificed behind it. Therefore, he quietly used the cherubim space to copy the information in the Phoenix Crown. Broken sky. A nice ancient artifact. Bai Donglin twisted his fingers lightly, and a hint of crystal clear color flashed faintly on the surface of his skin, which was almost imperceptible. However, only he himself knew clearly how terrifying his hands were now, both in terms of defense and destructive power. The shattered sky is one of the ancient artifacts inherited by the Scale Demon clan. It has always been in the hands of the Dragon clan. It has been lost since the era of the Void Ancestral Dragon. Greetings. H. Lo. Sir, I am an elder of Yuhua Palace. Greetings. Sir! When Bai Donglin was thinking, the gods and demons saw that the danger was gone and immediately returned. However, they did not dare to disturb Bai Donglin easily. After exchanging thoughts, they pushed the old man from Yuhua Palace to be the vanguard. Aren't you good at talking? Then you can communicate with this scary adult. Yuhua Immortal Palace? Isn't that the power that the exiled immortal belongs to? Bai Donglin lowered his eyes and looked at the old man with a shy posture. Well, something wrong? Hey, sir, may I ask if you met a group of little guys in that huge black and white coffin just now? They are all the proud children of various forces in Kunmo realm. But they were accidentally trapped in the huge coffin. The old man rubbed his hands and kept a very humble attitude. The person in front of him was the strongest person in the 10th realm, the patron saint of the human race, and no respect was too much. Oh, they are all here. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, and had no intention of making things difficult for these forces. He waved his hand, and white light spread across, and more than 1,000 geniuses in the Eternal Continent were released. The sudden appearance of numerous auras attracted the powerful thoughts to sweep across, and when he found that the geniuses of their respective forces were intact, he immediately felt relieved. Thank you for your help. Sir! Everyone present had a solemn expression on their faces, and bowed to Bai Donglin with sincerity and solemnity. No problem. It's just a piece of cake. Bai Donglin waved his hand slightly, not caring at all. If it were the old him, he might have asked all the major forces to exchange their resources for Tianju. But now, even if he squeezed these gods and demons dry, it would not be enough to match the energy that the sticks transformed for him in a moment. As wealthy as he is, he doesn't care about these petty profits. He would rather maintain his status as a strong man. Brother Jors. Whoosh! A flash of light passed by, and Yogwang was already leaning against Bai Donglin, shaking his arm, with her little head tilted up, her eyes full of admiring little stars. Hiss! The eyes of the gods and demons widened. Whose child is this? How could he be so bold and presumptuous? Girl, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your progress in cultivation has been a bit slow. It seems that the 12 zodiac signs are not that good either. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. The 12 palaces are the gods of all stars, which are the forces created by Shi Li Feng in one of his previous lives. Considering how terrifying Shi Li Feng was, the inheritance he left behind is naturally extraordinary. But perhaps because Yogwang's surname is always Bai, the 12 palaces may have some reservations about the inheritance. The elders of various forces were stunned when they heard this, and instantly understood the relationship between the two. In order to avoid suspicion, they quickly moved away and blocked their mental perception. As for the elders of the 12 palaces, they looked as pale as if they had eaten a fly. They thought to themselves that they would have to change their attitude towards Bai Yogwang in the future. This young lady is really something. You should have told me earlier that you have a brother who is a master of the 10 realms. You are harming others. Hee hee. Sister, I have worked very hard. Okay? I am not as good as you. Brother, my practice speed must be slow in your eyes. In fact, compared with my peers, I am already very good. Okay? Bai Yogwang is an optimist who doesn't care about her brother's complaints. She is a person who is easily satisfied and doesn't have any big ambitions. You are so sharp-tongued. If you are not happy staying in the 12 palaces, you can come to me to practice. As for the so-called exclusive inheritance, I have a way to find it for you. This kind of small matter can be solved by just mentioning it the next time he meets Shi Li Feng. If that doesn't work, he can spend some time on his own and deduce the follow-up of the inheritance based on Yogwang's current practice. No need. I'm happy staying in the Zodiac. It's boring to be with you. You're so busy, and I don't see you often. Bai Yogwang pursed her lips slightly. With the order of the 12 floor masters, she could return to the Qianyuan realm to meet her relatives at any time. But it was rare for her to see her brother. Unless he showed up in person, it would be difficult to find his whereabouts. Okay. Then you can stay in the Zodiac for the time being. Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly. He was indeed very busy, and could not afford to be too strict with his only sister. He was willing to throw Xiaozi to Jianghudao to be trained, and he absolutely could not bear to let Yogwang suffer the same hardship. Yogwang is probably the one who lives the most carefree life among the 12 building owners. There is nothing she can do about it, since she is Bai Donglin's only biological sister. It's okay. I'll leave first. Etc. Yogwang's eyes turned, and she leaned close to Bai Donglin's ear mysteriously, and whispered softly, Brother, I see that you are already quite old. You have been single for such a long time. You are not like my second brother, who is worried about my sister Yi. Mother is really worried about you. What do you think of my senior sister? 12 Palace Lawn? She has a great appearance and figure, and is both pure and charming. She is one of the most beautiful women in the Kunma world. While muttering, he glanced slyly at the 12 Zodiac Lawn not far away. Bai Donglin's old face turned black. And then he looked over as well, and happened to meet the eyes of the 12 Zodiac Lawn. Lawn was panicked, turned her head away, and her pretty face had turned pink. Bai Donglin's brows twitched. It looked like this girl Yugwang might have communicated with him in advance. Nonsense! Bang! After giving Yugwang a slap on the head, Bai Donglin waved his hand to tear open the dimensional channel, stepped into it and disappeared. Hey brother, please think about it carefully. My sister will always wait for you. Junior sister, stop talking. Zodiac Orchid instantly appeared behind Yugwang, covered her screaming mouth with her hand, and the pink on her face had disappeared. It is in women's nature to admire the strong. Not to mention that in this world where the strong are respected, which woman would not envy a man like Bai Donglin, who has reached the top at such a young age? She rejected Bai Yugwang's proposal from the beginning because she understood that she was not worthy of this miraculous man. What a terrifying being like him seeks is the end of the great way. How can I be attached to the love between children? Chapter 552, Evil God Pollution. Purgatory of Sin. Temple of Blood Hell. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the throne. A colorful ball of light was suspended on his outstretched palm, rotating slowly, and the battle monument could be faintly seen inside it. The four-colored war monument was devouring and fusing the newly acquired white war monument. The process was very slow. The last time the fourth piece was fused, it took hundreds of years. As time was accelerated, it did not seem so long. What kind of inheritance is recorded in it can only be known after it is completely integrated. Although I am not in a hurry, I don't want to waste time. It is better to use time to speed up. But now that the Styx is constantly interacting with the outside world, it is naturally impossible to easily change the speed of time. Otherwise it will be confused with the outside world. So, the best? Buzz? A ripple appeared in the void. A divine light shone from his brows, and a vague and abstract Buddha stepped out. This is the future Buddha differentiated from Jishan. He is good at the way of time. It is most suitable for him to perform time acceleration alone. The future Buddha reached out to take the ball of light, holding the time gem in his left hand, and sat cross-legged on a lotus. His figure twisted, and the flow of time increased 3,000 times. Bai Donglin nodded in satisfaction, slowly closed his eyes, and was about to sink into deep practice. Big brother. Big brother. Who's calling me? Bai Donglin opened his eyes with doubt, and pinched his fingers slightly, and pictures flashed in the depths of his eyes. It's Lan Ling. Has her memory of her past life awakened? There was a hint of joy in his eyes, and without time to think, he locked onto the dimensional coordinates of Lan Ling's body with a thought, stood up and took a step forward, and instantly arrived at the holy palace of ice and snow. Lan Ling's true spirit is very special. When he sent it into the Mother River reincarnation, he left some means on it in order to peek into the mysteries of the Mother River. Big brother. Long time no see. In the secret room built by Bai Donglin himself in a house outside the holy palace of ice and snow, Lan Ling looked at Bai Donglin, who suddenly appeared, with joy flashing in her eyes. More than a decade has passed, and the little girl has grown into a graceful young lady, except for her long blue hair and pupils. Her appearance and figure are exactly the same as Lan Ling's previous life. Lan Ling's true spirit was indeed very special, and its influence on her body even overwhelmed her bloodline factors. If she had not awakened the ancient bloodline of the divine beast Blue Phoenix, I'm afraid that her long blue hair and pupils would not have been preserved. Thank you for everything you have done for Linger. Lan Ling walked forward and gently hugged Bai Donglin, just like when they said goodbye in their previous life. Compared to last time, she felt his real heartbeat and body temperature. After awakening the memories of her past life, Lan Ling understood everything. In her previous life, she died tragically at the hands of a soul-eating beast. It was Bai Donglin who saved the true souls of her fellow sisters and brought them into the holy palace of ice and snow. In this life, he avenged the tragic deaths of her parents for her. She was grateful for all these things. Lan Ling, you should know that everything I did was for a reason. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, stretched out his hand, and pushed Lan Ling away, without hiding anything. Anyway, he did not treat the other party unfairly, and they both got what they needed. I understand. Linger is willing to help you. Big brother, compared with everything you have done for me, These are nothing. Okay. Whatever you think. Bai Donglin was too lazy to waste time. So he slowly stretched out his finger and lightly tapped Lan Ling's forehead. A strange wave rippled through and penetrated deep into Lan Ling's soul. The true spirit, which was still shining brightly, had a tiny crack on its surface. And a ray of light leaked out and gathered on Bai Donglin's fingertips. I wonder if there is any gain. Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly, and did not choose to digest the information on the flowing light immediately. Instead, he took out the cherubim and stored the flowing light in it. With his current state of mind, if a living being called out his real name in their heart, he would be able to sense it through the mysterious cause and effect. Not to mention the Supreme Mother River. He had no doubt that if he peeked in like this rashly, he would definitely attract the attention of the Mother River. Of course, the prerequisite is that the information of the Mother River is truly captured in this stream of light. Lan Ling, are you doing well here now? Having accomplished a great task, Bai Donglin was in a good mood. He looked at Lan Ling and said a few more words. Thank you for your concern, big brother. I am doing well. Seeing that Bai Donglin did not leave immediately, Lan Ling's eyes lit up. The smile on her face became sweeter. And she continued. I have my senior sisters here to accompany me. And my master is also taking good care of me. By the way, big brother, my master and the others have seen through my identity and understand what you did back then. But don't worry. They don't care anymore. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with embarrassment when he heard this. Was the matter of wearing women's clothes when he was young exposed? Ahem. What should he do? Should he kill him? Forget it. Forget it. Let's not give the monk any face. But the Buddhas. This ice and snow holy palace was also a force established by Zilifeng. It would be unjustifiable to destroy it just because of this incident. Is your master Yufeng? Bai Donglin's heart moved. And he remembered this beautiful master who was very kind to him. After losing this disciple with purple true spiritual talent, she must have cried secretly. No. Yufeng is one of my masters. Later, I became a disciple of the first Supreme Elder, Master Yu Ji. Hee. Although Linger's talent is not as good as yours, big brother. But Master said that my talent is also rare in the world. A look of understanding flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes. After Lan Ling's special true spirit had reincarnated here, it had also become a top purple talent, coupled with the bloodline of the extinct mythical beast Blue Phoenix. It was reasonable that it would be valued. Lan Huang belongs to the ice type. Speaking of Lan Ling, his current talent is much stronger than that of Lan Ling in women's clothing before. That's good. Bai Donglin nodded. Lan Ling helped him, and the ending was satisfactory. He was free of worries, and was about to leave. Big brother, please wait a moment. What else? Bai Donglin frowned. He was very busy, and had no time to chat with girls. It's not me. It's my master Yuji. She wants to see you. I'm not familiar with your master, so I won't. Bai Donglin paused for a moment, and suddenly remembered something. This Yuji inexplicably wanted to see her. Could it be that woman? Thinking about it, out of curiosity, he changed his mind. Okay, since I have nothing to do, I'll go see your master. Yes, I'll take you there right away. Lan Ling was delighted. She didn't expect Bai Donglin to be so easy to talk to. In her opinion, this older brother really disliked trouble. To avenge her, he just picked a leaf and destroyed the entire star world in an instant. It was terrible. Holding the token, Lan Ling, led by Donglin, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the depths of the palace on the top of the ice and snow mountain. Disciple Lan Ling, begging to see Master Linger. Come in. A lazy female voice was heard from the deep and towering temple. Lan Ling bowed and pushed the door open with Bai Donglin. A smile flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, and his will had already sensed a familiar breath. As expected, he was right. This Yuji was the woman he rescued from the depths of the sacred spring. Passing through the broad and cold ice crystal hall, I came to a soft couch in the depths. Through the black silk gauze, I could vaguely see a graceful and proud body. You are? Yuji was stunned. She clearly only sensed the breath of Lan Ling. But when she opened her eyes, she saw a tall man standing in the void. This person is very strong. Yuji felt a chill in her heart. The holy palace of ice and snow prohibited men from entering. But this person was able to ignore all kinds of restrictions and directly reach the depths of the temple. It was really terrifying. Master, haven't you always wanted to meet Big Brother? He is the person Linger was talking about. It's him. Yuji's figure paused. and the memories buried deep in her heart resurfaced. A hint of shame flashed in her eyes, and the vigilance in her heart disappeared. Ling, go out first. Master wants to talk to him alone. Oh! Lan Ling nodded obediently, looking back every few steps, and left the temple reluctantly. There was only a man and a woman left in the empty hall, and the atmosphere was a bit strange. Bai Donglin was extremely thick-skinned and felt nothing at all, with a flickering light in his eyes. He looked at Yuji carefully for a few seconds and nodded thoughtfully. Yuji bit her lip lightly. She felt extremely complicated about the man who saved her life and took away her innocence. After waking up in the sacred spring, she had some vague memories of what happened, so she began to investigate quietly. All the disciples who had entered the sacred spring were recorded, and she soon locked on Lan Ling, whose whereabouts were strange. It was she who exposed Lan Ling's true identity. The most important thing about Bai Donglin, who dared to sneak into the sacred spring in women's clothing, was that he saw her naked, hugged her, and had physical contact with her. For her, who was born in the ice and snow palace, this was simply unimaginable. At first, she planned to kill him directly, but after all, she saved her life. And now it seems that she is no match for the other party. Never mind. She won't live long anyway. It's enough for her to see this person and understand his wish. Yuji, who was confused, remained silent. Bai Donglin could not help it, raised his eyebrows and said, "You are sick. You are still very ill. The Seven Souls divine flower is not meant for you to use like this." What a pity. Bai Donglin shook his head, like a genius doctor telling a story. And in just a few words, he revealed the hidden danger of Yuji. Did you see it? Yuji frowned, stood up, straightened her robe, pushed aside the black silk gauze, walked a few steps to Bai Donglin, and blew a faint fragrance. If I'm not mistaken, you fought with the strong men from the evil god world. Right? Your soul, including your true spirit, has been polluted. Although you're holding on, the pollution has already penetrated deep into your bones. Even the Seven Souls divine flower can only temporarily suppress the spread of the pollution. In less than 100 years, the Seven Souls divine flower will lose its effect, and your fate will be... Bai Donglin shook his head, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes again. Dying from the pollution of the evil god could be said to be the most horrible, tragic and disgusting way to die in the world. It was a pity for such a great beauty. Listening to Bai Donglin's words, Yuji's figure trembled. She thought of something bad, and her face turned pale. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of dying in such a disgusting way. The pollution of the evil god would make her deformed and twisted, becoming the ugliest monster in the world. And she would not be relieved even after death. Do you have a way to save me? Or, you can just let me die quickly. Yuji tightened her robes, slowly squatted in the hall, and buried her face between her legs. She had always been strong, but for some reason, she was thrown away in front of this man. And for the first time, she showed a weak attitude. You helped me once on the New River, and I also saved your life in the sacred spring. Logically speaking, the cause and effect between us has been eliminated. But I didn't realize it at the time. It turns out that I just saved a dying person. It's a little bit meaningless to say that. I won't take advantage of a woman. The terrible pollution from the evil god was a very troublesome thing for the ancestors. But it did not include him. Can you really help me? Nature, isn't it just creating a miracle? This hasn't happened once or twice. Chapter 553, The End of Reincarnation. Yuji was so moved that she almost cried. Ever since he was contaminated by this indescribable pollution tens of thousands of years ago, on the battlefield of the evil god, he has searched for a way to escape it countless times, but to no avail. Bai Donglin's firm and powerful answer made her see hope for the first time. Through her hazy eyes, she felt that the man in front of her was shining with the light of redemption. Bear with it. It will be over soon. Bai Donglin stretched out his index finger and lightly touched Yuji's forehead. The skull bracelet on his wrist glowed blue. An invisible and intangible tributary of the stick spread out, flashing a green light that only he could observe. The sticks flowed silently. Its extremely high nature and boundless characteristics ignored Yuji's body's instinctive defense, and washed through from the surface of the body inwards, sweeping over every particle of divine power. The pollution of the evil god has seeped into Yuji's bones, and countless particles are tainted with indescribable evil aura. If there is even one particle that is not cleaned, all efforts will be in vain. Cause and effect are revealed. Destiny is anchored. Shoot! Bai Donglin's slightly closed eyes were filled with silver-white light, and hundreds of thousands of invisible dotted lines were captured by his gaze. One end of the dotted lines converged on Yuji's true spirit, and the other end of the spirit extended to the 10 directions of heaven and earth. 90% of the endpoints were within the Qianyuan realm, and the remaining 10% were located in the major realms of the true world. These are the resurrection backup plans that Yuji arranged in various parts of heaven and earth. They are actually special particles of divine power. They are also contaminated by the evil god and need to be eradicated as well. Crash! The tributaries of the river Styx split into hundreds of thousands of threads, extending along the anchored coordinates, across infinite distances. The Styx is endless. No matter how dangerous the place is, no matter how tight the defense is, it cannot hinder it in the slightest. In an instant, many particles are swept back and reintegrate into Yuji's body. As the last particle of divine power was taken back, the pollution in Yuji's body had become so dense that it became terrifying. Her aura gradually became cold and evil, and her crystal clear and delicate skin was covered in gray and white, as if it was about to undergo some kind of distortion and deformation. Humph! You still want to cause trouble in front of me? A hint of coldness flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes. The tributaries of the Styx began to exert their strength, and the speed of flushing increased. The pollution in the many particles was completely removed, and the green river water swept it up and gathered into a mass of dark, wriggling, sticky substance. Hiss squeak. It was deformed, sticky, and slippery, and it made strange roars, and it even wanted to shake Bai Donglin's will. The true will was forever shining, and no evil could erode it in the slightest. The counterattack of the evil god's pollution was of no use at all. Buzz! The emerald green water of the Styx had silently covered Yuji's true spirit, trembling and shaking. The pollution that was tightly attached to the true spirit was slowly peeled off and squeezed, and kneaded into a black round ball. Come out! Bai Donglin twisted his fingers lightly, and the Styx wrapped in the polluted ball shot out from between Yuji's eyebrows. It was tightly bound in his palm, squirming and struggling. Done! The terrifying thing about this evil god's pollution is its strong adhesion. All particles of Yuji have been corroded by it, and a strange symbiosis has been formed. If one wants to completely eliminate the pollution, the first thing to destroy is these divine particles. The endless nature of the Styx solved this problem very well. Before the evil god's pollution was noticed, the tributaries of the Styx had quietly covered all the particles, forming a powerful protection. Squeak! The polluted ball struggled violently, but could not escape the restraint of the palm. It twisted and squirmed, turning into a deformed and sticky eyeball, staring at Bai Donglin with resentment, as if it wanted to remember his breath. Ha! You still dare to glare at me? A hint of danger flashed across Bai Donglin's slightly narrowed eyes. He flipped his hand, and the silver-glowing container was held in his hand. A little evil god at the level of a sealed emperor dares to have murderous intentions towards me. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Eternal gun. Run through it. Groan. Boom. He threw the gun backwards, which made a loud bang, with the polluted eyeball in his hand as a medium. A thread of cause and effect was captured, anchoring the location of the evil god's body. A silver light flashed, and with the blessing of the must-hit feature, Konganer ignored the layers of boundaries in a way beyond imagination and instantly leaped into a deformed and terrifying world. Squeak! Boom! The earth trembled. Earth dragons rolled, and an indescribable and grotesque creature crawled out from deep underground. The omnipresent crisis made it not know where to hide, and it froze in place for a moment. Cool! Konganer, surrounded by silver-gray flames, appeared out of thin air. The gun, which was only about 10 feet long, instantly pierced through the evil god's body, leaving a huge hole. The brutal force of destruction annihilated the evil god's deformed body, integrated the true will of the power of rules, and following the induction from the unknown, it descended to all directions, instantly destroying all means of resurrection. Chant. Konganer trembled slightly, and instantly disappeared back into Bai Donglin's hand. An indescribable gaze swept over it, but found no traces, and couldn't even lock on where the attack came from. Bai Donglin had an indifferent expression. He killed the little evil god as if he had stepped on an ant. He retracted his spear, and the polluted eyeball in his hand also dissipated along with the destruction of his body. His comprehension of the rules grew extremely fast, and because the essence of the 10 rules were extremely high, coupled with the assistance of his powerful true will, he could already completely wipe out any existence below the 10th realm. Am I really okay? Yuji knelt on the ground, looking at the white hands in disbelief. feeling an unprecedented sense of ease in her body. Every particle of divine power seemed to be cleansed of all dust, and was crystal clear and extremely dazzling. Of course it is fine. Bai Donglin shook his head and chuckled. Without any intention to stay any longer, his figure began to become illusory and slowly disappeared into the dimension. Yuji, Lan Ling is a good kid. Please help me take good care of her. Grown-ups. Yuji suddenly woke up, looked up and looked around. There was no sign of Bai Donglin, only a faint lingering sound of his voice. When Bai Donglin returned to the Blood Hell Temple, he couldn't wait to take out the cherubim, his eyes shining with divine light. Mother River. Oh, Mother River. I can finally get a glimpse of your mysterious face. After saying that, Bai Donglin took a step forward and entered the legendary cherubim space, the residence of God. The strange space has no boundaries, and even if one stretches one's will to the utmost, one cannot find the end. In an area of space, a large number of white light balls are suspended, and each light ball contains the broken limbs of a spirit slave. In the vast empty space, apart from these white light balls, there was only a golden stream of light and an information aggregate formed by countless characters. Bai Donglin waved his hands, and golden light was twisted in his hands, lingering around his fingertips and flowing endlessly. The countless points of light seemed to contain endless mysteries. This is a secret method he created specifically based on the characteristics of the Blue Spirit's true spirit. It is used to record all the experiences of the true spirit in the Mother River. Everything it sees and hears is imprinted. Thus I have heard. At one time, the Buddha was in Trayastrimsa heaven, preaching to his mother. I gave birth to all things. I transformed all spirits. I incarnated to save them. He recited the Tai Jiku Jonan Tianzu and Chowdu Sutra and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's original Vow Sutra, the contents of which were interspersed and disordered, as if it was a string of complicated secret keys. And golden Taoist and Sanskrit words flew out of Bai Donglin's mouth. Buzz. The golden light trembled slightly, as if certain conditions were met. Endless points of light flashed out and recombined and rearranged themselves. After a series of changes, they suddenly shrank into a crystal clear point of light, which circled for a while, and then escaped directly into the depths of Bai Donglin's soul. Boom! There was a loud thunderclap in his mind. His vision became blurred, and Bai Donglin was already in a strange perspective. Crash. It was dark and hazy, and there was a strange sound of water passing by my ears. Apart from this, there is nothing else. Bai Donglin is like a piece of duckweed. He can only go with the flow and cannot interfere with anything in the outside world. It was as if he was in a dark, cold, boundless universe, and his vision could only observe 3 inches in front of him. A sense of silent depression naturally welled up in his heart. Even this blurry scene was still intermittent, and from time to time, it would fall into complete darkness and lose a portion of perception. He floated and floated in the endless darkness, not knowing how long he had been floating before some spots of light finally appeared in front of him. Here and there. And there were more and more of them. Some of them accompanied him. Some passed by quickly, and some seemed to have run out of energy and sank into the endless darkness. These should all be true spirits. Bai Donglin's heart moved slightly. He had not obtained anything useful until now. The vision of the true spirit was too narrow. Everything he saw and heard was within a 3-inch area. No matter how long it takes to read the information, it is only a moment to the outside world. Bai Donglin had been wandering in the darkness for a long time. His surroundings were filled with a torrent of golden spiritual power. Finally, other changes occurred and his vision gradually became wider. The indescribable water flow keeps washing away the past and giving new meaning and destiny to the true soul. Is this the entrance to reincarnation? Bai Donglin's mind was slightly moved, and in front of the torrent of countless true spirits, he saw a dazzling huge hole. The hole was extremely deep, huge and boundless, slowly rotating, unchanging since eternity, and all the true spirits had escaped into it. Buzz. The moment he entered the big hole, Bai Donglin's perception was cut off and the picture fell into darkness again. After an unknown amount of time, his vision was restored again. The torrent of true spirit had already passed through the long reincarnation channel. What it experienced in the channel was unknown. This is the end of reincarnation. A strange wave spread out, and all the floating true spirits froze for the first time, looking uncontrollably towards a corner. This is what records. Chapter 554. The shocking information on the broken monument. Monument. A huge stone monument. It is square, pale in color, covered with scars, and even has a corner missing in the upper right corner. Extremely ancient and extremely vast. Waves of strange fluctuations emanated from this monument, forcibly drawing the attention of all true spirits over there. War text. Bai Donglin was shocked. He didn't expect to see the words of the War Clan on a strange stone tablet at the end of this reincarnation. On the towering pale monument, between numerous scars, were engraved a few vague words. Above the seemingly ordinary fonts, lingering were incomprehensible and indescribable waves of horror, which subtly and violently instilled a concept into every true spirit. Bai Donglin remained silent, imprinting this picture deeply into his memory, and reading the meaning of the difficult translated words. These war texts are extremely different from the textual knowledge he acquired from the War Steel inheritance. They are more complex, profound, and difficult to understand. The quantum cloud of thoughts shone fiercely, and the incomplete strokes were combined and deduced countless times. Permanently banned, shielded, hung, leave, don't, respond, black disaster, annihilation. Boom! As the last remaining font was understood, it seemed to trigger some established mechanism, and a series of seemingly true but false pictures flashed by and appeared in Bai Donglin's mind. In the unknown void, there are two whirlpools, one white and one black, where black and white intertwine. There is dead gray. The inexplicable scene made Bai Donglin feel a little confused, but his sight was suddenly pulled closer, and he fell into that gray and silent place. This is... Bai Donglin's will was dull, and the light spots, endless black and white light spots, collided and annihilated. Every time a light spot disappeared, a terrifying roar was heard. The myriad worlds. Every point of light is a part of the myriad worlds. Countless and endless. Every moment, countless worlds are being annihilated. Such a horrific battlefield. What kind of place is this? Black disaster? These dark worlds are the black disaster? Crash! The strange sound of water rang out again, and the stagnant true spirits continued to be pushed, passing over the pale stone tablet, and poured into a large silver-white hole one after another. This was the exit of reincarnation, and the next step was reincarnation. The sound of flowing water woke Bai Donglin from his shock. He seized the last moment and tried his best to look back. Huh? This is not far from the pale stone steel. Bai Donglin saw a dark section, as if it was left from a severed steel. Was there a stone tablet in this place before? Before he had time to think, the true spirit that Bai Donglin sensed had sunk into the silver-white hole, and the picture fell into darkness again. When his vision returned, Bai Donglin heard a faint heartbeat in his ears. He has completed his reincarnation and is now in the mother's womb, which is Lan Ling's present life. The information recorded later was no longer valuable. Bai Donglin thought about it and immediately broke away from the strange perspective. It feels like a long time has passed, but the outside world only has a moment. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes, sensing the light spot deep in his mind that had turned into nothingness, and his thoughts became a little agitated. He seemed to have seen a lot of secrets this time, but also seemed to have seen nothing, at least for Mother River. He did not find any trace of the other party, but just experienced reincarnation. He could not recognize the true face of the Mother River because he was in the river. The narrowness of the true spirit's vision was beyond his expectations. Or it could be said that the Mother River was too vast, and it was difficult to see its full picture. Although his fundamental goal was not achieved, Bai Donglin was not too disappointed. After all, it was just his first attempt, and his methods were too immature at the time. It was already very good to be able to achieve this level. At least, he saw something even more incredible. The black and white interwoven images were deeply imprinted in his memory, and could not be erased. Is the black disaster what Mother River fears? It makes Mother River use all means to hide it from the entire world. I am a deserter in this ruined world of the universe. I am a poor creature who escaped from the horrible battlefield and shivered in the dark corners, not daring to make a sound. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, shook his head, and threw this guess out of his mind. Things might not be that simple. Judging from the scenes in memory, the myriad worlds in the heavens are being destroyed all the time. So, what value do the myriad worlds hidden by the Mother River have that is worthy of being targeted by the black disaster? Moreover, what is the existence of the white party that is in a stalemate with the black disaster? What is their relationship with this world? Simply speaking, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So the white party should be an ally. Why doesn't the Mother River seek their help? Bai Donglin remained silent. There was still too little information to infer anything concrete. Even the images he had learned might not be true. After all, they all came from the Mother River. Who knew if they were just tricks that the Mother River used to scare people? Bai Donglin only retained 50% trust in this information. No matter what, No matter how shocking the information was, it could not shake his will and his determination. Even if the black disaster outside the world really exists, he will still choose to break the wall. He cannot stay forever in this broken world with no future. Sooner or later, he will go to see the world outside. He would kill anyone who stood in his way, including the Mother River, regardless of whether or not it was done out of kindness. After calming down, Bai Donglin raised his hand and held a ball of light formed by the characters. This was a memory imprinted from the Phoenix Crown, which might record the method of becoming a wall breaker. There is strength in numbers. It is definitely not enough to rely on just him. Shi Li Feng and Wandering Emperor as the 3 wall breakers. Mass production of wall breakers has been put on his agenda. Zulong and his men failed, but they also attracted the ominous Mother River to come. This shows that they have found a way. Otherwise, they would not have touched the nerves of the Mother River. This thing is very valuable for reference. Thoughts poured out and sank into the ball of light. Endless mysterious characters suddenly appeared in the mind. The information was chaotic and disordered. This was a very basic way of keeping secrets. But the effect was also very stable and efficient. Without a specific method, it would be difficult to decipher this garbled code. The more profound the inheritance, the more delicate and ingenious it is. A slight mistake can lead to a huge error. Not even a single word can be wrong. Bai Donglin's eyes were calm, and he was not at all disturbed by this difficulty. He input all the characters into his mind at once, with the quantum cloud of thoughts superimposed billions of times. The calculation ability has broken through the sky. In an instant, a group of inherited information composed of countless neatly arranged characters was read and digested. Quite interesting. Zulong and Gufeng are both worthy of their reputation for creating this method. However, there are still major flaws. Even if the transformation is carried out in the cherubim space, the success rate is less than 1 in 10,000. If it fails, it will lead to complete death. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly. He had only regarded it as a reference. As for how to supplement and improve it, he would have to wait until he accepted the new inheritance in the War Monument. After all, Zulong and his colleagues' method was derived from one of the 8 divisions, and was limited by personal cognition. So there would be more or less some misunderstandings. In his opinion, it would not be considered a success unless the success rate was increased to more than 50%. Unfortunately, although the Zilifeng's transformation method has a high success rate, it is too difficult to implement. It requires 99 reincarnations and requires extremely high personal talent and ability. So it is not suitable for mass production. Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly, glanced at the soul light ball floating in the corner, and then withdrew from the cherubim space. The empty blood-held temple was still filled with loneliness. Apart from the floating lotus above the throne, there were no other aura fluctuations. Buzz. The crystal skull bracelet on the wrist vibrated slightly, flashing blue light, and calls came one after another. Isn't it time to deliver the origin particles yet? Bai Donglin muttered to himself. His mind moved slightly, and he responded to the call of the Lords of the Abyss and descended to the deepest part of the Styx. Master, you are finally here. Flynn, the Lord of the Abyss, who had already submitted to Bai Donglin, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the projection of Bai Donglin's thoughts. What happened? Bai Donglin frowned slightly, and heard bursts of Sanskrit sounds in his ears. Buddha's light flowed and gathered into lotus flowers. Looking at the scene in front of him, he felt a little strange. This is a huge blue light-shielded space, which he arranged to take special care of Moro. The 7 Lords of the Abyss also shrunk their bodies and lived in the same room. Ahem. Master, it's this stubborn bald donkey. He seems to be breaking through the 10th realm. What? Bai Donglin was stunned. He looked at the 7 Abyss Lords in front of him with disbelief and couldn't help but complain. Are you kidding me? I'm asking you to help me subdue Morua and make him willing to work for me, not to help him achieve the 10th realm. Explain. What's going on? Bai Donglin's expression darkened. Moro was very special. His value lay in his body of reincarnation and his sleepless spirit. Because of the existence of these two combined, ordinary rough methods of subduing him could not be used. Otherwise the sleepless spirit would be destroyed. That was why he went to so much trouble. Well, this bald donkey is really kind of scary. Flynn looked hesitant. It was really difficult for him, a Lord of the Abyss who did all kinds of evil, to hear such words. In the past 20,000 or 30,000 years, apart from spending a little energy to create the origin particles, all our efforts have been used to torture this bald donkey. But We have exhausted all the means of punishment in the history of the endless abyss. But he still hasn't surrendered. This guy's will is indeed very terrifying. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. He had to admit that Moro was an amazing talent. But he didn't expect that the other party had such a side. Not long ago, this bald donkey suddenly laughed up to the sky, muttering something. If I don't go to HL, who will? Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Hell is dense and dark. And the devil and Buddha will be forever in it. Then he became like this. We can sense that the origin particles are condensing in his body. This is indeed a sign of entering the 10th realm. Hell? Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva? Bai Donglin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He couldn't help but admire this guy. Mara. He regarded the sticks as HL. And under endless torture, he actually gained enlightenment and ascended to the status of Buddha. Interesting. Moro. You are qualified to cooperate with me. Even if one achieves the 10th realm, he still cannot escape the fate of being suppressed by the sticks. This wild horse that has broken free from its reins is still under his control. All we can say is that Moro's value of being exploited is even greater. Chapter 555, The Origin of the Era Peak. Thus I have heard. Once the Buddha was in Trayastrimsa heaven, preaching to his mother. There were bursts of Sanskrit sounds and flowing Buddha's light. Dark lotus flowers appeared out of thin air, spinning and floating, withering and flourishing in an endless cycle. Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly. In the depths of the dark Buddha light on Mara's body, he saw a bright light. It was the breath of the young monk Mingjing. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. It seems that I really have to let Moro break through. No matter from which aspect. The value of his achievement of the 10th realm will be even greater to me. After reading the information brought back by Lan Ling's true spirit from the Mother River, Bai Donglin had some understanding of the state of the Mother River. He no longer had much confidence in the arrangements he had made on the true spirits of Lu Yi and the other three. The limited vision will ultimately make it impossible to see through the mysteries deep in the Mother River. If one really wants to gain something, the key to success may still lie in Moro, the corpse retriever of the Mother River. A corpse retriever at the 10th realm, with his transformed reincarnation body and sleepless spirit, would surely bring him unexpected surprises. Point. Buzz. As Bai Donglin urged his thoughts, the blue light shield vibrated violently, and a thick bubble light shield split out, wrapping up the transforming Moro and escaping deeper into the sticks. Sir. This. Flynn looked slightly stunned. Torturing Moro was the main task that Bai Donglin assigned to these Abyss Lords. Now it seems that the other party may have changed his mind. You 7 guys. Staying in the sticks. Eating my food and living my house. But you can't even do such a small thing. If you do well, you will be rewarded. If you do not do well, you will be punished. Be more careful next time. Bai Donglin spoke in a gloomy tone and in different eyes. He glanced at the 7 Abyss Lords, and the projection of his thoughts immediately dissipated. Snap! Before the monarchs could come to their senses, a huge crack suddenly appeared behind the 1,000-faced monarch, and the terrifying aura of the sticks swept past. The huge and immeasurable mass of the demon body was washed away in an instant like a feather. No! The 1,000 Faces Lord only had time to let out a terrified roar before his demonic body was suppressed into nothingness. The indestructible 10 Realms demonic body was as fragile as a clay sculpture. The demon lord's expression changed slightly, and his aura began to surge uncontrollably. While hesitating, he looked at the other monarchs, who were trembling in fear around him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and his aura subsided. In the depths of the sticks, their life and death all depend on Bai Donglin's thoughts. And any resistance is futile. These Abyss Lords will die sooner or later. The reason why they are finding an excuse to kill the 1,000 Faces Lord now is only because his original particles and the origin of the rules in them have been completely absorbed by him, and he has no value in continuing to exist. In another blue bubble, Moro had completed the transformation of the original particles. He slowly opened his eyes, and his dark and warm gaze met Bai Donglin's. Amitabha. I am a poor monk named Mara. I am honored to meet you. The donor Bai. Moro clasped his hands together. After breaking through the 10th realm, it seemed that his mind and nature had been sublimated. Even though his life and death were controlled by others, his expression remained calm and composed. Haha. Moro. Let's have a good talk. Bai Donglin raised the corner of his mouth. An unknown transaction took place in this small bubble in the deepest part of the sticks. In the knowledge of all civilizations and ethnic groups over endless years, the most dangerous area in the infinite dimensional space is the place where all the heavens and worlds return to. It is located at the bottom of the boundless and infinite dimensional space. There is no direction in the dimensional space. There are only a handful of paths that can reach the land of Guishu. The most well-known passage is located below the only true world. The land of Guishu is full of mysteries, where crisis and good fortune coexist. Since ancient times, many powerful men in the 10th realm who are about to die have stepped into it one after another in search of a higher realm, and eventually slept here forever. The Guishu area seemed to be a huge garbage recycling station, where all the world's debris with horrible origins that even the power of the dimension could not dissolve were gathered together. Boom! Snap! In the middle area stands a dark and ruined world. The only remaining debris of this world has spread over 1 trillion light years. It is not difficult to imagine that when it was complete, it was a vast world comparable to the only true world. In the depths of the broken world, there was fairy light shining, 7 colors competing for brilliance, and waves of continuous roars shattered the endless void. Clang! The demon-suppressing temple came down with a loud bang, and its terrifying mass, at an extreme speed, set off a terrifying wave of destruction, striking hard on the bronze fairy temple surrounded by fairy light. The aftermath of terror spread out, and toward the depths of the dark world. Many powerful alien beings, who were hiding and watching nearby suddenly changed their expressions, and fled frantically. Jinghong. It seems that as the records say, this bronze palace cannot be shaken by brute force. I'm afraid we can only do it according to the plan. The demon-suppressing temple stopped retreating, and the wandering emperor stepped out, looking at Shi Li Feng who was standing on the bronze immortal temple with a thoughtful look. He could not help but speak. Jinghong was Zilifeng's name in one of her previous lives. It was also in that life that she met the dying wandering emperor, and they formed a deep friendship over a roasted chicken. Over the past many years, wandering emperor still called Zilifeng Jinghong. I see. Shi Li Feng nodded slightly, and tapped his toes lightly, kicking out ripples of the magical fairy light. She spent quite a while, and even used the power of the demon-suppressing temple, just to test whether this bronze palace was truly impenetrable. After trying every possible means, the bronze immortal palace remained motionless. The rumors were correct. Only by following the rules of the immortal palace could one enter the palace and take out the magic stone. You guys have been watching for so long. Come out now. Shi Li Feng closed his eyes slightly, and 99 halos shone in the depths of his pupils, with invisible majesty, extremely eerie, and together with a cold voice, instantly covered the entire broken world. The rules were forcibly disturbed, and no matter how deeply hidden or how concealed the existence was, it was forced out. A dozen ancestors of the human race, the scaly armored flying birds, the demon race, and the alien races, all of a sudden, their fiery wills surged and spread, and the silent and broken world became lively. Boo! Shi Li Feng stepped lightly, and ripples spread out. Amid the horror-stricken faces of many 10th realm powerhouses, the space was folded and collapsed, and they were all forcibly pulled to a small area around the bronze immortal palace. Many beings looked at each other in bewilderment. The atmosphere was extremely depressing, as if they were in a powder keg. Any spark would lead to a brutal war. Relax a little, everyone. I didn't call you out here to fight. Wandering Emperor looked around, his scarlet eyes reflecting many figures. He walked through the void, stood side by side with Zilifeng, and continued to speak in a calm tone. You have been watching from the sidelines for a long time. Aren't you trying to snatch the divine stone? But you have also seen that this mysterious bronze palace is indestructible, and even we can't break it open. Hee hee. So what? You summoned us here because you want us to help you break into the immortal palace? Peacock Hades asked in a cold voice. His eyes were extremely sharp. He was the supreme ruler of the bird demon clan of this era. He was in a high position and had great power. He was used to being overbearing, and he could not stand the slightest threat from others. They were forced out in an instant just now because they were completely unprepared. The number of their demon race and the alien races here in the 10 realms overwhelmed the human race on the opposite side. Even if a war broke out immediately, they would not be outdone. Ahmed Ba. Peacock Hades. This fellow Taoist hasn't finished speaking yet. Why are you so anxious? There was murderous intent in the eyes of the Buddha Kurong, and he no longer looked like a good guy, because the force he belonged to had an indelible hatred with the Peacock King. Bald donkey. I can say whatever I want to say. It's none of your business. Tick. Moo. The sharp cries and the mighty Sanskrit sounds. The two terrifying auras collided fiercely with each other, as if they were about to fight each other at the slightest disagreement. Please calm down for now. Lord Buddha. The wandering emperor raised his hand slightly towards the Buddha Kuro, and a trace of energy shot out like a needle, instantly destroying the blended auras of the two. Then he turned and looked at the Peacock Hades, speaking in a gloomy voice. I need your assistance? Peacock Hades. Do you think you can withstand the attack of the Demon Suppression Temple? Humph. You don't know what I'm talking about. What this means is that you, Peacock Pluto, are not qualified. Peacock Hades' brows trembled violently. His sharp claws flickered, and he forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. The two guys in front of him, especially the woman, were very powerful. Together with the demon-suppressing temple next to them, they were not existences that he could easily provoke. Snort. Peacock Hades could only groan, restrain his breath, and retreat into the shadows to the side. Amitabha. The Buddha Kuron clasped his hands together, chanted the Buddha's name, and also retracted the Buddha's light. His main purpose this time was to obtain the sacred stone, and other things could be put aside for the time being. The sacred stones cannot fall into the hands of the demon race or other races, and it would be best if they cannot fall into the hands of the human race that is breaking through the walls. Now that the forces that are breaking through the walls have the two sacred stones San and Ming, they should indeed take some actions. Otherwise they will be too passive. In order to prepare for a rainy day, they should at least have the right to participate. Looking at the mutually hostile beings present, who suppressed their hostility for the sake of the divine stone in the bronze immortal palace, Wandering Emperor nodded and continued. The origin of this bronze palace is extremely profound, and its power is unfathomable. Whether it is true or not, after countless tests over the years, everyone should have understood it in their hearts. In short, this bronze fairy palace cannot be broken open by brute force. If you want to take out the divine stone inside, you can only use other methods. Other methods? Upon hearing this, all the people in the 10 realms present were moved and understood the hidden meaning of Wandering Emperor's words. Yes, I have figured out this method, but it is a little troublesome to operate. The essence of the bronze immortal palace is actually just to carry some kind of powerful inheritance. If you want to enter the immortal palace, it is very simple. You just need to trigger its inheritance handover ceremony, and you can naturally enter the interior, not to mention taking out the magic stone. You may even be able to conquer this powerful immortal palace. There seemed to be a strange power of bewitching in the Wandering Emperor's plain words. Or it could be said that there was no need for bewitching at all. They had all witnessed the horror of the bronze immortal palace. For a moment, even the Buddhist Master Kuro was tempted. How should we do it? A powerful alien asked in an urgent tone. Whether it was for the divine stone or this heaven-defying bronze fairy palace, we have deciphered some information. Those unfamiliar characters are engraved in a corner of the bronze immortal palace. If you look carefully, you can see them. No matter their race, good or evil, or what form of life they exist in. As long as they have existed until now, and have existed for less than 10,000 time scales, they may be able to activate the operation of the bronze immortal palace inheritance. You mean? Ha ha ha. That's right. Whether you are from the human race, the demon race, or the alien race, go ahead. Gather the most outstanding geniuses from ancient times to the present in your race. As long as they are creatures that have not crossed the 10,000 time scale, they can participate in this shocking gamble. The prize is the divine stone and the bronze fairy palace. The Wandering Emperor's white hair danced wildly. His eyes were burning, and every word he said penetrated deeply into the hearts of the 10 realms powerhouses present. His will was surging, as if he had seen the tragic scene of countless geniuses fighting madly. The crest of the new era will naturally be created by the younger generation. It turns out that the origin of the crest is above this bronze palace. An old ancestor of the human race murmured in a low voice, and enlightenment arose in his heart. This is a law that has existed for many eras. Although these 10 realm strongmen rule everything in this era, they are ultimately the products before the peak of the era. In this era, the most brilliant and dazzling period, the protagonists still belong to the younger generation. The battle for the inheritance of the bronze immortal palace is the clarion call for the protagonists of the new era to step onto the stage. Those present were all old monsters, who had lived for who knows how long. Their minds were extremely sharp, and they all had the same idea in an instant. There was a faint sense of bitterness in their hearts. As the old and the new took over, those who seemed to be in the front would eventually become the foils of the protagonists of the era. Crash. Wandering Emperor and Shi Li Feng stepped into the demon-suppressing temple together. The temple shook violently, and 7 extremely thick chains of different colors shot out, tightly binding the bronze immortal temple. Bang! Sizzle! The chains were stretched straight, and the demon-suppressing temple began to move faster and faster, dragging the bronze Immortal Palace with it as it flew towards an unknown place. The harsh sound of the void being shattered awakened the many people in the 10 realms, whose thoughts were in turmoil. Looking up, they heard the wandering emperor's free and easy voice. Everyone, Guishu is too dangerous and unsuitable as a competition venue. We will move the bronze Immortal Palace to the endless battlefield at the edge of the universe. The time is set on the first day of the first month of the first year of Taiwan. You don't have much time left. Go. Gather all the best geniuses. And wake up the geniuses, who have been sleeping for endless years and ages. Let them light up this era. The most brilliant years. Ha ha ha. As the last ray of immortal light disappeared at the end of the dark hole, the hearty laughter still echoed in this broken world. The eyes of all the people in the 10 realms suddenly became clear, and a dazzling divine light flashed across them. Looking around and at each other, they no longer had the heart to fight, and their thoughts had long drifted away to who knows where. Figures flickered, and they all broke through the air in silence, following secret and safe paths, bypassing the dangerous wreckage of the world, and returning to their own worlds. A huge wave was set off, affecting both the only true world and the many alien worlds. The wind and clouds are surging, and the word prodigy has become the most popular word at the moment. 10,000 times scales? In the purgatory of sin. The Blood Hell Temple. Bai Donglin was lying on the throne, supporting his chin with one hand, with a lazy look on his face. Alas, I am getting old. Now the world is ruled by young people. It is a pity that an old man like me cannot participate in such a grand event. Haha. These geniuses are lucky to have escaped this disaster. Bai Donglin pursed his lips slightly. 10,000 times scales means 10,000 years that have actually passed, no matter what method is used, including time acceleration. Obviously, due to his repeated retreats and accelerated time, he had already exceeded 10,000 times scales and had lost the basic conditions for participating in the competition for inheritance. But there is no regret at all. If he could do it again, he would not make any changes. It was just a magic stone and a bronze fairy palace. They were all dead things. How could they be as satisfying as real improvement in strength? However, although I cannot participate in the fight for the inheritance, it does not mean that I can't do anything. What is the difference between my subordinates taking the inheritance and me taking it myself? Well, let's move on to the backstage this time. What is this called? The ancestor flow. Right? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. White light flashed, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He felt very amused. It was nice to find something to pass the time during this boring practice. Baiyujing on Baiyu Mountain. The 12th floor master. It's time for you to come out and show off. This time, let all beings remember the 3 words Baiyujing forever. Emperor, sword, mysterious, light, purple, jade, heart, God. There are still 4 missing to complete the 12th floor masters. I wonder which 4 lucky guys will be chosen. Bai Donglin's thoughts were wandering. Names kept flashing through his mind, and he even connected his thoughts to Tianluo's data core, looking at the trillions of young generation of Tianluo hosts one by one. There is still quite some time left until the first day of the first month of the first year of Taiwan, so he is not in a hurry. It will not be too late to give them special training after all the 12 building masters are gathered. Huh? This guy is pretty good. Chapter 556, Forbidden Realm. You lost again. Blade without edge. Waste. Humph. A defeated general. Go away. You are no match for me. You are good at bow swords and knives? What a joke. Master, you said that as long as I lose enough times, I will become an almighty powerful being one day. Is that true? Uh-huh. Silly boy. You have awakened an undefeated combat body that is rare in the ages. But too much hardness will lead to breakage. Too much wisdom will lead to injury. Hardness cannot last long, and softness cannot be defended. Once you are defeated in the battle, your supreme fighting body will be ruined. Therefore, your master will completely seal your bloodline power. When you have experienced countless defeats and understood the true meaning of the loser, the seal will be released. What does the loser really mean? What is the true meaning of being a loser? Kill. 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 Roar. Roar. The alien battlefield. The bottomless Dead Sea is a huge battlefield that stretches for hundreds of light years. The horrifying roar of murder makes the stars fall, and the aftermath is turbulent, destroying the void dimension inch by inch. Ren Wufeng was trapped deep in the battlefield, which was like a grinding wheel of blood. The swords in his hands were all bent. His eyes were dim, and his body was covered with scars. He had fought to the point of exhaustion. His will was surging, and pictures flashed through Ren Wufeng's eyes like a kaleidoscope. The ambitious young man, holding a wooden sword and a wooden knife, was facing his first challenge in life. He was beaten so hard that he cried and screamed. Since he started practicing, the scars on his body have never completely healed. He fought, was defeated, fought again, and was almost beaten to death. Countless battles, countless defeats, insults, spitting, ridicule, the flash of disgust in his childhood sweetheart's eyes after his defeat. All of it drowned him like a tide. The body was ravaged. The dignity was trampled. But the unyielding will never fade. The fighting spirit in my heart is as hot and shining as the eternal sun. Old man, I finally understand. Victory or failure depends on others. Defeat or success depends on oneself. The true meaning of the loser is that the loser is undefeated. Die. Boom. A powerful Dead Sea alien with sharp teeth and blue-gray skin stepped on the void, and his fist filled with destructive power came down with a loud bang. Before it hit the body, the scabby scars on Ren Wufeng's body broke again, spurting out hot red blood. Snap! A crisp shattering sound was heard in the deepest part of Ren Wufeng's body. Although it was weak, it overwhelmed the roars and shouts on the battlefield. A mighty aura spread out, and all beings within a range of billions of miles felt a chill in their hearts. This is... The Dead Sea alien's eyes widened. In his eyes, Ren Wufeng, who was like a defeated dog, seemed to have become a different person. A bright light like the sun was imprinted deep into his soul. The fire of will? This little brat actually ignited the fire of will? How is this possible? Die! There was a flash of shock in his eyes, and the speed of his stagnant fists suddenly increased. It would be better to kill this monstrous genius as soon as possible. Master, from today on, I will not lose again. Hey! Even if you lose, just stand up and fight again. Ren Wufeng slowly opened his eyes. A ball of scorching flame danced in the depths of his eyes. His spirit was completely transformed. His aura was ethereal, as if he was sharp and unparalleled, and as if his peak was faint and vague. Chant. He raised his arm slightly, rolled up the blade, and the long sword, which had become as big as an iron rod, vibrated and hummed continuously, as if it was also happy for its master. The dominant sword style, one thought without interruption. The knife is still the same knife. But Ren Wufeng is no longer the Ren Wufeng who was defeated repeatedly in battle. The sword flashed, and the alien warrior who was hit first was crushed in an instant. The brutal attack spread wildly, and the aliens in the area of tens of millions of miles all froze and turned into blood foam all over the ground. The battlefield suddenly fell silent, and countless human soldiers looked at Ren Wufeng with horror on their faces. Such a large-scale killing caused quite a stir, and naturally attracted the attention of powerful gods and demons. Humph! The human race's pride? He should be killed. The sky-covering hand pressed down. The void was annihilated, and all retreat routes were blocked. On the battlefield, it was usually soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, and high-level masters rarely attacked low-level cultivators. But this did not include those eye-catching genius monsters. Killing these little guys who have the potential to become strong and advance is a very cost-effective deal. The strong men on both sides are keen on this. After all, this is a battlefield, a war between tribes, and there is no such thing as morality. Well done! Stronger enemies, more exciting battles. Ren Wufeng stood tall and proud among the mountains of corpses and sea of blood, holding a knife in his right hand and a sword in his left hand. The burning fighting spirit in his eyes burned two large holes in the void. Cut! Under the giant palm that covered the sky, pale knife light and scarlet sword light flashed crosswise. The falling terrifying giant palm paused slightly, and two through grooves were cut out, dividing the giant palm formed by rules and energy into four. This is impossible. Rumble. The earth shook violently, and the remains of the four giant palms sank deeply into the soil. Wherever they passed, all matter was annihilated into particles and turned into nothingness. A little fellow in the eighth realm actually withstood the attack of a god or devil. This is a monster that has entered the forbidden realm. More and more powerful gods and demons looked down one after another. The forbidden realm. The power of miracles. This is a secret that exists in rumors. Even if the alien god and demon who just took action was only at the first extreme level, Ren Wufeng had indeed crossed the forbidden boundary. Kill him! the supreme pride of our human race. Protect him, and do not let him fail. Kill. The area where Ren Wuthing was located suddenly became the center of the battle. More and more powerful gods and demons were involved. One side wanted to eliminate future troubles, and the other side wanted to protect the future pillars of the tribe. For a while, the killing was fierce. It's still a bit of a stretch. Ren Wuthing was breathing heavily. His hands were shaking slightly, and cold sweat mixed with blood was flowing down his body. Although he looked extremely cool and effortless just now, he only managed to do it because of the complete burst of blood power. It would be impossible for him to make a second attack in a short time. The Forbidden Realm is not that simple. Otherwise, it would not just exist in rumors. This guy is pretty good. A faint murmur suddenly sounded in Ren Wuthing's ears. Before he could react, a big hand tore through the void, reached out from the scarlet crack, held him tightly, and was about to retreat back to an unknown place. Damn! I want to escape! Although the Dead Sea aliens had been entangled by the human strongmen, their minds were fixed on Ren Wuthing. Seeing that this terrifying genius was about to be rescued, they suddenly became anxious and used all their tricks to temporarily force back their opponents and rush towards the scarlet crack. Are you so eager to die? The big hand that was about to retract into the crack and leap paused slightly, as if it was amused by these Dead Sea aliens. One after another, scarlet illusory silk thread shot out from the palm of the hand, following the rules at a speed that was too fast to be caught. In an instant, it pierced through the alien gods and demons that rushed up and penetrated deeply into their brows. The threads glowed red, like straws, and any powerful god or demon whose brows were pierced through them, no matter how strong they were, had their energy sucked out in an instant, turning into a wisp of gray and dissipating. After crushing a bunch of ants to death, his palm slowly retreated back into the scarlet crack. The void healed, leaving a group of shocked human beings looking at each other in bewilderment. Snap! In the blood temple, the dimension of the void, the blade fell from it. The body turned sensitive, and fell steadily on the main hall. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and observed his surroundings cautiously with his peripheral vision. There was no other way. The scene of many alien gods and demons being sucked dry in an instant also appeared in his eyes. There is no doubt that the one who captured him must be a supreme master of the 10 realms. The empty hall that could not be seen at a glance was at a glance. Only a tall god's seat was standing in front of it. There was a golden light lotus that twisted around the surrounding space-time, and a black robe with a vague face was sitting next to the gesture. Ahem. Senior. I wonder why you are looking for me. The silence and depressing atmosphere of the hall made Ren Wuthing silent for only a moment. And then, he couldn't help but take the initiative to ask. Congratulations. Lucky little guy. You won the jackpot. By Dongling's convergence of the true will. And the face, that was distorted by reality, suddenly became clear. The elegant and easy-to-match smile made the nervousness in the heart of the blade dissipated. Senior. What does this mean? The blade of the fire of the will. And the will is more tough. Even if you face the 10 strong. You can be calm and answer. I have established a power called Baiyujing, and I am currently recruiting suitable talents. Congratulations, Ren Wuthing. From now on, you will be one of the 12 building owners of Baiyujing. Bai Donglan calmly explained without haste that he had met Ren Wuthing once in the poisonous sea at the center of the earth, and he had also observed his fight with the Beast King. At that time, he asserted that Ren Wuthing's future achievements would be limitless. His vision was indeed good. Ren Wuthing was able to ignite the fire of will before going through the tribulation, and he also comprehended the true meaning of the loser, awakening an invincible fighting body, combining both hardness and softness. Such talent is no less than that of a banished immortal. A hint of hesitation flashed across Ren Wuthing's eyes. He was still at a loss. The powerful 10th realm expert, who had captured him for no apparent reason, also invited him to join this unheard of Baiyujing. He really didn't know how to respond. Sensing Ren Wuthing's concerns, Bai Donglan smiled and slowly continued. Don't worry. Baiyujing is a loose force, and it is also a decent force established with the official recognition of the human race. It is similar to the Danming and Qimeng. It does not have many constraints on you, and naturally it will not ask you to withdraw from your own force. In short, there are only benefits and no harm. After listening to Bai Donglin's explanation, Ren Wuthing's expression suddenly relaxed. Fortunately, the person he met was not a perverted old monster. After a moment of silence, he made a decision in his heart. Don't be fooled by the friendly and polite look of this mysterious and powerful 10th realm. But if he rejects the other party's kindness, I'm afraid the consequences will not be good. In short, it is better to join first. Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. I am willing to join Baiyujing and contribute to the rise of the human race. Ren Wufeng's words were very clever. Not only did he borrow the power of the human race, but he also implied that if you, Baiyujing, did evil, he could withdraw without going against his conscience and morality. Bai Donglin naturally saw through Ren Wufeng's little trick and smiled nonchalantly. He believed that after experiencing the benefits of Baiyujing, he couldn't drive him away even if he tried. Smart move. Buzz. A streak of light flashed by, and the exquisite and solemn order of the 12th floor master fell into Ren Wufeng's hands. His eyes dropped downward, and on the front of the token, there was a word nothing deeply engraved. Chapter 557 Suffering is Good Medicine. In the vast and desolate land, in the center of a lush green primitive forest, a bare rocky area suddenly appeared. There are steep cliffs, sharp rocks, and a strong demonic aura lingering around. The sound of beasts roaring in the endless dense forests. But no one dares to approach this rocky area, as they have a great fear of it. Is this the place? Big Brother's aura disappeared in this area. A streak of light cut through the void and landed on the edge of the rock. The light dissipated, revealing a petite figure no more than 1.2 meters tall, wearing a purple dress. The girl frowned, with a look of deep worry on her face. She looked at the strange mountain in the distance that was surrounded by a strong demonic aura, and a sharp look flashed in her eyes. Buzz! The void trembled, and endless light gathered in the girl's eyes. The extremely fierce heat burned the void and made it boil violently. Boom! Two extremely condensed rays of light shot out from his eyes, leaving dark scratches in the void, passing through the towering mountain and directly cutting it in half. Snake demon! Quickly release my elder brother, or I will destroy your snake and scorpion nest today. Boom! The girl's voice was cold and stern, and the ground cracked with every step she took. Her petite body rose madly higher, and in an instant, she was deep in the clouds. She stretched out one hand and grabbed at the collapsed mountaintop. Wow! Where did this little yellow-haired girl come from? How dare you act wild here? Are you tired of living? Clang! A huge blue-gray claw tore through the void and struck the girl's giant palm. The sound of the collision resounded through heaven and earth. Blood was spilled, and the horrific aftermath turned thousands of miles of primitive dense forest into ashes. And countless ferocious beasts died innocently. As you wish. Following a charming and evil voice coming from the top of the mountain, a divine light swept through, and the severed mountain peaks reconnected as if time had flowed backwards, returning to their original state. Little girl, are you looking for your brother? Look, is this your big brother? Hee. A charming woman with a human body and a snake tail swayed her enchanting figure and slowly slid out of the cave on the top of the mountain, holding something in the shape of a human in her hand. This is a corpse. The body has turned into white dry bones. The strange thing is that the head on the neck is still alive, with wide eyes and a face full of fear. It is obvious that it has suffered terrible torture before death. The dead man's face looked exactly like Bai Donglin. Brother! Looking at the corpse in the snake woman's hands, the girl cried out in a bloody voice. Her eyes were bloodshot. Tears welled up in her eyes, and blood flowed from her clenched fists. Ah! Monsters! I want you to be buried with your brother. The extreme anger has overwhelmed all rationality. The rage has ignited everything in the body. The purple hair is dancing like a mad snake, and the momentum is rising wildly. The snake lady's expression changed, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. But she still said coldly, "Just you? You are just a little girl. You are seeking your own death. Kill!" Boom! A horrific war suddenly broke out. One man and two monsters used all their means to fight until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon were dimmed. One side is filled with grief, burning everything and fighting with its life. On the other side is a terrifying monster that has been roaming the vastness for endless years, holding all kinds of strange treasures in its hands and using extremely cruel means. This war lasted for 7 full years. The entire primeval dense forest was shattered by the aftermath of the fierce battle. Countless creatures turned into charcoal. The sky was covered by dark clouds, and the light of the sun never shone down again after that day. Die! The girl turned into a giant. Her eyes had melted away, and her only right arm turned into a dark purple skeleton. Her palm turned into a knife, with endless sharp edges flickering, cutting through the void and piercing deeply into the body of the scorpion monster. The hard armor was as fragile as tofu. Pay for my brother's life. Chant. With the hum of knives and the whistling of swords, Endless sharpness erupted in the scorpion monster's body. The huge demon pill was directly shattered and destroyed. And the monster's body turned into black ash from the inside out. No. I don't want to die yet. The scorpion demon roared in fear. But it was too late. The strange and wish-fulfilling treasure had been completely shattered by the girl at the cost of one arm. Ah! With one last howl, the scorpion demon ended its sinful life and died completely. The snake lady was slightly stunned and her body was covered with wounds. She had not expected that this little brat could be so brave that he could fight 1 against 2 and still be able to fight to this extent and kill the scorpion monster against the odds. It's your turn. Which, although the girl had lost both eyes, when she was stared at by the dark eye sockets, the snake girl felt a chill in her heart and her scalp tingling. She must have met a madman. Kill! Boom! After a long and horrific battle, it finally calmed down. The entire vast primeval jungle had turned into an extremely huge deep pit. At the bottom of the deep pit, the exhausted girl could no longer maintain her magical powers. Her petite body was broken and her limbs were missing. There were horrific wounds everywhere on her body. And her internal organs, which looked like charcoal, could be seen directly inside her. The small body was wriggling on the ground. Its flesh had long been exhausted. But it was the power of will that supported it. It left a trail of blood. After an unknown amount of time, it finally crawled to the side of a familiar breath. Ahem. Brother. Xiaozi has avenged you. I'm so happy. We are finally together again. We will never be apart again. The little head with a blurred face rubbed against the living head. And then it became completely still. The sun's rays pierced through the dark clouds and shone into the bottom of the deep pit, covering the two bodies with a blanket of glittering gold. The picture also froze at this moment. The whole world, everything in it, seemed to have been paused. Buzz. Pure silver-white color instantly filled the entire world. Time flowed backwards. And everything returned to the starting point. Well, what's wrong with me? Am I half asleep? Xiaozi, who was hanging on the vine, shook her head in confusion. She didn't know why, but she felt an impulse in her heart, as if something was quietly sprouting deep inside her body. She felt it carefully, but it seemed just an illusion. This is a small courtyard built on a cliff, with a stone house and a stone table. Everything is ordinary, except for a magical gourd vine planted in the yard, on which grows a talking purple gourd. Crunch! The tattered wooden door was pushed open, and a young man with an elegant smile, holding a sharp knife, strode to the gourd vine. Xiaozi, it's time to eat. Puff! The man slashed his wrist with a knife, and scarlet blood flowed out and dripped onto the roots of the vines. Oh my! Big brother, I told you that I can just drink some water. I don't want your blood. Your body can't handle it. Xiaozi woke up from his thoughts instantly, shaking the gourd stand so that it creaked. He felt heartbroken as he watched his elder brother's skillful movements. That won't do. This place is so barren. You are growing up right now, and you can't lack nutrition. Brother. Seeing the young man's face gradually turning pale, Xiaozi stopped wondering and swore in her heart that she must grow up quickly, protect her elder brother all her life, and never leave him. This scene seemed to have been repeated countless times. The boy who got the purple gold seeds planted a purple gourd. Parting, revenge, and death. The cycle repeats again and again, and the people in the game are unaware of it. On the cliff beside Taihu Lake, raging fire was burning a black pottery jar, and a rich fragrance emanated from it. Slurp, slurp burp. Dragonfish soup is still so delicious. I can never get tired of it. Nini licked the white soup stains at the corner of her mouth and touched her round belly with a look of satisfaction on her face. After eating and drinking, Nini cast her gaze into the void, where a silver halo was suspended, rippling slightly like water waves. Looking closely, it seemed to contain a vast world. Grandpa, how many times has Xiaozi been reincarnated? Jiang Wudao held a green fishing rod in his hand and fished with his eyes closed, as if he was about to fall asleep. His mouth did not move, but clear sounds came out of nowhere. 930 million times. Isn't this a bit too cruel? Humph. Although I hate her calling me a brat and a dwarf. But there was a flash of pity in Nini's eyes, because all the dissatisfaction left over from the quarrel with Xiaozi had disappeared. This has nothing to do with you. This is her own choice. How can the fire of will be ignited so easily? Not everyone is called by Donglin. Even if you search the entire world for this kind of heaven-defying monster, you won't find more than 2 hands worth of it. It is a little bit bitter, But if you don't experience all the suffering, how can you soar into the sky? Jiang Wuda spoke in a deep voice. He had been sitting by the Taihu Lake since the beginning of the new era. It had been more than 10 billion years now. He had seen all the troubles in the world. Was there anything he could not see through? Do you think that Bai Dongyan could have achieved his current success without going through hardships and sufferings? Nini was silent for a moment after hearing this, and shook her head slightly. Indeed, there is no such thing as success without reason in this world. Behind success is suffering that is as deep as the abyss, and cannot be seen. Although Nini is ignorant, she is not completely clueless. As her memory slowly recovers, as the human body of Shi Li Feng, she often recalls some scenes from long ago. Shi Li Feng, who has reincarnated for 99 times, has also experienced hardships that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Behind the glory is the payment of blood and sweat. In the void, a severed timeline was suspended, connected from beginning to end to form a closed circle of time and space. During the conversation, tens of thousands of reincarnations passed within the slightly rotating silver halo. Finally, there are subtle changes. Snap! Jiang Wuda slowly opened his eyes, containing endless vicissitudes of life, looked at the circle of time and space, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This little girl is extraordinary. As soon as the fire of will was ignited, I was able to directly ascend to the third realm. This hardship was not in vain. Huh? Nini opened her mouth slightly. This little purple-haired dwarf is quite powerful. Chapter 558, A Big Bite. Kunmo Realm. The ninth plane of the world. Ding! Ding! The huge and powerful sound of metal knocking echoed for a long time in the sky above the Fenging cave. At the same time, terrifying destructive ripples spread out, shattering the surrounding void. After a series of exciting games, the battle for the fairy mine finally came to an end. Many powerful gods and demons worked together to dig out the top-quality fairy mine buried deep in the cave. The fairy mine is irregularly round in shape, and is suspended in the air by a powerful being using magical powers and immortal methods. Like a big sun, shining with colorful magical light. This huge vein of ore is of extremely high quality. It is composed of various fairy materials with different characteristics. It is extremely hard and extremely difficult to mine. In addition to its immeasurable value, the major forces in the Kunmo world were afraid that others would secretly hoard some of the broken ore. Therefore, these gods and demons who were usually high and mighty had lowered their status and become high-level miners, using various means to decompose this huge piece of fairy ore. Clang. Gathering magic power with rules, condensing into swords, spears, axes and halberds, peeling off the minerals bit by bit along the gaps between them. After a long time, pieces of minerals that were shining with divine light were sorted and piled up together, forming a colorful ribbon of broken minerals around the fairy mine. The gods and demons looked at each other, frowned slightly, and their expressions gradually became strange. I'm afraid this immortal ore was not created by heaven and earth. I have never seen a vein with such complex and diverse components. What Elder Hui said is right. I feel the same way. The origin of this fairy mine is probably not that simple. It is very likely to be artificially accumulated. This is basic common sense, regardless of the grade of the mineral vein. Generally speaking, the type is very single. At most, there will be some associated minerals with the same properties, or they may have the same origin. But the grade differences may be caused by the different levels of the origin. But up to now, they have only peeled off the outer layer of this mine. And the divine materials and fairy ores they have collected are no less than 100 kinds. And there is almost no connection between the properties of each other. This is really hard to say. This Fenging cave might have been the treasure house of a top power a long time ago, and it was left here due to the destruction of that power. But no matter what, this mineral vein is now ownerless. Now that we have discovered and excavated it, it naturally belongs to us. That's true. Good. All the powerful men nodded. They were now a community of shared interests. If the owner of this fairy mine really came to them, they would not acknowledge it. After all, they had strength in numbers, and would not be afraid of anyone. TSK. The unruly old man from Yuhua Palace pursed his lips slightly. These guys, who used to despise his rogue words, immediately started praising him now that their own interests were involved. This was really realistic. Alas, what a pity! Such a precious mineral has been lost in the previous disturbance. A look of pain appeared on the face of a powerful man, and the others could not help but move their gazes to the top of the vein. There was a huge gap with a clear arc, like a fragrant steamed bun that had been bitten out of it. Not long ago, The black and white sarcophagus that suddenly appeared after its destruction released a terrifying devouring force that spread to the top of the fairy mine, and a full 1/3 of the fairy mine disappeared inexplicably. You say, could this be? Shut up. Be careful with your words. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they shouted one after another. They were not fools and naturally guessed some possibilities. But could they say it out loud? It is extremely foolish to provoke a terrifying master of the 10 realms for some dead things. Ding! Ding! The powerful men were afraid of saying too much and making mistakes. So they kept silent and continued to mine honestly. Buzz? Which fellow Taoist has come? The old man in Yuhua Immortal Palace was stunned for a moment. He looked back at his flying palace and sensed the space ripples spreading out in it. Without time to think, his figure flickered slightly, and he returned to the palace. Grand Elder, why are you here? The old man, who had been behaving quite rudely outside, immediately straightened his expression and became honest when he saw the figure stepping out from the ripples. The Grand Elder is a powerful emperor who is not only extremely powerful, but also has a close relationship with him. He can be called Great Uncle. It's you, Han Kuei. The old man with white hair and beard, and an immortal look, looked at Han Kuei with gentle eyes, nodded and chuckled. Junior greets Grandmaster Uncle. Hee. I wonder if you, old man, have come here suddenly because you have something for me to do? Well, there are indeed some small things. I heard that you have discovered a very high-grade fairy mine here. It just so happens that the palace is short of some fairy materials. I came to see if there are any suitable ones and select one or two. Han Kuei's eyes flashed with doubt when he heard this. As one of the top forces, Yuhua Immortal Palace had a strong financial foundation. Moreover, even if there was a lack of immortal materials in the treasury, there was no need for the Supreme Elder to go out and look for them personally. Could it be? A light bulb suddenly lit up in Han Kuei's mind, and he thought of a possibility. The greatest use of the divine material in fairy ore was to be used by cultivators to nurture their own life instruments. Chi cultivators starting from the Dongxi realm can use various treasures in the Dharmakaya to condense their own natal artifact that will accompany them throughout their lives. As the cultivator's cultivation level improves, his natal weapon needs to be continuously added with various precious materials so that it can grow steadily and eventually become a unique immortal weapon. Especially for breakthroughs in a great realm, the amount of immortal materials and precious materials required is even greater. Moreover, because the prototype of the natal weapon is laid at the beginning, there are special requirements for the added materials. At least the most basic properties must be compatible. Otherwise, not only will the power of the natal weapon not be enhanced, but the grade may drop due to conflicts. Uncle Master, could it be? They say you, Han Kuei, are very clever. The rumors are true. You guessed it right. It's the banished immortal. He will soon pass the divine and demonic tribulation. With the talent of the banished immortal, it can be said that it is a foregone conclusion that he will survive the catastrophe of gods and demons. Therefore, I will prepare the materials needed for him to upgrade his life tool in advance. As expected, a glimmer of realization flashed across Han Kuei's eyes. He had learned not long ago that the exiled son of God was in seclusion, seeking the energy to break through. Considering the importance that the Grand Elder has personally shown, it is not difficult to guess that this most outstanding junior in the palace is about to make a breakthrough. Come on. Follow me to pick one or two. I hope to gain something. I'm sure you've heard about the recent turmoil. The exiled immortal now represents a greater significance, and he will fight for the human race. The ancestor has issued a decree that Yuhua Immortal Palace must help the exiled immortal improve his strength at all costs. Yes, sir. Han Kuei's figure paused. His expression became extremely serious. He raised his hand slightly and fled to the fairy mine with the old man. In the Kunmo realm, in the Hanjiu Super Realm Galaxy Cluster, there is a remote and desolate star field. This star field belongs to Yuhua Immortal Palace and is one of the many robbery sites of the top forces in this area. The Calamity Land refers to the place where one must cross the Calamity Line. All the calamities that a cultivator experiences on the path of cultivation have tremendous destructive power. Therefore, in order to protect material resources and avoid harming innocent lives, the Supreme Council of Humankind promulgated the highest laws related to this a long time ago. Monks who want to transcend tribulation must go to a dead and desolate place and must not interfere with or affect the real world. Violators will be punished. It would be fine for some independent cultivators. They can just find a dead zone in the void of the universe. But for top forces like the Immortal Palace, they need countless people to transcend the tribulation. So they specially divide the area into many tribulation areas. It is not only to avoid violating the highest laws, but also to ensure the safety of the person undergoing the tribulation, at least to prevent any interference from the outside world. Is it coming? In the depths of the distant void, there are many powerful and mighty men from the Immortal Palace hiding. Their mission is to protect the banished immortals and prevent any accidents that attempt to destroy the calamity of gods and demons. Woohoo! Boom! A strange aura appeared between heaven and earth. Those powerful beings who had experienced the calamity of gods and demons were very familiar with it. Their expressions became serious and their eyes became sharp. Layers of thought swept across the void. On a dead star, the banished immortal who was sitting cross-legged slowly opened his eyes, and a divine light flashed by. Looking up with a calm gaze, the dark clouds extended wildly, and waves of terrifying pressure swept down. Chapter 559, Is Learning Failed? 99 Divine and Demonic Tribulations. The dark and thick calamity clouds have spread over trillions of kilometers, covering the vast starry sky. The terrifying pressure caused the expressions of many protectors of Immortal Palace to change drastically. This calamity cloud was really too terrifying. It was completely different from the calamity of gods and demons that they had experienced before. It can't be wrong. The calamity cloud that spans trillions of kilometers is exactly the same as the 99 divine and demonic calamities recorded in the history. How long has it been? Finally, another being that brings about the 99 divine and demonic tribulations appears in Immortal Palace. He is indeed a banished immortal. But, can he really survive such a terrible disaster? The thoughts of the powerful ones were flying across the sky. While monitoring hidden dangers, they were also communicating rapidly, and many of them showed signs of worry. After all, they had just survived a catastrophe of gods and demons that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long, and they were extremely anxious and desperate. And they barely succeeded after surviving many deaths. But the calamity that was so terrifying in their eyes at that time was like an immature calamity cub compared to the one caused by the exiled immortal. This can only be done by the exiled immortal himself. I hope he can succeed. All the powerful ones were silent. They could only rely on themselves to deal with the catastrophe of gods and demons. If outsiders forcibly interfered, it would definitely lead to a riot of the catastrophe. Not only would the power surge, but the life and death of the interveners would also be unpredictable. These are profound lessons learned from countless tragedies. At least until now, no one dared to attempt to step into other people's divine and demonic calamities. These powerful people stayed here for fear that someone would accidentally break into the calamity area. Don't worry. The exiled immortal is very good. You may not know that his will has already broken through the third realm not long ago. A powerful person revealed a top-secret message in an inexplicable tone. The message was not deciphered until the banished immortal broke through the gods and demons. He spoke it out immediately, obviously feeling very depressed. What did you say? Will? Third level? How is this possible? Even I. Many powerful people were deeply shocked. As long as the fire of will was ignited, there was almost no possibility of failure in overcoming the gods and demons. Although the exiled immortal attracted the terrible 99 gods and demons, he had not just ignited his will. Therefore, the chance of the exiled immortal successfully surviving the catastrophe is still very high. Here we go! All the powerful men stopped talking immediately, and looked at the dark calamity cloud with sharp eyes, afraid of missing any details. Rumble. The colorful and powerful thunder rolled and roared in the depths of the calamity clouds. Endless dazzling lightning flashed madly, constantly gathering and condensing, and a vast sea of thunder emerged from the depths of the clouds. Hold head high. Cry. Roar. 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 Dragons roared. Phoenixes wailed. And beasts howled. These horrifying destructive thunders seemed to have possessed intelligence. They transformed into various forms and galloped through the sea of thunder, all locking onto the banished immortal with majestic and scorching gazes. Sizzle. A scarlet lightning snake that was 10,000 feet thick fell straight down at an astonishing speed, shattering the void wherever it passed and destroying all obstacles. It instantly appeared in front of the exiled immortal. The exiled immortal's expression remained indifferent. He slowly raised his hand, and was the first to arrive, touching the scarlet lightning snake, one finger at a time. This is a magical technique involving the way of time. Speed is meaningless in front of this move. Snap! The lightning snake condensed by the destructive thunder was actually like a solid entity. When it was touched by a white finger, it shattered like red glass. The thunder snake wailed, But the momentum of collapse was irreversible. Countless scarlet fragments floated down from the exiled immortal's body, piercing through the Death Star with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles in an instant. Destroying it, the banished immortal flicked his fingers lightly, without even fluttering his robes, and slowly stood up. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the incomparable calamity clouds, his expression still indifferent. This is no longer calmness and confidence, but arrogance and disdain. How did this kid, the exiled immortal, develop such a temperament? Ahem. Have you noticed that the exiled immortal looks a bit like the ancestor in the rumors? You mean Force. Hey, brother, be careful with your words. Boom. Sizzle. The calamity clouds rolled, and the sea of thunder surged endlessly. The scarlet lightning snake just now was just an appetizer. The 99 god and demon tribulations had a total of 81 attacks, and the power became more and more terrifying as time went on. I don't have time to play with you on this mere tribulation of gods and demons. Let's finish it quickly. The exiled immortal did not utter such arrogant words out loud, but only muttered them secretly in his heart. However, his actions were not polite at all. With one step, he actually rushed into the calamity cloud and jumped into the boundless sea of thunder. Sure enough, it's very similar to that person's style. When the great men saw this, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly, but the worries in their hearts mostly dissipated. The banished immortal was not a fool. Since he dared to go deep into the calamity cloud, his strength must have reached an unimaginable level. Maybe passing the calamity would be easier than they imagined. It's just common sense. When a cultivator is undergoing a tribulation, he will try his best to keep a distance from the tribulation cloud. Although the attack speed of the tribulation is extremely fast, it is definitely better to have some distance as a buffer. Moreover, the temper of the tribulation of gods and demons is not small. Boom. Sure enough, the arrogant behavior of the exiled immortal, as expected, angered the calamity cloud. The terrifying sea of thunder surged violently, and endless thunder beasts roared and swooped down towards the exiled immortal's tiny body. The immortal emperor controls the 9 heavens. Chongjio. Buzz. The void trembled. The banished immortal's long hair danced wildly, and a vast fairyland extended madly behind his head. Compared with the past, the fairyland-like Dharma image was more solid and heavy. In the immortal palace in the sky, the immortal emperor was sitting with a blurred face. His figure was majestic and had endless imperial power. Indistinctly, behind the emperor's shadow, there were 8 shadows. The spread of the fairyland's Dharma image directly expelled a huge spherical cavity from the condensed sea of thunder of destruction. Many thunder beasts that were unable to escape were cut by the fairy light of destruction and turned into a flash of lightning and dissipated. Boom! The successive offenses of the banished immortal completely detonated the calamity cloud, and balls of scorching colorful flames were born out of thin air in the depths of the sea of thunder, merging with the thunder, and their power was even more terrifying. Thunder and fire intertwine, and the power of heaven is mighty. Countless thunder beasts with even more terrifying and strange auras surrounded the exiled immortal, opened their mouths and spewed, pouring down dense attacks. The furious calamity clouds no longer attack in a regular pattern, one by one, and in an orderly manner, but instead attack in a disorderly manner. If one wants to survive the calamity, they can only completely destroy this endless sea of thunder. Wheel of Time Tomb. Unlimited. Crack. Space and time shook, and there was a crisp sound of shattering mirrors. Pale arms stretched out from the hazy cracks. The first one to step out was a silver-haired banished immortal holding an ancient brass bell in his hand. The bell was engraved with countless divine patterns, including the sun, moon, stars, flowers, trees, snakes, rats, insects and ants, as if everything in the world was engraved on it. The white-haired banished immortal followed closely behind, holding a precious seal in his hand. A heavy aura came over him, and 99 lifelike dragon-shaped phantoms circled around him. The last gray-haired banished immortal strode out leisurely, holding a pale white sword in his hand. Endless aura of killing and death lingered around him. As the sword's edge grew, even the dimensional barrier was torn apart. It was a bloodthirsty weapon, unlike the previous duel with Bai Donglin, when the exiled immortal could only barely descend into 2 avatars at time nodes. This time there were a total of 19, including the original body. It seems that the so-called infinity is not an unrealistic wish, but a terrifying means that can actually be realized. The other 18 clones also had the 9-layer fairyland Dharma image spreading out behind their heads. The extremely vast fairyland touched each other and actually connected and merged together. The 19 banished immortals seemed to be one at this moment, and an extremely terrifying aura emanated from them. Kill! Rumble. Many powerful people in the outside world looked at each other in bewilderment. The calamity caused by gods and demons blocked their perception. They could only see that after the banished immortal stepped in, there was a dazzling light shining in the dark calamity cloud. The horrific aftermath was so intense that large tracts of star regions were annihilated, and everything from the present world to the depths of the dimension were pierced through. After a long time, the calamity cloud slowly dissipated, and the figure of the banished immortal appeared. His expression was still calm, with only a few burn marks on his robe. Is this the end? My studies are useless. My studies are useless. It turns out that the calamity between gods and demons can be overcome in this way. The great powers were all excited, and a hint of bitterness appeared on their faces amidst the jokes. Sometimes, the gap between monks is even greater than that between mortals and gods and demons. After the banished immortal survives this calamity, the future will be full of opportunities, and he will reach the 10 realms step by step. Even powerful people like them can only look up to him, and when they meet him in the future, he will probably have to call him sir. The banished immortal straightened his robe, bowed slightly towards the 4 directions, thanked many powerful people for their protection, and then stepped into the void and disappeared. In the main hall of Yuhua Palace, the banished immortal stood tall, responding to the praises from the high-ups of the various palaces. Exiled immortal, you are indeed the most outstanding genius in the palace. Your future achievements are limitless. Here, these are gifts to celebrate your achievement of becoming a god or devil. The kind-looking Supreme Elder took out a storage ring, which contained many immortal minerals, still emitting fresh hot steam. Thank you, Grand Elder. The banished immortal did not shirk his responsibility and took it calmly. Well, exiled immortal, in the grand event that will take place soon, you will represent both the human race and the Yuhua Immortal Palace. If you can win first place, the status of our Yuhua Immortal Palace in the human race will be further elevated. Maybe it can reach the heights of Daomen and Jidao. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall suddenly became quiet, and a group of old guys had a burning look in their eyes. Beings as high and mighty as they are, there aren't many things they can aspire to do, and developing and expanding the Yuhua Immortal Palace is one of them. Exiled immortal, you must continue to work hard, for the sake of the human race, and for Yuhua Immortal Palace. The exiled immortal nodded slightly, and was about to agree. But suddenly he felt an inexplicable heaviness in his arms. His brows furrowed, and when he touched it with his mind, he found that it was a token with exquisite and simple shape. Immortal? Chapter 560 Reluctantly Joining. By Yujing, the 12th floor master. A short message silently merged into the exiled immortal's mind, explaining the cause and effect of the matter. The doubt in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by shock. Exiled immortal? The main hall of the Immortal Palace was silent, and everyone had expectant eyes, waiting to hear the banished immortal's statement. The frown on the exiled immortal's face slowly relaxed. He weighed the pros and cons while thinking, raised his hand slightly, and said solemnly, I will definitely not let down the trust of all the elders. I will strive to be the first for both the human race and the Immortal Palace. Good. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became more enthusiastic. All kinds of words of praise filled the ears. Treasures and resources were continuously bestowed, and in a short while, the exiled immortal received dozens of storage rings that were shining with divine light. After a long time, this oath-taking ceremony for one person came to an end. The exiled immortal took his leave and returned to his own temple, holding the order of the 12th floor master. A thoughtful look flashed in the eyes of the exiled immortal. After a moment of contemplation, he activated his mind, opened the dimensional channel, and stepped into it. Fellow Taoist, I haven't seen you for a long time. Bai Donglin sat upright on the throne with his eyes lowered, looking at the banished immortal who came from across the dimension. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The conditions he offered were extremely generous, but he did not expect that he still failed to pry the banished immortal away from the hands of Yuhua Immortal Palace. Brother Bai. No. You should call me Lord now. The exiled immortal stood straight, looking directly at Bai Donglin, with a complex expression flashing across his face. Back then in the poisonous sea at the center of the earth, he was still able to fight with Bai Donglin, but he didn't expect that in such a short time he would be left far behind. As the son of God of this generation of Yuhua Immortal Palace, what he comes into contact with, and sees, and hears, are all the most cutting-edge information of the human race. He has a detailed understanding of Bai Donglin, the most shining new upstart among the human race's high-level officials. Exiled Immortal. There is no need for us to be like this. You know I don't care about these false names. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. Strictly speaking, the Exiled Immortal was the most orthodox son of genius. If he was not compared with him, he would also be a legendary figure who would leave a brilliant mark at the crest of the era. Brother Bai, thank you for your invitation. But it is because of the training of Yuhua Immortal Palace that I have achieved what I have today. The elders in the palace have also treated me well. It is really difficult for me to erase this karmic friendship. I will participate in the endless pride battle on behalf of Yuhua Palace. The Exiled Immortal looked serious and spoke in a meticulous tone. He reached into his bosom and took out the order of the 12th floor master. Brother Bai, please take back this order. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly. He had already seen the final choice of the Exiled Immortal. Although he was a little surprised, he could understand it. And he was not angry. He thought that doing this was just to kill time. So there was no need to take it too seriously. I have never taken back anything I have given away. Exiled Immortal, your choice does not conflict with joining Baiyujing. You can still enjoy the privileges of the 12th floor master. And you can even participate in the special training I have prepared soon. You just need to continue to represent Yuhua Immortal Palace in the war. Baiyujing will not restrict you. Everyone is doing this for the human race. Right? Even without the Exiled Immortal, there are still others. In Bai Donglin's opinion, there are people who are better than the Exiled Immortal, such as his eldest sister and Bai Jiana, who are all favorites to win the championship. This endless pride battle is just an appetizer, and he has deeper plans. This, Brother Bai, I don't deserve this reward without any merit. I'm afraid I feel ashamed to accept it. The Exiled Immortal frowned. Bai Donglin was now a master. His position and the things he cared about were not something he could easily understand. He felt a little confused for a moment. Exiled Immortal, your feeling is correct. The Baiyujing that I established specially gathered geniuses to form 12 building owners. It was not for this mere endless battle of geniuses, but because I had a heavier destiny. You don't need to know too much about this matter now. In short, even Yuhua Palace will not stop you from joining Baiyujing. You will understand this naturally in the future. There was an inexplicable look in Bai Donglin's eyes. Shui Tu had already given him a list of all the forces among the human race that were affiliated with Pobi's side. The Yuhua Immortal Palace also supported Pobi. And based on his understanding of the banished immortal, he would not hide in this world with no future. Breaking the wall was a must. The 12 building masters he personally formed and trained will become the first batch of wall breakers under his command. And they will accumulate as much strength as possible for future wall-breaking battles. In that case, I will be disrespectful to refuse. The Exiled Immortal's eyes flickered with divine light. And through a few words, he knew that he had misunderstood Bai Donglin. And since the Supreme Ruler had repeatedly invited him, he couldn't continue to refuse. So he put away the token and joined Baiyujing. Very good. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. In this way, there were only 2 missing 12 building masters. Qian Yuan Realm, the poisonous sea at the center of the earth, the deepest part of the filthy swamp. In the void outside the swamp, there were huge warships suspended, divided into 3 different groups, with flags fluttering, and secret codes interwoven on them, condensing into different totems. Poison Fang, Red Nether, and Black Water are the 3 top forces in the Earth's core poison sea. Together, they control the entire gigantic poison sea. Here, except for the official organizations of the human race, no one's words can be more effective than these 3 forces. The 3 dominant forces, which seemed to be relatively harmonious on weekdays, now seemed a little tense with each other. Many powerful gods and demons stood in the warship, all with solemn expressions, looking towards the filthy swamp. It seemed as if their eyes could penetrate the dark and sticky mud and see what was happening in the huge space at the bottom. I don't know which genius will be chosen for this impure earth inheritance. There is still a long time before the originally agreed time. But by chance, we encountered this crucial battle of the endless pride. So we can only start the inheritance ahead of time. Unfortunately, some of the little guys are still too young and their strength has not yet grown to the peak. This is very unfair, and we have suffered a great loss. This was a feast for the young geniuses. And the powerful gods and demons who were watching were not idle either. Their thoughts were constantly colliding and intertwining with each other. And they were rapidly exchanging various information. Humph! Fair? How can there be absolute fairness in this world? It's just bad luck. Don't blame others. Hee hee. That's right. My little princess of Venom Fang hasn't grown up yet. Has she? She is the youngest among these little guys. But hasn't she been able to kill powerful enemies one after another? So, a true genius won't make excuses. Old woman hand disaster. You seem to be happy too soon. Don't you? Look. Your little princess of Venom Fang seems to be in a bad situation. In the deepest part of the filthy swamp. In a strange space shrouded in darkness and haze. Countless terrors are everywhere. The geniuses of the three forces are roaming around here. Killing crazily. Venom Fang Miaomu. You're done. Kill this witch first. Hiss. Roar. Boom. The aftermath of the horrific battle spread out. The sticky ground rippled. And the black filthy liquid full of poisonous and corrosive substances shot out, piercing many hideous monsters in an instant and turning them into a pool of pus. Snort. Duya Miao Miao narrowed her eyes slightly, with 9-colored divine light shining in the depths of her eyes. Her delicate body was wrapped in a tight black dress, and mysterious 9-colored scales appeared on her body's surface. A bunch of stupid guys. Do you really think I'm a pushover? You're courting death. The corner of poison Fang Miaomu's mouth rose, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. And the coldness in her eyes became more sinister. The figure flashed. Countless attacks were dodged. And after another flash, it disappeared. Heads rolled and screams rose. Chapter 561. Leave the problem to fate. In the first year of Taiwan, on the first day of the first month, a battle of endless geniuses will be held in the endless battlefield at the edge of the universe. This information, under the promotion of the Supreme Council of the human race, has spread throughout the entire one true world and all the human territories. All the cultivation forces, including those independent cultivators, took action upon hearing the news. Such a grand event not only represented huge benefits and glory, but the opponents were also alien and demon races. Any cultivator with a little ambition, as long as they had decent strength, wanted to get involved. Self-confidence is a natural quality that all living things possess, but often due to the limitation of narrow vision, this self-confidence will expand unnecessarily, thus losing a clear understanding of oneself. After all, the genius monsters still account for a minority, and the vast majority of the confident cultivators are just going through the motions and serving as a foil. Moreover, the endless pride battle does not require so many contestants. The three most powerful clans in this world have so many young cultivators that they are simply too numerous to count. If they all rush in at once, the Bronze Immortal Palace may not have a place to stand. The human race's top leaders also saw this drawback, and in order to better select the true geniuses, they issued a decree, and all major realms and forces began to cover the selection of all geniuses. However, those top forces have a longer-term vision and have already carried out independent selection. They will allocate resources according to the strength of the younger generation of geniuses, so as to maximize the strength of the geniuses in the shortest time. Everything, countless efforts, are all for the purpose of shining the brightest light in the endless battle of geniuses, for the sake of the human race, for the sake of their respective forces, and for their own future achievements. The battle of inheritance in the deep space of the poisonous sea at the center of the earth and the dirty swamp is just one of the countless selections. However, due to tradition and in order to reflect the true combat power of the geniuses, the rules are even more brutal, and it is a true battle of life and death. The poisonous sea at the center of the earth is a special area hidden from sight. It has little contact with the outside world and maintains a cruel way of competition. Kill. Boom. A 9-colored giant python rose from the ground, opened its mouth and roared. And the colorful poisonous mist spread rapidly, corroding even the void into a solution. A sharp cold light flashed, and the figures of many Tinju froze. And the next moment, they turned into a pool of mincemeat. The black water swept over it, and the meat foam was corroded into a wisp of green smoke. Witch. Let's go together and kill Venom Fang Miaomu first. Hiss. Roar. This is a battle with no retreat. Once you enter the filthy swamp, only one person can walk out alive. The rest will stay here forever and turn into a stream of black water. In the dark and turbid battlefield, the fighting situation became more and more brutal. The more eye-catching the performance of the children was, the more likely they were to be besieged. More and more geniuses joined the battle to besiege the witch. After a long time, the corpses piled up like a mountain, and the blood looked like a sea. The sounds of fighting gradually died down. The 9-colored giant python coiled and entangled itself on the huge mountain of corpses, roaring silently and being extremely brutal. Poison Fang Miaomia's body slowly emerged from the depths of the 9-colored giant python's head, with half of its body exposed. It looked around with a tense face, and an invisible murderous aura was extremely hot. Hiss. What a great poison, Fang Miao Miao. What a great old woman with a hand disaster. You poison fangs have produced an amazing person. The thoughts of many powerful gods and demons saw everything in the depths of the filthy swamp, and suddenly fell silent. The youngest poison Fang Miao Miao actually used the most domineering strength to survive to the end. Hee hee. The little princess of my poison Fang family is naturally extraordinary. How can you rotten fish and shrimp compare to her? So, according to the prior agreement, Qi Ming, Hey Shui, you have to take out the best treasures and inheritance to cultivate Miao Miao. Shou's cold voice was full of pride. All the powerful men remained silent. The result was already decided, and they had no intention of refuting. Alright. Stop looking like your parents have died. Miao Miao walked out of the poisonous sea at the center of the earth. And she represents our entire poisonous sea power. Can't you also benefit from it? Humph. Old woman. We will naturally abide by our agreement. That's right. You don't need to emphasize it again and again in a sarcastic way. Hee hee. This is best. The sight returned to the dirty swamp. Poison Fang Miao Miao's body had emerged from the 9-colored python. He sat cross-legged and reached out to catch a ball of black light floating out from an unknown place. It is the mysterious inheritance that exists in the dirty swamp. TSK. These idiots are so weak. I don't know where they get their confidence from. They even dream of participating in the endless pride battle. Duya Miao Miao pursed her lips slightly, weighed the black ball of light in her hand, and a hint of reminiscence appeared in her eyes. I don't know if that monster is dead or not, and whether he will participate in this event. If I meet him, should I seek revenge? Or should I seek revenge? The corner of poison Fang Miao Miao's mouth curled up, revealing a white fang that flashed a cold light. And then her face fell and her expression became depressed. He may be dead. According to what the divine court said, traces of the demon Buddha Moru appeared in that area, and a great war broke out. Although that guy is a terrifying monster, he can't be a match for a legendary figure like Moru. Huh? What is this? Poison Fang Miao Miao was stunned, and saw that the void in front of her suddenly split into a scarlet crack, and a streak of light shot out and fell straight into her arms at an unavoidable speed. He reached into his bosom, took out an exquisite and ancient token, and looked at it intently. Bai Yujing? Poison? Well, although poison Fang Miao Miao's talent is a little lacking, and it is a little reluctant for her to join the 12th floor master, she actually cursed me to death behind my back. She really deserves to be punished. Well, just take this witch in and give her a good training. The slight difference in talent can be easily made up for. Bai Donglin snapped his fingers. Just now, Du Fang Miao Miao recited his real name in his heart. His perception projected downwards, and he saw the scene of Du Fang Miao Miao killing everyone on the timeline. After thinking for a moment, he decided to put him on the 12th floor. There's only one left. Who should I choose? Bai Donglin frowned, revealing a bit of distress, because this was the last OP, which immediately triggered his decision-making difficulty. A very scary and incurable disease. In fact, through the big data of Tianluo space, he has already mastered the information of a group of top geniuses. Any one of these tens of thousands of Tianluo hosts is a brilliant person, and is definitely not inferior to Du Miao Miao. However, Bai Donglin's selection of a genius does not entirely depend on the other party's talent, because no matter how talented a genius is, he cannot compare to him, so it is meaningless. He can even create such a genius out of thin air. What he values more is the other person's character and the feeling they give him. To put it bluntly, they must be able to arouse his interest, and talent is secondary. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. When Bai Donglin pulled out 10,000 strands of hair, he still couldn't make a decision. He finally gave up and looked at the lucky ring on his finger. Forget it. Let's leave this difficult problem to fate. Anyway, I still have plenty of luck. The lucky ring is pure white, and the heavy luck is like substance, most of which comes from the contributions of the Abyss Lords. The main factors that affect the efficiency of luck plundering are, first, the amount of luck contained in the plundered person, and secondly, the need to refer to the other party's death, whether Bai Donglin was the main factor that caused his sudden death early. If a person is about to die, or has reached the end of his road, then the luck he can absorb will be very little, such as the most vicious criminals who are about to be imprisoned to death, or the soldiers who will die at any moment on the battlefield. There is no doubt that those Abyss Lords could have escaped with the help of the sticks, but died because of Bai Donglin's direct intervention, coupled with the strong luck of the 10th realm powerhouses. it is reasonable that they would contribute such abundant luck to Bai Donglin. This is also the fundamental reason why he directly killed the Thousand Faces Lord. After the value of the original rules was squeezed out, contributing his own luck would be the last surplus value of the Lord of the Abyss. It's just a trivial matter to find a suitable genius. It only takes 1/10,000th of the effort. Bai Donglin was still very frugal. With a thought, a clear desire came out of his heart, and the rich aura of the lucky ring weakened a little. Fate was pushed forward. Bai Donglin felt something in his heart, and a vague picture flashed by. Endless skeletons, dressed in red and flowers, are dressed extremely festively, but combined with the gloomy environment, they look particularly weird and terrifying. Many huge skeletons were carrying a big red sedan chair. As it swayed, a graceful figure could be vaguely seen inside it. This is... Bai Donglin frowned slightly. The picture stopped abruptly, and very little information was obtained. A skeleton getting a wife? A bone bride? This scene feels familiar. Chapter 562, Sacred Bone Relics. The four major prison realms of Sin Purgatory, Soul Hell, Blood Hell, Death Hell, and Bitter Hell each have a huge vortex entrance that tears apart the boundary wall and is closely connected to the one true realm. The four vortex entrances are connected to each other, forming an extremely large battlefield that stretches for millions of light years. The Blood Prison is inhabited by an alien race called the Vampires. From Bai Donglin's perspective, they are a group of beings similar to zombies and vampires, with extremely powerful bodies. In the connected prison of bitterness, only skeletons are left. At this time, in the whirlpool passage of the Hell of Bitterness, there was a huge team composed of skeletons galloping forward. The sound of gongs and drums, the endless flow of red silk, the festive and the gloomy, interweave into a silent and weird scene. Ma'am, we are almost approaching the exit and are about to enter the purgatory battlefield. Do you think Duke Leo will send troops to welcome the bride? Outside the big red sedan chair, a cute little maid in red clothes was leaning against the window and speaking nervously. As she spoke, she looked back with worry in her eyes. God knows how bold her wife is. As the lady's personal maid, when she learned that the lady had stolen the holy bone relics from the restricted area of the bitter prison and swallowed them, her little heart stopped beating with fear. Xiaogu, are you scared? Madam, Xiaogu's life was given by you. Even if she dies immediately, I am not afraid. What the HL? Crow's mouth. The figure in the big red sedan was lying sideways, looking extremely lazy, with a charming tone mixed with a hint of cold reproach. Don't worry. We will be safe as long as we enter the purgatory battlefield. As for Duke Liu, this dead licker, he has been coveting me for many years. At this moment, if he is not responsible for guarding the battlefield, I am afraid he would have already appeared impatiently. Ha ha ha. Xiaogu, you don't know that when Duke Liu received my message, he almost went crazy with joy. Xiaogu, remember? Lickers are very scary creatures. They can do anything, even if it means going to war directly with Kuyu. When Xiaogu heard this, an expression of admiration appeared on her face. The madam was truly powerful. Even a terrifying figure like Duke Liu could only be played around with by her. In the HL of suffering, deep in the endless sea of bones, stands a skeleton altar that is 9 million feet high. In the center of the majestic temple at the top, there is a fist-sized silver-white object enshrined. It is in the shape of an irregular ball and exudes bursts of strange aura. This is the Holy Bone Relic, the most precious treasure of the skeleton clan. The slightly rotating Holy Bone Relic suddenly flickered, like a bubble, and turned into light particles that dissipated. Buzz! The disappearance of the Holy Bone Relic instantly triggered the early warning mechanism in the temple. A large formation emerged. The entire skeleton altar was blocked, and waves spread across time and space, transmitting an endless sea of bones. Who is it? Who stole the Holy Bone Relic? Many tyrannical wills descended from nowhere, and the gray and eerie deathly aura gathered and condensed into a series of hideous and huge figures standing above the sea of bones. Their gazes were like sharp swords, piercing through the heavens and earth and looking around the universe. Humph! How dare you? You shameless little thief! A pale bone claw stretched out from the depths of the void, swept across the center of the temple, and twisted out a ray of illusory silver light. As its eyes looked down, scenes that had happened in the past flashed clearly. Who is she? The scene of a woman in a fluttering white dress walking into the temple leisurely, and taking away the holy relic in a swagger was captured. Well, this is the newly promoted saint, whose true form is the undead flower nurtured by heaven and earth. Who would have thought that she is actually a thief with evil ambitions? Not much time has passed. She can't get away. Chase her. Boom. The void was violently crushed, and a vast and gloomy light shot out and pierced through the entrance to the hell. At the huge white whirlpool boundary, the skeleton team covered in red silk slowly crossed and stepped into the purgatory battlefield. This is an area jointly ruled by the 4 major prison clans. Ha ha ha. White Bones. Have you finally figured it out? Fine. Fine. As long as you follow me. Liu. I promise it will be 100 times better than being that damn saint. A bunch of rotten skeleton scum. How can they be worthy of your service? Outside the boundary, countless vampire soldiers were spread out, and many terrifying and hideous war machines stood in the void. Their huge mass caused the space to collapse and tore out endless black cracks. Duke Liu was dressed in scarlet blood armor, sitting on a throne formed by a sea of blood. He was in high spirits and looked very happy. A rare hint of crimson appeared on his pale skin covered with dense wrinkles. Congratulations, Duke. Congratulations, Duke. Congratulations on marrying your 10,001st wife. Congratulations. Deafening congratulations were roared out in unison from the mouths of countless soldiers, resounding throughout heaven and earth. And the sound waves tore large areas of the void into pieces. Well, it's a greedy guy. A trace of disdain flashed in Madame Baigu's eyes. This Duke Liu was extremely fond of women. He had married more than 10,000 women in a formal ceremony, and there were countless women without official status. It was very rare for him to have such a large harem among the powerful emperors. After all, those who can cultivate to this level have extremely firm faith in the Tao, and will not be blinded by mere desires. The reason why she chose to use Duke Liu was because this man had a small advantage, which was that he would not force women to be with him. And he had a very strong background. The source of his bloodline was the 2 ancestors of the Blood Clan, who were truly powerful men in the 10th realm. Mrs. Baigu's eyes slightly closed. A hint of coldness flashed across them. She reached into her bosom and took out a small bronze sword. Old man, whether I can get out of this predicament depends entirely on you. She was born in the ancient world of Mingyu, on the 9th generation remains of a sword maniac. When the ancient world was destroyed, she was sent out by the sword maniac. And by chance, she ended up in the H.L. of Suffering. The H.L. of Suffering is a world of bones. For her, whose original body is the flower of death, it is a real paradise. In a short period of time, after swallowing the holy bone relics, she has reached the realm of the emperor. If possible, she doesn't want to betray the prison. She wants to concentrate on practicing in such a blessed place. Isn't that great? Unfortunately, the one who pushed her to the position of saint had evil intentions and actually wanted to use her as medicine to make elixirs. All her training was just like raising pigs. If she didn't escape, she would die sooner or later. Bronze sword. You saved me once before, and I'm counting on you again this time. Mrs. Baigu's eyes narrowed slightly. Her mind moved, and the small bronze sword trembled slightly, then disappeared in an instant. The sword maniac once told her that this bronze sword came from one of the 4 sacred sword sites and was the highest ranked protective item. She only needed to activate it, and the strong men from the sacred sword sites would come to the rescue out of gratitude. She only needed to rely on Duke Liu's power to delay the pursuers from Kuyu for a while, and wait for rescue. The sounds of Suona, gongs and drums were deafening as a group of skeletons surrounded a large red sedan chair and marched towards the army led by Duke Liu. Don't run away, little thief. Boom! A giant skeletal palm, covering the sky and the sun, stretched out from the entrance of the dark white world and grabbed the big red sedan chair fiercely. Endless deathly aura spread. And even though they were far away, the skeletons that were beating the gongs and drums were directly corroded into residue. Humph! Where did this lunatic come from? You dare to interfere with my wedding? You're courting death. Duke Liu glared with endless anger on his face. In this sinful purgatory, who dared not give him face? Kill! Duke Liu was even more domineering and tyrannical. Without even a word of disagreement, he directly issued an attack order. Countless destructive beams of light shot out from many war machines, piercing through the giant skeleton palm and destroying it. Liu? You want to interfere in the affairs of the prison of bitterness? Have you ever considered the consequences? Buzz. The void was shaking, and in the endless ripples, hideous skeletons stood up, with bright light in their eyes, staring gloomily at Duke Liu. Consequences? Hack you. Anyone who dares to touch my wife-to-be must die. Duke Liu's eyes were filled with anger. and the dense patterns on his pale body were shining with scarlet light. Kill. Chapter 563 New Year's Day. It's New Year's Day. What the hell are these aliens doing? As the year draws to a close, according to the rules set by the Supreme Council of the human race, all the battlefields of various alien races have put up a no-war sign, and will resume fighting after the new year. Amid the human race's majestic and long battle line, many powerful gods and demons flashed out of the palace, looking towards the area of the four major boundaries deep in the purgatory battlefield. Waves of violent destruction continued to extend and spread out. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of light years apart, the powerful humans could sense them clearly. Is there an internal fight among the alien races? Or are they playing some conspiracy? The gods and demons looked at each other, exchanged their thoughts, and denied that their own army had gone out to fight. Hey, do we need to do something? Just looking at it like this doesn't seem right. In my opinion, I should ask the Lord Master for instructions. Although, the Lord Master should have seen it. Good. Several powerful emperors looked at each other and nodded. This was their duty. Then their figures flashed and disappeared, and they each shot towards the temple floating in the sky. Greetings to the Lord of the Blood Prison. I have military intelligence to report. Lord Ananda, I already know what happened outside. You don't have to worry about it. I will handle it. Hearing the majestic voice coming from the hall, Ananda's expression became solemn, and he was very awed by the new Lord of the Blood Hell. Yes, sir. Bai Donglin stood up slowly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and when the waves of fierce fighting broke out in the depths of the purgatory battlefield, his will spread there. And at the same time, he saw the familiar figure in the big red sedan. An inexplicable smile appeared on his face. His thoughts wandered, and he recalled the interesting things that happened in the Wukue burial area. Is this Lady Whitebone really that worried about getting married? As expected, older single women are scary. After pondering for a moment, he decided to accept Madame Baigu as the 12th floor master. This was a revelation from fate, and it would not come without a reason. This woman must have something extraordinary. Madame Baigu's age has already exceeded 10,000 time scales, and she is not qualified to participate in the endless battle of prodigies. He does not care about this. The main mission of the 12th floor master is to become a wall breaker, so it does not matter much whether he participates in the battle of prodigies or not. He suppressed his thoughts, raised his hand to tear open the dimension, took a step forward, and instantly appeared in the four boundary areas. His will distorted reality, and countless alien warriors in the fierce battle did not notice his figure. Kill! Roar! The hell of bitterness and the hell of blood have already started a real fight, and more soldiers are being implicated. Countless aliens are being killed all the time. Mrs. Bones. Long time no see. Who? Mrs. Baigu's expression changed slightly. Her graceful body paused, and a bronze hairpin emitting sharp divine light appeared in her hand. The void was rippling, and the big red sedan engraved with numerous formations was directly ignored. Bai Donglin stepped out with a smile on his face. Who are you? Madame Baigu looked at Bai Donglin, who suddenly appeared. Although she felt a little familiar with him, the vigilance in her eyes did not diminish at all. Alas, madam, you are really a forgetful person. You forget your old love when you have a new one. I remember that the last time we met, madam, you couldn't wait to marry me without my consent. Bai Donglin shook his head and sighed, looking hopeless, his eyes full of mockery. Bang! The small bronze hairpin was extremely heavy, and made a loud thump when it fell. Yes, it's you? How is this possible? You didn't die in the destruction of the world? Not only are you alive and well, you're also... Madame Baigu was inexplicably shocked, and scenes from the past flashed through her mind. She had been trapped deep in the no-return burial area since she was born, and Bai Donglin was the first man she met. Thinking of her actions back then, a hint of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. She had thought that she would never be able to leave the Wukue burial ground, and that the endless loneliness seemed to have no end. So she wanted to use that foolish way to keep Bai Donglin. I didn't expect that the second time we met would be under such circumstances. It's over. Will he think that I am a fickle and thirsty woman? Either you are getting married, or you are on the way to get married. Mrs. Whitebone lamented in her heart, and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, as she felt that she had no image left at all. This place is so dangerous. Why are you here? Madame Baigu cut off all distracting thoughts in her mind, frowned and looked at Bai Donglin, trying to see what was real. But she found that what she perceived was endless nothingness, and she was shocked. You have to know that she is different now. She is also a powerful emperor. Bai Donglin is very extraordinary to be able to hide from her perception. I'm here to help you out of trouble. Of course, there's no relationship between us. It's up to you to decide whether to save me or not. While Bai Donglin was speaking, he flipped his hand and took out the last of the 12 floor master orders. At the same time, he imprinted some relevant information about Bai Yujing into Madame Bai Gu's mind. The white jade palace in the sky, with 12 towers and 5 cities. Madame Bai Gu murmured softly, and saw a series of blurry images flashing by in the information in her mind, as well as the most detailed introduction to Bai Donglin's deeds. Incredible. In such a short time, you have become a master. Madame Bai Gu's expression was extremely complicated. She was able to break through to the level of emperor thanks to the holy bone relics that she stole at the risk of her life. She thought that her cultivation speed was already incredible enough. But compared with Bai Donglin, she seemed so terrible. You don't have to belittle yourself. It's already great to have cultivated to this level after tens of thousands of years. Don't compare yourself with me. That's just making you feel uncomfortable. I'm different from you. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. He saw the sadness in Mrs. Bai Gu's heart. So in order to prevent her from losing her confidence, he said a few words of comfort. How about it? Want to join? He waved a token in his hand. He never forced anyone to do anything. Everything was voluntary. Every token he gave out was a heaven-defying opportunity. If the other party ignored it, would he have to beg for help with a smug face? I am willing. If it is really as you said, why would I refuse such a good thing? Mrs. Bai Gu suppressed her shocked emotions. Her eyes became bright, and she showed a bright smile. She reached out and snatched the token, carefully stroked the word death on it, admired it for a moment, and then put it in her arms. In the future, you will be glad for the choice you made today. Emperor, sword, mysterious, light, purple, jade, heart, god, poison, immortal, deathless. All the 12 building masters returned to their positions, and Bai Donglin felt relieved and his mood became cheerful. Liu, stop messing around. In the outside world, the destructive waves of the fierce battle came to an abrupt halt. The indifferent voice carried supreme majesty, and the breath flowed, which made the aliens who were bloodthirsty suddenly sober up. Humph. Just for a woman. If your father and grandfather knew, they wouldn't let you off easily. Duke Liu frowned, a bit unhappy on his face. But he obediently restrained his tyranny. The person who scolded him was an ancestor of the Blood Clan, who was also in the 10th realm. Even if his background was incredible, he didn't dare to disobey him. The human race is celebrating the spring festival, but you guys are beating your brains out here. Are you clowns? Performing a show to entertain the human race? You are a bunch of disgraceful things. Kuyu, take your things back. The soldiers on both sides looked at the vague figure in the void with awe, and then began to gather and retreat. Thank you, sir. The strong men from Kuyu looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Duke Liu, a madman with an incredible background, they really didn't know how to deal with him. Even if the other party stretched out his head for them to kill, they didn't dare to do it. Boom! The pale skeleton's giant hand pressed down and reached out to grab the big red sedan chair. Duke Liu showed reluctance in his eyes when he saw this, but he couldn't continue to attack, so he could only turn his back and pretend not to see it. Boom! The big red sedan chair made of extraordinary material and engraved with formations had no power to resist the brutal attack of the Emperor, and it directly collapsed into nothingness. The person who made the move did so without reservation, wanting to wipe out the white bone lady as well. After all, the holy bone relics were indelible, so it would be easy to just extract them from the corpse again. The big red sedan chair turned into light and dissipated, revealing 2 figures, which startled the countless aliens present. How is this going? Why is there an extra man in the big red sedan carrying the bride? For a moment, everyone looked at Duke Liu with inexplicable pity in their eyes, as if they saw a bright green light above his head. The perception of a powerful emperor is so sharp that Duke Liu's expression changed. He turned around and looked, and the tyrannical aura burst out again. What a shame! What a shame! He was the Duke of Liu, but he was cheated on, in front of countless clansmen. Slut! You too! Both of you! Go to H.L. Boom! The extreme anger made Duke Liu completely lose his mind. He roared ferociously, and turned into a bloody shadow to pounce on Bai Donglin. Yo! Is this the anger from a liquor? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly, slowly raised his hand, drew a mysterious trajectory, grabbed Duke Liu's neck from the illusory blood shadow, and pulled him out alive. Duke Liu was stunned. A sense of death crisis arose in his heart, and he woke up instantly. Stop! The expression of the ancestor's phantom in the sky changed slightly. He had not expected this situation, because he did not sense the aura of the 10th realm in Bai Donglin. He could not have imagined that Liu, the emperor, would be defeated in one move. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bai Donglin, the god of death, would never stop. With a gentle clench of his palms, Liu seemed to be squeezed by countless worlds, collapsing into a point of light, and then being swallowed and digested by the vortex of chaos. And all life was wiped out. What kind of power is this? Who are you? The blood ancestor frowned. Liu was dead. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was a foregone conclusion. He didn't think too much about it. What he wanted to figure out most now was how this strange man in front of him did it. Everyone, I have some bad news for you. You are surrounded by me. Hey, it's New Year's Day, and slaughtering billions of alien races to liven up the atmosphere is also a great idea. Bai Donglin looked around with a smile in his eyes. Extremely arrogant and domineering. Chaos maelstrom. A ray of light flashed in the chest, and the vortex of chaos spread wildly, swallowing up countless alien races. In the Baishan realm, in the Realm Lord's mansion, Bai Donglin's family gathered together for a rare occasion. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and the family is reunited. Aunt Liqiu, Bai Li, Bai Donglin, Bai Yuanjin, Bai Jianga, Bai Yelguang, Xiao Xiao, Shuzi. I wish you all a happy Chinese New Year. Bai Donglin stood up slowly, holding a wine glass in his hand, with a smile on his face. It was hard to tell that he had just killed hundreds of millions of people from the prison clan not long ago. Let's drink this cup together. Bang bang bang. In the starry sky of the universe, countless fireworks are blooming. These are the stars that are about to return to extinction. Trillions of them are detonated by the official agencies of the human race. This is an old program that has always been there. Ding ding ding. The Supreme Council of the human race. I wish all the Lords eternal life and eternal prosperity for the human race. Chapter 564 Yellow Emperor's Order. Since the records of civilization began, the only true world has gone through 10 eras, including the ancient times, the prehistoric times, the ancient times, the dark ancient times, the disaster times, and the new era, totaling hundreds of billions of years. During such a long period of time, the ordinary calendar is not very applicable. Therefore, the human race used Yuan as the basic unit and developed the ancient calendar. 129,600 years is 1 Huang Yuan, and the Xian Yuan, Di Yuan, and Tian Yuan increased tenfold respectively. One reincarnation is 1 Tian Yuan, which is 196 million years. There are still 100 years left before entering the next Tian Yuan, which is called the first year of Taiwan. There are only 100 years left until the endless pride battle. Haha. No matter what. This is a rare event in the world, so I have to take it seriously. The special training for the 12 building owners of Baiyujing will begin now. Bai Donglin projected his thoughts onto the eternal continent. His eyes were as sharp as torches, taking in the vast continent that spanned more than 10 light years. Every blade of grass, every tree, every snake, every rat, every insect, every detail was within his perception. Several years had passed since he rescued Madame Whitebone. During this period, he had not been idle, and had spent some energy to develop a comprehensive training program based on the talents of each of the 12 building masters. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as they can survive this 100 years, their strength will improve by leaps and bounds, and reaching a higher level will be a piece of cake. A good blacksmith must have a strong body. No matter what you do, you must have a strong body. It's the same whether you are cultivating qi or body. Bai Donglin stepped forward and walked towards the medicine garden. Perhaps this was his obsession as a physical cultivator. He had an inexplicable feeling towards his physical body. The first item of special training was to improve his physical body and transform its essence. Today's medicine garden covers a vast area and is the area with the most abundant spiritual charm in the eternal continent. There are countless spiritual plants and precious medicines, with varieties as numerous as stars, all growing to perfection. A small figure was moving back and forth in the medicine garden, scaring the medicinal herbs so much that they uprooted and fled, causing chaos in the garden. Huff huff. It smells so good. So delicious. Bai Donglin's eyebrows trembled slightly, and he stretched out his hand and grabbed Nini, who was eating and drinking excessively. Hee hee. It's my brother. Why are you here? Is there anything you want to talk to me about? Nini wiped the spiritual juice from the corner of her mouth and smiled very innocently. But her slightly bulging belly, which was shining with colorful divine light, exposed her nature as a foodie. Nini, although this is one of the conditions I agreed to give you, there's no need to fight so hard. Right? I have a strong family background, so I am not afraid that you can eat a lot. But I am afraid that you will get an upset stomach. Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly. Now that the 12 building masters were gathered together, he began to look for 5 city lords. The first one he valued was Shi Li Feng, the most powerful woman in the world. But no one knows what Zilifeng and Lulangdi are doing recently. They are so mysterious that he can't find the other party. And Zilifeng is a very strong woman. It is not certain whether she will accept his invitation. Therefore, he set his sights on the human body of Shi Li Feng. Although Nini's appearance was extremely deceptive, he actually had terrible power deep inside his body, which made him more than qualified to be a city lord. Hee hee. Brother, you worry too much. Nini has no other ability except that she can hold a lot of things in her stomach. Nini tilted her little head back and reached out to take off the token from her waist. The 3 words Huangdi City on it were shining brightly. Hey! What's with all this inexplicable pride of yours? Bai Donglin rolled his eyes and couldn't help but reach out and pinch Nini's rosy little face. It felt great. Brother, you promised me that as long as I hold the Yellow Emperor's order, I can make any precious medicine in the medicine garden. Grandpa Jiang and Sister Xiaozi were there to witness it. Yes, when he went to pick up Xiaozi, with Jiang Wudao's tacit consent, he used the method of seduction on Nini and successfully won her over. The Green Emperor in the east, the Red Emperor in the south, the Yellow Emperor in the center, the White Emperor in the west, and the Black Emperor in the north. Nini is the first one, the Lord of the Central Yellow Emperor City. Alright. I'm not lying to you. You can eat later if you want. I need to get some precious medicinal herbs and spiritual plants now. Some of them are rare, and I can't let you harm them. Bai Donglin raised his hand and threw Nini out of the medicine garden. He was too lazy to chat with this little brat as he had important things to do. Heaven and earth baking furnace. Appear. He raised his hand and pointed, controlling everything with the authority of the Creator. The eternal and immortal world responded instantly. The power of heaven and earth gathered and condensed, and 12 extremely huge furnaces appeared out of thin air, suspended between heaven and earth. Endless light lingers, and the inspiration of heaven and earth condenses. To some extent, this is the best furnace. As long as the world as the source is strong enough, there is no upper limit to the furnace of heaven and earth. Whether it is used for refining elixirs or refining equipment, it can play an excellent auxiliary role. I haven't used this old skill of alchemy for a long time. I don't know if it has become rusty. Having said that, Bai Donglin looked extremely confident. The most crucial factor in measuring the strength of an alchemist is his understanding of the way of alchemy and the strength of his soul. In these 2 aspects, he has reached the pinnacle. If he goes to the Alchemy League for level certification and obtains the title of Alchemy God, it should be easy for him to do so. When the hot, transparent divine fire began to burn in the furnace of heaven and earth, Bai Donglin's expression became solemn. His thoughts poured out, and countless spiritual plants in the medicine garden began to sway. All kinds of precious medicines automatically separated and gathered into a torrent of colorful divine light, which poured into the furnace of heaven and earth according to their categories. Bai Donglin is well aware of the principle of sustainable development and has not exhausted all resources. He has only taken a part of the spiritual plants and precious medicines without damaging the root. With the spiritual energy transformed from the chaotic energy of the eternal continent, these spiritual plants and precious medicines will soon recover. Nini also did the same in this regard. It is true that she is a foodie, but she is not a fool. This is also the fundamental reason why Bai Donglin allowed her to mess around in the medicine garden. It just consumed some energy. Now with the support of the sticks, Bai Donglin was rich and powerful, and didn't care about this little consumption at all. After a moment, most of the space in the huge furnace of heaven and earth had been filled with various magical flowers and precious medicines. But Bai Donglin did not stop. There is a hidden treasure house deep in the void of the universe, which contains countless treasures and resources. Many materials with powerful auras, and surrounded by divine light, have been taken out and automatically fall into the furnace of heaven and earth. Refine. As countless precious medicines and rare treasures gathered in the furnace, the entire wide space inside the furnace was filled. Then 12 thoughts flowed out, controlling the temperature of the divine fire inside, and began to quickly refine and purify it. Use heaven and earth as the furnace, inspiration as the fire, nature as the worker, yin and yang as the charcoal, and all things as copper. Endless brilliance and colorful glory gushed out from the furnace, and gathered into thick pillars of light that pierced through the sky and earth. Oh! It smells so good. Nini stood under the longevity fruit tree, looking up at the 12 furnaces of heaven and earth, fireflies at the corners of her mouth. And she kept swallowing saliva. And the glutton in her stomach was awakened. The purification of the source liquid had just begun. And the fragrance that emanated was extremely strong, spreading in all directions of the eternal continent. Wherever it passed, all things grew, greedily absorbing the fragrance floating everywhere. After a long time, after complicated refining, the colorful divine light shining from the source liquid inside the heaven and earth furnace has dissipated, leaving only a simple color, harmonious and unified. The divine light emanating from the 12 furnaces is different, and the aura gathered together appears very broad and vast. About there, Bai Donglin slowly withdrew his thoughts, looked at his masterpiece in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. By bathing in this source liquid of unknown quality, even a pig can become a rare genius. It's time to gather them together. This is the first time that the 12 building owners have gathered together. Who knows what sparks will come out of this collision? As the mind was driven, the dimension of the Tianluo space was projected down, locking the 12 building masters at the same time and opening the dimensional channel. One after another, figures crossed dimensions and descended on the eternal continent. Chapter 565. Heaven and Earth Furnace Forging the True Body. What is this place? The magic power in Ren Wufeng's body roared. A hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and his perception spread instantly. He saw the other posters, and the smiling Bai Donglin, and his heart moved, and he immediately understood what was going on. Has Bai Yujing's special training started? He tightened the sword in his hand and looked around, sensing the strengths of the other building owners, being valued by Bai Donglin. These people were undoubtedly rare geniuses in the world. Thinking of this, the fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more intense. If Bai Donglin hadn't been watching, he would probably have started the challenge already. But business was more important now. And after completing the special training, there would be plenty of time to challenge them one by one. The scarlet vortex slowly dissipated, and 12 building owners with different temperaments stepped forward and appeared in front of Bai Donglin in an instant. Brother, is this going to start? Bai Yuanjin, wearing the emperor's robe, exudes a strong imperial majesty, and there are countless dragon-shaped phantoms flying and roaring in the depths of his eyes. With the support of Bai Donglin, the great Xia divine dynasty has not only gained a firm foothold in the Qianyuan realm, but is also expanding rapidly in the Baishan realm, commanding countless people and gathering endless faith. Bai Yuanjin's strength increases day by day. Even Bai Donglin glanced sideways, marveling at his elder sister's extraordinary talent. The Xian Qin Yuchao method has been changed beyond recognition. The core luck has been replaced by people's beliefs. Although it was done out of necessity, the effect is even better. Although the Yuchao method is powerful, it is not suitable for a world with the power of gods and demons and a complete cultivation system. In Bai Donglin's opinion, the reason why Xian Qin was able to succeed with the Yuchao method is that the most fundamental reason is that the world where Xian Qin originally belonged was a world of the end of the law without practitioners, without any existence competing for luck. The Qin dynasty, which unified the world, could develop with peace of mind, using the power of luck to support everything. Not only did the whole country ascend, but it also led the entire world to continuously upgrade dimensions until it reached the peak. In the only true world, gods and demons are endless. If Bai Yuanjin dares to try to monopolize the luck, he will definitely be attacked by everyone. Even Bai Donglin's face will not work, because luck has already involved the foundation of these forces in the cultivation world. That's right, big sister. The endless pride battle is not far away. You must seize these 100 years to improve your strength. Bai Donglin smiled and nodded, looking around, glancing at everyone, and continued, It's not just us. I think that at this moment, whether it's the human race, the demon race or the alien race, they are all using all means to cultivate the chosen genius. Moreover, in addition to the geniuses born in our era, all the geniuses who have been dormant since other eras have also been awakened. Well, being qualified to obtain a dormant spot is a symbol of supreme talent. So I guess they are not far behind. Although there are certainly people with connections among the sleepers. The human leaders have issued strict regulations in order to ensure the quality of the geniuses. People with connections account for less than 10% of the quota, and the remaining 90% have obtained the quota based on their real abilities. Don't worry, big brother. Xiaozi won't let you down. I will definitely beat all the sleepers to pieces. Xiaozi stood out from the crowd, speaking boldly, and unknowingly came to Bai Donglin's side. Getting closer and closer, Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly. He had thought that by training Xiaozi hard, he could change his rebellious personality, but it turned out to have little effect. Although the result was good, and she was promoted to the 3rd level of willpower beyond expectations, her character became much tougher, and she seemed to have become more attached to him inexplicably. No one knew what she had experienced in Jiang Wudao's trial. Nonsense! He turned his head and glared at Xiaozi, emitting a slight aura that froze her in place. The composition of the 12th floor masters is too complex to be roughly summarized as a simple superior-subordinate relationship. This is not only because Bai Yujing's power of restraint is weak, but the bigger reason lies in his choice. Look! Bai Yuanjun and Bai Jiana. One is his eldest sister. The other is his second brother. And Bai Youbuang is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, his very doted sister. And Bai Xuandi is also his younger brother. It can be said that Xiaozi and Xiao Xiao were both raised by him. Xiaozi was conceived from his essence and blood, so she can be considered half a daughter, and Xiao Xiao can be considered an adopted son. As for Lian Xian, he calls them junior brothers all the time, and this cannot be changed. Shen Wuke was his fellow apprentice, and the exiled immortal used to call him his brother. To be honest, there are only Ren Wufeng, Duya Miaomu and Madame Baigu. These 3 have a superficial relationship with him, and can be called superiors and subordinates. Alas, this team is quite difficult to lead. Fortunately, he is only preparing to break the wall instead of really wanting to build some great top force. Okay, enough nonsense. You should have sensed that the heaven and earth baking furnace in the void has the source liquid I specially prepared for you. The effect of this thing is very powerful, and will give you a perfect body. Haha. Even if you are chi cultivators. From now on you will have a body that can rival the physical cultivation geniuses. This is a transformation that will be extremely beneficial in all aspects. The process is a little painful, but the longer you persist, the better the effect will be. Go ahead. Follow your body's sensing and enter your respective furnaces. A smile appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. Along the way, he highly respected the truth. If you want to gain something, you have to pay for it. Things that are obtained inexplicably will always have hidden disadvantages. What's a little pain? Only in this way can they understand how hard it is to achieve their transformation. And only in this way can they cherish it and be worthy of this power. Take him for example. His body is constantly suffering from the backlash of heaven and earth. All kinds of horrors and weirdness. And his body is always on the verge of collapse. Not only that, he also deliberately activates the power of pain in the rule of destruction, increasing the perceived pain 1,000,000,000 times. He doesn't like being abused. Extreme pain can feedback the growth of the rules of destruction. The most important thing is that it can sharpen his will and heart. These 2 things are very important, and there are not many ways to improve them. So he naturally has to grasp them well. Everyone's expressions became serious when they heard this. Since Bai Donglin said it would be painful, it must be very, very painful. They couldn't compare themselves to a monster, so they became serious involuntarily. As long as I can improve my strength, what does it matter if I suffer? Ren Wufeng stroked the sharp blade at his waist. His figure flashed, and he followed the sensation of his body, and jumped into a cauldron shining with golden light. Ugh! Ah! A scream like a pig being slaughtered followed. Not bad. Not bad. You are very brave. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up, or the soup will get cold. Hee hee. Mr. Bai. Thank you so much. Mrs. Whitebone bowed and saluted, with a fiery light flashing in her eyes. She felt that the origin of her flesh was cheering, and the holy bone relics in her belly were also shining fiercely. The source liquid seemed to have unimaginable benefits for her, and every particle was urging her on. Without hesitation, Madame Whitebone floated up and landed into the cauldron with an elegant posture. TSK. Even her grown-up pain is still so charming. She really deserves to be called the Whitebone Demon. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. It seemed that Madame Baigu had sensed something. The existence of the holy bone relic could naturally not be hidden from his eyes. This source liquid did have the effect of assisting the fusion of the holy bone relic. Not only that, he also integrated the skeleton man into the source liquid. The skeleton man is the birthplace of Lady Whitebone, the root, and the beginning. It can allow Lady Whitebone to complete her missing link, which is of great significance. Moreover, this skeleton had been in his heart for quite some time, absorbing countless amounts of essence and blood, all of which also went to Madame Whitebone. With two people setting an example, the others no longer hesitated and jumped into the furnace of heaven and earth one after another to undergo the cleansing and transformation of their bodies. Hee. Big brother. I can't move yet. Xiaozi's mouth moved slightly, but apart from being able to speak, her body was suppressed and unable to move. Naughty! Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly, stretched out his hand, and smashed Xiaozi's head, then jumped her into the furnace. Ahem. My dear brother. I am afraid of pain. Can I not go? Looking at Bai Yogwang, who was the last one left, Bai Donglin sighed in his heart. This girl really had no ambition at all. Any cultivator would fight for such an opportunity, but she regarded it as nothing. But how can any egg remain intact under the mother river? To become a wall breaker, getting rid of the control of the true spirit, and forging a true body is only the simplest first step. This is no longer a question of whether or not you have ambition, but a question of freedom and survival. No. Are you afraid of pain? Cry. When you are tired of crying, the pain will go away. Bai Donglin's old face turned cold. His heart became ruthless, and he waved his hand to send Bai Yogwang into the furnace of heaven and earth. By the way, tighten the furnace cover to ensure that none of the 12 building masters can escape until the light source liquid is consumed. He did say the benefits would increase the longer you stick with it. However, it does not say that everyone has the right to give up. Just bear the pain. When it's numb, it won't hurt anymore. Chapter 566, Indescribable and Incomprehensible. It hurts. It hurts so much. Isolde. Why do you? Vigo? TSK. I must be hallucinating. Bai Donglin couldn't help but shook his head as he listened to the howls coming from the sky. This guy Ren Wufeng looked very brave before entering the heaven and earth furnace. But now, he was the one who was shouting the loudest. It seems that after countless defeats, it is the heart that has been tempered, and the physical pain has not been experienced much. Well, no. It's because of his special physique that completely blocks the pain. Unfortunately, this thing has no effect in the oven. With white light flashing in his eyes, he swept across the 12 huge furnaces of heaven and earth one by one, observing that the mysterious changes in them were all proceeding according to the deduced trajectory. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction, then raised his hand and waved, and the divine light covered up the tragic howls. The battle monument is almost complete. Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes and turned to look to the side. The green light surrounding the Buddha lotus was dissipating. Time and space were violently distorted, and the passage of time gradually returned to normal, reconnecting with the present timeline. Ami, the future Buddha, who was in a distorted time and space, chanted a Buddhist name in a hazy state, and spread out his palms. A pointed cornered monument surrounded by 5-colored divine light flew out, and fell into Bai Donglin's hands. It took quite a while this time. Close to 20,000 years. I wonder which inheritance it is. Bai Donglin gently twisted the war monument with his fingers, a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes. It was not only about the improvement of his own combat power, but also about the possibility of mass-producing wall breakers. He suppressed his thoughts and eagerly probed his mind into the war monument. Buzz, the war monument, which had successfully merged 5 pieces of stone, became more and more mysterious and extraordinary. 5-colored lights lingered and flowed endlessly, trembling and humming. Endless colorful light spots appeared on the surface of the monument, as if they were about to merge and converge to form some kind of scene. It is vast and boundless, and the breath of time before ancient time seems to blow in your face. This is... Bai Donglin's expression was shocked, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Before he had time to think about it, his figure flashed, and he had already escaped into the cherubim space. Boom! The war monument trembled violently, breaking free from the constraints of the palm and floating in the void. Endless light spots sprayed out, instantly forming a sea of light spots covering billions of miles. This familiar scene, although countless times larger than before, still reminded Bai Donglin of what he saw and heard when he first obtained the war monument. The war clan. This tribe is not recorded in civilization, and it left behind scenes from ancient times. Bai Donglin looked confident, except for the first war stele he obtained. The 3 war stele that were merged later only contained 8 inheritances, and no other information was recorded. He did not expect that the fusion of the 5th war stele would bring an unexpected surprise. Buzz, The colorful ocean of light spots submerged by Donglin in it. Countless light spots moved around, and moved along strange trajectories. They began to gather and condense. A clear picture broke through the fog and slowly emerged. Light. An incomparably dazzling stream of colorful light traveled through the void, and fell straight to the place of silence where black and white met. Endless black and white spots of light. Countless heavens and worlds. Endless entanglement and collision. Fell into stagnation at the moment when the colorful light fell. The sight fell infinitely. And every black and white light spot represented the boundless heavens and myriad worlds. A terrifying existence awakened. And gazes that were above all concepts swept across and locked onto the colorful light. What's this? There were beings whispering. Thoughts arose. And the multiverses were born and destroyed billions of times in an instant. I don't know. Not in the understanding. Is there an existence beyond our comprehension? Infinitely transcendent. Even you. Sizzle. A huge dark hand stretched out from a black light spot, covering billions of heavens and worlds, and grabbed the moving colorful light. Black disaster. Take action. Stop them. There is an existence beyond our comprehension. Perhaps. I see hope of breaking through all this. Snap. The colorful stream of light was unstoppable, piercing through the pitch-black hand, and still falling down. This. Incredible. This is a power beyond measure. At all costs. Take. The stagnant black and white spots of light suddenly began to riot as never before, entwining and colliding with each other. All the heavens and worlds were annihilated one after another, and figures that transcended everything kept falling down. The falling seven-colored light was getting faster and faster until it disappeared into the darkness. Finally, it disappeared into a white light, and many indescribable figures emerged, fighting each other while following closely behind, and also entered the heavens and myriad worlds here. Big battle. An extremely brutal battle. Numerous worlds have turned ash in the surplus of the fierce battle, and the supreme strong men who stepped into the eternal shore fell successively. There were also conceptual supermarkets, who were erased and died completely. John, are you sure you want to do this? John, you understand? So entangled. Not only can't get rid of the black disaster, but you may even let things fall into their hands. Even if there is only a 1 in a million chance. There is no room for maneuver. I cannot let this possibility go. Block everything. Cut off everything. I will use my life to bury him completely. Sean. Tai, you guys? Seconded. Boom. The extremely strong white light ejected from the heavens called war, shining in the quartet, making the darkness shine for a moment. The blinding white light penetrated everything, including the countless spots of light around it. Countless universes were annihilated by the piercing white light. The dazzling white light dissipated, and along with it, a white spot of light disappeared. In the ruined battlefield, an illusory river slowly emerged, sparkling as it floated by. With some kind of eternal and immortal will, it kept running, covering all the debris of the world. Erase, modify, block, cut off, buzz. Countless images gradually became blurred, and then suddenly collapsed, turning into endless colorful light spots, and flowed back into the war monument. Hiss. Could this last fleeting river be the mother river? The world I am in now is called war. Bai Donglin reached out to take the fallen war monument. His thoughts were like a tangled mess. The scenes he had just seen, and the sounds he had just heard were extremely abstract and vague. Even, he could clearly feel that the scene he had just experienced was slowly dissipating from his memory. This is simply impossible for him. With his current thinking, there is no possibility of forgetting it all. It seemed that these things could not be observed, understood, or remembered, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not reverse their disappearance. After a while, Bai Donglin looked down at the monument in his hand and looked at him. He felt as if he had forgotten something. He only remembered the dazzling seven-colored light and an illusory and blurry river. Why does this colorful seven-color streamer look so familiar? Bai Donglin frowned, and countless images flashed through his eyes. This was his mind tracing back to the source, searching for everything, all his past experiences, comparing them one by one with the seven-colored stream of light. In an instant, the picture in the eyes has reached the end, the deepest part of his memory, all the origin, the dark passage, an illusory soul, wrapped in seven-color light, shuttles quickly in the dark channel. That's right. This seven-colored stream of light is almost exactly the same as the light that protected my soul when I first traveled through time. This seven-color light also flashed by on the night when I awakened my talent. I suspect it is the source of immortality and damage reversal. after figuring out the source of this familiar feeling. Bai Donglin's eyes became even more confused and his brows were tightly furrowed. What on earth is that seven-colored stream of light I saw in the battle monument? Why? I have a feeling in my heart that it is extremely important. I forgot something. After thinking it over to no avail, Bai Donglin couldn't help scratching his head. Damn it. He is so young. Could he be suffering from Alzheimer's? Has a problem. There are absolutely great problems in it. Chapter 567 Nirvana Rebirth. The space of cherubim is boundless, and the light balls of living souls are floating around. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged in the center of the space, frowning and thinking hard for a long time. Finally, he had no choice but to give up. He thought he had caught a glimpse of his two major talents and the source of his time travel. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was still like a mirror flower in water, and it was elusive. He also thought about reactivating the war monument and observing the scene he had just seen again, but he got no response. As if that thing was a one-time thing. I don't feel wrong. I really saw something just now, but in the end, it was erased by some kind of unconvinced means. If so, it can only be said that my strength is still too weak. As long as you continue to improve your strength, you can definitely remember these erased memories. Bai Donglin's brows calmed down. He had been as cautious as possible and even ran into the cherubim space on purpose. But unfortunately, even the cherubim were powerless against that kind of method. There's no point in overthinking. As long as you keep getting stronger, no matter what the mystery is, it will be solved eventually. Bai Donglin's expression became solemn, and he buried his previous experience deep in his heart. His gaze fell on the war monument again, and his thoughts poured out into the war monument, and he began to accept the inheritance. Buzz! Countless mysterious and complicated runes shined with bright white light. The quantum cloud of thoughts rotates slightly, and massive amounts of information are accepted and remembered one by one, and digested in the blink of an eye. Dust. It belongs to the 8 parts of battle formations. One of the 4 parts Yu, Guang, Tong, Qin. The core theme it describes is 4 big words, as transparent as dust. If your heart is as exquisite as 7 orifices, every tiny particle you see will be a paradise. Observe closely and thoroughly, and see through everything in the inner world. The deepest roots and the most essential secrets are all under observation and control. This is a method that far exceeds the quantum perspective. It can penetrate the essential roots of all things, lock onto a tiny bit of dust, trace back to the source, and go all the way to the end of nothingness. Compared with this, the ultramicroscopic quantum world is still several orders of magnitude behind. This method is very powerful. Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes, and endless mysterious runes flashed in the depths of his eyes. In just a short moment, under the full force of his incredible thinking, he had completely mastered this inheritance. No wonder the Nether Ancient Phoenix and the others were able to use such a crude method and almost strip the true spirit. This inheritance played a decisive role. As long as we digest the essence of the supreme method of dust and create a perfect method, mass production of wall breakers will no longer be a fantasy. Confidence flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. He put away the war monument with a flip of his hand, and with a thought, he withdrew from the cherubim space. In the eternal continent, Bai Donglin's incarnation of mind was lying on a rocking chair, swaying leisurely and contentedly. Nini, who was chewing on the precious medicine, came over slyly and whispered, "Brother, those guys in the sky have been howling miserably for years. Why are they suddenly silent now? Are they dying of pain?" While speaking, Nini looked back frequently, with colorful light flashing in her eyes. The divine light barrier set up by Bai Donglin could not hinder her perception in the slightest. Bai Donglin was no longer surprised by this. As the human body of Shi Li Feng, it would be strange if he didn't have any special features. Otherwise, he would not have made an unequal treaty and recruited him to be the master of the Central Yellow Emperor city. Nini, since you are so curious, why don't you give it a try? Bai Donglin swayed leisurely without opening his eyes, and said casually that Nini would go to destroy his medicine garden all day when she had nothing to do. So it would be nice to find something for her to do. Humph. I don't want to. I'm not a masochist. Sister Xiaozi and the others are so unlucky to have met a pervert like you. Bai Donglin pursed his lips slightly when he heard this. What does a little brat know? If you don't want to be crazy, you can't live. If you want to become stronger quickly, how can you not be a little crazy? Shi Li Feng's practice of reincarnating for 99 times is much crazier than his. It's just the pot calling the kettle black. But speaking of it, Nini's body had been reborn after the transformation of Zilifing, and had become flawless. Even he could not find any faults with it. So there was no need for her to go to the heaven and earth furnace for a visit. You just watch your mouth. You don't need to worry about anything else. The reason they are silent is not because they are dead, but because they are undergoing the most critical transformation. That's why you can't sense their life breath. To survive after death. To be destroyed before being rebuilt. This is what they are doing now. Bai Donglin became slightly interested. He stood up and looked up at the sky. He had already seen some cracks on the surface of the heaven and earth furnace. The internal space that was originally filled with hot source liquid has become empty. All the essence has been absorbed. Only a bright sphere is suspended in the center. A faint breath of life is gradually becoming stronger from nothing to something. Snap! Snap! Crisp sounds rang out in the furnace of heaven and earth. Dense cracks continued to spread, covering the entire furnace wall. Rays of light of various colors shone through, reflecting the sky into a colorful ocean. It's done. The phoenix is reborn from the ashes. Bai Donglin saw white fireflies in his eyes. Among the 12 balls of light, he saw a figure standing tall. The aura of a fiery will continue to rise. Various visions of divine bodies appeared, making the furnace of heaven and earth shake and creak. Boom! There was a loud bang. As if the world was created. The egg-shaped ball of light suddenly exploded, impacting the furnace of heaven and earth into scattered light fragments. 12 streams of light streaked across the sky and fell in front of Bai Donglin. Hee. Everyone. How do you feel? Is it like you've been reborn? Bai Donglin smiled and waved his hand to greet everyone, seemingly forgetting a shameless act of screwing the lid of the heaven and earth baking furnace shut. Little brother. Big sister feels very good. The corners of Bai Yuanjin's mouth rose unnaturally, revealing a rare smile. Countless dragon shadows flashed in his eyes, and he glared at Bai Donglin fiercely. However, this kind of pain is beyond my expectation. Humph. If you were not my brother, I would have really thought that I had fallen into the hands of the bad guys. Brother, you lied to me. You said that the pain would go away when you were tired of crying. But I almost cried my eyes blind. And it didn't work at all. Bai Youguang spoke in a resentful tone and looked at Bai Donglin with sad eyes and a hint of disbelief. She could never have imagined that this brother, who loved her so much, would become so cruel. Humph. Such a mere pain. Just like scratching an itch through a shoe. Ha ha ha. I almost fell asleep. Bai Donglin turned his head speechlessly and looked at Ren Wufeng, who was laughing up to the sky. Wasn't it you who lost your mind in pain and shouted out the golden words of the Buddha? TSK. Now you are pretending again. It seems that I have to take care of you more next time. Although the 12th floor master had some complaints at his words, they were just joking. His gratitude towards Bai Donglin was hidden deep in his heart. They were not fools. And they were very clear about the earth-shaking changes in their bodies. They also understood how much energy and price Bai Donglin had paid to achieve this effect. Alright. I know you've suffered a lot this time. So I prepared some benefits to comfort your injured young hearts. Looking at the 6 men and 6 women in front of him, who were surrounded by divine light and had extraordinary temperament, Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction, feeling the resentment of the crowd. He flipped his hand and took out the war monument. When they heard about the benefits, they immediately became excited and looked at the war monument with burning eyes. Bai Donglin was the supreme ruler, and everything he took out was a heaven-defying treasure, enough for them to benefit for a lifetime. What's this? The battle monument carries the supreme inheritance from before the chaos of ancient times. It contains 5 heaven-defying methods. If you can master 1 or 2 of them, I guarantee that your combat power will soar, and you can even step into the forbidden realm. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and threw the war monument. The monument grew in the wind, becoming 10,000 feet long, and fell heavily to the ground. The domain of taboos. Those who can cross the realm to fight against gods and demons are called the Forbidden Realm, which is divided into 1 to 9 levels of taboos, corresponding to the 9 realms of the realm of gods and demons. If one reaches the 8th level of perfection, he will be able to fight against the emperors, gods and demons. This is called the highest 9 levels of taboo. Bai Donglin just threw out this heaven-defying method, and for a moment, everyone was stunned, especially Shen Wuk, looking at the war monument surrounded by 5 colors. A look of trance flashed in his eyes. Isn't this thing the golden-pointed monument that he saw in the low-dimensional world? Isn't there only 1 you among them? How come there are 5 kinds of inheritance? Shen Wuk sighed in his heart. Brother Bai is really amazing. He collected so many inheritances in such a short time. Go ahead. How much you can comprehend depends on your own understanding and opportunities. After receiving Bai Donglin's clear signal, everyone could no longer suppress their curiosity. They moved and instantly appeared under the war monument, facing the five-color divine light. They probed their thoughts into it. The figures froze at the same time. Their wide-open eyes were filled with endless runes of various colors. Ahem. Brother. I want to see it too. Nini tugged at Bai Donglin's sleeve, staring at the war monument with her big eyes, almost drooling. Suddenly, she felt that the precious medicine in her hand was no longer fragrant. She felt that something in the war monument was calling her. Oh! Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly. Speaking of it, Nini's birth was also closely related to the war monument. The war monument carrying the inheritance of Lin had been in Zilifeng's hands for a period of time. No one knew how much she had learned from it. Go ahead. You are from Baiyujing just like the 12th floor master. You are naturally qualified to comprehend these inheritances. Bai Donglin shrugged slightly and said nonchalantly that he had different ideas from the cultivators in this world and never regarded the knowledge that could be shared as forbidden. Again, if you have the corresponding talent, he is even willing to contribute his fundamental method, the true scripture of conceiving God and forging demon, for free. Yeah. Thanks, brother. Nini jumped up. All the anxiety in her heart disappeared. She had just thought that in order to comprehend the inheritance, she would have to be thrown into the furnace of heaven and earth and suffer horrible torture. Nini's figure flashed, and she instantly appeared in front of the war monument. She stepped through the five-colored light. Her little face pressed against the cold monument, and her thoughts poured out. Buzz. The war monument trembled slightly, and 5 colorful torrents formed by countless runes gushed out and poured directly into Nini's brows. This guy is indeed. Bai Donglin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Nini to be so extraordinary. She far surpassed the 12th floor master and directly triggered all the inheritance. Zilifeng, are you here? Nini slowly opened her eyes and saw 99 rays of light flickering in the depths. And the aura suddenly changed. Chapter 568, the deep meaning behind the battle of the prideful ones. On the eternal continent, the war monuments stand tall. 5 colored streams of light lingered above it, and strips of light formed by mysterious runes, colorful, extended out and connected with the 12th floor master's eyebrows. Except for Nini, the others were isolated outside the divine light barrier and could not touch the war monument. Only Nini was connected by the 5-color light belt at the same time, triggering 5 inheritances. The others received 3 inheritances at most, and only 1 at least. Bai Donglin looked calm upon seeing this, as he had expected this situation. The inheritance recorded in the war monument was too powerful, and each one was an unrivaled treasure that was hard to find in the world. Naturally, the requirements for the inheritors were extremely high, according to their respective talents and aptitudes. It was already very good to be able to obtain 1 or 2 inheritances. Shi Feng. This method of separating the gods from the humans is indeed extraordinary. It actually came to the eternal continent without my noticing. Bai Donglin stared at Nini, whose temperament had changed drastically, with shining eyes. Only he knew how difficult it was to ignore the infernal characteristic of the eternal immortal realm. What's more amazing was that he, the creator, could not catch any trace of it. You are worthy of being the ruthless man who has been shining for 99 generations, from ancient times to the present. Buzz. The divine light barrier naturally emanating from the war monument rippled slightly, and a small white foot stepped out, took a few steps in the void, and instantly came in front of Bai Donglin. It was Nini, or Shi Feng. She accepted 5 kinds of inheritance at the same time, and completed the acceptance and digestion of the vast amount of information earlier than the 12th floor master. Zilifeng, you? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. After all, it was not glorious for him, a grown man, to seduce a little foodie with delicious food. Fellow Taoist Bai, thank you very much for this. These inheritances are of great use to me. Shi Feng's voice was childish, but it carried unparalleled majesty. His eyes were extremely deep, and 99 brilliant rings of light were constantly appearing and disappearing. All kinds of scenes seemed to contain everything in the universe. Ahem. Knowledge is meant to be shared, as long as it's useful. Bai Donglin's expression relaxed. Judging from Zilifeng's expression, she probably wouldn't pursue the matter of him abducting Nini. In other words, she had already acknowledged his identity as the Lord of Huangdi City. Fellow Taoist, regarding the endless pride battle, there are some things I think you should know. Shi Feng hesitated for a moment. and thinking that Bai Donglin was one of the only 3 people who could break the wall, he became determined, raised his hand, and took out a ball of light from his forehead, and waved it to shoot into Bai Donglin's forehead. This is... Bai Donglin frowned. His mind started working, and he digested the information in the light ball in an instant. He opened his eyes again, and saw that Nini's breath had dropped and her temperament had returned to normal. Has the inheritance been completed? Wow! There are so many powerful methods added to my memory. Brother, thank you for not only providing food and accommodation, but also giving Nini such a powerful inheritance. Nini blinked her big eyes. She felt dazed for a moment. When she came to her senses, she found countless mysterious runes engraved in her soul. No. If you get the inheritance, you should practice hard. Don't just eat, drink and have fun all day long. Bai Donglin waved his hand, and casually sent Nini away. His eyes still filled with thoughts. His mind was deducing over and over again the deep meaning behind the endless pride war that Zilifeng had passed on to him. I see. No wonder Wandering Emperor and Shi Li Feng left in such a hurry, even causing such a huge turmoil. I didn't expect the matter to be so complicated and even involve the secret of the Mother River. After understanding the whole cause and effect, Bai Donglin suddenly realized something. His original intention of just joking around suddenly became much more cautious. His eyes moved and he looked at the 12th floor master, who was still accepting the inheritance information. A smile flashed at his eyes, and he murmured in a low voice. In order to ensure that everything goes well, it seems that we have to work harder. Although their current strength among the geniuses is among the best, this is not enough. Being evenly matched or even slightly better doesn't count as real ability. We still have to win by crushing everything. Only then can we demonstrate the strength of Baiyujing and be more conducive to the implementation of Zilifeng's plan. Boom! Snap! Several building owners, who accepted a kind of inheritance, completed the inheritance ceremony one after another. Their minds were attracted by the endless mysteries in their brains, and they relaxed the control over their bodies. Domineering auras overflowed and shattered the void inch by inch. This is the will, which cannot fully control the divine body after transformation, resulting in the leakage of power. Well, it seems that I really need to continue to hone my skills. If I just follow the routine, it will be difficult to fully control the sudden increase in strength brought by the divine body before the endless pride battle begins. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and the power of heaven and earth was drawn in, instantly filling and healing the collapsed void, reinforcing it heavily, and squeezing the destructive power emanating from the divine body into their bodies, eliminating the possibility of further damage to the eternal continent. Buzz! After a long time, all the 12 building masters accepted the inheritance. The war monument trembled slightly, shrank into the void and disappeared, returning to the sea of gods. Bang bang bang. Congratulations on receiving the inheritance that suits you. I believe you have already had a brief understanding of these supreme methods and are very clear about their breadth and depth. Bai Donglin clapped his hands lightly and looked at the 12 building masters who were walking back together. Their minds had awakened, and they had barely regained control of their bodies. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other and nodded in unison. Bai Donglin was right. Although they claimed to be geniuses, they still felt a little powerless when facing the extremely mysterious runes in their minds. It's not just these inheritances, but also the divine bodies you've transformed. It will take a lot of time to fully awaken and master them. And what we lack most is time. It's less than 100 years away from the endless pride war. A mere 100 years is not enough for you to digest these gains. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. Not everyone is like him, with such a miraculous thinking and reasoning ability. Practicing the inheritance on the war monument is as easy as drinking water. However, due to the limitation of 10,000 time scales, methods such as time acceleration that can leave traces of time cannot be used. In order to ensure that you can fully master your power in a short period of time, let's start the next training. Haha. Don't worry. It won't hurt this time. Upon hearing this, the 12 building masters all frowned and felt a little cold in their hearts. They no longer dared to believe what Bai Donglin said. Brother, I protest. I want to quit. Bai Yoguang raised her pale little hand and shouted in a crisp voice with a very determined look in her eyes. God knows why she would participate in this special training. She has no ambition, no aspirations, and does not want to participate in any endless battle of geniuses. She just wants to live a life of idleness and wait for death. Anyway, her brother is so strong, and no one dares to bully her. Haha. Protests are useless. Bai Donglin rejected it mercilessly. Still smiling, To everyone. This smile was so sinister that it made everyone feel cold in their hearts. You should have heard of one of my many identities. The Lord of Tianluo. That's right. The Tianluo space that is now in the limelight is mine. The next training. Endless and infinite. Virtual world. Chapter 569. Refining the fake into the real. The dimensional world is what the outside world knows as the Tianluo space. The entire dimensional world was divided into 3 parts by Donglin. 1. The low-dimensional world at the bottom. Below the 3-dimensional world. 1 and 2 dimensions are where he places the virtual world. 0 dimension is the eternal time prison and a special area where he stores important items. Life forms can only enter but not leave. 2nd. The middle dimensional world. The 3rd dimensional and 4th dimensional worlds are the areas where the Tianluo host is active, in which various large-scale practice interaction facilities are arranged, such as the Tianluo Mall, the Trading Plaza, the Wanqiang Bookstore, etc. 3. The higher dimensional world, 5 dimensions and above, is the residence of Donglin and Tianluo, the 12 building masters of Baiyujing. No matter if they came willingly, reluctantly, or were completely forced to come, all of them had their ego consciousness absorbed by Donglin and were pulled into the Tianluo space. In the low-dimensional world, the 12th floor master condensed his ego consciousness into a body and stood on a bottomless cliff. Looking down, there was a huge whirlpool with no boundaries below, which was dark and deep, and faintly exuded a breathtaking power. Brother, is this the virtual world you mentioned? Is it really as magical as you said? Bai Jianga has his hands behind his back, his white robe and white hair fluttering in the wind. Now that Lu Yi has returned to the reincarnation, his heart knot has been untied. He is less gloomy and more free and easy. More like an immortal. That's right. Entering the virtual world to gain experience is the most suitable method for you at the moment. Not only can it sharpen your will, but most importantly, it can also ignore the passage of time. No matter how long you spend in it, it will only be a moment in the outside world. Bai Donglin's real body stood side by side with the 12th floor master. His gaze moved, and scenes of all dimensions of the Tianluo space came into view. He was also somewhat proud. When he first obtained the dimensional world, he dared not make it public and could only use it as a transportation tool. After continuous efforts, it has now grown so large that the Tianluo hosts are spread all over the one true world, and countless Tianju and strong people have been recruited. The trend of Tianluo space is already established. If we proceed step by step, it will be able to keep pace with the Battle Soul Network sooner or later. Everyone, go down. Soon. As soon as you close your eyes and open them again, the cycle of reincarnation will have passed, and your consciousness will return with precious treasures. Bai Donglin's tone was enthusiastic, like a vendor who was strongly recommending his products. And he continued to persuade. You know, on ordinary days, for a Tianluo host to enter the virtual world, it will cost 100 million Tianluo points each time. And you guys are making a lot of money. As the 12th floor master of my Baiyujing, you are free for life. You can enter as many times as you want. How about that? Are you surprised? Having said that, this kind of plugin cannot be used without limits. It also has indelible flaws. Even powerful gods and demons dare not enter the virtual world continuously for a short period of time. Although it is a virtual world, its essence is no different from the real world. To be more precise, it should be a real low-dimensional world. The reason why it is called virtual is that the world in it is all constructed by the worldview extracted by Donglin from his previous life memories. If you stay there for a long time or frequently, you run the risk of getting lost and sinking. Sometimes, even the Tianluo space doesn't have time to perform a follow-up action to guide you, and the consciousness that enters it has completely dissipated. Surprise? I think it's scared. Bai Yelguang, the only one who was forcibly dragged here by Donglin, was extremely reluctant. She muttered softly that she had a hunch that her unreliable brother was deceiving her again, and that it must be uncomfortable to enter this virtual world. Ha ha ha. It really is an excellent practice of practice. What is the hardships compared to the strength of improvement? Ren is leaving. It was still Ren Wufeng who stepped out from the crowd first, laughed loudly 3 times towards the sky, and jumped directly and decisively into the dark vortex under the cliff. His consciousness and body were pulled by the vortex, constantly compressed, and the dimension fell, stretching into a ray of light, disappearing in an instant. Huh? Is this guy really okay? Bai Yelguang pouted. Ren Wufeng's bravery made her look even more timid. Yuren Wufeng led the way, and the others looked at each other and jumped into the dark vortex. Girl, do you still need your brother's help? Bai Donglin smiled as he looked at the lonely and hesitant Bai Yogwang, with his fingers stretched out and clenched tightly, as if he was about to collapse. No need. Lodilu. Bai Yogwang subconsciously covered his forehead, made a face at Bai Donglin, stomped his feet, and jumped down. Little guys, don't be ungrateful for what you have. Bai Donglin was carrying his hands, his eyes faint, and according to normal, the 12th hall of the virtual world had just entered the virtual world. At this time, his consciousness should have returned. But there is actually no sign of return. This is because where they entered, not the ordinary virtual world, but the special world that Bai Donglin was successfully arranged shortly after, when the cherubim were captured from the world of gods. In addition to that special space, there was also an unexpected gain. It is that green ball of light. The Matrix world. The Matrix world was created by the gods with countless efforts based on the cherubim space. And they carried out the first chapter of the book of creation. Creation. Its preciousness is self-evident. Practice the truth and make it true. I don't know if this virtual world of mine, which incorporates information matrices, dimensions, and countless projections of the will of the Tianluo hosts, can become real and become a true and authentic world of the heavens and the universe. A brilliant light flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, and he had great expectations for this experiment in which he had invested a lot of energy. Many predecessors had done this kind of thing before, and their conditions at the time were not even as good as his. So there was no reason why he would not succeed, whether successful or not. This is also a temptation, a roundabout way to break free from the checks and balances of the Mother River. Suppressing his thoughts, Bai Donglin looked down at the dark vortex under the cliff. His figure trembled and turned into countless specks of light and disappeared. The 12th floor master is destined not to return in the short term. In this special virtual world, more power can be obtained, but the hardships to be experienced are naturally more terrifying. He has something important to do and won't wait here. Tianluo, have you located the whereabouts of the Dragon Clan's high-ranking officials? Bai Donglin slowly stood up and stepped down from the towering scarlet throne. In a few steps, he arrived outside the Blood Hell Temple. He looked out at the purgatory battlefield in the distance and called out to Tianluo with his mind. Master, ever since receiving your order, Tianluo Space has used its greatest energy to keep an eye on the movements of the scaly armored demons, and even the flying demons. Tianluo's gentle voice came into my heart, still sweet and pleasant, and extremely respectful. Unfortunately, Master, you also know that the whereabouts of the 10th Realm Masters are secretive. If they don't want to, it is difficult for low-level cultivators to observe them. Although our Tianluo Space is powerful, there is currently no host in the 10th Realm. Bai Donglin frowned when he heard that. At his current level, he could more deeply understand the terrifying gap between the gods and demons in the 10th and 9th levels. It would be difficult for Tianluo to find a trace of the strong men in the 10th level. But Master, not long ago, Tianluo collected a piece of information that might be useful to you. Oh! Bai Donglin's expression changed, and he felt a little surprised. Tell me the story. Yes, Master. 3 days ago, at a gathering of the younger generations of the demon race, the 7th son of this generation of Dragon Emperor accidentally revealed that he would attend the ancestor's billionth birthday celebration and might be able to see the ancestor's true face. Unintentional? It is like a beggar who is going to go to Beijing to meet the emperor tomorrow. This is undoubtedly a great honor. If he tells others about it, it will naturally attract the envy and flattery of a group of beggars. Yes, this is useful news. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and people of the same kind gather together. And this is also true for the strong men in the 10th realm. Those who can easily come into contact with strong people in the 10th realm are naturally people who are in the same 10th realm. He only needs to follow the Dragon Emperor's 7th son to attend the birthday party, and he will be able to get in touch with their ancestor. Finally, using this dragon ancestor as a springboard, he will find the trace of his target, Netherworld Candle Dragon. No, to be more precise, it is the 100,000 rules mastered by the Netherworld Candle Dragon that are weird. When he received this news from the Supreme Council of the human race, he began to consider the feasibility of this matter. If possible, he would not mind taking action to resolve this major hidden danger. This is not just for the human race, but the most important thing is to be for himself. This time he is ready to work hard. What is the origin of the pitch-black steel? At the end of the Mother River's reincarnation, the pitch-black fracture that I glimpsed next to the pale steel, did it come from you? Bai Donglin's eyes flickered, and he was already impatient, wishing he could immediately stuff the 100,000 rules into the mouth of the black stone tablet. Tianluo. When does the birthday celebration start? Master. 1 month later. The coordinates. Very good. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold. His figure shook slightly and disappeared. Chapter 570. The prisoner's realm is one of the thousands of realms that were cut off and abandoned when the human race expelled the 2 clans of demons, the scaled armored flying birds. In the center of this realm, there used to be a weak alien battlefield named Chioi. With the withdrawal of the human race and the entry of the scaled armored demon race, this battlefield has become a mere name. Since the records of human civilization began, there have been a total of 48 alien races. After endless years and several wars, there are only 36 alien races left today. These alien races vary in strength. The strongest belongs to the evil god realm. The alien race called I that exists in the prison evil realm can only be ranked at the end. Their strength is far inferior to that of the scaled armored demon clan, and even their nest has been taken away. They can only be the nominal ally of the scaled armored demon clan. A superboundary galaxy cluster near the border of the prisoner's battlefield was formed by the magical powers of the scaled armored demon clan, which captured many suns, moons, and stars to form a relatively prosperous star field. The large and small star realms were occupied by various demon clan forces. These realms abandoned by humans naturally do not have abundant cultivation resources. But the demon race is now just a stray dog that has been driven away. It is good enough to have a place to stay. Naturally, they dare not ask for more. They can only rely on their own strength to fight for the soil for survival for their people as much as possible. The demon clan's top leaders condone this healthy competition, without brutal fighting. How could a strong person be born? The demon is a demon. The brutal in the bones will not be erased with practice. In the Qilon Star world, the 2 forces of the scaly armored demon clan are in a tense standoff. The void of the universe is covered with dense warships and flying magic weapons. The thick and smelly demonic energy is rolling up gusts of red-haired whirlwinds. Juza. This star was first discovered by a young man of my clan. Before that, it had no owner. I want to mine it. What's the problem? Do you dare to stop me? Hiss. A giant python with a pitch-black body was coiled around the huge warship, raising its head and roaring. Dark green poisonous mist leaked out, corroding the void into pits and holes. Humph! You Black Fang shouldn't go too far. Don't think that I, Qijia, will be afraid of you just because you have a trace of poisonous dragon blood in your body. The Scale Armor clan has a population of no less than 1 million. If we trace back to their origins, who the H.L. doesn't have a trace of dragon blood? This planet originally belonged to my Red Armor clan. If you want to forcibly seize the resources, just fight. Who's afraid of who? Roar. 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 The clan leader is absolutely right. If you want to fight, then let's fight. War. Kill. Boom. Dense energy beams, carrying terrifying destructive power, shot out from the interior of the battleship. The void was annihilated wherever they passed, and the sun, moon, and stars along the way were pierced and shattered. The dazzling fireworks buried countless lives. The resources contained in this star are extremely valuable. There is no possibility of a peaceful solution. Only blood can calm the greed in the other party's heart. After a disagreement, the 2 sides have started fighting fiercely. Qijia, I heard that you are the #1 prodigy of the Qijia tribe? That's perfect. Let me test your abilities today. Humph. Stop talking nonsense. Qijio's eyes turned cold, and he held a scarlet spear in his hand. His figure flashed and jumped into the air, aiming straight at the green-haired strong man's eyebrows. In a blink of an eye, the 2 fought for tens of thousands of rounds. Qijio's mouth was bleeding, and he was gradually defeated. Although he had some talent, he could not defeat the other party, who was older in seniority and had practiced for longer years, which came from the complete crushing of his cultivation. Buzz. The jade token worn on Qijio's waist trembled slightly, and a red light flashed. The will of a terrifying existence had arrived quietly without attracting anyone's attention. Qijio obtained this jade token by chance. He found it had the effect of clearing the mind and calming the spirit, so he carried it with him all the time. This jade token is naturally the lowest level split of the war monument. Tianluo has no idea how many splits like this with a single function have been thrown out. Countless creatures like Qijio accidentally obtained it. and then unknowingly became the spies and coordinates of Tianluo's space. Is it such a coincidence? We encountered a fight right after arriving. Or is this the nature of the demon race? Bai Donglin's will spread slightly, covering the entire battlefield in his perception. He shook his head slightly. This kind of house-like fight could not arouse his interest at all. Then, he probed into Qi Jiutian's soul and instantly browsed through his memories, even remembering clearly how many times Qi Jiutian had wet the bed when he was a child. Well, Ao Xiang, the seventh son of the Dragon Emperor, likes to go out and have affairs with women. Last time, he accidentally revealed some information. It was in a famous entertainment place of the Demon Clan. This so-called gathering is nothing more than Qi Jiutian watching from a distance. The two of them are not in a position to get along. Bai Donglin pondered for a moment. The power of the Scaled Demon Clan had just been reorganized not long ago. Not to mention the Netherworld Candle Dragon. Even the whereabouts of the Dragon Emperor were difficult to track down. Ao Xiang, this lustful dragon, was a direct pure-blooded descendant of the Dragon Clan who appeared frequently. And he was a good breakthrough point. You just need to follow the clues. Jump a few times. And through the 10th level strong men of the Dragon Clan, you will eventually find the Netherworld Candle Dragon. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is not worth mentioning compared to the benefits that can be obtained in the end. The Red Armor Clan's #1 prodigy? That's it? Die! While Bai Donglin was thinking, Qi Jiutian had been completely suppressed. After a brutal beating, his head was pierced and his soul was destroyed. Ha ha ha! The so-called genius is nothing more than this. The green-haired burly man laughed loudly towards the sky. But he did not notice that Qi Jiutian, who died with his eyes pierced through the head, moved his eyes slightly. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. And then he slowly opened his mouth. Chaos Maelstrom. A sudden voice from the side made the green-haired sturdy man pause. He looked at Qi Jiutian in disbelief. The next moment, the wildly expanding chaotic vortex filled his eyes. What the hell is this? Before the thought even arises, the green-haired sturdy man has already swallowed up everything and turned into a wisp of pure energy. This is just the beginning. The whirlpool accepts everything and all tangible objects under its coverage cannot escape the fate of being swallowed up. The tragic battlefield that spread over billions of kilometers in the void of the universe fell into deathly silence in an instant. From the powerful gods and demons to the snakes, rats, insects and ants in the kitchen of the warship, all turned into nutrients for Bai Donglin's spiritual orifice. Of course, this also includes many suns, moons, stars, and that one valuable resource star. The entire stellar world has disappeared into the void of the universe. Buzz. The chaotic vortex that had devoured everything trembled slightly, then shrank and disappeared suddenly, as the light was swallowed up and fell into the endless dark void of the universe. Only Bai Donglin was left standing there alone, with his fingers gently twisting the jade token. Two groups of scale-armored demons were annihilated in an instant. Bai Donglin's expression did not fluctuate at all. To him, this was not much better than stepping on an ant to death. With a flick of the finger, the jade token disappeared into the void, waiting for the next destined person to pick it up again. There is only 1 month left until the old dragon's birthday. I wonder if I can meet Ao Xiang. No, I should be able to meet him. This lustful dragon can't hold back for a month. I just need to wait and see. A smile flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. Through Qi Jiutian's memory, he had some understanding of Ao Xiang's personality, and also knew the brothels that the other party often visited. Qi Jiutian was just a pure supporting role. He only saw Ao Xiang's figure from afar. They didn't even establish the most basic causal relationship with each other. Otherwise, he could have locked Ao Xiang directly. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. Listening to music in a brothel is fine. This time I have official business to attend to, so I'll go explore this filthy place. After that, with the spirit of self-sacrifice, Bai Donglin locked onto the location in Qi Jiutian's memory, raised his hand to tear open the dimensional space, stepped forward and disappeared. The two scale-armored monster tribes, Red Armor and Black Fang, that suddenly disappeared were too weak and inconspicuous among the entire scale-armored monster tribe. Just like that, they were gone, and would not cause much ripples or alert the enemy. Paradise is a special place with great reputation among the scaled-armored demon clan. It is one of the forces that recovered the fastest under the influence of the human race expulsion decree, which shows how great the power behind it is. According to some gossip, there is a dragon clan backing this paradise star. Originally, not many people would believe such gossip, but when combined with the dragon clan's dissolute nature, it makes people think a lot. There is a very high possibility that paradise is a force secretly established by the dragon clan in order to facilitate their venting of excessive energy and desires. After all, as the ruler of the scaly armored demon clan, the dragon clan openly engages in such activities, and recruits beautiful women everywhere. This would indeed be a bit degrading if word got out. Pop's scarlet ripples spread across the void. Bai Donglin followed a certain coordinate, and stepped out of the dimension. Like an instinct, his will spread out. The boundless star field was covered in an instant, and the paradise star was naturally shrouded in it. Everything, no matter how big or small, flooded into his mind. The soft music is pleasant to the ears. Pools of wine and meat are not enough to describe it. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, and with a thought, he isolated and blocked some indecent things. On this pink star with a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers, it seemed that there was nothing else except that thing. Go to a brothel to listen to music. Go to a brothel to listen to music. There are 3 trillion brothels of all kinds on this planet. TSK. If I go to each one of them, I'm afraid it will cost me half my life. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered. This bliss star was not simple. Various powerful formations were arranged on the stars, including the deep space of the universe. There were many powerful gods and demons hidden in all directions of the stars, which was no weaker than the top forces. For men, paradise is indeed a paradise. As far as sex is concerned, all desires can be satisfied here, no matter how obscene, dirty or perverted. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Donglin put his hands behind his back and paced in the air. He had official business to attend to, and these vulgar women who were just for fun could not arouse his interest at all. Although there are many romantic places in Jilexing, only one dares to be named Jile, and that is also where Aoxian often appears. After taking a few steps, Bai Donglin came to a towering complex of palaces, which could be called a huge city. The crowd gathered together. Their pink arms waved, and their sweet and sickly shouts filled their ears. Bai Donglin's body seemed illusory as he walked into the palace, passing through numerous formations and the surging crowd, without attracting any attention, as if he was in another world, a different dimension. Oh, master, please stop touching me. My legs are almost peeling. Come, have some wine. Sir, come here. Ignoring these corrupt sounds, Bai Donglin walked casually, looked around, and scanned every living being here, with endless illusory threads flashing in his eyes. In his eyes at this moment, there is no distinction between men and women, no matter beautiful or ugly, pure or wild. They are all a bunch of disordered and complicated cause and effect lines. His mind was working rapidly, observing countless causal lines. Aoxian often visited this place, and must have left traces on the cause and effect. Huh? It seems I don't need to wait here any longer. Aoxian, I found you. Bai Donglin's burning gaze passed through the walls, and saw a delicate figure playing the guzheng. The sound of the piano is faint, sad and desolate. In the woman's belly, there was a golden causal line extending out, sinking into the void, and connecting to an unknown place. Interesting. A little snake demon is actually pregnant with a pure-blooded real dragon. Yes, there is no doubt about it. It is Aoxian's child. A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. The probability of this happening was very small. A low-probability event that was 1,000,000 times more difficult than crossing reproductive isolation. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak, and he is almost being sucked dry by the true dragon seed. Bai Donglin pursed his lips slightly. No wonder the dragon bloodline was so prevalent. Almost all of the scale-armored demons were covered. The dragon race was well known for its debauchery. They played too much. Paradise Star is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 571 Women's World. Clang. The strings of the zither broke, and the sad and mournful sound stopped abruptly, followed by a soft sigh, which was filled with indescribable sadness and desolation. Perhaps this is the final fate of most women on the Elysian Star. A miserable life with no good ending. Even if they force themselves to smile and cater to others, and survive to old age, they will still drag their broken bodies, guard the green lamp, and live a miserable life. Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly, and the endless and complicated causal line slowly dissipated, leaving only the golden causal line that could lock onto Aoxian in his sight. You little snake demon. You are indeed pitiful. But there are so many miserable people in the world. No matter how powerful I am, I can't save everyone I see. Not to mention that you are a scaly creature. But, Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, his expression calm. He did not feel any sympathy for the snake girl's tragic experience. He was accustomed to human tragedies that were thousands of times more tragic than this. I got the clue from you. And you helped me unintentionally. So I saved your life to settle the cause and effect. As his thoughts flowed, Bai Donglin slowly stretched out his hand, crossed the void dimension, and reached directly into the snake girl's belly through numerous obstacles. He twisted his fingers lightly, picked out the true dragon seed, and left a ray of light of life to make up for the snake girl's lost origin. The emaciated snake girl's skin suddenly became rosy and shiny after the dragon seed left her body. She covered her stomach with both hands, with a look of disbelief on her face. Interesting. Bai Donglin rubbed the golden beans on his fingertips, with a thoughtful look on his face. The preciousness of the true dragon seed was unquestionable. As the initiator, Ao Xiang could not have been unaware of the birth of his own bloodline. But he didn't care, and let the dragon seed suck the snake girl's essence and blood. The end result was that even if the snake girl was sucked dry, she would not be able to give birth to a real dragon. This seed is still in its budding stage, without even a heartbeat. Naturally, it has no soul or spirit, and cannot be considered a life. It is useless to Bai Donglin, so he just throws it into the eternal continent and feeds the chicks. What exactly this thing is used for, you will know after reading Ao Xiang's memory. I don't want to think too much about it. After saying this, he took one last look at this extremely decadent paradise star, sensed and locked the dimensional coordinates, took a step forward, and in an instant he arrived at a dim secret room. This secret room is surrounded by numerous formations, and the defensive barriers extend deep into the dimensional space. However, Bai Donglin's attainments in dimensions are no longer what they used to be, and he easily erodes into the interior of the formation. Ao Xiang, the seventh son of the Dragon Emperor, sat cross-legged in the center of the secret room with his eyes closed, unaware of Bai Donglin, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Bai Donglin's gaze slightly shifted, and was attracted by something above Ao Xiang's head. It was a crystal-clear crystal ball, suspended between two dragon horns that were shining with divine light. It was slowly rotating, exuding the breath of an ancient time and space. Crash. His will gently touched the crystal ball, and a surging sound naturally sounded in his mind. Bai Donglin's eyes became even more curious. Even his will could not see through this thing, so it was obviously not a man-made thing. At the very least, even the most exquisite immortal weapons created by the ancestors would not be able to leave any trace of human intervention in his will. It's a far cry from being an ancient artifact. But the seemingly real aura fluctuations and the seemingly natural structure make it look very similar to an ancient artifact. Could it be that this is a component of some ancient artifact? Bai Donglin's heart moved, and his gaze towards the crystal ball suddenly became much more serious. Every ancient artifact is a unique treasure, and even if it is just one of its parts, its value is inestimable. Who is it? Ao Xiang suddenly opened his eyes, stood up abruptly, and looked furious. You're looking for death. Who destroyed this prince's true dragon seed? Damn you. You really don't know how to live or die. Roar. 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 Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly. Ao Xiang suddenly went crazy. He thought Ao Xiang had discovered him. But unexpectedly, he was angry because he sensed that the dragon species on Paradise Star was destroyed. What's the fuss? It's just the death of an unborn child. Why are you so emotional? It seems there must be something hidden. Let me see what you are up to. A golden light flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, and his true will, wrapped around his soul and thoughts, sank into Ao Xiang's sea of consciousness, ignoring all kinds of defensive restrictions, and directly enveloped a colorful dragon-shaped soul. The complex and vast memories were read out in an instant. Snort. The memory was digested in an instant, and anger flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. He looked at Ao Xiang, who was fixed in place with disgust. Before you approach the 10th realm of the dragon race, I wanted to let you live a little longer. But now it seems unnecessary. It would be a sin to let a disgusting piece of trash like you live one more day in this world. Bai Donglin showed anger rarely. It was obvious that what he saw in Ao Xiang's memory made him very unhappy, and he even changed his plans temporarily. He did as he said. He raised his hand and pressed it. A scarlet vortex appeared on the palm of his hand and swallowed Ao Xiang directly into the dimensional world. I'll come and deal with you later. Bai Donglin flipped his palm and caught the crystal ball that fell due to loss of support. He already had a basic understanding of its origin. This crystal ball is indeed a component of an ancient artifact, although this artifact has many components. With a total of 36 crystal balls, it turned out to be the legendary Dinghai Divine Pearl. It is said that each bead of this treasure contains a complete world. When the 36 Dinghai divine pearls are gathered together, they can explode with unimaginable terrifying destructive power. Unfortunately, it's harder than climbing to the sky to get a complete set. Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly. The Dinghai divine pearl was something Ao Xiang accidentally discovered from the Dragon Clan's treasure house when he was an adult. Ever since he learned of its extraordinariness, he has been trying hard to find other divine pearls, but to no avail. It is estimated that the entire Scale Armor clan only has this one, although it cannot be put together into a complete set. This single Dinghai divine pearl still possesses extraordinary power. The one in Bai Donglin's hand now carries a world. Thinking of what he had observed in Ao Xiang's memory, Bai Donglin frowned slightly, and his spiritual thoughts poured down and were infused into the crystal ball. He only felt that he had passed through a layer of thin film. His thoughts became lighter, and then he appeared in a world full of spiritual energy. As expected, this Ao Xiang is truly a beast. Bai Donglin's will shook slightly, and instantly everything in the world was enveloped in his perception. This was a very strange world. There are only women in this world. No men exist. Not even a male mosquito can be found. This world is divided into two continents, the East and the West. In the West, there grows an extremely tall ancient tree called the Elf Mother Tree. This tree is full of fruits all year round. When these magical fruits surrounded by divine light mature, countless elves with beautiful faces will be born. Of course, these elves are all female, with the Elven Mother Tree taking on the responsibility of reproduction. There is naturally no need for males to exist among the Western elves. The western part of the continent is a country full of female elves. In the east, it is not much different. There is a Yang river flowing there. When a woman drinks the water from the river, she will absorb pure Yang energy, become pregnant naturally, and give birth to a baby girl. The eastern part of the continent is composed of various scale armor tribes, all of whom are women. They use the Yang river as a tool for reproduction. And there is no man. This can't be called reproduction at all. It's more like cloning. Bai Donglin's mind was flowing, and he had already seen through the details of the women who became pregnant after drinking the Yang river water. The life factors of the baby girls they gave birth to had no change at all, just like their clones. But the strange thing is that the mother river that spread to this place still bestowed the soul and true spirit. Chapter 572, Justice Trial. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. This Ao Xiang has such a cold and heartless character. It is rare. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, his tone slightly cold, and his body formed by his thoughts floated above the sky. His burning eyes took in all the endless lives, and he saw through everything through the complicated and dense lines of cause and effect. The Dinghai Pearl contains a complete class of small world. Its core continent is extremely vast, spanning nearly 3 trillion kilometers, and is divided into two lands, east and west, by a bottomless abyss. Under Ao Xiang's intervention, the eastern scale demons and the western elves have been fighting each other for generations in order to select the most powerful warriors to sacrifice to the so-called Dragon God. The Dragon God palaces are spread all over the core continent, and there are no less than tens of millions of them. In each palace, there is an incarnation of Ao Xiang, who plays the role of the Dragon God. The clone formed by the condensation of divine power particles has all the characteristics of the original body and can naturally transmit life factors. At all times, there are saints selected in this world who enter the Dragon God Palace to complete the handover of life factors with Ao Xiang. There is an extremely low probability that these women will give birth to true dragon seeds, and die tragically after being devoured by the dragon seeds. Ao Xiang went to such great lengths, of course, not just to satisfy his desires, but because he had greater ambitions. Ao Xiang is the final reaper. His goal is to devour all these true dragon seeds in order to achieve the goal of evolving and sublimating his own bloodline. This elven mother tree should have come from the extinct world of gods. Fortunately, the reproductive isolation between humans and dragons is even more terrifying, and it is extremely difficult to breed true dragon seeds. Otherwise, I don't know how many human women would have suffered this disaster. As one of the divine beasts, the Dragon Clan has extremely strong bloodline power. It is very difficult to give birth to a pure-blooded true dragon, even for these carefully selected saints. The chance of success is less than 1 in a billion. But the advantage is that the base is huge. For who knows how many years, Ao Xiang has never stopped sowing seeds, and has bred quite a few offspring. Unfortunately, these real dragons have not yet been born, and they have been swallowed by their own biological fathers. Humph! He is truly a man of many evil deeds. He deserves to be killed. Boom! Killing intent spread. And the heaven and earth felt it. Endless dark clouds gathered and condensed, instantly covering the core continent. Lightning and thunder flashed, and thunder dragons filled with destructive power rolled endlessly in the clouds. Such a horrifying natural disaster instantly attracted the attention of all living beings in this world. Looking at the roaring thunder dragon of destruction, their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly knelt on the ground, kowtowing continuously. Dragon God, please calm down. Dragon God, please calm down. These women who were imprisoned here and suffered a lot naturally thought that this vision was the work of Ao Xiong. Pitiful. Bai Donglin sighed softly, his thoughts spreading. Isn't it the same for the endless sentient beings in the one true world? Imprisoned by the Mother River, they cannot see the true face of the world. Sizzle. Boom. Endless thunder dragons fell, circling and roaring, and the terrifying destructive force instantly annihilated the Dragon God Palace and Ao Xiong's clone within it. For a moment, countless thunder beams connected the sky and the earth, illuminating the core continent brightly. After taking a final look at the sentient beings in this world, who were standing there in a daze, Bai Donglin's mind immediately withdrew from the Dinghai Divine Pearl, and his gaze returned to the crystal ball in his hand that was shining with divine light. Who could have imagined that inside such a beautiful thing, countless lives would be imprisoned and tortured, never to see the light of day? Well, even though we are not of the same race, and the weak are pathetic, we should not be fooled. I will help you erase this tragic past. Buzz. A gray light emerged, and the space and time where the Dinghai Shenzhen Pearl was located was suddenly cut apart, and the flow of time skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, in his inner world, sang Yi Santian, all traces left by Ao Xiong were erased under the intervention of Bai Donglin's will. After several generations, the shadow left by the Dragon God has disappeared completely, and this strange world where only women exist has finally ushered in peace and prosperity. After weighing the Dinghai Divine Pearl in his hand, Bai Donglin casually threw it into the treasure house of the Light Realm. If 36 of these ancient artifacts were gathered together, they could evolve into a miniature universe of heavens and myriad worlds. The power would be terrifying, but a single one would not be of much use. He didn't think about looking for it. Ao Xiong had relied on the power of the entire Scale Armor clan, but had not found any trace of the second one for so many years. It was obviously not that easy. There are only 8 war steels in total, and now I have only collected 5 of them after all my efforts. And there are 36 Dinghai Divine Pearls in total. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. Forget it. The most important thing is that he has no shortage of ancient artifacts, and he has always believed in his own strength. So his desire for external objects is not that strong. Perhaps there is still a chance. Bai Donglin's heart moved, and he suddenly remembered Lianxin's Tianqin plan. If there was anyone who could find all the Dinghai Divine Pearls, it would probably be Lianxin after she replaced Tianqin. By deducing the secrets of heaven, one can see through many things, but the line of secrets of heaven is extended from the true spirit. In other words, only living beings possess the secrets of heaven. Inanimate objects, like the Dinghai Shenzhen Pearl, are not enough. He had obtained 5 heavenly secret talismans in the poisonous sea at the center of the earth, and used 3 of them to search for the seeds of the laws. Now it is clear that this heavenly secret talisman was refined by an ancestor of the Tianji Pavilion with the help of the Tianji Compass. The Compass of Heaven's Secrets, which is the fragment of the jade butterfly of creation related to the Avenue of Destiny, also possessed this ability after Lianxin merged with it. I'll know after I ask Lianxin to try it out. Even if I don't have any use for this thing, it's not bad to give it to someone else. Suppressing his thoughts, he did not take the matter too seriously, because even if Lianxin replaced Tianqin of the only true world, the scope it could cover did not include other alien worlds in the outer dimension. Who can guarantee that all the Dinghai Shenju are within the one true world? Bai Donglin raised his hand and swept away all the treasures and resources accumulated in the secret room. After confirming that nothing was lost, his figure flashed, and he escaped into the dimensional world. Boom! Roar! 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 As Bai Donglin removed the breath suppression, Ao Xiong woke up instantly, sensing a strange and abstract environment. He had completely lost contact with his secret room. With horror in his heart, he directly revealed his true form. The extremely huge dragon body twisted for thousands of feet, roaring angrily, and its dragon claws were sharp, constantly tearing and cutting, trying to escape from this strange place. But now that the dimensional world has been integrated with the 5 war monuments, how can it be shaken by the mere kings of gods and demons? It would be in vain to use all your strength. After struggling in vain, Ao Xiang gradually regained his senses. His huge dragon eyes flashed with ferocity. He looked around and shouted loudly. Who is it? How dare you plot against this prince? Are you looking for death? Get out of here. Do you know my identity? Do you know who my father is? If anything happens to me, there is no chance that you will survive. No matter how high or low you go. Ao Xiang appears to be fierce, but is actually weak on the inside. The tougher his words are, the more timid he feels inside. There are too many ruthless people in this world today. If he happens to meet a madman, he is not sure that his identity can really scare the other person. Isn't your father the Dragon Emperor? And you have a grandfather who is in the 10th realm. Right? That's really amazing. Bai Donglin's figure slowly appeared, and he sat cross-legged on top of Ao Xiang. He slightly loosened his control over his body, and his huge mass immediately acted on every inch of Ao Xiang's dragon body. Boom! The dragon's body, which stretched for tens of millions of feet, was forced to fall down, smashing heavily on the ground, raising endless smoke and dust. Okay. So heavy. Ao Xiang opened his eyes with difficulty, feeling that every particle of divine power in his body was groaning and wailing, with faint signs of breaking. Bai Donglin's divine power particles contain 10 supreme rules, and are superimposed billions of times. If he releases all control over his body and pulls off a strand of hair, its mass will far exceed that of a neutron star. How can Ao Xiang contend with it? You actually know my identity. Why don't you let me go? Don't worry. I will let bygones be bygones and pretend nothing happened. Ao Xiang still held on to hope. At this point, he had no other choice but to use his identity as an excuse. Previously, he was reluctant to sacrifice his bloodline and wanted to escape. But now that he had seen a glimpse of Bai Donglin's strength, he dared not act recklessly. Their strength is not at the same level. The opponent can completely follow the remaining will fluctuations after his self-destruction, and use the rules of Advent to wipe out all the resurrections. You little bastard. Don't you understand the situation? You don't even recognize me. How pathetic. Let me introduce myself briefly. I am the supreme ruler of the human race. Chaos, Tianluo, and Glory. A long string of titles came to Ao Xiang's mind, which confused him. He suddenly remembered a rumor. Yes. It's you? Ao Xiang was horrified. And then his whole body turned cold, and he couldn't help shaking. It's over. How did he meet this big devil? Bai Donglin. A terrifying existence, who was pushed to the top of the must-kill list by the aliens. A trace of confusion flashed across Ao Xiang's eyes. How could such a person come after a small character like him? Ao Xiang. I already know everything you have done. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes. In his vision, Ao Xiang's dragon body was surrounded by the dark sin of killing. Countless phantoms full of resentment were roaring ferociously, trying to tear Ao Xiang to pieces. Unfortunately, none of these phantoms could touch Ao Xiang's body. A layer of golden light film with dragon shadows hovering around it tightly wrapped Ao Xiang, isolating him from the erosion of sin and resentment. This is the destiny of the Dragon Clan. As a pure-blooded descendant of the Dragon Clan, he could naturally share a part of the luck and be protected by the luck. These sins and resentments, which were not too strong, naturally could not hurt Ao Xiang in the slightest. Although Ao Xiang's actions were extremely bad, the number of lives he killed was only 18 billion, compared with Bai Donglin's destruction of a star in the world of gods, which resulted in the annihilation of trillions of lives. It is nothing, although the nature of the two is completely different. Then Ao Xiang. Stand up for trial. Bai Donglin looked indifferent, and slowly pressed his palm towards Ao Xiang's head, with an extreme destructive wave hidden, but not released. No! You can't kill me! I don't want to die yet. Ao Xiang was terrified and desperate. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't move at all. Die! What sweet dreams are you having in broad daylight? Snap! The dragon's body, which was tens of millions feet long, was like fragile glass, and was smashed into pieces by a single blow. Chapter 573. The evildoers need the evildoers to deal with them. I'm not dead. Ao Xiang only felt a sharp pain, and then he found that he was still in the world. He was surprised at first, but then he remembered Bai Donglin's brutal reputation, and boundless fear surged in his heart. Yes, how could this lawless madman let him go so easily? What on earth do you want to do? Bai Donglin heard Ao Xiang's cry, lowered his head to look at the dragon soul in his palm, ignored it, raised his hand to reach into the void in front of him, and caught the chick out of the light world. Master, do you have something to ask me? The little chick looked startled, its wings shining with sharp edges, and it was gesturing towards its plucked thighs. It was very busy stewing itself in the iron pot, and didn't know why its owner suddenly caught it. Master, is it that yesterday's chicken soup was not to your taste? If you don't like something, you can point it out, and I will change it immediately. Is the thigh meat too tough? How about we change it to braised chicken wings today? The little chick's tone was nervous, fearing that it would lose its identity as a chef. It was now enjoying itself so much that it didn't want to leave. There were countless ingredients in the medicine garden in the light world for it to use, and it could quickly recover its severed flesh by swallowing medicine. Its cultivation had skyrocketed during this period of time, and the price it paid was just to cut itself once a day. No, little chicken. You have to be confident in the quality of your meat. It's not dry. It's very fragrant. Bai Donglin couldn't help but smacking his lips. He actually didn't eat much, and most of it was eaten by the little foodie meanie. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment. Master, why did you call the little chicken here? What is this? Such rich blood of a real dragon. The little chick realized it later. It sniffed the blood in the air. Its eyes lit up, and it quickly looked down to see the corpses piled up like a mountain. Look, you saw it too. I killed a dragon. Seeing that you have been working hard, I asked you to eat it to replenish your blood. Bai Donglin pointed at the dragon soul in his hand. Although Ao Xiang's way of enhancing his bloodline was cruel and outrageous, the effect was undoubtedly huge. His bloodline was so rich that it could almost be traced back to the body of the ancestral dragon. Gulu. The little chick swallowed hard and admired Bai Donglin in his heart. He was worthy of being its master. The dismemberment technique was perfect. Every particle of divine power was only stripped of will and soul, while the true dragon bloodline was not damaged at all. Thank you, Master. I'm welcome. Little chicken. Ong! The little chick stretched its neck and cried loudly, then flapped its wings to reveal its huge body. It opened its mouth and sucked fiercely, swallowing countless pieces of corpses shining with divine light into its stomach, crushing them, swallowing them, and digesting them. You? Ao Xiang, with only his soul left, witnessed the tragedy with his own eyes, and was filled with hatred. This was his bloodline that he had spent countless efforts to condense, and yet it was just fed to chickens. This was really insane. What do you mean? Your trial is not over yet. Let's continue. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold. He had seen many evil people and usually just killed them. But for a bastard like Ao Xiang, he had to go through the procedures. Ao Xiang, for your own selfish desires, you have imprisoned all living beings, abused women with cruel means, and trampled on the will and dignity of others. Your crimes are unforgivable. I now sentence you. Ultimate punishment. Eternal imprisonment in the prison of time. The indifferent voice was like the agreement from heaven, and it chilled my heart to hear it. What time to jail? Ao Xiang's soul trembled, and just as doubts arose, he saw Bai Donglin stretched out his hand and pointed, and the ground suddenly shook violently, and a dark crack appeared. The crack was bottomless, dark and extremely cold. Hee hee, roar, ah. The manic and chaotic sounds gushed out from the depths of the crack, sometimes whispering, sometimes roaring madly, so strange and evil that it made people's scalps numb. Ding! Ding! The sound of heads colliding with iron was dull and deep. Crunch! The sharp claws scratched the metal wall, making a harsh sound. Quiet! Bai Donglin frowned and shouted, and the depths of the dark crack suddenly became quiet, and then an even louder noise emerged. Ah! Lord of Chaos! Kill me! Please kill me! It's been 50 billion years. It's been 50 billion years. How long will you torture me before you are satisfied? Kill me! Ha ha! Brother, did you hear that? It's Bai Donglin. He's going to send someone to the time prison again. He has a new toy. Hush. Brother, don't make any noise. Let's do this quietly. Hee hee. Bah! You schizophrenic lunatic. 100 million personalities aren't enough for you to play with? Kill me. Kill me. It's so bitter. It's so bitter. It's been 3 trillion years. Why am I still alive? Why can't I die? Why? Why? The whispers were faint and floated out, twisted, abstract and fragmented, making it impossible to tell whether they were human language or ghost talk. What the H.L. is this place? Ao Xiang roared in fear. The terrifying feeling that drifted out from the depths of the crack made him feel very uneasy. He begged in a hoarse voice. My lord. My lord. I was wrong. Please. Forgive me. No. No. Woo-woo. Crying. The king's realm. The seventh prince of the dragon was directly scared. Wrong? Too late. Boom. With his palm turned upside down, Ao Xiang's tightly bound soul fell into the abyss of the crack. From the five-dimensional world downwards, the dimensions were rapidly compressed. From surfaces, lines, points, to the final zero dimension. Ding-ling-ding. A metal cage tied by chains floated out from the deepest darkness and firmly caught Ao Xiang's soul. Boom. It closed with a bang and would never be opened again. No! Let me out! Ao Xiang begged with crying cavity, devoured by endless darkness, and did not pass on the slightest. The zero-dimensional world, the eternal silence, the mad language that I just heard outside, is just a reflection of the will of those prisoners. How terrible! The chicks who ate the seaside secretly watched by Donglin's trial with the light of the corner of his eyes. He was scared by the horror time. It dared to swear. He never heard of such a terrible punishment in his life. Have you finished eating? Bai Donglin raised his hand, and the dark cracks closed and disappeared instantly. He looked back at the chicks and almost choked him. Ahem. Eat. Eat well. Thank you for the hospitality. Master, if there is nothing else, the chicken will go back and make soup for you. Promising. He shook his head slightly, and thought about sending the chick back to the light world. With a flash of his figure, he left the dimensional world and returned to the secret room belonging to Ao Xiang again. I originally wanted to use Ao Xiang to lurk into the palace of the Demon Palace, but it was really difficult to bear to let the garbage live for a while. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and the true will in his body surged for a moment, and then burned fiercely. The scorching golden light enveloped every particle of divine power. In the invisible high temperature, the particles slowly softened and turned into a strange substance with extremely strong plasticity. The 2 8 secret arts of Yu and Chen were then performed, and the changes became smoother and more harmonious, under the control of the heaven-defying thinking. Incomparably complex changes took place in the body in an orderly manner. The changes under the microscopic view were extremely complicated, but to the outside world, it seemed that Bai Donglin's body was only gushing out sticky golden flames. After the flames burned fiercely for a while, Ao Xiang stepped out leisurely. Thanks to his previous experience of wearing women's clothing, Bai Donglin could be said to have glimpsed the true meaning of this way of change. Ao Xiang sat off his knees, closed his eyes, and fell into practice, as if nothing had happened. After a month, sneak into the palace of the Demon Palace, and the $1 billion birthday of the 10 realms will not give him face-to-face. Netherworld Candle Dragon. I will see you soon. After reading Ao Xiang's memory, I already know the location of the birthday party. I have to say that the Dragon Clan is still very cautious. The Demon Emperor's palace is not simple. Chapter 574 Half a Word. 1 month later, Bai Donglin, wearing Ao Xiang's skin, walked out of the heavily guarded secret room and headed straight for Wulong Valley. After the scaled demons were driven out, they moved their entire base here. The evil dragon Ao Xiang was very interesting. He did not live in the Dragon Clan's lair, but lived alone outside. Ao Xiang is an ambitious dragon. He has a deep mind and has created several kinds of people for himself. In front of the Dragon Emperor and his brothers and clansmen, he behaved with mediocre talent and a withdrawn personality, and was completely invisible. In the outside world, he turned into a sex-crazed devil and a playboy. When being suppressed by Bai Donglin and facing the crisis of death, he will not hesitate to rely on the prestige of his tribe. But he can also instantly become a pitiful creature who wags his tail and begs for mercy, humbly trying to survive. He clearly has the strength to be crowned a king, but he only shows the second extreme. He knows how to keep a low profile and is flexible. If he hadn't met me, maybe Ao Xiang could have really become a big shot. After receiving all of Ao Xiang's memories, Bai Donglin naturally understood why Ao Xiang wanted to hide himself like this. The Dragon Emperor had 7 sons in total, and there was only one heir to the Dragon Emperor. Ao Xiang was ranked last, with a huge, both in terms of cultivation and the power they controlled. After accidentally obtaining the Ding High Divine Pearl, Ao Xiang became more patient and began to improve his strength in a low-key manner, hoping that when his brothers were fighting to the death, he would be able to reap the benefits. If you don't act crazy and stupid, and show off your talents to win people's hearts. You might die quietly in some accident before you even grow up. There is no family affection in the royal family, let alone the huge force that controls a clan. With the intricate conflicts of interest, every dragon prince no longer represents an individual, but an aggregate of interests. Sometimes, there are some things that you have to do even if you don't want to, without the power to crush everything. You can't escape the stranglehold of the whirlpool of interests. These bullshit things have nothing to do with me. On the contrary, the little transparent persona created by Ao Xiang makes it easier for me to hide. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly and cut off these meaningless thoughts. Although he was wearing Ao Xiang's skin, it was impossible to ask him to call the old dragon as the father emperor. The loneliness created by Ao Xiang on weekdays perfectly solved this problem. The last time Ao Xiang spoke to the dragon emperor was tens of thousands of years ago. The so-called blood relationship between them was extremely indifferent. Ao Xiang's residence was not too far from the Wanlong Valley. Bai Donglin maintained Ao Xiang's speed, and it took him half an hour to arrive at the boundless blue ocean. The dragon clan's lair was deep in the sea. Boom! The waves were surging, and the sea water automatically opened up a huge gully. A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals lined up and came out. Seeing Ao Xiang's indifferent expression, they bowed their heads and bowed to him. Meet His Royal Highness the Seventh Prince. He nodded, ignored the flattery of the monsters, and stepped towards the dragon palace under the sea. The ravine that stretched for millions of miles slowly closed. Bai Donglin has already entered the state at this time. His ego consciousness is dormant, and everything is dominated by the carefully created virtual personality. At this moment, he is no different from Ao Xiang. Whether it is cultivation, blood aura, soul aura, will fluctuations, temperament, behavioral habits, etc. No matter who comes, no one can see the slightest flaw. Little brother, you are finally here. Wouldn't it be better for you to live in the palace? Why do you have to stay in your shabby cave and make everyone wait for you? Just as Bai Donglin reached the palace gate, a gloomy-looking man came towards him and started asking a string of sarcastic questions. Oh! Ao Pai, the sixth prince, was in the same situation as Ao Xiang, but he could not recognize the situation and tried to defy heaven. He was already close to death. Bai Donglin did not even look at him. He just responded casually and walked straight into the hall. Humph! Damn it! Ao Xiang, you dare to ignore me. A piece of trash. Just wait. When I ascend the throne of Dragon Emperor, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Ao Pai's expression became even gloomier, and anger rose in his heart. But he could do nothing about Ao Xiang, knowing that this eccentric guy was just like that. Not much different from a mute. Unable to fart for a long time. Foolish fellow. Do you think you can escape punishment by pretending to be crazy? This is what happened to my father's brothers. Wouldn't it be nice to join forces with me? Ao Pai frowned and paced for a while, thinking. Then he entered the hall. Not everyone is eligible to attend the birthday party of a 10-realm powerhouse. Apart from those 10-realm powerhouses of the same level, only some emperors, gods and demons who have the hope of breaking through the 10th realm will be invited. As for Ao Xiang and other dragon princes, they are special cases because the protagonist of this birthday celebration is their direct bloodline ancestor. Are all of you here? On the dragon throne, the contemporary dragon emperor sat majestically, looking around with an indifferent expression. Your Majesty, everyone is here, and we can set off at any time. Compared to the eccentric Ao Xiang and the gloomy Ao Pai, the eldest prince Ao Meng is much more dignified and generous, and is also the most loved by the dragon emperor. No matter in terms of strength or the interest groups he represents, he is incomparable to the other princes. Bai Donglin glanced sideways and saw through Ao Meng's true colors at a glance. He was at the peak of the emperor realm and was almost entering the emperor realm. No wonder Ao Xiang chose to endure. The gap was indeed not small. Very good. The dragon emperor nodded with satisfaction. The ancestor's billionth birthday was a great joyous event, and he was in a very happy mood. Less stern than usual, the dragon emperor flipped his hand and took out a golden edict. On the front was a big word demon that looked like a living thing, with divine light shining like fireflies, and dancing slightly. The demon king's decree, reaching the sky and the earth, is activated. Buzz. He pinched the mysterious magic formula with his hand and pointed a finger at the decree. The word suddenly disintegrated into countless characters and light spots, floating in the void, circling and entwining, slowly forming a golden vortex, deep and far-reaching. connecting with an unknown place. Go. Go for the old ancestor. The Dragon Emperor smiled, slowly stood up, and stepped into the golden vortex first. Yes. The other princes and emperor-level strongmen followed closely behind, and stepped in one after another. The little transparent Ao Xiong walked leisurely at the end, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. The Demon King's palace is the most powerful treasure of the Demon Clan. It is said that even ancient artifacts cannot break it. The Zhini ancient artifacts are a series of the most powerful treasures known to man. So far, no one has been able to create such powerful treasures. If the Demon King's palace was built by a powerful demon, theoretically it could not be compared with ancient artifacts. The reason why it can be compared with ancient artifacts is that it is still an ancient artifact. Although it is broken, these secrets were recorded among the human race, and Bai Dongyan also learned relevant information. It was said that the Demon King Palace was originally a dilapidated palace. After it was obtained by the ancestors of the demon race, they collected the most precious Super Realm core as materials and patched it up, thus creating the current Demon King Palace. The origin of the ruined palace is unknown, and only half of the word remains on the plaque. Is it Nua's residence? The Nua Palace? Passing through the Golden Vortex Passage, the Dragon Emperor and other monsters arrived at the square outside the Monster Palace. Bai Dongyan looked up and saw the half of the font that was still preserved. Naturally, as his mind worked, he associated the word with the word. The most important thing was that he saw the shadow of the text from his previous life in this half of the ancient and mysterious character. What a great battle! Even the Saint Nua was forced to this extent. Bai Dongyan closed his eyes slightly to hide his flickering gaze. This world was not the only one among all the worlds in the universe, and a horrific war that affected a wide range of people had taken place in this world. These were the information he had confirmed. Even the jade disc of creation was broken. So there is a broken Queen Nua Palace. Isn't this normal? Crunch. The extremely heavy gate of the Demon King's palace slowly opened a crack. Although it was just a crack, it was huge compared to the Demon King's palace itself. According to Bai Donglin's estimation, this crack was as large as 1 trillion kilometers. Even if a few star realms were thrown in, it could be easily passed through. Through the gap, the Dragon Emperor and other monsters clearly felt that there were supreme gazes falling on them. Their expressions suddenly became serious and a little restrained. Come in, everyone. The vicissitudes of life sounded in the hearts of the monsters, as if spanning endless years. Thank you, ancestor. The demons responded hastily, stepped onto a golden bridge of light, and were led through the gap into the hall in an instant. Bai Donglin behaved extremely naturally, and did not reveal any flaws even when glanced at by several people in the 10th realm. The 6th realm's true will is a supreme realm that most of the 10 realms have never reached. Coupled with the assistance of control and dust, it is easy to hide from ordinary peeping means. The main hall inside the Demon King's palace was extremely vast, like a universe. It was not much different from the central temple in the human race's outer world that Bai Dongyan had seen. Bai Dongyan and other monsters, including the Dragon Emperor, walked in the hall, looking as small as dust. In their perception, there were huge thrones suspended in the highest part of the void, and on top of them were figures with powerful auras. They were surrounded by divine light, so they could not be seen clearly. The demons did not dare to look at them, as that would be too rude. No hurry. No hurry. It's not the time to take action yet. Bai Donglin's eyes were dim, without showing any emotion fluctuation. Although there were many powerful people in the 10th realm here, he had never come into contact with the Netherworld Candle Dragon, and did not recognize the other party's breath. It is still uncertain whether the Nether Candle Dragon is here. If he is, it would be the best, which would save him a lot of effort. Chapter 575. The Sticks. Gift. Buzz. Countless rays of light descended, gathering in the hall to form tables and chairs. Divine light flowed through, and the tables were filled with fine wine, delicacies, and spiritual fruits. The monsters thanked him again, and took their seats one by one. They still looked a little reserved. This was unavoidable, no matter how powerful they were. It was like smoke in front of the gap in strength. Moreover, no matter how powerful they were, how could they compare to the Supreme 10 Realms ancestor, who was even the Dragon Emperor? It would only take a word for him to give up. Little ones, don't be so reserved. You are all the pillars of our Scale Armor clan. The future of our clan still needs you to continue. Blah blah blah. Although it is a birthday party, brainwashing is inevitable. This is also one of the purposes of gathering those at the Peak Emperor realm here. Maybe everyone will be at the 10th realm in the future. It is necessary to win over good relationships in advance. The praise from the Ten Realms Patriarch made the demons feel excited. This shouldn't have happened given their state of mind. But since these words came from the mouth of the Ten Realms Patriarch, it was completely different. After the brainwashing was completed, the monsters began to send their congratulations. There was no need for gifts, as the strong men in the Ten Realms were all extremely wealthy, and would not look down on their shabby things. After several exchanges, the atmosphere in the hall became much more active. The Ten Realms began to talk privately. As for Bai Donglin, he was an unknown person, sitting in the corner eating fruits and vegetables, not attracting anyone's attention. Ha ha! Congratulations. AOU. I wish you a long and healthy life. I am busy with work and I am late. I will drink 3 cups as punishment. A hearty laugh came from outside the Demon King's palace. Endless divine light emerged, and a tall throne appeared from it, steadily catching the tall figure who was stepping towards him. The domineering aura filled the hall, causing the demons to pause and become restrained. Bai Donglin paused and slowly put down the half-eaten spiritual fruit in his hand. He felt a surge of intuition in his heart that his weight might finally bear fruit. Senior Zhulong, why are you here? AOU is already deeply honored that you are here. How dare I blame you? Netherworld Candle Dragon. It is you. A glimmer flashed in the depths of Bai Donglin's eyes, and his ego consciousness was ready to move. In the previous communication between the 10 realms, no one mentioned their names, so he could not lock on the target. But the Netherworld Candle Dragon is different. He is from the Scaly Armored Demon clan, the true ruler of this era, a supreme leader-like existence. When he condescends to appear here, all kinds of compliments are inevitable. Now that the target appeared, Bai Donglin no longer hesitated and communicated with the Infernal River according to the method he had thought of long ago. His ultimate goal is the 100,000 rule-level monsters controlled by the Nether Candle Dragon. Before seeing these suppressed and sealed monsters, he must not alert the enemy. The Nether Candle Dragon is not a fool, and his cultivation is the best among the 10 realms. If ordinary means are used, he will definitely notice something unusual. After much thought, Bai Donglin believed that only his true will and the sticks with the infinite characteristic could accomplish this task. Without knowing the realm of the Netherworld Candle Dragon's will, the infinite sticks would be more reliable. Before we begin, we must first cut off the causal line. Bai Donglin lightly stroked his finger and directly severed the causal line between himself and the sticks. This break was only temporary, and would automatically reappear after a period of time. He was currently unable to completely erase the causal line, as that belonged to a higher level of power. He was worried that Nether Candle Dragon had also mastered the law of cause and effect, or that there were some powerful men in the 10 realms of the Scale Armor clan who were proficient in the way of cause and effect. Although the endless sticks can silently attach itself to the Netherworld Candle Dragon, the causal lines that come with it cannot be hidden. For a strong person who is well versed in cause and effect, this suddenly appearing causal line is extremely eye-catching and can be seen at a glance. He can even be tracked back based on the causal line. After actively and temporarily severing the causal line between him and the endless sticks, the sticks truly turned into nothingness, with no connection to anything in the world. Its attachment to the Netherworld Candle Dragon was also a result without cause. Unfortunately, the distance that my current posthumous observer status can reach is limited. Otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. The unobservable strange will is undoubtedly more suitable for lurking and tracking. But it is not applicable to the current situation when we don't know how far away the strangeness is. The spread distance of the observer's will is closely related to the base point at the time of death, and he has no way to move this base point for the time being. Perhaps it can only change after the soul transforms again. Nether Candle Dragon and AOU and other powerful men of the 10 realms were conversing enthusiastically. No one noticed that an invisible and intangible silk thread, billions of times thinner than a hair, quietly spread and circled around the necks of Nether Candle Dragon and all the men of the 10 realms. It's like a dog leash. Following one is the same as following 10. So just package them all together. This is Bai Donglin's idea. What if this 10 realms named Zhulong is just a name with the same meaning? Although judging from the respectful attitude of AOU and other 10 realms masters, and the fact that there is almost no possibility of having the same name in the 10 realms, this senior Zhulong is 90% likely to be the Netherworld Zhulong. But Bai Donglin is so cautious that he will never allow any possible mistakes to occur. Before we see anything strange, we can't alert the enemy. Ao Xiong can't die yet. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly. He raised his hand, picked up a spiritual fruit, and started to eat it in big bites. continuing to play the role of Ao Xiang meticulously. The birthday celebration lasted a very long time, and there seemed to be endless things to say between the 10 realms. The monsters like the Dragon Emperor seemed to never be able to get drunk or eat enough, and they kept toasting each other, giving the old ancestor Aoyu enough face. Bai Donglin seemed a little bored. As time passed, his attention began to shift to the Demon King's palace below him. If the dilapidated palace that the demon sage brought out from the depths of Guishu is really the Empress Nua palace that I guessed, I wonder if there will be other things inside, such as some secret records. Over the years, he had heard of or seen many ancient artifacts, many of which were well-known treasures. But this Empress Nua palace was a little different. That is the legendary Taoist temple of Noah, which was refined artificially, and is different from the treasures born from heaven and earth. In terms of recording information alone, the former is naturally more appropriate. Once this idea came to mind, Bai Donglin could no longer suppress his curiosity. With a slight movement of his mind, he once again activated the endless sticks, which extended down along the smooth ground without any hindrance. The Demon King's palace was built with the combined efforts of the entire demon clan, with 99% of its parts consisting of various fairy minerals and divine materials that were added later. Only the incomplete palace that is suspected to be the Queenhua Palace is the real core, and that is what Bai Donglin wants to find. It is not easy to find the Queenhua Palace in such a huge palace complex. Under Bai Donglin's control, the Endless Styx River continues to extend, while also madly splitting and expanding. Dense silk threads form a dense network covering everything, spreading silently into the depths of the Demon King's palace. Amazing! Among the ancestors of this demon race, there are quite a few remarkable people who can actually come up with this refining method. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. As the Endless Styx reflected everything, he understood some of the refining techniques of the Demon King's palace. It was an unexpected surprise. The original appearance of the Demon King's palace was just a patched-up product of a broken ancient artifact. But the Demon Clan attached great importance to it, even surpassing other intact ancient artifacts. The reason is that after the Demon King's palace was recast, it no longer requires a terrible price to activate it. Although other ancient artifacts are intact, they require the lifespan of 10 realms as energy to drive them. Once the two are compared, it will be clear who is stronger and who is weaker. A strong man in the 10th realm is not a cabbage. If one dies, there is one less. It is too extravagant to use him to activate the ancient weapon. Feeling the extraordinariness of this weapon refining technique, Bai Donglin became much more serious. He observed and memorized it carefully. Handing this thing over to the human race would be another great achievement. 10 days later, the birthday banquet was about to end, and the madly spreading Endless Styx finally reached the core depths of the Demon King's palace. A vast scene appeared in Bai Donglin's perception. Incomplete, dilapidated, ancient. The breath of endless time lingers, and bloodstains are engraved on the ruins. This, Bai Donglin's ego consciousness was slightly agitated, and his sight crossed countless obstacles and fell on a blurry mural. It is indeed the Hua Palace. Chapter 576, Top Nua. The mural is very rough, and it is more like a bunch of randomly carved lines than a painting. There were large patches of black blood stains covering the walls, and the patterns formed by scribbled lines could only be vaguely seen. With just a few strokes, he depicted a scene of the end of the world. The earth was sinking, the sky was shattered, and the corpses of gods and Buddhas could be seen everywhere. There were ancient gods kneeling and weeping, and great monsters lying dead in the void. There was endless blood and water, and body parts were floating. These were all minor details of the mural. What caught Bai Donglin's attention was the towering figure rising into the sky in the center of the picture. It had a human head and a snake body, with a jade disc floating above its head. He held a banner in his left hand, and an ancient bell in his right hand. There were 4 swords surrounding his body, and a sword formation under his feet was filled with murderous intent. Behind him, there was a Tai Chi diagram that covered the sky and kept rotating. If this mysterious being with a human head and a snake body is really the legendary Noah, then what is this describing as a scene from the ancient times? Why is it so different from what is rumored? Is Noah really that powerful? Bai Donglin's mind was slightly focused, even though those treasures were just outlined with lines. When he observed them indirectly through the sticks, they still made him feel cold. They were obviously not just for show. The one kneeling and spitting blood is Pangu. The dismembered bird is Diju Tai? That white-haired old man is? Forcing himself to stop his wildly wandering thoughts, Bai Donglin slowly shook his head, knowing that he had preconceived ideas. All the common sense he had before was just acquired from vague and illusory legends, and should not be taken seriously. Moreover, the universe is infinite and endless. Who can be sure that this primordial world is the world he knows? He put his thoughts aside and looked in the direction where Nua had flown. The sky there had collapsed, and twisted darkness was flowing down in countless deep ravines, as if this unknown thing had caused all this. These are all depicted in the murals. Bai Donglin only speculated based on the human head and snake body, and those treasures with obvious features, that the being with only the back left might be Noah. While Bai Donglin was carefully observing the mural, the endless Styx was still spreading rapidly, soon enveloping the entire ruined palace. An object floating on the top of the palace, shining with divine light, also came into view. Battle monument? Bai Donglin was shocked. Compared with the illusory Hongwang and Nua, this thing that could bring him tangible benefits was obviously more attractive. The pointed cornered monument suspended above the ruined palace looked exactly like the war monument, and its entire body glowed with a gorgeous dark purple color. The purple light was extremely penetrating, and the Demon Emperor's palace, which was built with a super realm core and many divine materials and immortal materials, was easily penetrated by it. Endless purple light closely connected the core's ruined palace with the Demon Emperor's palace outside. I see. I was wondering why the method of building the Demon Emperor's palace was always a little short of perfection. It turns out that the key to everything lies on this battle monument. Bai Donglin suddenly realized that the ever-expanding endless Styx had almost completely covered the Demon King's palace. All the secrets and methods of forging in it had been traced back to their source, and were fully reflected in his mind. But when he used this method to evolve and construct in his mind, he did not succeed once, and each time ended in collapse. It turned out that he had lost the most core support of the war monument. The power of the ancient artifact is so great, but its fatal weakness of consuming 10 realms of life can only prevent its spread. The demon race can actually create a demon palace that does not consume 10 realms of life. This is really too unreasonable. No wonder the demon race doesn't want to replicate the demon palace. It's not that they don't want to, but that they can't do it. If this method can be used without restriction, the demon race will inevitably break the balance between the major forces, rise up strongly, and become an existence that is equally powerful as the human race. But fortunately, there are only a few war steels. Especially different war steels have different characteristics because of the different inheritances they carry. I am afraid that in the world, only this purple war steel can do this. And there can only be one Demon King's palace in the world. Shi Li Feng found the method of transformation from the battle monument of Lin, and used it to set up a large formation. The Demon Clan used the purple battle monument to create a unique demon palace. This war clan, which has never left any records in the world, has influenced the direction of the world in another way. It's interesting. Bai Donglin suppressed his excited thoughts. The endless Styx tightly wrapped around the purple battle monument outside the ruined palace. After hesitating for a moment, he gave up the idea of taking action immediately. The Demon King's palace and the war monument are placed here, and now they are locked by a tributary of the Styx. He has plenty of ways to take them away, and now is not the time to alert the enemy. The mind was withdrawn from the Styx, and everything went on silently, without attracting the attention of the 10th realm of the Demon Clan. At this time, the birthday banquet was also coming to an end. Aou, if you have time, you can come to my temple and talk about the true self. Feeling that it was about time, Nether Candle Dragon was the first to stand up and say goodbye. He was busy dealing with the various alien races, and also had to make arrangements for the Battle of Endless Pride. So he didn't have much time to waste here. Senior, take care. Ao, you will definitely come to visit you. Aou and the other 10 realms all stood up to see him off, giving enough face to the leader, Netherworld Candle Dragon. After another round of greetings, Netherworld Candle Dragon's figure turned into light and disappeared in an instant. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. Only he could sense that a faint silk thread followed the Netherworld Candle Dragon and instantly crossed an infinite distance. Yes, that's it. Go ahead and show me the way. Bai Donglin couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. The feeling of ambush someone was really wonderful. One of the purposes of his efforts to improve his strength was to prevent himself from being ambushed by others silently. The Dragon Emperor and other monsters were also very tactful. Seeing that the Nether Candle Dragon had left, they did not dare to disturb Aou any further. They quickly stood up, thanked the ancestor for his hospitality, and were teleported out of the monster palace together. After enjoying the birthday banquet hosted by the 10 Realms ancestor, this group of core leaders of the Demon Clan felt refreshed and flew lightly all the way to the Valley of 10,000 Demons together. It was the Dragon Emperor, who invited many Emperor-level powerhouses to continue drinking. He simply wanted to take advantage of his ancestors' influence to build relationships and consolidate his own power. Bai Donglin had achieved his goal, so he did not continue to follow. He left the team halfway and fled to his own cave outside. Ao Xiang was originally an unknown person, and he didn't even say a word during this trip. The other monsters were used to it and didn't care about his departure. Only Ao pondered for a moment, said goodbye to the Dragon Emperor, and followed Ao Xiang from a distance. Wait a minute. Little brother. What's up? Bai Donglin sensed Ao chasing him from behind. So he stopped and muttered in his heart. Here comes another one seeking death. Little brother. Why are you so cold to Sixth brother? I want to have a good talk with you about our future. A matter of life and death. Looking at Ao Xiang's sour face, Ao Pai's eyes flashed with anger. But thinking of his own plan, he suppressed it, forced a smile, and spoke in a friendly manner. Oh! Bai Donglin still looked half dead, with his eyes slightly closed as if they were stuck with eye boogers. Little brother. Don't act crazy. Even if we don't fight for that position, Big Brother and the others will still not let us go. Do you think they will allow even the slightest hidden danger to exist? Ao Pai had an indignant look on his face. He tightly grasped Ao Xiang's shoulders with both hands and shook him vigorously, as if he wanted to wake up his useless brother. Cooperate with me. Only by uniting together can we protect ourselves. We don't have to climb to that position, but at least we have to keep the benefits we deserve. To exist in this world, we must fight. If we don't fight, how can we cultivate the Great Way? Where will we get the resources to cultivate ourselves? Wake up! Ao Xiang. Ao Pai's fierce words seemed to have really worked. Ao Xiang's sleepy eyes slightly brightened and opened a lot. His expression became serious and he slowly spoke. Sixth brother. Are you serious? Are you really willing to form an offensive and defensive alliance with me? Nature. Ao Pai nodded vigorously, feeling overjoyed. No matter how useless his younger brother was, he was the direct pure-blooded descendant of the Dragon Emperor. His status and position were there, so he could be of great use. In that case, Sixth brother, please come back with me to discuss cooperation. Bai Donglin was too lazy to waste time with Ao Pai, so he just tricked him back to the cave and killed him. This place was too close to the Valley of 10,000 Demons, so it was not a good idea to take direct action. Okay. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, little brother. As long as we work together, Sixth brother will keep you safe. Thank you. Sixth brother. Hey! You and I are brothers. Why be polite? The dragon and the man were chatting happily with each other. They flew at a high speed and soon arrived at Ao Xiang's cave. Hey! Little brother. You've suffered so much these years. Look at this shabby place you live in. I feel so bad for you. Humph! It's all because of my elder brother and his friends, who are too abominable. They don't care about the blood relationship at all. They scared you like this. I don't even dare to go home. Ao Pai continued his passionate performance, trying his best to get closer to Ao Xiang, and belittled the eldest prince without leaving any room for anything. In fact, Ao Xiang's cave was not bad. It was certainly not comparable to the 10,000 Demons Valley, but it was better than most of the powerful gods and demons. Oh! After returning to the cave, Bai Donglin's sullen face returned to normal. The sharp contrast between the two made Ao Pai stunned. Little brother. You. Snapped. Bai Donglin slapped Ao Pai with his backhand, knocking him to the ground. He raised his foot across the air, stepped on his face, and crushed it with his boots. Who are you calling little brother? A piece of trash like you is worthy of being my brother? Looking at Ao Xiang, whose temperament changed drastically, Ao Pai was completely stunned. Chapter 577, Just a Real Dragon. In the dimensional world, Bai Donglin has restored his true form. Ao Pai, who had been in a daze, had been cut into pieces. His soul was bound in the palm of his hand, and his huge dragon body was chopped up and fed to the chickens. According to the normal process, Bai Donglin first read Ao Pai's memory and found that this was also a demon dragon with a lot of evil deeds. Although he was not as evil as his brother Ao Xiang, his crimes were also too numerous to list. So, out of great compassion, he decided to send Ao Pai to reunite with his brother. Ao Pai, don't you want to form an offensive and defensive alliance with Ao Xiang? That's perfect. As allies, we naturally have to share the hardships, so I'll lock you up in the same place. After saying that, Bai Donglin raised his hand and waved it. The earth shook and trembled, and a huge, Dark and deep crack appeared. Countless crazy whispers surged out, making Aopai's heart chill. He woke up instantly and realized the situation in front of him. It turned out that my younger brother Aoxiang had already fallen victim to this man's murder. And the Aoxiang who had gone to the Demon King's palace with me before was a fake. But how did this person hide from the eyes of so many Ten Realms lords? Even the Supreme Lord Netherworld Candle Dragon. Unless, thinking of this, Aopai wailed silently in his heart. He was completely desperate. To be able to sneak into the Demon King's palace under the noses of so many Ten Realms masters. Such a heaven-defying feat. There was only one possibility. The handsome and elegant man in front of him must also be a Ten Realm master. Sir, spare my life. My father is the Dragon Emperor, and my ancestor is a supreme master of the Ten Realms. I cannot die yet. I still want to ascend the throne of the Dragon Emperor and achieve the supreme 10 realms. I have ambitions. I have dreams. I can't die. Facing the crisis of certain death, Aopai had lost all reason and started talking nonsense. Such ambitious people were all afraid of death. It had nothing to do with the level of their cultivation. They just had many unfulfilled pursuits in the world and were inexplicably confident that they would be able to accomplish them. Aopai is such a person. He is full of self-confidence and believes that he can ascend to the throne of Dragon Emperor and achieve the 10 realms in the future. Is your last words finished? I'll send you to see Aoxiang. Bai Donglin looked indifferent. This kind of childish wailing was really boring and could not cause any emotional fluctuations in him. He moved his hand and was about to send Aopai into the time prison. No. Please. If you let me go, I will recognize you as my master and lick your feet. Bai Donglin remained unmoved. Even if I am asked to kill my father, the Dragon Emperor, I can do that. I can kill anything for you. My master? The palm tilted, and the ball of light that bound Aopai began to slide, about to fall into the dark abyss. Aopai's soul was numb, and he had a hunch that as long as he entered the crack, he would be completely finished and would be worse than death. Stop! Damn it! Damn it! You are a lowly human. In ancient times, you were just the blood food of my demon race. What qualifications do you have to judge me? Who has the blood of a true dragon? Aopai was almost frightened to death. He would do anything as long as he could avoid falling into this terrifying crack. Even if the opponent was a supreme strongman in the 10th realm, he would just start scolding him, no matter if it was provocation or something else. He had no other better way to save himself. These crazy words unexpectedly worked. Bai Donglin's palm paused, and he grasped the dragon's soul again and moved it in front of his eyes. A real dragon? Is that amazing? Bai Donglin naturally didn't care about the wailing of the defeated dog. But Aopai's words, combined with what he saw and heard in the murals in the Queen Hua Palace not long ago, reminded him of some rumors about the ancient times, regarding creatures like dragons. He had encountered lizard-like western dragons in the battlefield of the gods, and had slaughtered hundreds of millions of them. The leaders of the scaly armored demon clan, the true dragon clan, were exactly the same as the dragons in the ancient legends. Its horns are like a deer. Its head is like a camel. Its eyes are like a rabbit. Its neck is like a snake. Its belly is like a clam. Its scales are like fish. Its claws are like an eagle. Its paws are like a tiger. And its ears are like a cow. It can ride on the clouds and make the clouds and rain, and possesses all kinds of powerful magical powers. But no matter how magical a real dragon is, in Bai Donglin's view, it is just a special life form. It will die if killed. What is the difference between it and all other living creatures in the world? A real dragon is not that high and mighty. Compared to humans, its starting point is just a little higher. He didn't know where the true dragons in the only true world originated from. After all, dragons existed in many worlds and were a relatively common mythical creature. Most of what we know about the Dragon Clan comes from the legends of the ancient world. Among the Dragon Clan, only the ancestral dragon seems to have a stronger presence. However, after the dragon and phoenix catastrophe, the Dragon Clan was completely reduced to the bottom level of creatures. The golden winged roc eats 800 dragons every day. The 12 ancient witches stand on dragons, hold dragons in their hands, wear dragons on their ears, and hang dragons around their necks. To the witches, real dragons are just decorations, earrings and necklaces. Of course, it is not ruled out that the ancient witches did this to discuss the demon clan. Dragon liver and phoenix gall are the food of the Jade Emperor, and anyone can bully the 4 dragon palaces. In the ancient world, the Dragon Clan is the real bottom class. They are food, mounts, and jewelry. Aopai is just a frog in the well. Which is why he has such a funny sense of pride. Sad? A mocking look flashed in by Donglin's eyes. And with a thought, he engraved the memory of the primitive dragon clan into Aopai's mind. This is impossible. Aopai's figure froze. His mind was confused. And he had obviously suffered an unimaginable huge shock. The universe is endless. So what is impossible? Only your dragon race is allowed to eat humans. But humans are not allowed to cook dragons? Ridiculous. After saying that, Bai Donglin didn't hesitate any longer. He raised his hand and set Aopai into the zero-dimensional world, imprisoning him in the time prison forever. Ao Xiang and Aopai's spirits are still alive, so they cannot be considered dead. Therefore, things like their life lamps will not go out. So there is no need to worry about alerting the enemy. These minor matters were only done with a tiny bit of Bai Donglin's attention. Most of his energy was still immersed in the endless sticks, paying attention to the every move of the Netherworld Candle Dragon. This old dragon is really busy. He never stops for a moment. Under the reflection and feedback of the endless sticks, Bai Donglin was like a ghost, following behind the Netherworld Candle Dragon and experiencing everything that it saw and heard. After leaving the Demon Emperor's palace, Nether Candle Dragon did not stop for a moment and went directly to the Dark Underworld, where he had a quiet meeting with Big Dark Sky to discuss important matters of the Alliance, the endless battle of geniuses, and other secrets. When talking about the battle of geniuses, Big Dark Sky seemed to be unintentional and mentioned 100,000 rule-level anomalies. Bai Donglin was immediately alert, secretly thinking that it was a good assist, and listened more carefully. Lord Dark Sky. All 100,000 monsters have been summoned back by our tribe and have been properly settled. When the time comes, I guarantee that the human race will be defeated miserably. You don't have to worry about the rest. Our clan will definitely handle this matter perfectly and make the human race suffer an unprecedented loss. According to the deduction of our clan's advisors, at least 1/3 of the 9,000 realms occupied by the human race in the only true world will be destroyed by this strange disaster. The Netherworld Candle Dragon became more and more excited as he spoke, with golden light in his eyes and a red glow on his face, as if he had already seen the tragic scene of the human race being devastated. Your Excellency Great Dark Sky, if you are willing to support the demon race, you can give a portion of the occupied territory to the Dark Underworld. The following conversation was all about the exchange of interests, which was boring and made Bai Donglin frown slightly. Nether Candle Dragon was very cautious and only mentioned the strange things briefly and never went into depth, let alone revealing his current whereabouts. Careful, fellow. I don't believe you won't reveal your true colors. At least before the Tianju battle begins, you will definitely check on the strange situation. Right? Bai Dong's heart is not too eager. Anyway, there is a big killing device, which is the worst case. The 100,000 weirds have been released. He spent some time to clean up all of them, and there will be casualties. But there will be no exaggeration, as the Ghost Candle Dragon says. Well, the Nether Candle Dragon is not completely useless. Just be my messenger. Since he didn't overhear the information he wanted, Bai Donglin would not return empty-handed. With a thought, the stick split into a thin line and slowly wrapped around the neck of Great Dark Sky. Bai Donglin's actions were very measured. Although the endless sticks was hidden, it could not directly touch the body of a 10th realm powerhouse. Doing so might expose him, especially for a 10th realm powerhouse who held an ancient artifact. He was already at the top of this world. With such terrible and unknown means, any accidents could happen. After Nether Candle Dragon finished his negotiations with Great Dark Sky, he left in a hurry and headed for the next alien world. Bai Donglin followed like a ghost, extending out the infinite sticks one after another and locking onto many alien overlords. Although the Styx is extremely powerful, it is mainly used by Bai Donglin as an auxiliary treasure. Its powerful suppressive power can only be effective in the depths of the Styx. However, a strong man in the 10th realm would not be so foolish as to take the initiative to enter the depths of the Styx. The extended and split tributary threads can only be used for lurking and spying, and do not have any lethality. Time passed quietly, and the endless battle of geniuses was getting closer and closer. The entire one true world, including many alien worlds, is in turmoil. Whether it was the lower classes, because of the Tianju selection, all the big and small forces were drawn into the vortex, or the major clans, the supreme ruling class, the 10 realm strongmen, because of the deeper things behind the Tianju battle. They began to secretly play games, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. As for Bai Donglin, he was extremely busy. In addition to his meticulous daily practice, he also had to spy on the Netherworld Candle Dragon from time to time. At the same time, after comprehending the 8 divisions of dust, he was also working hard to deduce the plan for mass production of wall breakers. This one thing alone occupied most of his mental computing power. As for such a small matter as the special training of the 12 building masters, it only took up a little of his energy. After all, he was now in a high enough position, had a unique vision, and had countless methods. Training a few little guys was a piece of cake. Huh? Someone has already come out of the virtual world so soon. A hint of surprise flashed in by Donglin's eyes. This was much earlier than he expected. A trace of thought separated and condensed into a figure, which instantly appeared in the dimensional world. On the cliff. I didn't expect you to be the first one to come out. Chapter 578 Qianyuan Martial Arts World. Senior Sister Lianqin. You really surprised me a little. Standing alone on the cliff is Lian Xian in a fluttering white dress. Her seemingly weak back, upon closer inspection, is like an endless starry sky, overflowing with various wills. Endless. Among the complex wills, there is a gaze that transcends everything. Junior brother. Long time no see. Lianqin slowly turned around and smiled sweetly. The endless vicissitudes in her eyes quickly faded away, and soon returned to purity and brightness. Exactly the same as when the two first met. Yeah. It's been a while. Bai Donglin understood what Lianqin meant and responded with a smile. He said that only a few decades had passed in the outside world, while Lianqin had been reincarnated countless times in the virtual world. So it was natural that they had not seen each other for a long time. Senior Sister Lianqin, did something happen to your original body in the outside world? Is that why you woke up from the reincarnation early? Bai Donglin pondered for a moment and figured out the problem. It was not that he looked down on Lianqin's talent. He knew the talents of each of the 12 building masters best. He had already deduced when they would wake up and return. Lianqin's situation was indeed an accident. The only thing that can affect the ego consciousness is the entity that is closely related to it. In order not to waste time, the 12th floor owner only separated a trace of his ego consciousness into the virtual world. The entity in the outside world is still doing what it should do, and has never stopped. It is true that something has happened to my body, although it is separated by the Tianluo space. I can still sense it faintly. This should be a good thing. Lianqin nodded slightly, confirming Bai Donglin's guess. Although separated by a terrifying dimensional world, the self-consciousness possessed all kinds of mysteries. Coupled with Lianqin's special nature, it was normal that she could feel something vaguely. Could it be that the Tianqin plan was effective? Bai Donglin's heart inexplicably moved, and his thoughts were connected with the token worn by Lian Xian's body. He locked the dimensional coordinates and raised his hand to open the Scarlet Channel. It's useless to think too much. Just go and take a look and you'll know. It's time to bring back what you've gained in the virtual world to the main body. Okay, junior brother. Lianqin smiled and nodded, following Bai Donglin very obediently, and stepped into the dimensional channel. A red light flashed by, and when his vision returned, Bai Donglin was overwhelmed by the overwhelming calls and shouts. Fight! 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 Come on! Son of the sky! Tear that stinking guy into pieces! Roar! 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 Han Yeyue is Han Yi's biological sister. She is also a sleeper from the 8th demonic tribulation era. It is said that her talent is even more terrifying than her brother's. I'm afraid Lai Gong is no match for her. Humph! I don't believe it. How could our genius of the new era lose to those old antiques? Brother Lai Gong, you must do your best. I've staked my entire fortune on you. If I lose, I'll be dead. Ugh! Brother, seeing you were so indignant just now, I thought you... Ahem. Forget it. A little gambling can make you happy, but gambling is harmful to your health. Boom! The cheers, shouts, and the sounds of fierce collisions made the place extremely noisy. The terrifying sound waves even had a strong lethality. Fortunately, everyone here was a cultivator, so there was no problem. The moment Bai Donglin arrived, his eyes flashed slightly, and through the cause and effect line, the timeline, the perspective of fate, reading memories, and other means, he had seen through everything in front of him in an instant. This is a huge arena called Qianyuan Martial Arts World. A special world. What is being held at this moment is the final selection for the qualification to participate in the endless pride battle in Qianyuan realm. Although there are still several decades to go before the battle of the geniuses. For cultivators, a mere few decades are too short. Without the strong support of the human official, Some small forces in small places may need more than 100 or 80 years to travel. Therefore, not only in the Qianyuan realm, but also in the 9,000 realms ruled by the human race, the selection of geniuses has almost reached the final stage. After this final and most intense competition, it will be decided who is qualified to represent the human race in the battle. This is a very, very precious spot. Theoretically, each super realm galaxy cluster can only have one place to enter the Qianyuan martial arts realm. And a super realm galaxy cluster has 100 billion galaxies. And each galaxy has 100 billion star realms. These are just the places for the final selection. One realm contains hundreds of millions of super realm galaxy clusters. The Qianyuan realm is a very special realm. So naturally it has the highest standard of 10 million super realm galaxy clusters. A total of 10 million geniuses gathered in the Qianyuan martial arts world. It seems like a huge number. And some people may question the quality of these geniuses. But in fact, everyone who can reach this place has fought their way out step by step from the 100 trillion cubic star world and the endless creatures. These 10 million geniuses have gone through decades of fierce selection battles and put in unimaginable efforts and blood and sweat, and finally stood in the Qianyuan martial arts world, which represents the highest honor of geniuses. The decree of the Supreme Council of the human race regarding the endless battle of pride. The rule for selecting a prodigy is to pick one out of 10,000. 10,000 super realm galaxy clusters can select one prodigy to participate in the endless battle of pride. Each realm will allocate places according to the number of super realm galaxy clusters it contains. In other words, out of the 10 million geniuses in the Qianyuan martial arts world at this time, there will only be 1,000 winners in the end who can participate in the final endless genius battle. One can imagine how fierce the competition is. There is a very important rule in the selection rules promulgated by the Supreme Council, which is that geniuses can register to participate across domains. Among the 9,000 realms of the human race, there are naturally strong and weak ones, and it is impossible to achieve absolute balance. Among them, the Qianyuan realm and the Kunmo realm are of course the most powerful. No matter the base camps of the major holy places of the top forces, or the countless geniuses, they are not comparable to other realms. If the rule of one place for every 10,000 super-boundary galaxy clusters is followed, it would be unfair to the geniuses from those powerful realms. So cross-boundary registration is allowed. In short, all these rules are designed to select the strongest genius, and for the benefit of the human race. No one will complain. And in the end, strength will prevail. It's really a cruel, exciting and passionate competition. What a pity. I'm old. Otherwise, I wouldn't. Forget it. I'll just beat the kids if I go. When will we have a 10-realm peak competition? That would be nice too. Bai Donglin stroked his chin with his hand, looking thoughtful. The continuous advancement of his life level made it difficult for this huge competition to stir the blood in his heart. How to put it? It's like Ultraman squatting on the ground watching ants fighting, and then multiplying this feeling by 100 million times. And that's almost what he feels now. A soft moan came from the side, interrupting Bai Donglin's thoughts. He looked down and saw that Lianqing, who had fainted due to the shock of regaining consciousness, had woken up. This is the highest level VIP viewing room in the Qianyuan martial arts world, affiliated with the Tianji Pavilion. When Lianqing came here, it was naturally requisitioned by her junior brother. Lianqing's mind was still a little confused. She lay on the couch, her body moving, revealing a large area of fair and tender skin. But she was not aware of it yet. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly. Fortunately, he was the only gentleman here. Otherwise, senior sister Lianqing would have suffered a great loss. Senior sister, wake up! Reciting softly, the indifferent voice seemed to have magical power. When it fell into Lianqing's ears, it instantly corrected the confused will. Lianqing's eyes suddenly became clear, and the after effects of her surge in will were gone. She felt something was wrong with her body, and when she looked down, her pretty face suddenly blushed, and she quickly closed her dress to cover up the leak spring light. Fortunately, only junior brother is here. Otherwise, senior sister Lianqing, you came to Qianyuan martial arts world to watch the battle. But is it for the Tianqing project? Bai Donglin looked at Lianqing without looking away. His state of mind was like that of a saint, so he would naturally not be tempted by beauty. His mind was still on Lianqing's strange changes. With a powerful mind like his, he quickly guessed a rough idea based on some clues. Lian Xian appeared here, naturally, not to compete for a place in the endless pride battle. Every supreme ruler has a recommended place, and the 12th floor master had already obtained the right to participate directly. I am not afraid that the master will abuse the quota. Otherwise, if the performance is not good in the competition, it will be a loss of face. Who is qualified to let the master open a back door? Therefore, the genius recommended by the master must be good. Since Lien Xian was not here to participate in the competition, her appearance here reminded by Donglin of the genius competition in the poisonous sea at the center of the earth. The same was true for the heavenly secret compass, which absorbed the destiny of all the geniuses. There are countless times more geniuses gathered in the Qianyuan martial arts world, and they are fighting fiercely with each other. This is such an important competition, and the fate of Tianji is extremely exciting, which is naturally conducive to the integration of the compassion of the Tianji compass. Junior brother, you guessed correctly. It is indeed for the Tianjin project. There was a qualitative breakthrough not long ago, so it affected the self-consciousness in the virtual world. Lien Xian is now completely different from the past, both her state of mind and will have long been as godlike and devil-like. She quickly suppressed the shame in her heart, except when facing by Donglin. I am afraid that no one else can make her feel shy. In this case, the Endless Pride War is a unique opportunity for your Tianjin plan. It is not only for the human race, but also for the alien world. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly, and before he finished speaking, both of them understood what he meant. Boom! Han Yeyu wins. At this time, another fierce battle ended in the outside world, and the boiling cheers and roars made the sun, moon and stars tremble. The girl's pretty face was as white as frost. She stood in the void, wearing dark blue divine armor and shrouded in endless glory. This is the honor that belongs to the most talented person in the world. Chapter 579 Tianjin Plan. Greedy Wine versus Green Flow. Mu Mieling versus Qinghai loses. The sword is not the sword versus Wufan. Li Xiaobai versus. The Qianyuan martial arts world is extremely vast, with endless indestructible black arenas spread throughout the void of the universe. These arenas made of special metals span tens of millions of kilometers, and are larger than ordinary suns. They are more than enough to withstand the ravages of battles against these geniuses. In order to compete for a place in the Endless Pride battle, tens of millions of geniuses gathered here, and under the supervision of the Divine Court Inspection Team, they fought with all their might. There are a huge number of arenas, and there are millions of fights going on at every moment. The scene is extremely hot, and the cheers and shouts make the stars tremble. Bai Dongling glanced over and saw many familiar figures, including those geniuses who had been stepped on by him under the potential dragon list. Even if he had only met them once, it was difficult for him to forget them with his memory. These people have been left behind forever. Bai Dongling shook his head slightly. No matter who it was, once he surpassed them, there would be no possibility of catching up. There was no way around it. He was just that outstanding. Although the fierce fight on the ring was quite spectacular, and there were many amazing moments, Bai Dongling still had little interest. It was not only because of the huge gap in strength, but also because every time he arrived in a new environment, he would instinctively collect information about the surroundings. Through the secrets of fate, tracing cause and effect, timeline, memory reading and other means, everything is clear about what abilities these millions of geniuses have, what their next move will be, and who will win and who will lose. Without anticipation, unexpected surprises, and miracles, life naturally feels boring. This is an inevitable phenomenon that occurs when one moves towards omniscience and omnipotence. Bai Donglin didn't pay much attention to it, and has gradually gotten used to it. Then he withdrew his gaze, and returned his eyes to Lien Xian, which was the purpose of his coming here. Lianqi is different from these geniuses. She is involved in too many things, and the scope is too large because of the Tianjin project. She is like a butterfly that can influence the future direction of time and space. The future is hazy, and even he cannot see it clearly. Only this kind of unknown, full of countless possibilities, can arouse his interest. Sister Lianqi, your will and thinking should be able to withstand another transformation, right? A hint of curiosity flashed in Bai Dongling's eyes. Out of respect for personal dignity, he would not read Lianqin's memory, not only because the 12th floor master was his own, but also because he had not read the memories of most of the geniuses in this world. Only those who have evil thoughts and are haunted by sinful resentment will be mercilessly visited by him. In his opinion, these people are no different from the most vicious criminals. They just happen to be lucky enough not to be caught. In his eyes, such people have no human rights. Well, junior brother, your virtual world is very special. My will and Tao heart have been transformed in it. Moreover, I have practiced the two supreme inheritances obtained from the war monument to perfection. which is also of great help in containing the secrets of heaven. Lianqing trusted her junior fellow apprentice without reservation and told him everything about her situation without hiding anything. Bai Donglin nodded in understanding. The inheritance that Lianqing obtained from the war monument was Yu and Lin, one inside and one outside, both of which were the main ways of dominating and ruling. They were extremely suitable for Lianqing, and had a strong auxiliary ability in replacing Tianqing and ruling the secrets of all living beings. In that case, I will lend you a helping hand. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it. A red light flashed, and the two of them disappeared from the viewing room and returned to Qianyuan continent. Qianyu, Tianji Pavilion. Ever since he used Kunganer to shatter the Tianji Pavilion's protective formation, the Tianji Pavilion gave Bai Donglin special authority. No formation could hinder him. And he and Lian Xian directly crossed dimensions and came to the depths of the temple, which was the place where Lian Xian had merged the Tianji compass. Bai Donglin put his hands behind his back and looked up at the huge hole above the altar. Through the gap in the temple, he could clearly see the brilliant starry sky. Of course, these are not the point. Bai Donglin clearly felt that the natural secrets here were unusually active, 1,000 times stronger than the outside world. It was as if the river of fate passed through this place, shattered a corner, and revealed a corner under the mysterious veil. Tianji Pavilion has chosen a good place. As one of the top forces, the location of Tianji Pavilion's headquarters would naturally not be chosen randomly. This void of destiny has indescribable magical benefits for the practice of the monks of Tianji Pavilion. The previous Tianji compass was displayed here. Senior Sister Lianqing, go up, calm your mind, and use all your strength to activate the heavenly secret compass to contain the heavenly secret. Lianqing nodded obediently, and in a flash, she was sitting cross-legged on the altar, with her eyes closed and her hands facing the sky. The white moonlight poured through the empty gap and shone on her delicate skin, making it look even whiter and more radiant. Sensing that Lianqing's will had fallen silent, Bai Donglin nodded slightly, raised his right hand with a sword finger, lightly tapped his forehead, and his will surged, instantly descending into the major realms of the one true world, endless and infinite, ethereal dimensions. Open! Buzz. In the temple, the void was like boiling water, rippling violently. Scarlet light spread out, and many whirlpools overlapped, filling the entire temple space. A vague and ethereal voice came faintly from the whirlpool. Kill! Kill! War! Go to H.L. The spot is mine! Roar! The complicated sounds of fighting, transmitted across the boundless distance, have become inaudible. But the burning will and the violently twisting lines of destiny are still clearly visible. It turned out that Bai Donglin used some tricks to open the 9,000-dimensional channel at the same time, seamlessly linking it with the ongoing genius selection site in the 9,000 realms. These martial arts circles almost include the most outstanding young people in the only true world. And these geniuses are the creators of the crest of the times, and the key to the future destiny in time and space. 90% of the intricate secrets of the future are connected with them. If Lianqing can accept and integrate this huge divine power, then the Tianqing project will be mostly completed, laying a solid foundation for replacing Tianqing. Heavenly Heart is the will of heaven and earth. The birth of the will of heaven and earth is closely related to all living beings in the world. It can be said that it is a kind of sublimated manifestation of the will of all living beings. It can be seen from one point that the will of heaven and earth in a world will always help the indigenous people, and will help suppress foreign invasions. Since the birth of the will of heaven and earth depends on the will of all living beings, then the essence among these living beings, the geniuses at the crest of the times, naturally have a decisive influence on it. The key to the Tianqing project lies here, using the Tianji compass as a carrier and Tianji as a bridge. It carries and integrates the will of all living beings and replaces this heaven silently. If this plan succeeds, Lian Xian will be able to control the power of heaven and earth, with the size of the only true realm. This is undoubtedly a terrifying force beyond imagination. A casual slap of the hand is estimated to be more powerful than a strong man in the 10th realm activating an ancient weapon with all his strength. The vision is good, but the process is undoubtedly difficult. If we want to successfully replace Tianqing, there is still a long way to go. According to Bai Donglin's speculation, it is obviously impossible for Lianqing to fully bear the secrets of so many geniuses at her current level. It is estimated that she can only integrate about 30%. 30% is not bad. Let's take it slow. We can't just rush and achieve it. Otherwise, Lianqing's strength will surpass mine. I can't cheat much. While Bai Donglin was daydreaming, strange changes had already occurred in Lianqing's body. The space between her eyebrows became like crystal, translucent, and through her transparent skin, one could see a bright and rotating galaxy. This is the super-thinking quantum cloud of compassion. In the center of the nebula vortex, there is a bright moon suspended. It is the fragment of the jade disk of creation, the compass of heaven. The compassionate divine self-consciousness is entrenched above the bright moon, commanding all superimposed thoughts. Here we go! Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. In his special vision, the unusually active heaven's secret line at the other end of the scarlet vortex was inexplicably drawn, crossing the boundless distance, and went straight into Lian Xion's eyebrows, and merged into the heaven's secret compass. As more and more heavenly secret lines were integrated, Lian Xion's aura became more and more mysterious, supreme, and mighty. At the same time, when Lianqi was merging with Tianji, such a big movement caused the Tianji and celestial phenomena to become chaotic. The destiny of the world became hazy and chaotic. Such a rare change attracted the surprised gazes of countless powerful people. They all tried to calculate and deduce, trying to find out the root cause of this abnormality. Chapter 580, Heaven's Secret Riot. Let alone you guys. Even I, who was right next to it, couldn't see the source of the mutation. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed, his eyes shining brightly like stars, like an endless galaxy. He saw that in the web of heaven's secrets, many wills and gazes were sweeping back and forth. Some were overbearing, and some were sneaky. Some of their wills exude a terrifying aura unique to the 10 realms. Some, although their strength is at the level of powerful gods and demons, are well versed in the ways of fate and the secrets of heaven, and their methods are not much weaker. No matter how these beings try to sweep away the web of heaven's secrets, or how they trace the source, they will never be able to glimpse the source of the anomaly. It's not that Bai Donglin intervened. He did nothing. Opening the dimensional channel to assist Lianqi would undoubtedly leave traces in the heavenly secrets. However, he is a soulless person and a wall breaker. He has no real spirit, and even the heavenly secret line does not exist. How could he be discovered if he was not in the net, jumping out of the 3 realms, and not in the 5 elements? This probably refers to his current situation. As for Lian Xion, the culprit who caused this turmoil, after merging with the Tianji compass, he had long since escaped into the Tianji net, and naturally could not be observed. Bai Donglin had anticipated these situations, which is why he acted so recklessly. Seeing that everything was on track, Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction, casually sat down cross-legged, and slowly closed his eyes. He was ready to protect Lianqi here. This process would not be done in one go, and would take considerable time, at least until the battle between the geniuses from various realms was over. Which side does Tianji Pavilion stand on? While immersed in cultivation, Bai Donglin felt a trace of doubt, and began to think. The Tianji Pavilion is very mysterious. It rarely intervenes in major events of the human race. It is a mysterious force with a rather vague stance. It has never clearly stated whether it stands on the side of breaking the wall or hiding. As the Tianjin project gradually improved, Bai Donglin discovered that this thing really had great potential, and its impact was far-reaching. It was not just about creating a war machine that could control the power of heaven and earth. There is a deeper meaning behind this. For some reason, Bai Donglin thought of the battle to break the wall. No matter which side breaks the wall or hides, if they can control the only real world, then this will undoubtedly be a bargaining chip that will affect the final outcome. However, the opinion of Tianji Pavilion does not seem to be important. With my repeated intervention in this plan, the right to speak is no longer in the hands of Tianji Pavilion. Everything depends on Lianqin's will. As for Lianqi, she will definitely help me. After all, we are senior and junior sisters. A faint smile appeared on Bai Donglin's face. He didn't have much interaction with the Tianji Pavilion. It was only because of pity that he was involved again and again. It is easy to invite a god, but difficult to send him away. Since he has put in the effort, he will not return empty-handed. Compassion will be a very important force in breaking the wall. No matter what, the one true world must be in our hands. At the very least, it cannot become a weapon of the Mother River. This is very possible. The Mother River covers everything, including all things and all living beings. It is very easy for her to control the power of heaven and earth. Even the true spirit comes from her, let alone the will of all living beings. So, Lianqi must become a wall breaker. Otherwise everything is in vain. This is the crux of the problem. Lianqi can restrain the Mother River and control the only true world. But the prerequisite is that Lianqi must become a wall breaker. Otherwise, no matter how hard she tries, it will be meaningless. Thinking of this, By Dongling's frantically working mind allocated some of its energy to join in the deduction. It is not so easy to create a method that can perfectly mass-produce wall breakers. Even with the inspiration of the 8 parts inheritance, my thoughts immediately fell into silence. The selection competition for geniuses is in full swing, as it affects all living beings in almost all realms. The number of contestants is too vast, like a swarm of carp crossing a river. Normally it's hard to find geniuses, but now there are so many of them. Where did they come from? I don't know how many people, faced with this grand scene that has never been seen in many eras, have expressed the same emotion. Some people speculate that perhaps the new era is very special, different from any previous era, which is why so many gifted people are born. In addition to the geniuses of the new era, the geniuses of other eras who were dormant have also awakened. Whether it is for profit, for the human race, or for the supreme glory, these are the reasons for participating. Due to these factors, the number of geniuses participating in the competition is really ridiculous. Even with the full participation of the official human organization and the assistance of countless local forces, it is impossible to complete the selection in a short period of time. From the auditions to the finals, it spans several decades, which is already a lifetime for an ordinary person. After a long tug-of-war, the selections from all realms came to the final fight to decide who would receive the places. At this point in time, 10 years had passed since the unusual movements in the Tianji Luoyang appeared. During these 10 years, the turbulent web of heaven's secrets has never calmed down, attracting more and more beings to pay attention. However, no matter what means they try, they still cannot get to the bottom of it. All of a sudden, all kinds of speculations began to spread in this small circle of strong people. Some people believe that it was the aliens who were causing trouble. There must be a huge conspiracy against the human race, and the secrets of heaven were disrupted by the aliens. Some people also suspected that it was the scaly armored flying bird demons who were causing the trouble. As for the demons and other races, they suspected that humans were making some big moves. They had already communicated with each other and did not try to touch the secrets of heaven. What's more, the only true world was the base camp of humans, and it was easier for humans to cause such a riot of the secrets of heaven. On this day, Nether Candle Dragon finally ended his long lobbying. But as to the effect, it is unknown. After all, no alien leader is easy to deal with. They are all old monsters who have lived for billions of years. Their wisdom is as deep as the ocean. How can they be persuaded so easily? After Nether Candle Dragon returned to the Demon King's palace, many people from the 10 realms came to greet him and give him a welcome treat. After Nether Candle Dragon drank a few cups of wine, he began to complain bitterly. Alas, it seems that this time most of our efforts are in vain. The alien races still have a big prejudice against our demon race. They have not completely accepted us and are still wary of us. Nether Candle Dragon shook his head and sighed. This was understandable. If one put himself in his shoes, he would also have such concerns. No matter how nicely he said, it could not cover up the fact that the two sides were fighting to the death not long ago. Trust still takes time to build. Senior Zhulong, aren't they tempted by the benefits we promised them? Aoyu asked doubtfully. They had 100,000 rule-level monsters as their trump cards, and they could release them all into the one and only real world after the endless Pride War. Not only could they accomplish great feats in the fight for the Divine Stone, but they could also take over at least 1/3 of the human race's territory. 1/3. That is, 3,000 realms. Such a vast area represents endless resources and better development of the ethnic group. This is the capital that the Nether Candle Dragon uses to lobby the alien races. Humph! Without trust, they use interests to force a bond. I thought it would work, but I didn't expect. I still can't understand the minds of these aliens. They don't seem to care much about the size of their territory. Although they are somewhat tempted by the resources of the one true world, they are not so crazy as to lose their minds. This is completely unexpected and is the fundamental reason why I failed on this trip. Nether Candle Dragon frowned and poured another glass of wine into his mouth. He felt a little depressed. He felt that their thinking was completely out of sync with the aliens. That was endless territory and abundant resources. If it were in the past, the attitude of the aliens might be different. But it's different now. For pieces of the Divine Stone have appeared in the world. How far is it from gathering 5 pieces? There is no doubt that the battle to break the wall will take place in this era. The minds of the alien races are completely focused on breaking the wall. It doesn't matter how much territory they occupy. So, the things we care about will be abandoned by the aliens. Upon hearing this, Nether Candle Dragon fell silent. He naturally understood the reason, but had always been unwilling to believe it. But now that the facts were before him, he had no choice but to believe it. This trip is not without gain. The Wu God realm has agreed to form an alliance with my demon race. I have finally understood that these alien races are almost all crazy. And there are few normal people. Especially the evil God realm. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, I can only do my best. Nether Candle Dragon shook his head slightly. His frown relaxed, and he cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts. No longer thinking about the alliance's troubles, Zhulong ended the topic. And the other 10 realms did not want to continue talking. So they talked about a series of events that had happened recently. As they talked, they came to the topic of the Tianji riot in the only true world. Why would Tianji riot? And we still can't find the source? Nether Candle Dragon became interested. Recently, he had been jumping back and forth in the alien world, and didn't care much about what happened in the real world. Yes. It's very strange. I don't know what the human race is doing. It can cause the whole world to be in turmoil. And it lasted for such a long time. It must be something extraordinary. I'm afraid only major events that can affect the future direction of time and space can cause such a huge stir. Right? The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it to heart. Netherworld Candle Dragon's heart moved, and he couldn't help but think of the 100,000 strange things. Isn't this a major event that can affect the only true world? Could it be that Tianji's riot is related to the weirdness? Thinking of this, Nether Candle Dragon's expression suddenly changed. He threw down the wine glass and disappeared without a trace. Nether Candle Dragon's sudden departure without saying goodbye made the 10 realms present look at each other in confusion. All of them feeling a little awkward. Although you are the supreme leader, we are all in the same 10th realm. It is really rude to do this. Chapter 581, Enya Fake Death. Cry. In the void of the universe, there is a boundless land floating, and countless huge birds and monsters are flapping their wings and chirping, shuttling back and forth in the void. This is the headquarters of the Wing Palace. The land is a floating continent moved from the Qianyuan realm. It is the original old nest, under the protection of the gods and demons. There have been almost no changes. Many tiny creatures living on the floating continent are unaware that the world has changed. After Nether Candle Dragon left the Demon King's palace, he took a few steps and arrived at the base camp of the Flying Demon clan. As the auras interacted, a fear will spread over him before he even stepped onto the floating continent. Zhulong, what do you want from me? Senior Enya, I am worried that those monsters may change. So I want to confirm it again to avoid any accidents that may affect the overall situation. The Netherworld Candle Dragon stopped outside the floating continent, bowed slightly, and actually showed respect as a junior. And his tone was extremely polite. You can't be rude. This senior is the 9-headed Ian Crow. Everyone in the world thought he was dead. And he told the aliens the same thing. In fact, the Ian Crow is not dead. He is back and brought with him 100,000 rule-level monsters. As for the weirdness, the 9-headed Ian Crow was the real leader. He was just pushed to the surface. For some reason, this Ian Crow Sr. didn't want to reveal the news that he was still alive. So he didn't ask too much. Accident? Those monsters have been strictly sealed. Without my command, there is no way they can escape. The old voice was faint and ethereal, as if it had passed through different worlds before it reached Zhulong's mind. I'm not afraid that the monster will break the seal and escape. But the human race has made some big moves recently. I'm worried that they will discover the existence of the monster in advance. I need to confirm whether there are any loopholes in the storage place. The Netherworld Candle Dragon looked solemn, with worry in his eyes. These monsters were really very important. They were the most powerful force used to check and balance the human race. And they must not be lost. Well, since you're worried, go and take a look. The 9-headed crow's voice remained calm. And it was obvious that it did not comment on Zhulong's concerns. But it seemed impatient to argue with Zhulong. So it agreed directly. Thank you. Senior Enya. Nether Candle Dragon lowered his hand slightly. This Ian Crow had a very strange temper. He felt relieved that he could make the other party give in so easily. Call out. A pitch-black feather emitting a strange aura shot out from the void, and automatically fell into the hands of the Netherworld Candle Dragon. After getting what he wanted, Zhulong did not delay any longer. His figure flashed, and he disappeared. At the edge of the universe, on an endless battlefield, the figure of the Netherworld Candle Dragon stepped out of the void, and stood on a shattered and chaotic piece of space and time. The endless battlefield is not only chaotic, but also the largest of all battlefields. The Nether Candle Dragon crossed over according to the spatial coordinates left behind. According to its will, there is no living creature in the surrounding area. The Nether Candle Dragon was extremely cautious and swept his will back and forth again and again. After confirming it was safe again and again, he nodded with satisfaction, flipped his palm, and took out the black feather. Finally, I've waited for you. An unobservable silk thread gently wrapped around the neck of the Netherworld Candle Dragon. Bai Donglin was like a ghost, his will lurking in it, observing Candle Dragon's every move. For 10 years, he had been secretly spying on this old dragon for a full 10 years. Finally, he got the idea. This strange feather belongs to the nine-headed crow? I didn't expect to get such an unexpected gain. The only nine-headed crow in the world is not dead. This is really big news. Under Bai Donglin's scorching gaze, the Netherworld Candle Dragon twirled a feather in his hand. His expression solemn, and he made hand gestures with his left hand, muttering something. The feathers trembled slightly, and a faint light flickered. Then a pitch-black flame surged out, and the feathers began to burn fiercely. A faint shrill cry could be heard from within. This is... Bai Donglin was sure that he was not dazzled. Through the endless sticks, he clearly observed that the burning black feathers began to appear double images, layer upon layer, and the number was unknown. This is not the power of the dimension. He did not sense the breath of the dimension, but the power of the world. I see. If we didn't know that the nine-headed crow was still alive, who would have thought that it would be hidden in this way? It's really secretive. Without a specific method, it would be impossible to find it even if you rack your brains. Through the fluctuations of the aura emitted by the pitch-black feathers, combined with the description of the abilities of the nine-headed crow in the secret story, Bai Donglin has already guessed where the monster is hiding. Buzz. Bai Donglin's thoughts did not affect the actions of the Nether Candle Dragon. The ceremony was completed in an instant. The black feathers were completely burned out, turning into a fireball shining with a faint light and rising into the sky. Boom! The fireball exploded violently. Time and space stagnated, and everything around seemed to have pressed the pause button. The pitch-black flame seemed to have a strange magical power. The area covered by it lost all color and turned into black and white, abstract and confusing. Everything within 1,000 miles, including the Netherworld Candle Dragon, became strange and turned into a bizarre scene outlined by lines. It was like a line drawing that was forcibly embedded into the real world. The Netherworld Candle Dragon was just like a cartoon character in the painting. With a wave of his hand, a door covered with patterns slowly emerged and opened automatically, revealing a dark entrance. It was obviously not the first time that the Netherworld Candle Dragon had experienced such a scene. He looked calm as he stepped into the dark cave entrance. As the Candle Dragon entered, the whiteout scene that spread for thousands of miles was squeezed by the real world and was compressed into a speck of light without any resistance and disappeared. Everything returned to normal, as if the strange scene just now had never happened. Tick. A drop of white water fell into the endless darkness, creating circles of white ripples. This is an eerie and silent world, pitch black and boundless. The Nether Candle Dragon walks on the pitch-black mirror, stirring up countless ripples. It goes a few dozen steps, stops, leans over and reaches out its hand into the darkness. Endless white runes flowed out from the palm of its hand, like white paint falling into black water, infecting and spreading. White and black intertwine and twitch, spinning madly. A violent vortex gradually formed. Despite such a big movement, there was still no sound. This was a silent world. TSK. I finally found you. 100,000 rule level monster. Bai Donglin's will was slightly agitated. His eyes lowered, and he saw, in the depths of the huge whirlpool, there were strange things standing up. There is the 6-color cube that he has seen before, as well as the 4-color pyramid, 9-sided, 8-sided, and so on, in strange shapes. But Bai Donglin now understands that each side and each color represents a powerful rule-level monster suppressed behind it. The Nether Candle Dragon was cautious. After opening the whirlpool, he did not go down immediately. Instead, he observed from outside for a moment to make sure that the backup plan he left behind had not been tampered with. Only then did he step into the depths of the whirlpool with peace of mind. At this point, Zhulong had ruled out the possibility of an outside invasion and began to check whether there was a problem with the internal anomaly. Zhulong's movements were very fast. After all, he was in the 10th realm. With his will spreading and covering, he could observe every detail without making any mistakes. It seems I was thinking too much. There is no problem. Nether Candle Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't think he was making a fuss. For such a major event that would determine the direction of the war, it would not be excessive to be cautious. After confirming it again and again, Zhulong made some hand gestures to close the vortex channel, and under the guidance of the black flame from the outside world, he left this strange world. Tick. The endless stick slowly manifested, and an extremely tiny tributary brought a hint of green to the dark world. Ha ha ha. 100,000 weird rules. They're all mine. Dark stone tablet. Wake up. It's time to prepare dinner. Bai Donglin stepped out of the river Styx and, for the first time, crossed the world line, left the real world, and came to a strange world located in the layer of infinite turbulence. This is such a great place to hide things. If I didn't possess the rules of the world. Chapter 582. Let's eat. This is a strange world located between two world lines. It is dark, silent, and pitifully crudely constructed. Not at all like something that was bred naturally in chaos. Its only reason for existence is to hide and preserve these suppressed wonders. The nine-headed crow's bloodline talent is really terrifying. He can freely travel between different world lines. If my guess is correct, this strange world was also opened up by him. Bai Donglin's body was shrouded in the rules of the world, and he crossed over the endless river of Styx with difficulty. The moment he descended into the dark world, his entire body lost all color and turned into a simple line drawing pattern outlined by white lines. But that's all. Wang will examined itself and found that other than its external form becoming strange, there was no impact on anything else. This is the special rule of this world. It is limited by the power of the world itself and cannot reverse Bai Donglin's origin. If he wants, he can restore it to its original state in an instant. It can be done, but it is not necessary. Bai Donglin does not want to do anything useless, so as not to stir up waves and attract the attention of the nine-headed crow. He is now a little thief who is preparing to steal food. So naturally he has to come quietly and leave quietly. Dark stone tablet. You have to work harder. The scripture of pregnant god and forged demon has been stuck at the stage of pregnant god and forged demon. Whether it can be successful in the future depends on you. Bai Donglin felt a rare excitement in his heart. 100,000 rule-level monsters. The masterpieces of countless powerful people in the entire Kongyi era. It was difficult to find such a great buffet in the world. He suppressed his thoughts, and a brilliant white light rose in his eyes. The dark void in front of him, which was originally empty, began to slowly emerge with dense chains of regular divine patterns under his real vision. Countless chains were entangled and intertwined, forming layers of large formations, covering all the sealing vessels. Defense, concealment, isolation, slaughter, early warning. Even though he had Dong Xe in such a hidden place, he still spent so much effort to set up so many peerless and dangerous formations. He is indeed a nine-headed crow that has lived for countless years. He is really cautious. Bai Donglin looked back and forth, his true will covering his vision and distorting reality, so as not to trigger those extremely sensitive early warning formations. The quantum cloud of thought rotated slightly, engraving all the formations deep in the memory, reversing and tracing the source, and deducing billions of times in an instant, finding the corresponding cracking methods for many dangerous formations. This was a habit that he developed naturally. As long as he could observe something, his mind would automatically read, understand, deconstruct, and reconstruct it. Whether it was recorded knowledge, the memory of a walking creature, the enemy's attack method, or even the opponent's cultivation method. At all times, the superthinking quantum cloud, which has been superimposed 300 trillion times, is interacting with the outside world. The nine-headed crow has plotted against the high-ranking human leaders of the Kongyi era, and even faked his own death for so many years. This is enough to show how treacherous and cunning he is. It's better to be cautious. Destruction. Pa! Bai Donglin clapped his hands together 11 times, and all visible and invisible things in his body instantly disappeared. Still cleanly, neatly and smoothly. Neither life nor death. Beyond everything, an unpredictable strange will swept across, and many peerless murderous formations did not react at all. The will spread without any concept of speed, and in an instant it covered all the sealing vessels. A total of more than 29,000. These irregular polyhedrons have at least 4 sides, and at most more than 10 sides, and each side corresponds to a regular level monster. They are all tall and towering, with strange patterns on the surface, exuding a vast and simple atmosphere of time. Bai Donglin's will did not enter the sealing vessel immediately, but remained outside a hexahedron. a six-colored cube with a side length of 10,000 miles, which was almost exactly the same as the one he encountered in the secret place of the Siren clan. Although the things are similar, Bai Donglin is no longer the same Xiao Bai. He has made a special effort to learn about the hidden dangers left over from the Kongyi era. After being promoted to the Overlord, the knowledge in the human race's information database was completely open to him, and many secrets were engraved in his memory. He even mastered the method of suppressing monsters developed in the Kongyi era. The will gently brushed across the surface of the six-colored cube. The lines and words engraved on it were slightly modeled, even though the material used for casting was extremely hard and special. After more than 60 billion years of baptism, it also left clear traces of time. No, maybe it's more than that. These sealing vessels were exiled to other world lines. The flow of time in different world lines is different, and it is difficult to predict what these things have experienced. Under the influence of will, countless words were read and understood, and pieces of information emerged in the mind. Weird, bone-eating ashes. Number, A009751. Level, highest. World destruction. The fall of gods. Ability, an incomprehensible nemesis of the flesh. All flesh and blood creatures are infected by it, and their bones turn into ashes and drift away. The ashes of the bones never disperse, spreading disorderly across time and space dimensions. Disaster, the devourer of bones. Wherever it passes, all living things are destroyed. In the star fields polluted by it, all living things will lose their bones and turn into a pile of rotten meat. 190,000 superrealm galaxy clusters and countless lives have been poisoned by it. Capture the suppressor, the Lord of the Nine Netherworld. Weird, desire to death. Number, A058474. Level, highest. World destruction. The fall of gods. Ability, an indescribable deep will. Anyone who is illuminated by it will have an endless desire to die and will destroy themselves in despair. Capture the suppressor, the old man the woodcutter. The densely packed words passed through his heart like a flowing curtain. Although the introductions were brief, Bai Donglin seemed to be able to see countless wronged souls wailing behind them. The 100,000 monsters are all of the A0 series, which are the most terrifying and powerful rule-level monsters. Even powerful gods and demons will be in danger of falling if they encounter them. So it is called the disaster of the fall of gods. Kongyi. This is truly a dark age. The number of 10 realm ancestors is limited. Even if they move faster, the fierce power these monsters show the moment they are born is enough to destroy countless star regions. My original idea was too optimistic. Fortunately, Nether Candle Dragon brought me here in advance. Bai Donglin was silent for a moment. He almost killed countless human lives because of a single thought. Without giving it any more thought, he let his will flow, ignoring the sealing inscriptions on the sealing vessel, and passed through the extremely hard metal wall, successfully invading the interior space of the six-color cube. Is this the aura of the nine-headed crow? When passing through the sealing inscription, Bai Donglin sensed a familiar breath. He scanned it carefully with his will and found that the same breath was on every sealing vessel. After a little thought, he understood what was going on. He didn't know what kind of agreement was reached between the human leaders and the demon clan, and they actually trusted the nine-headed crow so much. Perhaps the nine-headed crow is too special. Only with his participation can these monsters be exiled to other world lines. It seems that this is how the trouble will be eliminated forever. Could it be that the death of the nine-headed crow is related to the human race? Bai Donglin's heart moved, and he suddenly thought of this possibility. There has long been a gap between humans and demons, and the human leaders are not fools. So how could they completely trust the demons? If it were him, he would definitely use all means to kill the nine-headed crow completely after making use of it to prevent future troubles. Obviously, the human race's top leaders definitely did the same thing at the beginning. All the games involved have long been covered up by the years. But now it seems that the human race is still one step behind. The nine-headed crow is not dead, and is looking for monsters and preparing for revenge. Luckily I'm here. After sighing at the good fortune of the human race again, he shifted his attention to the strange space inside the cube. Under the reflection of his will, 6 groups of light balls with strange auras and different colors were tightly bound to the 6 metal walls by countless rules and divine chains. Not only that, the space and time in this space was in a completely frozen state. Everything was in absolute stagnation, except Bai Donglin's will. Freezing time and space as a means of sealing is indeed the safest. No matter how powerful these monsters are, they cannot break the seal from the inside. Bai Donglin's will was slightly shaken. Once upon a time, Although he possessed the incredible ability of immortality, what he was most worried about encountering was this kind of sealing method that froze time and space. Then, let's get to work. He suppressed his thoughts, moved his mind, and his naked body instantly appeared in the stagnant time and space. At the same time as he was resurrected, he was also frozen. A silver-gray light faintly flashed in his eyes, and his eyeballs moved slightly. When the light flowed through his body broke away from the frozen space and time. Within the light of the origin of life, the divine light of the Taoist text of time and space shone brightly, opening up an independent space and time for Bai Donglin. Buzz. Boom. In the sea of spirits, the pitch-black stone tablet sitting in the center began to vibrate and hum violently. The movement was more intense than ever before, causing the sea of gray fog to surge continuously. Even the dormant war tablet was awakened, trembling, and hiding in the depths of the sea of spirits. Clang! The pitch-black stone tablet made a loud noise. Without the obstruction of layers of formations, the strange aura deeply attracted it. There was no need for Bai Donglin to greet it. It directly softened into a pitch-black liquid and gushed out. Crash! Like a river pouring down from the sky, roaring and rushing. The dark liquid split into 6 streams and rushed towards the bound ball of light. Snap! Snap! Wherever the dark river passed, the frozen time and space collapsed inch by inch, and countless clearly visible large cracks instantly spread throughout the entire space. Time and space were shattered, and the stagnant monsters also woke up. Before they could figure out the situation, they were swallowed up and drowned by the dark river. Eat, eat, eat as much as you can. Don't be polite. It's all yours. Bai Donglin watched all this. Excitement flashed in his eyes, and he murmured unconsciously, as if it heard Bai Donglin's whisper. The dark river suddenly surged, instantly covering the 6 light balls, then shrank and gathered, turning into a hard stone tablet, floating above Bai Donglin's head, shaking violently, and the deep black light shone brightly. Don't be impatient. This is just the beginning. Wait until you finish eating before digesting it. Clang. After receiving the response from the black stone tablet, Bai Donglin was in a good mood. He raised his hand to take down the tablet and stuffed it into the light world, then clapped his hands. Destroy. The strange will spread and escaped into a scarlet pyramid. The 4 sides of the pyramid sealed 4 monsters. The same frozen time and space. The same steps. In the blink of an eye, entered the belly of the black stone tablet. Destroy. Destroy. Destruction. Chapter 583 The Final Tranquility. Comfortable. Enjoyable. Is it fun? I'm just asking you if you're happy. Master Stone. Bai Donglin held the black stone tablet tightly in his hands. He was very emotional and a little out of control. It was no wonder that he was so excited. The harvest this time was really too great. Even more than the joy of obtaining the sticks. The response of the black stone tablet was stronger than ever before. Almost like instinct. He suddenly realized that the stone tablet would give him unimaginable benefits. The ultimate secret of the true scripture of pregnant god and forged demon. It will soon be presented in front of him. I really don't know what I was thinking. It was obviously me, but I was so secretive about it. Bai Donglin paused. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. But then he stopped thinking about it, knowing that he would know the answers to these questions sooner or later. He put away the black stone tablet and continued to chant self-destruction. Then sneaked into the next sealing vessel. More than 90,000 monsters had been swallowed up, so there was naturally no reason to let go of the rest. Although Bai Donglin's movements were large, they were all carried out inside the sealing vessel and had no impact on the outside world. The dark world remained silent. Obviously, although the 9-headed crow participated in the strange sealing, its means were only limited to the external sealing inscriptions. The human leaders did not allow it to participate in the various arrangements of the internal space, and still kept some tricks up their sleeves. That's right. Bai Donglin was almost done with the weirdness. But the 9-headed crow still didn't notice anything unusual. After a long time, outside of the many extremely dangerous formations, Bai Donglin's naked figure like a line drawing quietly appeared with a sly smile on his face. You old thief Enya. Don't accuse me of taking things without asking. Well, I left you something in exchange. So this is not stealing. At most it's forced buying and selling. Hey. All the weird things in the sealing vessels were swallowed up by the black stone tablet. Looking at the empty sealed space, Bai Donglin couldn't bear it, so he left some small gadgets behind. It is his special feature. The super invincible ultimate awesome enhanced version of the original light. The power was so terrifying. cruel and vicious that even he, the creator, couldn't bear to watch it any longer. I'm really looking forward to the day when you open Pandora's box. The countless fireworks of destruction that will bloom will surely be amazing. The words were faint, and the figure dissipated and disappeared like a bubble. The sarcastic voice had not yet spread before it was swallowed up by the endless black silence. It came quietly and left quietly, without causing any ripples in this strange world. But everything has changed. A great disaster for the human race was silently eliminated. In the Qianyuan continent, deep inside the Tianji Pavilion Temple, an invisible particle of divine power was suspended in the void. The divine power particles trembled slightly, and then merged into a naked body that suddenly appeared. Red light flashed, and a black robe instantly covered the body. Although being immortal is good, the disadvantage of having to run naked for a moment every time you are resurrected can never be erased. Fortunately, Bai Donglin is thick-skinned enough and doesn't care even if he is seen. It won't lose a piece of flesh anyway. He nodded with satisfaction. This divine power particle was indeed useful, since he was promoted to the realm of gods and demons. His resurrection base was no longer limited to those few souls. Every divine power particle contained his will and soul, and could be used as a resurrection base. Like the powerful gods and demons, he left particles of divine power in various places as resurrection points. The difference between him and ordinary cultivators was that the particles he separated could be restored without any consumption while remaining immortal. Therefore, Bai Donglin has spread trillions of resurrection points throughout the only real world and the outer dimension. This has even become a new way for him to travel, which is faster and more covert than the dimensional channel. Lien Xian should be waking up soon. Right? His eyes moved slightly, and his gaze was projected onto the compass of heaven's secrets deep in Lianqin's mind. He could clearly sense that the speed at which it accommodated the heaven's secrets line had slowed down. Not only that, most of the dimensional channels in the temple space have been closed, which means that the corresponding realms and the genius selection competition have ended. Huh? What is this? Bai Donglin was stunned as his sight was attracted by two rays of light. He saw that on the compass of heaven that was like the bright moon, Lien Xian's illusory and ethereal divine self was sitting cross-legged, with two balls of light converging in his hands, one black and one white. As they flowed, they gradually condensed into two volumes, on which characters could be seen faintly. On the black book there is a mysterious word earth, and on the white book there is a word sky. The two volumes are surrounded by complicated mysteries of heaven, as if they contain endless will. The black book solidified faster, and dense characters began to appear on it, while the white book was much more illusory. Names? This is a list? Interesting. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed, and he deduced the use of these two books from a trace. This thing is similar to the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list that Tianji Pavilion had created before, but it is much more powerful. The two lists of heaven and earth. All living beings are recorded on them. The black scale ranks the geniuses with a time scale of less than 10,000 years. This list of heaven is really powerful. It actually records the 10 realms of power. At least, that's the significance of its birth. However, with Lianqin's current coverage of Tianqin, it is far from being able to achieve this. The timing of the birth of this Tianbang will probably have to wait until the day when it completely replaces Tianqin. Looking at the illusory heavenly ranking, Bai Donglin asserted that not everyone can dread the power of the 10th realm without completely controlling the power of heaven and earth. It is absolutely impossible to do it with just compassion. The development speed of the earth ranking is quite fast, probably due to the influence of this Tianji selection competition. Bai Donglin estimates that after experiencing endless Tianji battles, the earth ranking will appear. This earth list is not as simple as the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list, which only covers the Qianyuan realm and the Star World. Instead, the entire one and only real world is covered by it. Unless you have no true spirit and are a wall breaker, you will be immune to the reflection of the heart of heaven. The significance of the birth of these two lists is the same as what Tianji Pavilion did originally, which is to stimulate the trendsetters of the times in order to achieve the purpose of stirring up Tianji and make it easier for Lianqin to replace Tianqin. Neither the heavenly ranking nor the earthly ranking had anything to do with Bai Donglin. He only took a few more glances out of curiosity, then retracted his gaze and returned his attention to the Sea of Divines. After the black stone tablet swallowed the monster, it fell into an unknown transformation. This is what he is most concerned about now. This time is different from the past. The stone tablet has eaten too much. I don't know when it will be able to digest the weirdness and complete the transformation. Bai Donglin was not worried that the black stone tablet would upset his stomach. But he didn't know when he would get feedback. The boss of the stone tablet was full and satisfied. But he had been busy all the time, but had not gained any benefits. The wait for the unknown is the longest. And he didn't want to just wait there. So he sat cross-legged and took out the time stone. He chose to take the initiative. Time speeds up. 10,000 times. Buzz. Time and space were violently vibrating and distorted. Gray and green light. The two-color light flowed and entangled, cutting off the time and space whereby Donglin was, severing all interaction with the outside world. And the passage of time suddenly increased 10,000 times. The situation of the Black Stone Tablet is different from that of the War Tablet. The Black Stone Tablet will only reside in the Sea of Soul of the original body, so it cannot be handed over to the future body of Zishan like the War Tablet, but must be done by the original body himself. With the help of Zishan, the time and space Dao Tex burning with all his might in the light of the origin of life, and the amplification of the time gem. Time acceleration increased to a terrifying 10,000 times. The digestion and transformation of the Black Stone Tablet takes place internally, and does not require any interaction with the outside world. So no matter how many times the flow of time is accelerated, it will have no effect. The long river of time flows unwaveringly, without being hindered by anyone. The dimensional vortices inside the temple disappeared one after another. The competition for places in the major realms was gradually coming to an end, and the endless battle of prodigies was getting closer and closer. The 12 building masters, who had been reincarnated and practicing in the virtual world, also had their true consciousness return one after another, returning to their original bodies with huge gains. Since Bai Dongling gave special treatment to Lianqin, he naturally would not favor one over the other. He had already arranged for Wu Wei and Zai to give targeted special training to the other building masters. At every moment, the strength of the 12 building masters was skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye, especially by Yuanjin. The flags of the Great Xia dynasty have been planted in nearly 10,000 super-realm galaxy clusters, and countless creatures are shouting Great Xia. It was so smooth, and it was just a matter of a word from Bai Donglin, the Lord of the Realm. Naturally, countless forces followed closely, and they only sacrificed some mortal lives, compared to pleasing the Lord of the Realm. They naturally knew what was important. Not only Bai Yujing, but the entire One True World fell into silence after the fierce election. Those peerless geniuses who won the places were being trained vigorously, and all forces brought out their best in the hope of making a name for themselves in this unprecedented event. The same was true for the demons and other races. They also fell into an eerie silence, like the calm before a storm. They were all accumulating strength, and after the extreme repression, they would surely erupt in a terrifying attack. For a moment, everything was quiet. Spring goes and autumn comes, and after 10 years have passed silently in the quiet temple of Tianji Pavilion, there is finally movement. Junior brother. Lianqin slowly opened her eyes, and a bright moon flashed across the depths of her pupils. The haze dissipated, and her vision became clear and bright. She frowned slightly and glanced at the black book in her hand. With a thought, the earth list turned into black light and sank into the heavenly compass. Junior brother, have you been protecting me all this time? Lianqin slowly stood up, sensing the familiar breath in the distorted time and space bubble in the hall. Her mind felt at ease, and a look of emotion flashed in her eyes. Although this is the restricted area of Tianji Pavilion, it is safe, and as long as Tianji Pavilion is not destroyed, she will be fine. But this is her junior brother, and his every move will always cause ripples in her heart. For no reason. Junior brother, you have been protecting me even when you are in seclusion. Now it's my turn to protect you. Lianqin raised the corners of her mouth and smiled sweetly. She took a step forward and sat cross-legged in front of the time and space bubble, staring blankly, as if she saw Bai Dongling's handsome and elegant face through the distorted time and space barrier. Heaven and Earth's conscience. If Bai Donglin knew about this, he would definitely sigh in silence. To him, it didn't matter where he went into seclusion, and he didn't think about it in such a complicated way. Chapter 584, Pregnant God and Forged Demon. The Boundless Universe and the Deep Void. The only true world spans a boundless star field of hundreds of trillions of light years. In addition to the familiar sun, moon, stars, and continental world, there are countless dangerous celestial bodies. For mortals, they are forbidden areas that cannot be set foot in, and only cultivators, who can climb mountains and conquer the seas, can play with them. The Omura Black Hole is a terrifying celestial body located at the center of the gray-red supercontinental galaxy cluster. It was formed by the annihilation and collapse of a supercontinental core. The huge mass pressed the void and the dimensional barrier together, turning them into a molten soup. The surrounding star fields within a million light years were all covered by its gravity. In this restricted area where not even light can escape. At this moment, powerful low shouts continued to be heard. 10,001. 10,002. A tall figure like an iron tower stood upside down on one finger on the Omira black hole, his body rising and falling slowly and firmly. Golden sweat flowed out from the special armor covered with dense patterns, fell on the surface of the black hole, and was instantly compressed into dense golden crystals by the terrifying gravity. Renwoofing. Didn't you eat? Too slow. Too slow. Buzz. A pitch-black whip shadow flashed rapidly in the void, with the rules of pain lingering on it, and it hit Renwoofing's body fiercely, making a crisp sound. Well? Renwoofing's body trembled. His eyes widened. His eyeballs were bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead. It hurts. It hurts so much. This indescribable extreme pain almost made him pass out. But he knew that he could not stop. Otherwise, he would face even more terrible punishment. This teacher named Zai was a pervert. He felt a little regretful that he should have chosen the cold and indifferent teacher earlier. Ah! 11,000. 12,000. Renwoofing stirred his will and suppressed his pain. His transformed, undefeated fighting body instantly boiled over. Golden flames gushed out and lingered around his body. His ups and downs movements suddenly accelerated dozens of times. Hee. That's right. If you don't suffer a little, you won't be able to take it seriously. I took great pains to build your true body, so I won't let you waste it. Renwoofing. Your cultivation progress is almost at the bottom among the 12th floor masters. You are embarrassed to be surpassed by a group of women? Do you understand that the early bird catches the worm? Keep working hard. Shi was sitting cross-legged in the air, playing with a black leather whip in his hand. Although the smile on his face never faded, his eyes were exceptionally stern. I understand. Evil teacher. Please whip me hard. Hee. Very good. Now you are like a man. Ji nodded with satisfaction. Renwoofing's talent was naturally not bad. He had also overcome the calamity of gods and demons, and reached the realm of great power of gods and demons. After his will return to his ego consciousness, he also entered the third realm. From any aspect, he can be called a peerless genius. However, the 12 building masters that Zai used for comparison were all monsters more amazing than the other. So Renwoofing naturally seemed a little inferior. Not to mention the monsters like Bai Yuanjin and Bai Jiana. Xiao Xiao and Xiuzi are also rare alien lives in the world. If we really have to talk about them, there are probably only Duya Miao and Shinwuk who are inferior to Renwoofing. But the gap is not that big. Huh? This is... The leisurely expression of Z was suddenly froze. And without time to think, his divine body suddenly disintegrated into nothingness and disappeared, leaving only the black whip falling down, hitting Omira's big black hole and causing it to tremble violently. What's going on? Renwoofing sensed the sudden disappearance of the evil, and was shocked. He turned over and spread his will, but did not find any fluctuations in breath. He was the only one left in the entire black hole. The evil teacher. Where have you been? Stop messing with me. This is not funny. Come out now. I see you. Oh no. Renwoofing's face twitched. This broken place was deserted, and his body was bound by this special armor. He had no way of escaping the pulling force of the Omira black hole by himself. If Zai didn't take him away, he would probably be trapped here forever. And Zai just now seemed to be dead. The most evil teacher. Where have you been? In the deep space of the universe. In a dead star field. A huge six-sided cube appeared at some point. The metal cube is 1,000,000 miles long on each side, and each side is a different color. Strangely, the cube is cut into countless small cubes. This is an extremely huge Rubik's Cube. Every side of the Rubik's Cube was shuffled, and it was being controlled by someone unknown, and was rotating at the speed of light. In the void below the Rubik's Cube, there were two invisible figures sitting cross-legged facing each other, with a ball of light suspended between them. There were faint sounds of fighting, and roars floating out from inside the ball of light. If you look downward, you will find that inside the ball of light is a huge world. In this world, there are two armies, one black and one white, fighting fiercely. All kinds of ingenious military formations and mysterious battle formations were used successively by both sides. The combat effectiveness of the army skyrocketed, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. After a long time, the fighting stopped and the fierce battle ended with the complete annihilation of the white army. Teacher Wu Wei. I lost again. Clang. The Rubik's Cube that was spinning violently above suddenly stopped. The disrupted color blocks have all been put back in place. And the color of each side has become pure. Wu Wei raised his eyes slightly, glanced at the Rubik's Cube, nodded with satisfaction, and slowly said, Wu Kei, you have done very well. While playing against me, you were able to complete the restoration of a trillion-level Rubik's Cube within the time of an instant stick. Your thinking has improved a lot. As for the way of yin and yang, I have taught you everything I can. As for the road ahead, it all depends on you. Wu Wei closed his eyes slightly. The Tai Chi diagram flashed before his eyes. His gaze penetrated Shen Wu's sea of consciousness, and he saw a familiar Tai Chi diagram under his soul. Back then, in the low-dimensional world, he intervened and took away the golden-pointed monument that should have belonged to Shen Wu. As compensation, he left behind this Tai Chi diagram. This Tai Chi diagram has a great influence on Shen Wu, but Wu Wei also hopes that the other party can walk his own path instead of following his path. Shen Wu nodded slightly when he heard this. He naturally understood Wu Wei's meaning. He stood up, bowed deeply, and his long black and white hair fluttered slightly. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I understand it now. Shen Wu's figure paused. He suddenly raised his head and looked around in a daze. Teacher? Teacher Wu Wei? Oh no! The teacher is missing. 3 million years. 3 million years. Dark stone tablet. You have finally completed your transformation. Clang. Bai Donglin suddenly opened his eyes. And endless mysterious characters flowed through the depths of his eyes. An extremely huge flow of information fed back from the black stone tablet and directly submerged the quantum cloud of thought. The incredible super-thinking quantum cloud actually froze for a moment under the impact of this information. Bai Donglin acted decisively, stopped all calculations, and for the first time focused his mind on doing one thing. Fully accepting the inheritance information fed back from the black stone tablet. Conceiving God and forging demons. I see. That's how it is. That's how it is. Ha ha. I understand. The will is constantly stirred. The self-consciousness roars to the sky. And endless mysteries flow in the heart. In this endless information, he saw the shadows of the 8 inheritances. And even the shadows of all the inheritances within the Jidao Holy Sect Monument realm. He had been prepared for this. The soul-refining chapter that the battle monument had fed back last time contained the shadow of one Qi transformed into 3 pure ones that he had obtained from Wandering Emperor. The meaning it represented was naturally self-evident. The supreme treasure, the true scripture of 112 9,600 spiritual apertures to conceive gods and forge demons was tailor-made for his 2 great talents of immortality and damage reversal. Only he could practice this technique successfully. Because this supreme treasure was originally created by him. There is naturally no inappropriate reason. I am one. The beginning of all things. The cause of all results. Bai Donglin's eyes were deep. He had already seen through the tricks in some things. But the time had not come yet, and it was not the time to delve into them. Everything is just waiting to be broken through. All I have to do is believe in myself, and it will be okay. Pressing down his thoughts. The rapidly running quantum cloud of thoughts is absorbed. Digested and understood all the information fed back by the black stone tablet. A hint of enlightenment came to my mind. And I clasped my hands together enchanted. Destruction. The incarnations of the evil one and others scattered all over the world destroyed themselves instantly, and were resurrected in the body in an instant. All the magical powers are included in his own body. Only at this moment. He is truly complete. Hee. I've finally waited for this day. To conceive a god and forge a demon. Boom. In the bloody world. The evil one stood up and raised his head. His eyes shining. And behind him, the boundless bloody sea was surging and roaring. Amitabha. Shishan sits upright in the world of the Sea of Gods. His eyes filled with compassion. A Buddha wheel rising into the sky behind his head. A Buddhist kingdom standing inside. With endless believers kneeling devoutly. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Namelessness is the beginning of heaven and earth. And name is the mother of all things. In the Qi Sea world, the black and white Qi rolled and surged, gathering and condensing under Wu Wei's body, turning into a boundless yin and yang Tai Chi diagram, with yin and yang chasing each other and spinning rapidly. Pregnant God. Forged demon. Pregnant God. Forging demons. Burning will. Cheering and roaring. Shouts rang out in every spiritual orifice. As the will of heaven in every spiritual orifice world awakened. The shouts became more and more frequent and louder and louder. In the end, they converge into a single idea that resounds throughout. Conceive God and forge demon. The divine self's thinking, brilliant will, eternal thoughts, and all the spiritual worlds are under the control of these three. Bai Donglin felt that his perspective was infinitely rising. The light of the origin of life was boundless under his observation, and the one yuan spiritual orifice within it was like a bright spot of light, floating up and down. This scene made Bai Donglin's heart tremble inexplicably. He actually felt it was somewhat familiar. The scene he saw on the pale stone tablet at the end of the reincarnation deep in the Styx was so similar to the vortex of black and white light spots that were entangled and fighting. It is indeed so. My spiritual acupoints should have achieved the position of the heavens and myriad worlds. Bai Donglin's eyes condensed slightly. His thoughts emerged and disappeared. Closely connected with the Yuan Lingxia world. Everything was under control. Infinite chaos. See. Now! Boom! The endless chaotic energy became restless. Surrounded by silver-gray light. And a boundless ocean of chaos emerged from the depths of every spiritual world. Over the years, nourished by endless energy, the chaotic ocean in the spiritual orifice has expanded to 100 trillion kilometers. Nearly 10 light years. Such a huge amount of chaotic energy has already met the conditions for conceiving a god and forging a demon. Bai Donglin no longer hesitated, and urged it with his mind and recited the Tao. Chaos is like an egg. From it gods and demons are born. Buzz. The chaotic ocean began to spin violently, and a huge vortex emerged in the center. Under the pull of inexplicable rules, endless chaotic energy began to gather and condense in the center of the vortex. A huge silver-gray cocoon that was extremely round, with no clear or turbid particles separated and covered with mysterious patterns slowly emerged. The same scene occurred simultaneously in every spiritual world. One figure after another stepped out from the depths of the world. Their eyes all extremely bright. They are the way of heaven, the will of the world, and the soul of Bai Donglin. Ha ha ha. Pregnant god forging demons. I'm going too. The evil one laughed loudly toward the sky. And under the support of the boundless sea of blood, he stepped firmly into the giant cocoon of chaos, step by step. Amitabha. In the world of Shahai, in the boundless chaotic sea, 3 giant chaotic cocoons are suspended. The 3 Buddhas of the past, present and future put their hands together, saluted each other, and each stepped into the giant cocoon. Tao! 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 The 3 pure ones transformed from the one energy of an action. The great way, the way of heaven, and the way of man, chanted the sound of Tao, and stepped into the giant cocoon of chaos one after another. Pregnant god, forged demon, 1 yuan spiritual orifice, 129,600, and many souls have stepped into the giant cocoon of chaos. All voices faded away and fell into silence. An extremely terrifying aura slowly rose from Bai Donglin's body. Snap! Snap! Amidst the difficult wailing, a crisp shattering sound was heard, and the bubble of time and space began to rapidly collapse under the erosion of the breath. Junior brother. Lianxin suddenly woke up and looked at Bai Donglin in horror. The extremely terrifying aura, even if it came from Bai Donglin, still froze her in place. Danger! Danger! Chant. The Tianji compass vibrated violently and burst out with brilliant light, instantly filling Lianxin's body and wrapping her tightly. The moment she broke free from the breath suppression, she disappeared into Tianji. Junior brother. Lian Xian raised her hand and tried to clench it, but she was unable to control the runaway Tianji compass and could only let out a cry of surprise. Boom! The bubble of time and space was completely shattered, and the overflowing breath gushed out. The ultimate destructive force was extremely terrifying, and the forbidden area of the temple that had been passed down through the ages in the Tianji pavilion was instantly destroyed. A huge silver-gray beam of light rose into the air from the ruins of the temple, spreading and roaring, and the beam of light shot into the deep space at a speed beyond imagination. In an instant, it crossed billions of light years, spreading and spreading. One boundary after another was crossed, and the silver-gray light column was unstoppable. In 10 breaths, it crossed the only real world and went straight into the deepest part of Kunmo realm. The 2 worlds of Qingquan, the 2 poles of the only true world, were actually connected by the column of light formed by Donglin's overflowing aura. This terrifying silver-gray light column was hundreds of trillions of light years long, but it took only 10 breaths to form. This vision beyond comprehension instantly alarmed countless powerful people. They cast their gazes one after another, some from the outer world, some projected from the battlefields of various alien races, and in many extremely evil secret places, existences also awakened. In the alien world, one supreme being after another stepped into the boundary, looked up with expressions of inexplicable surprise and doubt. The Demon King's palace emerged from the depths of the outer dimension. Many demon ancestors of the 10 realms stood on it, surveying the world. What the hell is this? This scene was beyond comprehension, causing countless strong men to roar and question in their hearts. It was difficult for them to keep a calm expression on their faces, and they completely lost their composure. Snap! On the shore of Taihu Lake, the angler's grip on his favorite fishing rod clenched and broke. Kunmo realm. The 19th plane existing in non-existence. Burial soil. The gravekeeper had a dull look in his eyes, and his hunched, old, thin body was trembling slightly. In the beam of light that was so close to him, there was a familiar breath. Master, is that you? His eyes turned red, and tears streamed down his face. Chapter 585, Memorial. Shiming, what on earth are you doing at Tianji Pavilion? Why don't you report this to the Divine Court when you've made such a big fuss? In the central temple outside the heaven, many human-shaped shadows stood. Many dominant ancestors looked at a white-haired old man, and the Lord of the Divine Court even shouted at him sternly. They are not blind. The silver-gray light column that penetrates the only true world was ejected from the interior of the Tianji Pavilion. It is impossible to say that it has nothing to do with the Tianji Pavilion. Lord of the Divine Court. It's not that our Tianji Pavilion doesn't follow the rules, but I can guarantee that this matter has nothing to do with the Tianji Pavilion. Do you think that the Tianji Pavilion can create such a terrifying phenomenon? Jiming narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not get angry when questioned by the Lord of the Divine Court. He had some vague guesses in his mind that this matter might be related to that existence. Lien Xian and Bai Donglin were in seclusion in the temple. He knew that the source of the silver-gray light column was obscure, and even he could not see through it. This familiar feeling of powerlessness made him think of Bai Donglin first. Humph. Shiming, can your little tricks of the Tianji Pavilion be hidden from the eyes of the Divine Court? What is your plan? Couldn't that be the root of this matter? The Lord of the Divine Court glared with anger, and he was already showing other emotions. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to breaking the wall, they, the hidden party, were still very anxious and eager to increase their bargaining chips. For this reason, he had lobbied the Tianji Pavilion, whose stance was unclear, more than once. If the Tianjin project succeeds, the importance of Tianji Pavilion will be enormous. It will be a help that both the hidden and wall-breaking parties do not want to give up. Lord of the Divine Court, you are too kind. Jiming's expression darkened, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He also knew that it was his ambiguous attitude that made the hidden party a little impatient. In fact, neither Tianji Pavilion nor he could decide which side to stand on. He only knew one thing, that if Tianji Pavilion wanted to avoid destruction in the future, it had to follow Bai Donglin's footsteps unswervingly. But Jiming would naturally not reveal this. Otherwise the hidden party would definitely take action to hinder the Tianjin plan. He could only try his best to delay time. Haha. Lord of the Divine Court, please don't be angry. Let's just talk about the matter at hand. It's more important to deal with the matter at hand. Why bring up other things? The master of the ghost house stood up. His tone was full of inexplicable meaning, trying to smooth things over. He was also trying to win over the Tianji Pavilion. And seeing the conflict between the two sides, he naturally had to jump out to gain some favor. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Divine Court's expression changed. He knew that he was too hasty. If he forced the Tianji Pavilion to the broken wall side, wouldn't he be making things difficult for others? He then closed his eyes and said no more. The central temple suddenly became quiet, and the eyes of the ancestors moved slightly, sweeping across the alien battlefields in various parts of the real world. Some of the aliens are getting restless. It's normal for such an unprecedented phenomenon to arouse their curiosity. With so many fellow Taoists guarding the front line, there's no need to worry too much. But we need to deal with this matter as soon as possible, so as not to delay it too long and cause unnecessary trouble. Good. Many supreme beings all nodded in agreement. The other human ancestors all had important tasks to attend to, so only those from Tai and Weishan took action personally. The passage of time in the central temple was changed, and coupled with the extremely fast communication between the 10 realms, only a moment had passed since they set out from the heaven beyond heaven when the silver-gray light column appeared. Tian is located above the only true world, with a battle network as a connecting bridge. 10 ancestors stepped out together, crossed the boundless distance in an instant, and appeared in the Qianyuan realm. The Qianyuan realm is just around the corner. The closer they got to the majestic silver-gray light column, the more they could sense its terrifying and breathtaking aura. The expressions of the ancestors became more and more serious, and they sent out 10 people at the same time, which showed how seriously they took the matter. "Let's go and see what's going on." Call out. Before the Lord of the Divine Court finished speaking, a crystal-clear silk thread shot out from the Qianyuan continent, penetrated into the starry sky, and passed in front of everyone in an instant. Crash! The sound of a rushing river rang in everyone's hearts, and a sparkling river of time and space slowly emerged, blocking the 10 ancestors outside the Qianyuan realm. Fishing line? It's the fishermen! Everyone looked shocked, and then a trace of confusion appeared in their eyes. They didn't know why the fishermen wanted to stop them. They all have great awe for anglers. Fishermen do not belong to any force, and are extremely mysterious. They are passed down from generation to generation. There is only one angler in each era, and he will always stay in the Qianyuan realm and protect it forever. Go back. I will handle this matter. You don't need to interfere. The old voice, crossing the long river of time and space, resounded in the hearts of the 10 ancestors. Everyone looked at each other with some hesitation. It was not that they did not trust the fishermen, who undoubtedly stood on the side of the human race. They were just curious and wanted to find out what this strange light column was. The ancestors were a little hesitant, not knowing whether they should give the fishermen a favor and retreat directly. In this short moment of stalemate, 30 breaths had passed since the silver-gray light column appeared. Buzz! An unexpected accident occurred that no one had expected. The light column vibrated and hummed violently, and then disintegrated into countless light points and disappeared, as if it had never appeared, without leaving any trace. Disappeared. The ancestors were stunned. They didn't expect that this thing came and went quickly, flashing for a moment, leaving them no time to react. Crash! The long river that separated time and space swept and surged, and then slowly dissipated as if it had completed its mission, without the obstruction of the fishermen. The ancestors of the human race looked at each other, took a step forward, and landed in the Tianji pavilion at the same time, hoping to find some clues. Although this possibility is very small. As we all know, there are 18 planes of the world in Kunmo realm, but only a very small number of top powerhouses know that in the deepest part of Kunmo realm, there is a 19th level plane world that is not recorded in the records. It is a strange world that exists in non-existence. It's called Burial Ground, the Tomb of Gods and Demons. The original burial ground was submerged in endless darkness, without a single ray of light. It was in a state of annihilation and haziness, without any spiritual energy, laws, or even rules. But at this time, the burial ground was filled with silver-gray light. The darkness was dispelled, and countless huge tombs were revealed. This strange light source came from the center of the world. The silver-gray light pillars that had dissipated in the outside world seemed to gather and condense, all compressed into the burial soil, and sank straight into the towering tomb standing in the center of the world. In front of the tomb stands a stone tablet with a text engraved on it that does not belong to any language of this world, in memory of all the comrades who sacrificed their lives in the battle to break the wall in the endless world line. Boom! The extremely compressed silver-gray light column has turned into substance and poured into the giant tomb with difficulty. Buzz! The huge tomb trembled violently. An endless light shone and shone. Under the light, the tomb looked like sparkling crystal. Boom! 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 The giant crystal tomb roared like a drum and a beating heart, resounding throughout the burial world. Every thunder was accompanied by a circle of halo that rippled out from the giant tomb and swept across all the graves in the burial world. Boom, boom, boom. This strange halo contained endless mysteries. In the tombs illuminated by it, the sound of heartbeats began to be heard, becoming more and more numerous and denser, as if countless beings had come to life. We're back. We're all back. Ha ha. Comrades, wake up. Let's fight this ultimate battle to break through the wall again. The Great Keeper stood on a stone tablet, looked around, listened to the deafening heartbeat and the familiar will gradually awakening, and couldn't help laughing wildly, tears streaming down his face. Master, Master, you did it. You kept your promise to lead everyone to break through the barriers. Woo woo. Brothers from the Endless World line will break the wall with you again. Chapter 586 Missing Persons. The silver-gray light column that penetrated the only true world came and went in a hurry, lasting no more than 30 breaths. Countless powerful people were alarmed, and the gods and demons were not even qualified to investigate the matter. The 10 highest realms kept entering and exiting the Qianyuan realm, trying every possible means, even activating ancient artifacts, but could not find the slightest clue. The secrets of fate, cause and effect, time and space, none of them can be traced back to their origins, as if everything has been completely erased. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. All information about the Silvergrade Light Column was sealed in the Terran Battle Network database and classified as top secret, which could only be accessed by the Overlord. Like a bright meteor across the night sky, the matter came to an end and everything returned to normal. The first year of Taiwan was getting closer and closer, and the endless pride battle was about to be held. 110 million. 120 million. The evil teacher. Where have you been? 130 million. Teacher Zai. Stop making trouble. If you don't come back, I won't be able to catch up with the Tianju battle. Omura's big black hole. Ren Wufeng, wearing a special armor, was standing upside down, squeezing the potential of the divine body, while whispering something in his mouth. In this dead black hole, only silence responded to him. Omura's huge mass distorted time. Theoretically, one day here would be 100 years in the outside world. But in order to ensure that Ren Wufeng had enough time to practice, Ji used some means to smooth out the distorted time and unify the flow of time in the outside world. Ren Wufeng looked depressed, and estimated in his heart that there were only 3 days left before the endless pride battle began. If Ji did not show up, he would really lose his qualification to participate. Hateful. Clang. Ren Wufeng raised his palm as a knife and chopped it hard on the armor. The terrifying destructive force only brought up a string of sparks, and the armor was unharmed. Damn it. This broken thing. Is it probably a magical weapon? The armor that the evil teacher put on him suppressed all power except physical strength, which was why he could not escape from the Omura black hole. Sizzle! Sizzle! When the armor was attacked, divine light suddenly shone, and several red thunders burst out, striking directly on Ren Wufeng's eyebrows. It hurts. It hurts so much. Ren Wufeng trembled all over and collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching continuously. Well, he was really at his wit's end. Buzz! The void suddenly shattered, and a scarlet vortex appeared, swallowing up the desperate Ren Wufeng in one gulp. In Tianluo space, a high-dimensional world, an incomparably huge ball of light was shining fiercely. Search. Search. After 780 million scans, I still haven't found the owner's presence. There is no trace of him in the one true world, the outer dimensions, or the alien worlds. Initiating emergency plan. Unblocking the owner's travel log. Read. Begin execution. The dimensional channel is open. To guide the 12th floor master. Tianluo was not panicked by Bai Dongling's sudden disappearance, but maintained the operation of the Tianluo space meticulously. No one knew her master better than her, and nothing would happen to him. He was probably just delayed by some important matter. The Tianluo space is becoming increasingly larger, and has established close ties with countless powerful geniuses. If Tianluo suddenly goes offline, it will inevitably cause huge turmoil. Bai Donglin knew that he often courted death and might lose contact at any time. In order to avoid this situation, he deliberately left a war monument in the Realm Lord's mansion so that Tianluo could stay in the only true realm at any time to maintain the normal operation of the Tianluo space. Buzz. Under Tianluo's manipulation, the 12th floor master's order was locked, and vortex channels began to emerge. Oh my god! I finally left that damn place. Ren Wufeng was the first to fall from the passage. He felt the terrifying gravity that had been restraining his body disappear. Suddenly, his decadence disappeared and his eyes became bright. What is this place? He stood up and looked around. His eyes were attracted by the big ball of light floating in the sky. Before he had time to think about it, a terrifying imperial power came from a vortex channel. His expression was stern and he looked up. Empress! Empress! Daxiao! Invincible! Daxiao! Invincible! The ardent faith of countless living beings gathered together and condensed into cheers that resounded through the heavens and the earth. A figure surrounded by countless dragon shadows stepped out of the dimensional channel step by step. Eyes brighter than the stars looked down, making Ren Wufeng feel a chill in his heart. Bai Yuanjin. This woman. After just a short time, he has become so terrifying. How did this monster cultivate himself? Ren Wufeng clenched his fists, and unwillingness flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had tried very hard and practiced desperately. When Zai said that he had been suppressed by a woman, he, who was also the 12th floor master, was actually very unconvinced in his heart. It seems that the evil teacher did not deceive him. Chant. Amidst the endless sharp sword light and the eerie roar of swords, Bai Jianga walked out, his long silver hair gently fluttering, with the devil sword of annihilation on his back, and the green willow of Jade City in his arms. One after another figures crossed the dimensional channel and stood in the void. Emperors, madmen, tyrants, evildoers, immortals, all kinds of wills were across the sky, intertwined fiercely, and no one would give in. Although the battle of geniuses has not yet begun, everyone understands that their 12 building masters will also have a battle. Except for Madame Baigu. TSK. What a bunch of arrogant guys. Just wait. Undefeated fighting body. Never give up. Sooner or later Ren Wufeng, will surpass you all. Ren Wufeng bared his teeth and patted his heavy armor. Poor him. Even his ability to fly was restricted at this moment. Tian Luo. Where is my little brother? Bai Yuanjin frowned, realizing something was wrong. There was no reason for Bai Donglin not to show up at such an important time. This was not a question of whether he was busy or not. She knew very well that her younger brother had many clones. Thinking of this, Bai Yuanjin and his siblings all looked up at the same time and looked at the big ball of light in the sky. They were also very familiar with Tian Luo, who was in charge of the Tian Luo space. Master, he is missing. I have searched the whole universe, but have not found any trace of him. The last place the master appeared was in Tianji Pavilion, where he was with Miss Lianqing. Perhaps Miss Lianqing can answer our questions. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Lianqing. The men had questioning looks on their faces, and the eyes of the female comrades were even more meaningful. Tian Luo, are you saying that my eldest brother was alone with her? Xiao Zi's eyebrows trembled slightly, and her two crystal fangs bit her lips tightly. Yes, Miss Lianqing and the master have been in Tianji Pavilion for more than 40 years. Snap! The purple hair exploded, piercing through the surrounding void, and everyone could faintly smell a hint of vinegar. Hee hee. Sister Lianqing, you and my brother are alone together for such a long time. What bad things are you doing? Bai Youguan's eyes rolled around, her curious heart burning with curiosity. It seemed that she had worried for nothing, as her brother was not a fool after all. We are just practicing in seclusion. My junior brother. I don't know what happened to my junior brother. Look. This is the abnormality at that time. Lianqing didn't have the mood to think too much at this moment. With worry in her eyes, she tapped her forehead with her finger, and a picture came out of her memory, which was the scene of the silver-gray light beam exploding. It turns out that terrifying beam of light was caused by my little brother. Bai Yuanjin's pupil shrank suddenly. Her heart was in turmoil, and she had also caught a glimpse of the beam of light that penetrated the real world. Everyone was silent. Their minds were full of thoughts, and they all became a little worried. Everyone. The master will be fine. He will be back soon. Let's go according to the plan and participate in the endless pride battle first. Tian Luo broke the silence by speaking. Since her master was away for the time being, she would follow the established itinerary log until her master returned. Okay. Let's do this. I believe that I will be fine. Bai Yuanjin nodded slightly. Whether in terms of strength or status, she was the best among the 12 building owners. So naturally others had no objection. Poison Fang Miaomu. Exiled Immortal. According to the previous agreement, you should return to your respective forces. Bai Yujing will not make things difficult for you. Bai Yuanjin raised her eyes and glanced at the two of them, and spoke softly. Since her younger brother was not here, she, as the eldest sister, naturally had to stand up. As an empress, she did have the courage to do so. Thank you. The exiled Immortal and Poison Fang Yamu both breathed a sigh of relief. They had forces behind them that they could not give up. This was also what they had discussed with Bai Donglin at the beginning. After offering their hands and expressing their gratitude, they stepped into the dimensional channel and disappeared. Tian Luo, send us to the edge of the universe. No problem. The big ball of light flickered slightly, and the dimensional channels in the void suddenly merged together, forming a larger channel, connecting with the extremely distant edge of the universe. The 10 people looked at each other and nodded. Their figures flashed, and they stepped into the vortex at the same time. The moment they walked out of the passage, loud noises and endless burning will overwhelmed everyone. Is this still a desolate and silent wilderness? Ren Wufeng widened his eyes and looked up. There were countless huge balls of light floating in the void of the universe. In the endless light, there were towering temples, like countless bright suns, filling all the star fields within sight. One after another, The highest level warships, some shining with golden light, some pitch black, shuttled back and forth in the void for patrol. The 10 people passed through the dimensional channel, and the moment they landed, a golden warship leaped in, with a fierce aura that locked everyone. Who are you? Where do you come from? A figure stepped out from the golden warship with a majestic voice. Behind his head was a blazing sun of divine fire, with a golden crow stretching its neck and crying in it. The mighty emperor, the lord of the golden bell. He came with a fierce momentum and a hint of hostility, as if he was going to take everyone down if they disagreed with him. Chapter 587. The Battle of the Prideful Ones begins. Hee. Nice to meet you. Sir. We are from the Jida Holy Sect, and are here to participate in the endless pride battle. Madame Baigu stood out from the crowd. She was the oldest, and could no longer participate in the battle of geniuses. She came along to be a nanny. Bai Yuanjin and other evildoers were all very proud and arrogant, so it would be better for her to negotiate in order to avoid causing unnecessary conflicts. Oh! Since you are disciples of Jidao, why don't you come with the sect? Jidao's saint sect arrived half a year ago. Upon hearing that he was a disciple of Jidao, the look of Lord Jinzhong became much more stern. He was a man of the divine court, and the situation of both the hidden and the wall-breaking factions had become increasingly delicate recently. Sir, you don't know? Have you ever heard of Baiyujing? Although we are under the name of Jidao, Baiyujing has the right to act independently. Mrs. Baigu was fearless and didn't care about the questioning. She moved out of Baiyujing directly. Baiyujing? The Lord of Chaos. Lord Jinzhong's figure froze, and he couldn't help but take a step back. He felt a little dry in his throat. Damn it. How did he provoke this monster? That's right. Our boss is the Lord of Chaos. He is also the Lord of Tianluo, the Lord of Glory, the Lord of Jidao. Ahem. I understand. You guys go over there. This is the coordinates of Jidao Xingzong. Lord Jinzhong raised his hand and sent out a stream of information. His figure flashed back into the warship. Then he jumped into the void and disappeared, escaping away. TSK. You coward. It's not that he is worried, but my little brother's ferocity is too strong. Bai Jianga shook his head and laughed. He was able to make the powerful Emperor Feng flee upon hearing the news. And they were in the same camp. No one knew what shocking things this extremely mysterious little brother of his had done. If we just go there, won't it be too low-key? So many forces have gathered here. We can't lose face for Baiyujing. Otherwise, my brother will beat me up. Bai Xiaoxiao spoke in a deep voice. Although he didn't care about these things, he knew very well that his elder brother's style of doing things was very high-end. A red light flashed in the eyes under the sunglasses, and he called on Tianluo in his heart to open the dimensional channel and reached out. A white jade-like palm crossed the boundless distance and descended into the white god realm, reaching towards the Realm Lord's palace. The extremely huge Realm Lord's palace shone with divine light, shrank into a point of light, and was captured by the palm. A long time ago, Bai Donglin handed over the control of the Realm Lord's mansion to Bai Xiaoxiao, in order to suppress the disobedient forces in the Baishan realm. Let's use the Realm Lord's mansion as our base. Bai Xiaoxiao waved her hand, and the Realm Lord's palace expanded rapidly, spanning 400 billion kilometers. In an instant, a bright sun appeared in the void, attracting the attention of many powerful people. Hee. Not bad. Not bad. This is worthy of our status. Ren Wufeng laughed strangely, and with the strength of his physical body alone, he shattered the void and turned into a stream of light that shot into the Realm Lord's palace. The Realm Lord's palace carried everyone, dominating the void, exuding domineering aura. Wherever it passed, other forces gave way. Perhaps only the rare top holy places could ignore the oppression of the Realm Lord's palace. Realm Lord's mansion? Is Donglin here? Strange. Why can't I sense his presence? At the station of the Jidao Holy Sect, Patriarch Xue Tu looked over at the Realm Lord's mansion, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. He had not seen Bai Donglin since their last separation. The Realm Lord's mansion flew to a place not far from the Jidao Holy Sect. This place was less than 1 light-year away from the blockade line of the endless battlefield at the edge of the universe. This is the most solid barrier of the human race, with nearly 100 overlords guarding it all year round. Across this front line is the most terrifying endless battlefield where time and space are confused, and the endless pride war is held in this battlefield. There are still 3 days left, and the 3 races of humans, demons, and aliens are all waiting for the mysterious bronze fairy palace to appear. Boom! Boom! This is They're here. In the endless battlefield. A deafening roar suddenly sounded, and countless evil auras roared violently, causing a horrific change in the sky. Many huge and ferocious beasts, under the pull of the chains of rules, gathered the energy of heaven and earth, and the fragments of time and space, and pounced towards the heavenly gate. Roar, roar, roar. The ferocious beast shadows were tens of light years tall, and their pitch-black eyes were like huge black holes. Every scale and every hair was larger than the sun, moon, and stars. There were no less than 1,000,000 of these ferocious beasts, and they pounced on the battle line at the same time. It was truly terrifying. Many little human beings were seeing such a horrifying scene for the first time and were almost frightened to death, even though the battle line had isolated the evil aura. Huh? Aliens? Is that fun? Hearing this familiar voice, Shue paused and gave up the urge to attack. Clang! A ray of sword light entangled in red and black rose from the depths of the place where the 4 great sword sects were stationed, crossed the Tianguan battle line, and passed through millions of beast shadows, moving forward without slowing down, cutting the confused time and space into chaos. The sword's light was as cold as 1,000,000 light years. Such a sharp strike and such terrible murderous intent could only be from that man. Sword Master! Sword Master! The cultivators under the gods and demons were all shocked by the sword light, and in their hearts they inexplicably shouted the word Sword Master, even though most of them had never heard of such a person. As he cried out in his heart, a warmth emerged from deep within his body, and the biting cold brought by the ferocious beast slowly dissipated. Such swordsmanship! Wonderful! Wonderful! Bai Jianga stood on the temple of the Realm Lord's mansion, swords chiming all around him, and his eyes shining brightly. This was the pinnacle of swordsmanship that he had never seen before. He couldn't help but be fascinated and wanted to compete with the Sword Master. Huh? What's going on? Bai Jianga narrowed his eyes slightly. His mind sank deep into his soul, and saw the strange swordfish, which was cheering and spinning rapidly around the true spirit. At the same time, he sensed that in the direction of the Sword Dao Holy Land, there were 4 sharp auras calling him. What on earth is that? As his cultivation improved, the occasional sensations became stronger and stronger, as if as long as he urged the swordfish, the 4 fierce auras would immediately respond and descend. Well, forget it. With my little brother here, I probably won't ever have the chance to use my endgame. This is a life-threatening move, and he would not use it easily if it is not necessary. Boom! The figures of millions of ferocious beasts that were cut by the black and red sword light froze in an instant. An endless sword light gushed out, and their huge bodies were shattered into complete nothingness. These beast shadows are just the condensed evil and ferocious aura emitted by powerful alien warriors. They look huge and ferocious, but they are just for show. They can only scare cultivators below the 10th level, and cannot pose any threat to cultivators at the 10th level, not to mention breaking through the most solid barrier of the human race. It would be destroyed in an instant. The reason why the Sword Master took action was because he had a violent temper, and could not tolerate the slightest provocation. The alien race's show of force was aimed at the young people who came to participate in the battle of geniuses, hoping to shock their minds and establish an advantage for their side. Naturally, this little trick could not escape the eyes of the human race's strong men, and was easily broken by the Sword Master. Snap! Boom! Clang! In the endless battlefield, many huge fragments of time and space suddenly exploded, turning into dazzling spots of time and space light, condensing and rotating, and vortex channels gradually emerged. The Demon King's palace was the first to pass through the passage and land on the battlefield. Soon after, the other alien races also drove their bizarre palaces across from the vortex of time and space. This is the special feature of the endless battlefield. Here, time and space are chaotic, and the world lines are complicated and entangled. It is the only true world that exists forever, and is a huge boundary that cannot be healed. The various alien worlds can descend here with just a little effort. This is also the fundamental reason why the human race has deployed heavy troops here, because they are worried that the alien races will unite and launch an attack on the real world from here at the same time. The scaly armored flying bird demons and more than 30 alien worlds have all arrived. Many towering palaces stand in a row. Endless evil and ferocious aura infects large areas of chaotic time and space, turning it into extreme darkness. Both camps are extremely large, spanning millions of light years, separated by a vast front line, facing each other from afar. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely depressing, and those with weak wills didn't even dare to breathe. Time passed by in a flash, The heaven and earth moved, and the long river of time and space suddenly froze for a moment. The first year of Taiwan has arrived. Clang, clang, dingling-ding. The chains were taut, and the crisp sound of them colliding with each other broke the oppressive atmosphere. Countless eyes looked into the distance at the same time. Crash! Time and space were turbulent like waves. Countless ripples spread out, and the void collapsed into nothingness after extreme distortion, revealing a dark hole nearly 10,000 light-years high. 7 colored light gushed out, and the demon-suppressing temple flew out. 7 thick chains of different colors were stretched straight behind it, and a huge monster was pulled out bit by bit. It is a bronze immortal palace deep in the land where all the heavens and worlds return to. It was tightly bound by 7 colored chains, and forcibly moved here to be used as the venue for the endless pride battle. Boom! Although the bronze immortal palace was majestic and extremely heavy, the demon-suppressing temple was no pushover either. With its boundless power, it pulled it to the center of both camps, and it dropped with a loud bang, crushing countless fragments of time and space into nothingness. The Realm Lord's palace, which spreads over 400 billion kilometers, is already extremely huge, not to mention ordinary people. Even many cultivators find it difficult to understand its size, and it will take them a lifetime to measure it. However, this bronze immortal palace is a full 10,000 light-years high, which is more than 20,000 times the size of the Realm Lord's palace. With such a terrifying spatial scale, it is hard to imagine that this is a man-made thing. However, only those powerful men in the 10th realm knew that this was not the bronze immortal palace, nor was it the complete form of the demon-suppressing temple. The demon-suppressing temple once displayed its full strength, which was as high as 10 million light-years. The bronze immortal palace, which made the demon-suppressing temple helpless, must not be much different. You guys are quite punctual. Not bad. Not bad. I am looking forward to the next fight. The significance of being a genius is not just about competing for some mysterious inheritance. Wandering Emperor and Shi Li Feng stepped out of the demon-suppressing temple side by side, and stood on the bronze immortal palace. Wandering Emperor raised his hand, and waved it. The demon-suppressing temple suddenly shrank extremely small, and appeared on the palm of his hand. It kept spinning, and 7 colored lights were lingering around it. Just by doing this one move, the expressions of all the 10 realms present became more serious. Who doesn't know the horror of the demon suppression temple? Even a 10th realm cultivator, without the protection of an ancient artifact, can't withstand a full-force attack from it. Who are these two guys? Many human ancestors looked at each other, as they had not seen any trace of the two people in the known information. They had been investigating for a long time. Unfortunately, Wandering Emperor has changed his appearance, and is no longer the Wandering Emperor in history. As for Shi Li Feng, he has long abandoned his 99th identity, and is now a reborn Shi Li Feng. It is understandable that the human race's top leaders could not find any information at all. These geniuses will be the crest of this era, the brightest stars. The future will be written by you. With just a few words, Wandering Emperor shifted the focus to the genius, who had no sense of presence at the scene. Ha ha ha. That's right. If you want to fight, you have to wait for these little guys to decide the winner. Then, the endless battle of geniuses. Start. Chapter 588, Different World Lines. Where is this place? Bai Donglin shook his head, and his hazy consciousness suddenly cleared up. When all the souls stepped into the chaotic cocoon, his mind fell into an indescribable blank. When he came to his senses, he was already in a strange world. My current state is... He frowned and clenched his fists. A sense of nothingness surged into his heart. He lost the perception of his physical body, and even his soul. It was not his will, nor his thoughts, but the divine body that controlled the quantum cloud of his thoughts, which was the root of his consciousness. Interesting. Bai Donglin looked around. It was the first time he entered this state, although it was passive, and he didn't know why it was like this. The creation of the god, and the forging of the demon must have been successful. There is no doubt about that. The reason why he immersed himself in the divine self was definitely not due to a breakthrough, but something that happened that he did not expect. When Bai Donglin was considering whether to commit suicide immediately to get out of this state, something strange happened. Tick. A speck of light, like a drop of water, suddenly appeared in the dark and illusory space, and slowly fell, creating endless circles of halos. Countless images seemed to flash by in the dense halos. This is... Bai Donglin's figure froze, and he stood there in a daze. He couldn't help but focus his gaze on a halo. In an instant, endless images flooded in. He felt the world spinning, and his consciousness entered an enormous world. Wow, wow, wow. The loud cry of a baby broke the silence of the night. Congratulations, Miss. Congratulations, Miss. It's a little boy. With all 5 limbs intact. Very strong and healthy. Quick. Bring it to me, and let me see it. Qingying got up with difficulty. And in the dim candlelight, she gently took the baby. Her face was full of love as a new mother. But there was a hint of worry in the depths of her eyes. Ah, my child. I am just a maid. And I gave you a male body. I don't know whether it is good or bad in this marshal's mansion. Although the young lady treats me like a sister. The mansion is like an ocean. And I can't help you with anything. At this moment, the Grand Marshal was in his mansion. Although he might be busy reviewing military affairs. She did not even come to see him after she gave birth. The underlying meaning was self-evident. Mother! Mother! Bai Donglin's eyes were blank. His consciousness was like a ghost that did not exist here. He could only watch everything happen, but could not intervene in anything. He felt an extremely close connection with the baby. His consciousness swept through the Bai mansion. And every familiar plant and tree came into his mind. There was no doubt about it. This was the scene of his birth. This thin woman was his biological mother. Qingying. But, wasn't it because his innate soul was too strong that his mother had difficulty in conceiving? Her essence dried up. And she died during childbirth? Why? When Bai Donglin was puzzled, another strange thing happened. The dark room was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling red light. And then turned into orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. The 7-colored divine light lingered and flowed, gushing out from the baby's brow. The walls of the house could not stop the spread of the light. In an instant, the entire Nanyang kingdom was immersed in a 7-colored ocean. The changes continued. The 7 colors merged and turned into gold. And silver was born from the gold. The ocean of light was divided into 2. Gold and silver chased each other. And a small gold and silver Tai Chi diagram slowly appeared between the baby's eyebrows. Boom! A beam of light entwined with gold and silver spurted out from the Tai Chi diagram, piercing through everything and shooting into the unknown place in the deepest part of the universe. Such a shocking change left everyone dumbfounded. And Bai Donglin was also stunned. What the hell? It's not that I don't have a true spirit. I don't even have the lowest level of red talent. What's going on in front of me? Moreover, what level of true spirit talent is this? Bai Donglin frowned, feeling that what he saw and heard was somewhat unreal. His reason made him think that it was an illusion. But an inexplicable intuition made him know that all this had really happened the moment he saw the baby. A monstrous genius. My Yuhua Immortal Palace wants this boy. A huge hand that covered the sky reached out from the depths of the universe. The boundless palm actually wanted to grab the entire Bianjiu Sanyu. Namo Amidba. Donor. Wait a minute. This child has a connection with Buddha and should be admitted to the holy Buddha temple. Endless Buddha's light spread from the Buddha's realm. A golden finger like a pillar of heaven stretched out from the Buddha's light. With a light tap, the giant hand covering the sky instantly turned into ashes. Willian Tianzuan. Wuji Taijatu. This child was born for the Tao. The entire Qianyuan world was in an uproar. One after another, the supreme will of the ruler descended, all wanting to fight for the newly born Qilin child of the Bai family. If you are not from a top holy land, you have no right to participate. Bai Donglin pursed his lips slightly and looked at the baby with some envy. This was the highest treatment he had ever enjoyed. Even after becoming the supreme master, he would often dream about it and sigh with regret. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, many masters competed with each other, and it turned out that the Taoist sect, the leader in Qi cultivation, was superior and accepted this unprecedented monster as its disciple. Bai Donglin watched all this. It seemed like the most important beginning of this world. After it was presented, the picture instantly jumped to the end. Ruin. Deathly silence. Nothingness. This was Bai Donglin's first reaction when he saw the scene in front of him. He was still in the Qianyuan realm, but the Qianyuan continent had turned into nothingness. The sun had gone out, and broken debris was floating everywhere. Everywhere he looked, there was silence, without any trace of life. Failed? Bai Donglin was silent. Through various details, he understood what was happening before his eyes. This was another real-world line. The theory of the multiverse really exists in this world. To a certain extent, a choice you make at a certain moment will split into a different world line. For example, whether you step in with your left foot or your right foot first when entering a door. These different choices will split into 2 parallel worlds. But the real situation is obviously not so exaggerated. Instead, A new world line will only be born when there is a huge variable that can affect the future direction. The reason why his divine self appeared in Bai Mansion was obviously that the mutation that occurred in his infancy was the fundamental reason for the splitting of the new world line. Bai Donglin in this world line did not awaken the two major talents of immortality and damage reversal, but instead gained an additional gold and silver Tai Chi diagram. Although he had a perfect growth and was accompanied by his mother, the result was still tragic. The final scene has already shown everything. The battle to break the wall in this world line was lost. Snap! The picture shattered and dissipated, and the divine self's consciousness instantly returned to the dark space. Bai Donglin couldn't resist his curiosity and cast his gaze towards another halo. After the world spun around, the loud sound of a baby crying came into my ears again. Wow, wow, wow. Congratulations, Miss. Congratulations, Miss. It's a little boy, with all 5 limbs intact. Very strong and healthy. The following scenes were almost identical, but this Bai Donglin did not show any exaggerated talent. He was just an ordinary person, just like him. The only difference was that Qingying in this world line also did not die in childbirth. 11 years later, Bai Donglin awakened his past life memories as expected, and a different situation occurred again. The two major talents of immortality and injury resistance still did not exist, but there was an additional talent in his brain. What is called the breaking wall system. Oh my goodness. The Tianju flowed, and now it's the system flow. Right. The emergence of the wall breaking system represents the birth of the split of the world line. The picture begins to jump again and goes directly to the end. Ruin. Deathly silence. Nothingness. The battle to break the wall failed again. It is true. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. His heart was calm. Having anticipated this situation, the divine self's consciousness returned to the dark space. Bai Donglin did not continue to enter the halo. There was no need to look at other world lines. No matter how it changed, the battle to break the wall would definitely fail. If successful, the original world line he is in will have no meaning of existence. The 11th level strongmen born in other world lines would have already traced back to their origins, converged the world lines, and achieved their only true self. It seems that you still have to rely on me. From all the things in other world lines, Bai Donglin can better appreciate the power of his immortality and injury resistance talent. Obviously, the colorful light that gave him this incredible ability is unique and cannot be replicated. However, it was also because the colorful light changed his soul that Qingying's essence was exhausted and she died in childbirth. This is a regret that cannot be changed. Mother. Bai Donglin sighed silently, his heart filled with infinite guilt. To some extent, he was the one who killed his mother. Is the cause and effect locked? As long as I am born with these two talents, my mother will definitely die? Humph. I don't believe it. Bai Donglin's expression turned cold, and he stopped thinking about it. His consciousness sank into the light spot. He already understood the way to leave this place. Snap! Snap! The huge tomb, which seemed to be made of crystal, translucent and surrounded by divine light, suddenly collapsed, and dense cracks appeared. A hand poked out from the crack. Boom! The tomb exploded, and Bai Donglin's figure swayed. He jumped out of it and landed on the towering stone tablet. He looked around with his bright eyes lowered, and a gloomy and weird picture came into his eyes. Everywhere I looked, there were shattered graves, and to the side, there were figures kneeling on the ground, so densely packed that they were impossible to count. What surprised Bai Donglin was that he sensed a terrifying and murderous aura above these figures. There were quite a few in the 10 realms, and the lowest one was a titled god or devil. What was even more strange was that he saw many familiar figures. 7 blood slaughterers, 12 sword masters, 8 masters of the divine court. Praise! The supreme, the boundless, the beginning of everything, the end of everything. Time is supreme. Space is king. Fate is not in the way. Karma is king. Infinite destruction. Unparalleled creation. The 5 elements are dominant, and yin and yang are combined. Power is supreme. Reincarnation controls the situation. Bai Donglin. What a mess. Chapter 589 Exiles. You said you were my apprentice? In the dark burial ground, after a burst of incomprehensible noise, Bai Donglin, led by the old Greykeeper, came to a wooden house. Looking at the thin old man kneeling on the ground, crying and kowtowing, he was stunned again. The shock he had experienced today was really too much. Yes. You are my master? Master. It's me. You brought me up. Amon. Don't you remember me? You said you would come back to find me. Although my appearance has changed. I know you are my master. Looking at the emotional old man, Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with thoughtfulness. He probably guessed the situation in front of him. This man was indeed his apprentice. I understand. You should get up first and tell me what is going on here, and who are those guys outside? Bai Donglin was quick-witted. After he figured out the reason, he accepted this identity in an instant. It was just a disciple who appeared out of nowhere. He would not be surprised even if a few women came out and called him husband. Just a little wind and waves. Yes. Thank you, Master. No matter how turbulent his emotions were, the Gravekeeper was after all a rare and powerful person in the world. And he quickly calmed down. Master, this place is the burial ground that exists between the infinite and the infinite. It was built by you specifically to avoid conflicts between world lines, and to accommodate the unyielding wills of the other world lines. The Gravekeeper explained in detail, and also specifically introduced the origin of the burial soil. Because he also noticed that there seemed to be some problems with his master's condition. As if he had lost his past memories. They are exiles from other world lines. They are not tolerated by the original world, and can only hide in the burial soil temporarily to wait for the opportunity. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up when he heard this. When he heard what Amon said about waiting for the opportunity, he couldn't help but think of what Zilifeng had revealed to him not long ago about the deep meaning behind the endless pride war. In the endless battle of the prodigies, no matter it is the mysterious and powerful supreme inheritance, the magic stones inside, and the bronze immortal palace itself, they are just details. The real purpose of Shilifeng and Wandering Emperor is to use the bronze immortal palace to completely break the endless battlefield, and use this special area to run through all world lines. I won't mention the various reasons for this. But if Zilifeng succeeds, then isn't this the opportunity that Aman mentioned? By that time, the creatures from other world lines can also descend into the origin world. Master, these exiles all died in the battle to break the wall. But their indomitable will remained. You were moved by their courage and sacrifice. And you couldn't bear it. So you took them to the burial ground, leaving them to be resurrected in the future, and fight to break the wall again. Not long ago, your glory descended upon us, Master, awakening these unyielding wills, and granting them new life. So that's how it is. Bai Donglin nodded in understanding. No wonder these people looked at him with such fanatical, friendly and extremely pious eyes. It seemed that not only did he save these people, but he also led them in the battle to break through the wall. Or it should be said that it was Bai Donglin from another world line who led them in the battle to break the wall. The messy praise just now has an explanation. Bai Donglin in different world lines has different abilities. So the power he displays is naturally strange. So there are strange titles such as time is respected. Space is king. But he still had a hint of confusion in his heart. There were so many powerful people from other world lines who survived. But why didn't he see any of his own? Are they all dead? Although he is not immortal, he is not that incompetent. After all, he has become the leader who commands the battle to break the wall. There must be reasons behind this that he does not understand. They are indeed a powerful force that cannot be ignored. They will be of great help in the battle to break the wall of the origin world. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, affirming the value of those guys outside. If this force could be pulled out, it could completely sweep away all forces. Although a large number of helpers suddenly appeared, Bai Donglin felt even more depressed. The battles to break the wall in so many world lines were all disastrous defeats without exception. It was unlikely that they were not well prepared. After all, it spanned 10 eras and hundreds of billions of years of preparation. The power gathered and the details considered were absolutely done to the extreme. The reason for failure may not be that our side is too weak, but that the Mother River is too strong. The Mother River controls all time and space, fate, cause and effect, and reincarnation. It covers all world lines, and sees through the beginning and end of time. Coupled with the backdoor deliberately left by the true spirit, it is hard to imagine how brutal the battle to break the wall will be. Is this my experiment? Or a test? Will it really work if I gather the power of many world lines? Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with thought, and some enlightenment arose in his heart. He guessed why he had all kinds of strange abilities in other world lines. The mastermind behind it should be him from the original world. The colorful light is destined to be unique. So Bai Donglin in other world lines is just an ordinary time traveler. His only advantage is that he has no true spirit, which is similar to Wandering Emperor. But Wandering Emperor was lucky enough to meet Shilifeng at the beginning, while he only had a fart at the beginning. As compensation, or as a test of the Mother River, He took action from the original world, and bestowed all kinds of plugins on himself and other world lines. With his extraordinary thinking, through clues, Bai Donglin can be sure that his guess is almost right. Aw man, do you want to stay here, or come out with me? Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, looked at a man and asked. Although his apprentice had white hair, he was young and handsome, but he did not find it strange. For cultivators, this situation was very common. After all, he was also an old monster who had lived for millions of years. Master, your disciple, will naturally serve you. Hee hee. I've had enough of this damn place. An excited smile appeared in Amon's eyes. For several eras, he had never left the burial ground. He had been sitting in the darkness for hundreds of billions of years, accompanied by the grave, without even one person to talk to. How lonely was it? There are two reasons why he doesn't leave the burial ground. This place is extremely special. Not only is the Mother River unobservable, but it can also ensure that his lifespan is solidified. The most important reason is because of the order given by his master, and he naturally obeys it wholeheartedly. Very good. Then you will stay with me first. As for these exiles, they will stay in the burial ground first. The special forces will naturally appear at the most critical moment to play the greatest role. Bai Donglin stood up slowly. While he was talking, he had already walked to the door. He paused and said softly, Aw man, thank you for your hard work over the years. Hundreds of billions of years. What an exaggerated time scale. As the one who controls the time prison, he naturally knows how difficult it is. The reason he didn't go crazy is because Amon's will is strong enough. Hee hee. It's not hard. It's not hard. It's good that you're back. Master, it's good that you're back. A man was smiling, and the deep wrinkles on his face were like blooming chrysanthemums. He secretly raised his hand and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Start. The wandering emperor's heroic and powerful shout, ignoring distance, instantly rang in the ears of all living beings within millions of light years. Yes, just in time. In the main hall of the Realm Lord's mansion, 10 building owners, who were concentrating intently, heard a familiar voice suddenly coming from behind them. Their figures paused, and they looked back in surprise. Little brother. Brother. Master. Junior brother. Are you okay? Hee hee. I knew that my elder brother is invincible and unrivaled in the world. So naturally, nothing will happen to him. A purple light flashed, and Xiaozi had already hugged Bai Donglin's arm tightly, tilting her little head back, about to cry, with a resentful look in her eyes. Brother, I heard that you and Lianxin practiced together in the Tianji Pavilion for decades, and finally broke through, turned into a bright pillar of light, and ascended. Is this true? Bai Donglin's face turned black. He raised his hand and smashed Xiaozi's head. Xiaozi fell to the ground, covered his forehead, and rolled around. What a mess. Who spread rumors about me? He deserves to be beaten. Ah! It hurts so much. I'm not making this up. I just speculated. Isn't that what's written in those immortal cultivation biographies? You must have been naked, practicing those. Xiaozi screamed loudly, still mumbling loudly and unyieldingly. Her words were so explicit that Lian Xion's face turned red, and her earlobes looked like blood. Shut up. As soon as the words came out, Xiaozi suddenly became like someone had pressed the mute button, unable to make a sound. Ha ha ha. Seeing Bai Donglin being humiliated, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Even the solemn empress, Bai Yuanjin, had a slight smile on her face. Xiaozi, this funny guy, had become the happy pill among them. Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly. He had given up on correcting Xiaozi's erratic personality. It might be because he was conceived from his own blood and essence. Let him be. It's hard to change his nature. With Xiaozi's interruption, the atmosphere in the temple became more harmonious. A man stood 3 steps behind Bai Donglin, watching everything with a smile on his face. The strange thing is that except Bai Donglin, everyone else turned a blind eye to a man. This is the distortion of reality by will. Clang. A loud noise came from the Bronze Palace, instantly attracting everyone's attention again. As Wandering Emperor stomped his feet hard, the Bronze Immortal Palace seemed to be activated, and the countless Taoist characters engraved on it slowly shone one after another. Rumble. The Bronze Immortal Palace trembled violently. An endless divine light gushed out. Amidst the terrifying roar, a small door opened, and the light dissipated. A bizarre scene slowly unfolds. Chapter 590. The Eyes of All Living Beings. Rumble. Thunder roared, and the small portal spanned 10 trillion kilometers. The colorful divine light inside was shining brightly, and no eyes could peek into the scene deep in the bronze fairy palace. Like real colorful light, it spread wildly in all directions, gathering and condensing into countless vines of light. Like a firework, it bloomed on the bronze fairy palace, towering in the chaotic space and time of the endless battlefield, covering a spherical area with a diameter of 1,000,000 light-years. Boo! The vines of light extended to the extreme, and at the top of each vine there was a brilliant light condensing and shining, which gradually gave birth to light balls of various colors. From a distance, it looked like it was hung with countless fruits. The light ball was like a bubble, with divine light lingering on it. Through the thin light film, one could see fleeting scenes. It was an extremely vast world, with mountains and continents, vast swamps, ice and snow, scorching purgatory, barren desert, and deep black holes. The world within each light ball has distinct characteristics and encompasses all natural environments, both known and unknown. What a beauty! Almost all the female cultivators, and even the majority of the male cultivators, looked at this bizarre and beautiful spectacle with admiration and amazement in their eyes. This scene was like a miracle, and any words of praise were instantly eclipsed by it. Countless colorful vines of light meandered and intertwined to form a dazzling sphere with a diameter of 1,000,000 light-years. And the bronze fairy palace stood in the center of the light sphere, majestic and incomparable. Buzz! The huge ball of light trembled slightly. An endless, strange, and magnificent light began to spread wildly regardless of distance. Hundreds of trillions of light-years away, the entire only true world, including the alien world connecting the world, was filled with colorful light. Countless living beings, as long as they were conscious, were startled and looked up. The bronze fairy palace surrounded by vines of light came into their sight and deeply penetrated their hearts. Even if you block your five senses, you cannot block out this majestic sight. A miracle! This is a miracle! Some creature shouted loudly with fanatical looks. I have never seen a god, but I have witnessed miracles. Some living creatures knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Wow! This is really a big deal. Do you want everyone to watch this grand event together? Bai Donglin's eyes were bright, and his will passed through many dimensional channels and instantly descended on countless corners of the real world, even the end of the universe. The scene of countless creatures shouting was reflected in his mind. This was an unprecedented grand scene since ancient times. This incredible method of live broadcast exceeded his imagination. One must know how vast the only real world is. A beam of light would have to fly for hundreds of trillions of years to pass through it. And ordinary light speed would never be able to cross the real world, because the real world is expanding at thousands of times the speed of light all the time. The world is really going to change. Zilifeng, is this the method you have come up with to achieve your goal? It is not easy to break the endless battlefield and connect all the world lines. It is obviously impossible to do it with the means of the 10 realms. The only way is to find another way. At this moment, all sentient beings turned their eyes to the bronze Immortal Palace. Wandering Emperor's brows twitched slightly. Although everything was going according to plan, when it came to this point, he still felt inexplicably nervous. The gazes of these living beings were too heavy. Everyone. Wandering Emperor calmed himself down, his face solemn, less carefree and more serious. He spoke slowly in a low and vicissitudes tone. The rules of the endless pride battle are as follows. The time spent by participating creatures must be less than 10,000 ticks, and they can use all means except relying on the power of others, including but not limited to battle pets, heroic spirits, forbidden techniques, immortal and demonic weapons, and all other treasures, war-class warships, and world-destroying weapons. As long as the contestants use their own strength, any means can be used in the battle. The battle will last until one side surrenders, or until life and death. Don't worry about life or death. The promotion rules are 2-on-2 battles. The winner advances to the next round, and the consumed injuries are replenished by the bronze Immortal Palace. The judgment and matching are all led by the Immortal Palace and are not affected by any will. It is absolutely fair, just and open. The above is the battle of endless geniuses. Start. Boom. Countless spheres on the top of the vines of light each emitted 2 beams of divine light, spanning time and space, passing through the barrier of the Tianguan front without any stagnation, and passing through one fortress after another. All the geniuses of the 3 races of humans, demons, and aliens present, as long as they were under 10,000 years old, were enveloped and captured by the divine light. Boss. Ren Wuthing was enveloped by divine light. He turned around suddenly, looked at Bai Donglin pitifully, and pointed at the armor on his body. Kid. Don't be ungrateful for what you have. Bai Donglin shook his head with some amusement. He naturally understood what Ren Wufeng meant. He wanted him to take off the special armor. This is an incredible magic armor. The most advanced magic weapon. As long as you can completely master the undefeated battle body, it will naturally lift the seal on you and recognize you as its master. Of course, if you are really too incompetent, then you can just die. I blanch. Ren Wufeng felt bitter in his heart. He was a chi cultivator. Now he was asked to fight the enemy with his physical body, which was equivalent to cutting off his limbs. Go. Let the name of Bai Yujing resound throughout the world. Bai Donglin looked at the 9 building owners one by one with encouragement in his eyes. Except for Ren Wufeng, who had a bitter face, and Bai Yagwang, who pursed her lips and was reluctant. Everyone showed a confident smile. Bai Donglin's expression suddenly froze. He raised his hand and drew a door of light. And a small figure walked out. Huff huff. Nini held the purple-striped dragon ginseng in her hand. Chewed it in big mouthfuls. Looked around. Smiled sweetly. And said loudly, I also want to participate in the endless pride battle. Humph. The eternal continent is not fun. It's too boring. Buzz. Another ray of divine light came across and enveloped Nini. It was obvious that Nini also met the requirements. After Zilifeng completed her transformation, Nini also abandoned everything she had before, which was equivalent to a newborn baby. Fine. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. This little monster was not simple at all. She was not afraid of being hurt by anyone. Whoosh. A moment later, countless divine lights attracted many geniuses and suddenly retracted into the light ball. 2 geniuses descended into each light ball world. The show is about to begin. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly, looked up, and found that Zilifeng and the other person, who were standing on the bronze fairy palace just now, had gone somewhere unknown. He could only temporarily put aside the idea of meeting them. Dongli, come here and see me. A voice came from Shui Tuesday. Bai Donglin thought for a moment, and then said, Aw man, you stay here. After saying this, his figure flashed, crossed the space dimension, and entered an extremely huge and majestic temple. It is the central temple of Tian. In order to deal with possible accidents, the human leaders specially brought it here and suspended it above the core of the Tianguan front. Donglin, long time no see. Meet the Lord of Chaos. Friend Bai. It's the first time we meet. I am Yin Kue. The appearance of Bai Donglin attracted many enthusiastic greetings. As the new ruler of the human race, he was extremely mysterious and powerful. Although many ancestors had never seen him, they had heard of him and naturally wanted to make friends with him. Bai Donglin looked around, sensing the 100 or 200 burning wills that filled the space, and muttered in his heart that most of the human race's peak combat power seemed to be gathered here. Sure enough, what happened after the Pride War still made the human race feel tremendous pressure. In the huge space of the central temple, the more than 100 human overlords were clearly divided into 2 groups. Bai Donglin's mind moved and he saw the reason. One group was hiding, and the other was breaking the wall. Each of the top forces are respectively attached to the hidden side headed by the Taoist Divine Court, and the wall-breaking side headed by the Jidao Ghost Palace. In addition, there are some forces that have not taken sides, scattered around. Without hesitation, Bai Donglin's figure flashed and appeared not far from Shui Tu and others. The throne emerged from nothingness and caught it steadily. Donglin, I saw that you, Bai Yujing, also sent out a few little guys. How are they? Are you confident that you can win first place? Uh-huh. It's just a joke. They are still too young. So just treat it as exercise. Bai Donglin smiled implicitly. He has always been a low-key person. Does he need to show off to others how awesome he is? Dongli, you are still so humble. The geniuses cultivated by the Chaos Lord must be extraordinary. In my opinion, they will definitely be the most shining ones in this battle. That's right. That's right. Don't dare. Everyone exchanged pleasantries and complimented each other, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. After a few words, everyone changed the topic and pulled in the hidden party that was far away. Dongli, we have nothing to do here, so we started a gambling game. Are you interested in playing? Oh, I'd like to hear more about it. A smile flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, and he asked knowingly, what kind of gambling could there be in this place? It was obvious that they were betting on the victory or defeat of the genius below. He glanced vaguely at the many overlords of the hidden side. It seemed that there was a lot of tension between the 2 sides recently, and they had reached the point of using this method to vent. It's very simple. Humph. Those guys in the Taoist sect and the divine court think that their disciples are so powerful. Let's gamble with them to see which of our geniuses is more outstanding. There is no upper limit on the bets. And one round is one inning. Interesting. I'll try it too. Bai Donglin raised the corner of his mouth. He actually had no habit of gambling because he didn't like things that were beyond his control. But this time it was different. He knew the strength of the 12th floor master very well. And there would be no problem for him to enter the top 10. Humph. Shui Tu. Come on. Let the gambling begin. The Lord of the Divine Court in the distance raised his hand and waved it. A bronze continent slowly emerged from nothingness. Like a gambling table. Standing between the two sides. Crash. Countless rare treasures fell from the void and piled up on the bronze continent. Like rolling mountains. TSK. The Divine Court is truly wealthy. Since the treasure is delivered to our doorstep, we won't delay. A group of supreme overlords, sitting on the throne, circled the bronze continent and began a shocking gamble. Call out. Divine light pierced through the void, carrying two figures as they fell to the ground. The light fragments dissipated, revealing strong bodies. At the same time, two paragraphs of characters emerged in the void, shining in the eyes of all living beings through strange light. The master of Baiyujing Sword Tower. Daluo Sword Sect. Bai Jiana. Battle. The world of the Witch God. The foreson of the Witch God. Marifil. What a big deal. The rules of this world are so stable. Far beyond the ordinary class of small world. This is a world within a square. Bai Jiana's eyes were filled with surprise. He originally thought that the worlds in these light balls were small worlds. But he didn't expect that they were beyond his imagination. If there were only a few thousand worlds, it would be fine. But the light balls surrounding the bronze Immortal Palace were more than billions. Humph! Human boy. You are so arrogant. You are still looking around when you are about to die. Remember? The one who took your life is Marifil. Boom! Marifil's eyes were fierce. And he had no intention of holding back. He stomped his foot hard. And the huge land made of black metal suddenly cracked into countless gullies. And red magma gushed out. In the smoke and dust, a silver snake that stretched for thousands of feet slowly appeared. The world-devouring serpent is a god-level bloodline as famous as the Nightmare Hydra, and has the terrifying ability to devour everything and strengthen itself. Hiss. Roar. 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 Devouring the infinite. Buzz. Snap. The silver snake opened its bloody mouth, and there seemed to be a huge black hole hidden deep in its throat. The void shattered. The sky was full of cracks. Countless space fragments and large tracts of land were crushed and swallowed. And even the sun, moon, and stars in the deep space of the universe began to change their trajectories and fall towards the dark continent. This is merely the aftermath of Marifil's magical power. 99% of the power was concentrated on Bai Jiana. The chains of rules entangled, bound, and suppressed him. He had no way to escape and could only be swallowed by the snake's mouth. Oh! Nice momentum. Bai Jiana's eyes moved slightly, and he came back to his senses from the sensing world. He looked at Marifil indifferently, and reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword without haste. Bai Jiana always wears a white robe, with thick long silver hair falling to his heels, casually tied with a red rope. He carries the sealed ancient artifact, the Devil Sword of Annihilation, on his back, and embraces the green willows of Yudu. The magic sword naturally cannot be used easily, and he has never let his senior sister's sword be stained with blood. Naturally, he grasped his old friend. You do. There is always a little bit of wind in the world to fill my hundreds of thousands of dreams. Clang. Chant. Jade left his body, and the pale and cold sword light shone for billions of miles. The supreme sword intent crossed the void, and the sharp aura shot out. Sizzle. The sun, moon, and stars that were swallowed by Marifil had just passed through the sky, when they were chopped into nothingness by the flash of sword light. What? Marifil's eyes were filled with horror. His extended thoughts were shattered by the sharp sword intent. His spiritual sense was throbbing wildly, and the shadow of death loomed in his heart. How can this be? He has already broken through to the realm of gods and demons, and with his heaven-defying god-level bloodline, he thinks it will be no problem for him to be among the top 3 in the battle of geniuses. This is just the beginning. How could a young human boy threaten his life? Slaying a dragon in a dream 180,000 swords. Marifil's messy thoughts did not affect Bai Jiana's sword at all. The Yudu sword lightly swept across. The sword body twisted, and was covered by a ball of abstract light. Illusory and ethereal. This sword seemed to not exist between heaven and earth, and slashed towards an unknown place. Well? So fast. What a strange sword. The thought was extinguished, and consciousness fell into eternal darkness. The huge body was still shining silvery without a trace of scar. The snake eyes that were shining brightly just now had lost their color and turned into a dead gray. Boom! The vast land that was pulled into the void lost the restraint of the devouring power and fell down one after another, raising endless smoke and dust. Snake? Dragon? Well, it's almost the same. Just a long worm. Bai Jiang's expression was indifferent, and he sheathed the jade sword. Although he killed Melifiel with one blow, he did not feel the slightest ripple in his heart. Melifiel, who had just stepped into the realm of gods and demons, was too weak for him. It wasn't enough to make him take it seriously. A piece of information emerged in his mind. Bai Jiang closed his eyes slightly, then sat cross-legged, calming his mind and regulating his breathing. The winner is Bai Jiang. The next round of competition will be randomly assigned opponents after all contestants have completed the first round of competition. At the same time, countless living beings witnessed this quick battle with their own eyes. Looking at the figure who closed his eyes and looked like an immortal, they all showed amazement in their eyes. Hiss! What a terrifying swordsman! It's so terrifying. The sword just now seemed to have crossed the endless starry sky and slashed my mind. Even now, my eyes are still aching. Such a clean and neat battle is really the consistent style of sword cultivators. It's amazing. Is this the supreme genius of our human race? Bai Jiang. I remember this name. Outside the bronze Immortal Palace, there are no less than billions of light ball worlds, which means that there are nearly 100 million battles going on at the same time. As for the endless creatures watching the battles across the distant starry sky, except for the cultivators, ordinary people can only choose to watch one battlefield at the same time. Even so, within the huge base, there were countless creatures who witnessed that terrifying sword. Ha ha ha! Where did this little girl come from? She probably hasn't even been weaned yet? How dare she step into the Tianju battlefield? Is there no one left in the human race? In the vast world made of green and yellow rocks, above the core continent, a scarlet skeleton that towered into the sky looked down at the tiny thing that was as small as dust and laughed. If it weren't for the fact that there was only one life breath in front of him in this world besides him, he would probably have thought that he had the wrong opponent. A little human girl, without even a trace of cultivation, is like an ant. Huff huff. Nini swallowed the thick purple ginseng in her hand in a few bites, clapped her hands, pointed at the skeleton giant, and said loudly, "Ugly freak. You look down on me. You don't even have any meat on you. You don't even qualify as food. Boom. Ant. You're looking for death." Before Nini could finish her words, a skeletal palm that covered the sky and the sun came upside down, with scarlet flames flickering on it. The scorching heat burned the void and twisted it into pieces. Facing a weak little girl, the skeleton giant still attacked with all his strength. Anyway, in the battle of geniuses, as long as you enter the next round, no matter how much you consume or how serious the injuries are, the bronze Immortal Palace will help you recover. So you should naturally enjoy the fun of using your ultimate moves. Boom! Snap! The earth collapsed and disappeared as expected. But a clear and strange sound suddenly rang out. Snap! The sound of shattering continued, and huge cracks appeared on the giant skeletal palm, and then expanded wildly along the arms, torso, head, and limbs. Every scarlet bone was covered with cracks in an instant, and dazzling rays of light shot out from the cracks. The towering skeleton giant turned into a shattered porcelain doll. I'm dead? Boom! After a muffled sound, the skeleton giant exploded, and its huge body turned into countless red crystal light spots, dyeing the sky red. Wow! What beautiful fireworks! Nini looked up at the magnificent scenery in the sky, her big eyes sparkling, and a hint of mysterious golden light flashed silently above her forehead. The Supreme Defensive Manual, the 8-part heritage, the mountain. I'm so hot! What kind of monster little girl is this? Such a strange scene is really too terrifying. Jiang Nini. Bai Jiang, the lord of the Central Yellow Emperor City. What kind of monsters are these geniuses said by the human race? Chapter 591. This hatred will never end. The master of Bai Jiang Emperor Tower, Bai Yuanjin, wins. The master of the Jade Tower in Bai Jiang, Bai Xiao, wins. Win. 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 Although there were more than 140 million geniuses from the 3 tribes who participated in the war, There were less than 10,000 of them, whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of gods and demons. This was already a very large proportion, almost covering all the monsters from many eras. After all, they were all young people under 10,000 years old. Under Bai Donglin's training, with the help of countless resources and the tempering of the virtual world, the 12th floor master ignited the fire of will and successfully stepped into the realm of powerful gods and demons. And they are not just ordinary 9th realms. They each possess unparalleled talents. In terms of combat power, they have all broken the Forbidden Realm and are monsters that can cross borders to fight. Except for Bai Jiana, who encountered a giant demon snake. The opponents of the others were only at the 8th level. Naturally, the 12th floor masters easily defeated their opponents and entered the next round. Such a brilliant performance attracted the attention of many masters. They did not expect that Bai Donglin was not only mysterious and powerful, but also the genius he cultivated was so outstanding. Friend Bai, you are a little bit disrespectful. The sword master closed his eyes slightly, his gaze spanning the galaxy, staring at Bai Jiana, who was closing his eyes and regulating his breathing in the world of light ball. When had the disciples of their sword sect Holy Land been abducted to Bai Yujing? The old ancestor of the Yuhua Immortal Palace nearby also had a strange look on his face. The banished immortal son of their palace was also given the name Bai Yujing. This cannot be false. The text information revealed by the Bronze Immortal Palace was extracted by reading the cause and effect lines lingering on the participating geniuses. It means that they all have an inseparable and close connection with the Bai Yujing force. Sword Master, you can't say that. Bai Donglin was very happy. He waved his hand and collected several mountains on the Bronze Continent. This was the money he won in the first round. Then he looked at the Sword Master and continued. Bai Yujing is an organization with very loose management. It does not impose any restrictions on its members. This does not prevent them from still being the proud sons of gods of their respective forces. They all join voluntarily. And there is no such thing as coercion. Don't worry. Just think of it as me helping you train disciples when I have nothing to do. I haven't asked you for any fees. And it won't be harmful to them. If other people want to get involved in such a good thing, I won't look down on them. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. Knowing the concerns in the two people's minds, he began to explain. That's good. I don't mean to blame you. The sword master's expression relaxed. At their level, there was naturally no need to lie. This Sherwin bet is so boring. Bai Donglin looked around and saw these high and mighty human overlords. They all looked absent-minded. It was obvious that their minds were not here at all. They were probably thinking about how to deal with the upcoming war. This little guy is. His expression was slightly stunned, and he felt something in his heart. In a world of light balls, some living beings had an extremely strong outbreak of hatred towards him. Then he looked down and detected a familiar blood aura. Master, I want revenge. Please tell me who killed my brother. Murong Yunxia's tall and burly body knelt on the ground, like a ferocious beast lying prone, with black and red evil spirits twisting and swirling around him, and endless wails could be heard faintly. Hey, Yu Xiao, forget it. We are no match for him. If Zhou Xiao knew about this, he would definitely not want you to take risks. Snap! Murong Yunxiao clenched his fists, and the void was directly squeezed and exploded, revealing a deep black hole. Looking at his silent beloved disciple, Nanhuazi sighed deeply in his heart. He also wanted to avenge his disciple, but with his secret investigation over the years, he had caught a glimpse of the murderer's horror from some clues. If he provoked him, his entire force might be burned to ashes. Master, Zhou Xiao is not only my brother, he is also your disciple. Just one sentence and you're done. My disciple is unwilling. He doesn't want to. He can't. Roar. 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 The black and red evil spirit became increasingly dense, and it was accompanied by waves of terrifying roars and growls of beasts. You? Nanhuazi looked struggling, knowing that Murong Chongxia's death was too much of a shock to Ye Xiao. If he didn't vent this hatred, he would probably fall into the devil's way and live a life worse than death. Forget it. The person who killed Yu Xiao is now Supreme Lord. Nanhuazi sighed softly. His eyes dimmed. If possible, he would personally avenge his disciple without the help of Murong Yunxiao. But the other party's growth rate was too terrifying. By the time he confirmed his identity, the other person had already achieved the status of a master. He was only a king of the 9th realm. How could he compete with him? Dominate? Murong Yunxiao's body stiffened. His eyes became dull. The fierceness in his body gradually dissipated, revealing a look of sadness and despair. The supreme ruler, There are only more than 200 of them in the entire human race, and each of them is like a guardian god. Pulling out a hair of his can crush him to death. Did my brother die in vain? Nanhuazi couldn't bear it, so he turned his head away, hoping that Yin Xiao could survive this blow. No! Even if you are the overlord, you can't kill my brother without paying the price. Master? He has relatives and disciples too. I can't kill him, but I want him to feel the same pain as me. Boom! The red and black flames gushed out again, more intense and more brutal, corroding the void and becoming shattered. Disciple Yin Xiao. You? Alas! Nanhuazi sighed to the sky, knowing that it was too late to save the situation. His disciple had been blinded by hatred and had gone mad. Kill! Kill! I can't stop here. I want revenge. Revenge. In the light ball world, the Crimson Purgatory, Murong Yuxiao was fighting fiercely with a giant purple thunder ape from the realm of gods and demons. The chains of rules danced like a mad dragon, and the boundless sea of scarlet magma was cut into pieces by the pitch-black blade light. Prison-locked mad dragon. Infinite dark slash. Kill! Chant. Boom! The endless, pitch-black blade that spanned the sky covered and wrapped the purple thunder giant ape. The sharp strangling force annihilated everything it touched. Madman. The expression of the purple thunder giant ape changed drastically. 2 of its 3 heads had been chopped off, and its 6 arms had all had their flesh and blood cut off. The exposed purple gold skeleton was also covered with knife marks. He and the human cultivator in front of him are actually equally powerful. After all, he is also a genius in the realm of gods and demons. So naturally he is not afraid of the other party. However, this man's desperate fighting style and extremely crazy will gradually overwhelm him. If he continued to fight, he might really be killed here. I surrender. After thinking it over again and again, the purple thunder giant ape decisively admitted defeat. Although inheritance and honor were precious, they were not as important as his own life. He didn't want to try whether this madman had the ability to completely wipe him out. Buzz! The light ball shone with colorful divine light, and a beam of light fell from the sky, wrapped up the purple thunder giant ape, and teleported it out. The winner, Qingmu Yuman, Murong Yuxiao, will enter the next round of competition. Clang! Murong Yuxiao sheathed his sword, his expression extremely cold and stern, with boundless hatred boiling in the depths of his pupils. All kinds of beautiful and cruel memories appeared in the depths of his mind, forming indelible pictures. Brother, you're not hungry after the night. Here's a steamed bun for you. Brother, I miss Mother. Brother, the Milky Way is so beautiful and bright. You said that our mother is at the end of the Milky Way. Can we still see her? As long as we practice hard. Can we cross the barrier of the Milky Way and find our mother? Brother, we will never be separated. Right? Snap! Snap! Murong Yunxi's gloomy aura was cold and brutal, like a sharp blade that cut endless cracks in space and the ocean of purgatory. I'm sorry, brother. I lied to you. Mother is dead. She was killed by father, and I killed that man with my own hands. Brother, I will come find you after I have avenged you. Don't walk too fast on the road of reincarnation. Wait for me. That's interesting. There are countless people in this world who hate me and want to eat my flesh and drink my blood. But when it comes to the intensity and purity of hatred, this little guy is second to none. The key is that he is still so weak. Yet he can suppress his instinctive fear and feel hatred towards me. Haha. It's really not easy. Bai Donglin's eyes were as sharp as torches. He saw through the barrier of the light ball world, and saw the clear lines of cause and effect on Murong Yuxi's body, tracing back to the source. He also saw the figure of Murong Qiao. Murong Qiao, once ranked 69th on the hidden dragon list, had a dispute with him over the longevity fruit tree in the sea, a secret realm in the poisonous sea at the center of the earth, and was killed by him. Unexpectedly, the other party had an even more outstanding brother. Unfortunately, the revenge came too late. He is now the supreme ruler. The two are no longer in the same dimension in terms of strength or status. The so-called revenge became empty talk. Through the information he collected, Bai Donglin naturally saw through Murong Yunxi's revenge plan. He just wanted to kill the 12th floor master and let him taste the feeling of losing his loved ones. Poor thing. The idea is good, but you underestimated me. Bai Yujing, can you kill the 12th floor master just because you want to? Bai Donglin shook his head and didn't care about Murong Yuxiao. He looked back at the calm masters and felt bored. With a thought, he left behind a clone and his real body appeared in the Realm Lord's mansion. Through the traces of fate's fluctuations, he saw that someone would come to visit. Chapter 592. The key item. The supreme ruler of chaos. The country bumpkin. Nanhuazi. Request to see you. A huge passage was cracked in the defense barrier of the realm lord's mansion, and a haggard old man walked in staggeringly. He knelt on a square that was wider than the world, like a speck of dust. Extremely humble. Master, please see me, he cried out in sorrow, filled with infinite exhaustion. Click! The towering gate of the temple slowly opened, and Bai Donglin walked out with his hands behind his back, casting an extremely majestic gaze down. Since when did the Grand Elder of Qingmu Prison Gate become a country bumpkin? Master! Nanhuazi's figure trembled, and his dominant eyes saw through everything. At one glance, he probably knew clearly how many times Nanhuazi had wet the bed as a child. Nanhuazi is guilty, and knows that his sins are grave. Qingmu Yuman is innocent, and should not be implicated because of my master and I. So he resigned from the position of elder. Yu Xiao has been blinded by hatred. I am powerless to stop him. I can only let him go. Nanhuazi didn't dare to hide anything. Now that things had come to this, the only thing he could do was to preserve the sect as much as possible. Nanhuazi, do you know that according to Article 9, and the 5th rule of the human race's highest law, anyone who plots against the ruler shall be sentenced to death, and his 10 clans shall be exterminated? With just a few words, you want to take down the Qingmu Prison Gate. If this continues, won't anyone dare to show off in front of me? Humph! Where is the Master's Majesty? Bai Donglin's eyes were cold. As the patron saint of the human race, the Lord's contribution was indelible, and he should naturally enjoy the respect and favoritism of the ethnic group. Master, Nanhuazi knows that I cannot interfere with your will, but I beg you to spare Qingmu Yuman. After saying that, Nanhuazi's mind moved, and from the deepest part of his soul, from the inside out, he began to extinguish and disintegrate. He was determined to die, without the slightest hesitation. It's quite responsible. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. It was so tragic that he seemed like a villain. But the reality was so cruel. What if he was not the master? What if he was just an ordinary cultivator? There was no doubt that he was the one who died. At the beginning, Murong Chongxiao relied on his strong cultivation level and looked down on everyone. He deserved to be killed instead when he wanted to. His brother Murong Yixiao is a man of deep love and loyalty, so it is understandable that he comes for revenge. Fighting and killing. Killing the younger ones will bring forth the older ones. This is always the case in the world of cultivation. It's just that he didn't play by the rules, and his growth rate was too alarming. Before Qingmu Yuman could make a move, he had no chance anymore. Qingmu Yuman should have been exterminated. But since you are so sensible, I will give them a chance to live. They can escape the death penalty, but they cannot escape the punishment of living. Whether they can survive depends on their own luck. Thank you, sir. A trace of relief appeared on Nanhuazi's face, and a raging divine fire gushed out from his body, burning everything in an instant. His will returned to silence, and after he was resurrected, his hands were all pinched off. Bang! A strand of hair broke off automatically, floated down from the hair, and circled slightly, shining with divine light, before shooting into the void and disappearing. His will is attached to his hair. Anyone in Qingmu Prison who knows this, or has committed evil deeds, or dares to resist, will be killed one by one. The matter is over now. As for Murong Yixiao, he is just courting his own death. Haha. The 12th floor master is not so easy to kill. He didn't take these minor matters to heart. If these two guys hadn't walked into his trap, he wouldn't have bothered to care. After all, there were so many people who wanted his life, and these little guys from the realm of gods and demons couldn't cause much trouble. At the same time, in the light ball world outside the bronze Immortal Palace, the first round of competition has come to an end. Except for a few unlucky guys. Nearly 10,000 geniuses from the 9th realm have successfully advanced. Compared with the huge base number, the probability of these monsters encountering each other is too low. Boom! The vines of light, pulling the world of billions of light balls, slowly retracted. As the space shrank, the light balls gradually touched each other. The collision between the two did not cause any ripples, but instead merged directly together. It turned into an even larger and brighter ball of light, and the thousands of worlds inside it overlapped and collided, setting off endless destructive light. The operation of the photosphere world is completely random, regardless of ethnicity. It is not uncommon for people of the same race to be grouped together. This is inevitable. It is just a matter of sooner or later. Looking around, All the scenes in the light ball world came into view. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. The 12 building masters were all far away, and did not meet each other. If anyone could pose a threat to the 12th floor master, it would only be the 12th floor master himself. Bai Donglin has great confidence in him. The second round of competition was a fierce battle that broke out with a bang. The eyes of countless living beings were drawn closely, and they cheered and shouted enthusiastically for their own tribes and their favorite monks. It seemed as if all the attention of the world was focused here. Bai Donglin suddenly frowned, moved his gaze, and looked into the depths of the endless starry sky. His eyes were burning, and a blurry scene came into his eyes. Who is it? How dare you invade Jidao Xingzong at this time? Are you really that bold? The Jidao Holy Sect is the leader of physical cultivators, and one of the top forces of the human race. Behind it stand countless physical cultivators, and the Ghost Palace, which is in charge of foreign wars. Unless the human race is in danger of genocide, he really can't think of anyone who would dare to attack its base camp on the Qianyuan continent so openly. But the Jidao Holy Sect's Supreme Protective Formation had indeed been attacked, and the commotion was quite loud. Yujing Mountain, who was located above the center of the formation, transmitted all the fluctuations clearly into his perception through the divine particles. Without time to think, Bai Donglin raised his hand and waved it. A scarlet vortex emerged. Unexpectedly, the dimensional channel was extremely unstable. After a flash, it collapsed and disappeared. Awesome. The space-time dimension has been completely isolated and cut off. There must be a great master. Bai Donglin's eyes sparkled, and his curiosity grew. With his current attainments in the time and space dimensions, no one could compare to him unless they were at the 10th level specializing in this field. Destroy. With a thought, he annihilated himself instantly, using his fastest and most domineering way of traveling. No matter how the time and space dimensions were isolated, it could not affect his immortality. In an instant, it traveled across billions of light years from the edge of the universe, and was resurrected on Mount Yujing. Boom Ronaldin. As soon as his vision returned, he saw a sharp corner shining with 7-color light, piercing through the extremely thick defensive light shield, with a crackling sound, and countless cracks spreading. Clang! A bell sound that resounded throughout the heavens and earth came from deep within the forbidden area of the Jidao Holy Sect. An extremely huge and magnificent bell shadow came with a bang and smashed towards the sharp corner that pierced through the light shield. What the H.L.? Bai Donglin frowned, sensing a familiar aura. Wasn't that sharp corner surrounded by 7-colored light the top of the Demon Suppression Temple? No wonder it was able to destroy the Jidao Saint Sect's protective formation in such a short time. Why did Zilifeng and Lulongdi attack Jidao Xingzong? And it wasn't just the two of them. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with white light, and through the huge hole, he saw the scene outside. It was a sparkling silver-gray river, extremely huge, winding and swirling, wrapping the entire Jidao Holy Sect in it, and blocking the spread of any aura. Such a powerful space-time blockade even disrupts time. A long time may pass inside, but perhaps only a moment may pass outside. If the divine power particles he left behind were not too unique, he probably wouldn't be able to perceive what was happening here. In other words, apart from him, the human race's top leaders knew nothing about what was happening in the Jidao Holy Sect at this time. This space-time river is so powerful. And this familiar breath is you, the fisherman Jiang Wudao. What on earth do you guys want to do? Bai Donglin's brows twitched slightly. After all, Jidao Xingzong was one of his strongholds. He felt a little unhappy when he was besieged by these 3 ruthless men. But after thinking about it, I couldn't think of a reason why the 3 of them attacked Jidao. They were all trying to break the wall, so there was no reason for them to draw their swords against each other. Just as Bai Donglin was about to make a move, he saw a huge bell shadow crashing down at him, and his extreme counterattack method was triggered. Clang! A clear bell sound came from the 7-colored horns. Zilifeng stepped out with a small golden bell in his hand. It was this bell that made the sound. The golden sound waves spread out, and the huge bell shadow that seemed to suppress everything was actually frozen in the void and slowly dissipated into nothingness. Golden bell. Zilifeng, are you also a bell keeper? Bai Donglin looked surprised. He took a step forward and stood in front of Zilifeng. He flipped his hand and took out an identical small golden bell. Friend Bai, why are you here? Shi Li Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that Bai Donglin, who was supposed to be at the edge of the universe, would suddenly appear here. Brother Bai, long time no see. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that our meeting again would be under such circumstances. Wandering Emperor also stepped out of the temple. With a wave of his hand, the demon-suppressing temple shrank immediately and floated above his palm, spinning around. Brother Bai's guess is correct. In his past life, Jing Hong was indeed a very powerful person. And he was also the bell keeper. Without waiting for Zilifeng to answer, the outspoken Wandering Emperor took the initiative to explain. In that case, what are you doing? Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with even more confusion. It seemed that things were not as simple as he thought. There must be a huge secret involved. Let's pick up something. Shi Li Feng spoke softly, his voice clear and pleasant, his eyes looking towards the restricted area of Jidao Xingzong. 99 light wheels slowly turning in the depths of his eyes. The key to accommodating the unified world line. The Prayer Hall. Chapter 593, Dark Ancient Emperor. How is the Qidao Hall related to the Bronze Immortal Palace? You know, as the most taboo place for practicing in Jidao Xingzong. It has a very long history, which can be traced back to the beginning of the sect's establishment in ancient times. The Qidao Hall has always been sealed in a restricted area and heavily protected. Ordinary people don't have the chance to use it, let alone take a look at it. Bai Donglin pondered for a moment, recalling everything he had experienced when he used the prayer hall to strengthen his will, and a look of realization flashed in his eyes. It turned out that the countless selves perceived by the will at that time were actually real. They were his wills from other world lines. The strange power of the Hall of Prayer was not because it was located on the node of some world line, but came from itself. Is the prayer hall part of the Bronze Immortal Palace? Bai Donglin asked. His eyes were extremely confident. He estimated that his guess was almost right. That's right. Not only that, but it is also the real core of the Bronze Immortal Palace. It can also be said to be the key to activating the Immortal Palace. As Wandering Emperor spoke, he glanced at the demon-suppressing temple on his palm with a complicated expression. He thought that the demon-suppressing temple was already the most powerful in the world, but he didn't expect that it couldn't even shake the incomplete Bronze Immortal Palace. His vision was still too narrow, and there were too many terrifying things hidden in this world. As a fellow wall breaker, Jing Hong has already told you, Brother Bai, about our plan. This is the only way to penetrate the world line and return it to its origin. Since we are both wall breakers, why did you invade my sect so violently? Although I understand that the overall situation should be taken seriously, isn't this a bit too much? Bai Donglin frowned, with displeasure flashing in his eyes. When beating a dog, one has to look at the owner first, let alone the Jidao Holy Sect, the place where he made his fortune. Brother Bai, are you from the Jidao Holy Sect? Wandering Emperor was slightly stunned. Then he realized how stupid his question was. If Bai Donglin was not a member of Jidao, how could he appear here? They met Bai Donglin only once on the Wan Yuan plain, and then left in a hurry. They have been busy implementing their plans recently, and have never tried to find out about Bai Donglin's background. Alas, the flood really washed away the Dragon King Temple. What a sin! What a sin! Do you really not know? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly, and glanced at the shimmering river of time and space outside the gap in the formation. It seemed that the old man Jiang Wudao had no intention of showing up. Shi Li Feng, although you were once the bell keeper of Ji Dao, that is the past. Your current identity has nothing to do with Ji Dao. This is not a return visit to your parents' home. Can I understand this as an invasion? Whether it is Wandering Emperor or Jiang Wudao, they are just thugs. The real mastermind is still the extremely mysterious Shi Li Feng. Bai Donglin's tone was somewhat unfriendly. Although the Jidao Xingzong's current loss was only the sect protection formation, Shi Li Feng also came to obtain the treasure, and did not commit any murder. That was why he did not take action directly. Now he just wanted to save the sect's face. Fellow Daoist, we were the ones who offended you. I am willing to make amends. Boom! Snap! The dim and hazy sound of the bell rang again from the depths of the forbidden area, rudely interrupting Shi Li Feng. Not good. The expressions of the three people changed at the same time. Bai Donglin took the lead and his figure flashed, entering the small world deep in the restricted area. He raised his eyes, and saw the beast on the scarlet platform. The time and space of the entire small world was frozen. The ferocious iron tower-like body stood upright, looking up at the sky, and the small golden bell tightly held in the big hand was shining with extremely bright golden light. The tangible golden light, like a sharp sword, tore dense cracks in the stagnant time and space. The fierce eyes moved slightly, and he was about to break free from the suppression. Roar! 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 There were roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes, faint howls of beasts, and the huge chains formed by the 4 sacred beasts trembled violently, and the Jido bell that was bound by them seemed to be about to fall. Seeing the scene in front of him, Bai Donglin, as the next generation bellkeeper, naturally understood what the evil wanted to do. This is a preparation to completely unseal the Jidao bell. The consequence of doing so is that many powerful people who have been dormant for many ages will wake up. And the Jidao bell, this powerful weapon, will also release its terrifying power to the fullest. Senior Xiong. Wait a minute. Misunderstanding. All misunderstanding. Without time to explain, Bai Donglin threw a punch, and the rules of time and space surged out, completely shattering the stagnant time and space. If the Jidao bell is really unsealed, things will be serious. Even though Zilifeng and his men are acting recklessly relying on the demon-suppressing temple, if it really comes to that, it is hard to say who will win or lose. Donglin? Quack. Xiong and Li broke free from the freeze of time and space, and looked at Bai Donglin, who suddenly appeared in front of them. And they both breathed a sigh of relief. Xiong had an idea and stopped urging the golden bell. The roaring shadow of the holy beast then slowly subsided, and the Jidao bell was bound tightly again. If it is not necessary, Xiong does not want to use this ultimate method, because the time has not yet come for those seniors to wake up. What exactly happened? Who are the enemies outside? Xiong's brows were tightly knitted together, as things happened too suddenly. The terrifying, bright river meandered past, instantly pulling him and the entire Jidao holy sect into stagnant time. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Bai Donglin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the situation ease. Zilifeng and Jidao were both trying to break the wall, and they were all family members. But because their negotiation methods were too rough, they almost came to blows. This was really... Why don't you come out? Zilifeng, tell me your compensation. If you don't satisfy Jidao, don't even think about taking the Chido Hall away. Bai Donglin looked back, his expression speechless. He could see that there was something wrong with Zilifeng's character. He was too overbearing and decisive, and did things without any taboos. But when I think of Shi Feng, who reached the pinnacle of power in almost every life, it makes sense that he developed such a domineering personality. Shi Feng stepped over the boundary wall and walked onto the platform in 2 steps, followed by the embarrassed-looking wandering emperor. Fellow Taoist, if you hadn't suddenly appeared and delayed us for a while, we would have already left with the Qi Dao Hall and wouldn't have given this little fellow the opportunity to unlock the Ji Dao bell. The conflict you imagined will not happen. Our target is the Qi Dao temple. So how could we go against Ji Dao? Zilifeng's extremely beautiful face still showed a calm expression, and her tone did not sound false, as if she was stating a fact. Brother Bai, it's not like we haven't thought about using normal means to obtain the prayer hall. But you also know that there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Even if it's the Jidao Holy Sect, who can guarantee that there isn't someone who is biased towards hiding? This plan cannot afford any mistakes. We only have one chance. If the hidden party gets the information and intervenes, it will be too late. That's why we resorted to this desperate measure and wanted to take the prayer hall away with lightning speed. Bai Donglin fell silent upon hearing this. What the wandering emperor said was possible, although the Jidao Holy Sect had a Lord God who monitored everything. This was only useful for cultivators below the 10th realm. The will of any master is so strong that it cannot be easily guessed. People's minds are fickle, and who can know the thoughts that a 10th level strongman deliberately hides? After all, being loyal to the extreme has nothing to do with which side one stands on. Only the strong men in the 10th realm are qualified to know and participate in such absolute secrets as breaking through the walls and concealing. How can their positions when they were young determine what they would know after breaking through the 10th realm? Looking at the confused look on Xiong's face, Bai Donglin calmed down and explained the whole thing. After hearing this, Xiong looked at Zilifeng with complicated eyes, raised his hand slightly, and asked, "Excuse me, Senior, are you the bellkeeper from the Haitian age?" Shi Feng nodded slightly and said softly, "Yes. The Emperor Su of the ancient times is my body in this life." As expected, a look flashed across his fierce eyes. Among physical cultivators, the ratio of men to women was 7-3. Men were naturally better at physical cultivation than women, and could go further. Most of those who reached the pinnacle were men. Since ancient times, there has been only one female bellkeeper in the Jidao Holy Sect, and that was Emperor Su from the Dark Ancient Era. The fact that Shi Feng was able to take out the small golden bell explained everything. Xiong straightened his robe and bowed to Zilifeng with a face full of respect. "Donglin, since Senior Disu needs the prayer hall, and is also for the purpose of breaking through the wall. We don't need to hinder him. Even the ancestors would agree. Bai Donglin looked at Xiong in silence. He naturally knew that the ancestors would agree. And he had never thought of really stopping Shi Li Feng. He hadn't received the compensation yet. And he was just cutting himself in the foot by saying such things. We were indeed not thoughtful enough about what happened today. Shi Li Feng thought for a moment. Then flipped her jade hand and took out an egg-sized crystal ball. The ball was hazy in color. And the moment it appeared, the power of rules in the surrounding void became more active. This item is called the Enlightenment Pearl. And it is an extremely rare wonder of heaven and earth. I see rules appearing around you, which is a sign that you are about to condense the origin of the rules. The Enlightenment Pearl can help you enter the 10th realm soon. Looking at the Enlightenment bead in her hand, Zilifeng's eyes flashed with warmth. This was the first gift given to her by her master after he accepted her as a disciple. In her 99 reincarnations, she was able to reach the pinnacle on different paths every time. And the Enlightenment bead played an indispensable role. Now that she has completed her transformation, this treasure is of no use to her anymore. Rather than letting the pearl gather dust, it is better to put it to good use and enhance the strength of Bai Donglin. The Wall Breaker. The special magical powers he demonstrates will be an indispensable aid in the battle to break the wall. How can this be so embarrassing? We are all wall breakers. And it's really too polite of you to be so polite. Although Bai Donglin said nice things, his actions were not slow at all. As soon as he said his hand had already taken the Enlightenment Pearl. Although it was to compensate for the loss of face of the Jidao Holy Sect. As the most outstanding disciple of Jidao, he represented the face of the sect. So it was only natural to give him the things. Wandering Emperor pursed his lips slightly, feeling a little bitter in his heart. What Jinghong gave him were just roasted chicken legs. But what this boy gave was a personal treasure. The gap between people was too big. Please wait a moment. I will bring it to the prayer hall. Having gained the advantage, Bai Donglin stopped pestering and his figure flashed, appearing in the restricted area in an instant. In the name of the Lord. Release. Bai Donglin raised his left hand, and the Jidao bracelet slowly emerged, emitting a brilliant golden light. The Jidao Hall, which was closely integrated with the eye of the sect protection formation, automatically separated, shrank to the size of a fist, and fell into his hand. Only a high-ranking official who has been promoted to the rank of master can take away the Jidao Hall so easily. Shi Li Feng took over the prayer hall, nodded slightly, and with a flash of his figure, he and the wandering emperor disappeared into the void. Crash! As the two men escaped, the long river of time and space surrounding the Jidao Holy Sect suddenly reversed for a moment, then dissipated and disappeared. The gap that had just been broken in the sect protection formation was restored to its original state in an instant, as if time had gone back. A broken mirror is difficult to mend, but accelerating time is easy. Reversing time is a higher level of power, and it can also restore the Jidao Xingzong's extremely powerful protective formation. Even if it was Jiang Wudao, he would probably have to activate the ancient artifact related to time and space to do it. This old man really has no intention of showing up. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, guessing that Jiang Wudao might not show up because of his identity as a fisherman. After all, fishermen have always been committed to protecting the Qianyuan realm and have never interfered in the right and wrong of the outside world. As the long river of time dissipated, the flow of time in the Jidao Holy Sect returned to normal. With a slight perception, he found that only a moment had passed in the outside world. However, the disciples of Jidao Holy Sect, including the powerful gods and demons in each peak, did not notice anything unusual. It's not a bad deal to exchange the enlightenment beads for the Qi Dao Hall. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. After saying goodbye to Xiong, his figure flashed, and he crossed the dimensional channel, and instantly appeared in the Lord's mansion at the edge of the universe. The endless battle of geniuses is still going on in full swing. The brutality and passion of the battle can be seen from the cheers and roars that spread throughout the universe. Chapter 594, Supreme and Selfless. Ding! Ding! The terrifying and piercing sound of metal clashing resounded throughout heaven and earth, stirring up countless tangible ripples that spread to the depths of the cosmic void. This is a strange world where 2,000 worlds were forcibly merged together. It is clearly divided into two spaces, upper and lower. Above it is the boundless void, with deep black holes suspended in it. This is a dark and lightless world of black holes. All light is swallowed up, and nothing exists except the black hole. A celestial body full of devouring and destructive aura. Under the black hole starry sky, there is a boundless land, shining with dark purple. In countless gullies, purple flames rise, and the boiling metal torrent is sticky and hot. This is actually a world made of metal. Purple mountain molten copper, a top-grade mineral with the properties of both gold and fire, is extremely valuable. But it can be found everywhere in this world and is as cheap as soil. Bang! Bah! You disgusting coward. Your SHL is really hard. A muscular man with a naked upper body, eyes full of anger, yelled. The strange patterns on his skin were shining with brilliant golden light. They seemed to be the veins of living things, extending to the center of his eyebrows, and entwined on a forked horn. His whole body exudes the aura of human blood, mixed with the bloodthirsty and tyrannical will of a ferocious beast. Such a prominent characteristic can only be possessed by a blood cultivator who has collected the blood of monsters and integrated it into his own body. Ahem. You are a half-human, half-insect guy. And you dare to say that to me? TSK. You have polluted your own bloodline. If your parents knew about this, they would probably die with regrets. Right? Ren Wufeng stood in a pit thousands of miles deep. His jet-black armor was shining as new. The surrounding metal rock walls had been compressed to the extreme due to repeated bombardments. The density had increased tens of millions of times, and had unknowingly completed the transformation from quantity to quality. They could all be used directly to forge holy weapons. Ha ha. Shut up. You ignorant fellow. This is not some bug. This is the bloodline of the golden rhinoceros beetle, which is known as the sacred beast of power. You ignorant boy. You know nothing. Jiao Du roared crazily, and the beast in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Bloodline body cultivators could not stand others mocking their bloodline the most. That was the great power they poured everything into. This was their way. How could they let people blaspheme it at will? While powerful blood brings supreme power, it naturally also carries hidden dangers. The immortal will of the ferocious beast in the blood will more or less affect the host's temperament. The more violent and ferocious the beast, the more serious this hidden danger is. Only a small number of bloodlines, such as the auspicious and gentle Qilin, do not have the disadvantage of polluting the host's will. The golden rhinoceros beetle is naturally not gentle in temperament, so Kakuzu's temperament is like a barrel of explosives, which can explode at any time and is extremely violent. Iron Turtle, let me show you the supreme power contained in this bloodline that you have sneered at. Kakuzu's eyes were wide open with golden light flashing. His muscles were throbbing. The lines all over his body were becoming more and more twisted. The light was flowing, and the horn on his forehead was like a crystal, and one could clearly see the golden liquid surging inside, like an ocean. Snap! Snap! Kakuzu raised his hands high, burst out with endless power, and pulled downwards fiercely. The space seemed to be a boundless curtain that was torn down directly. Billions of miles of starry sky began to collapse and shrink with Kakuzu as the center. Black hole celestial bodies of terrifying mass fell rapidly along the vortex of space. The black holes continued to collide and merge as they moved. Their mass became increasingly terrifying, and the void was torn into countless gullies. Finally, hundreds of black hole celestial bodies merged into only two. A pitch-black sphere with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles. Kakuzu inserted his hands deeply into each of them, and the black holes seemed to have merged into one with his arms. Two black holes that blocked out the sky and crushed the firmament, one on the left and one on the right, were captured in the palm of the hand by Jiaodu, who was as tiny as dust. It was such a horrifying scene, so majestic and imposing that it made people tremble. This is power, the purest power. Gulu. In the vast universe, countless creatures who watched this scene couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Their legs went weak, and they collapsed to the ground. Although as ordinary people, they did not understand what the two black balls were. The ferocious aura formed by the gathering of force still captured their minds, with just a single image across the distant starry sky. Damn it. He's really a monster? Ren Wufeng cursed in his heart. Even though he was mocking Kakuzu with all his fancy words, he was very serious in his heart. There was no doubt that this was the most powerful opponent he had ever met. Although the magic armor on his body gave him extremely strong defensive power, it also blocked his strength as a chi cultivator. It was almost impossible for him to defeat Kakuzu, a pure body cultivator, with his physical strength. If he doesn't fully awaken his divine body and break free from Makai's seal, he will be defeated in 99% of the time. After all, blindly defending is useless. The endless pride battle has a time limit. If you want to advance, you must defeat your opponent. I don't want to, and can't, be defeated. At least, before we fight those monsters again. Hee hee. This guy with all the muscle in his head is far inferior to the 12th floor master. Inhale. Exhale. Ren Wufeng slowly closed his eyes. And with each breath, his aura became ethereal. And even the fluctuations of his will seemed to be vague. A huge human-shaped shadow slowly emerged behind him. He was wearing tattered armor, and his body was covered with scars of varying ages. He had a sword and a knife on his waist, one on each side. This is not a Dharma image, nor is it a magical power or magic, but it is the result of the interweaving of pure intention and power. Tick. Ripples of emotion appeared in my heart, and the encouraging look of my master slowly emerged. Master, my disciple, go ahead and fight to your heart's content. Enjoy the battle. Don't be afraid of failure. No one will fail forever. Your talent is even better than mine, so I let you become your second master's disciple and practice sword skills together. Remember, you are my disciple. Sword demon always see. And you are definitely not weaker than anyone else. Ren Wufeng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were extremely clear, yet it seemed as if there was an endless fighting spirit boiling and roaring in them. Master, I understand. Boom. An extremely tragic and crazy intention erupted. God. Power. Will. It was roaring and surging. The complex and hot aura gathered behind Ren Wufeng, and the huge shadow that spread over 1,000,000 kilometers gradually solidified. The red and black phantom had a weathered face, as if he had gone through a lot of hardships. He slowly grasped the sword at his waist with both hands, exuding a fierce and violent aura. He stared at Kakuzu with indifferent eyes, and his burning fighting spirit pierced through the void. This guy. Kakuzu frowned. He felt uncomfortable being stared at by the strange shadow, as if he was cut by a knife. He didn't know what was going on. Ren Wufeng, who had been timid and defensive just now, suddenly became a different person. Humph! You're playing tricks on me. Go to H.L. Kakuzu's eyes turned fierce, and he cut off all the distracting thoughts in his mind. He gathered all his strength in his arms, and swung them violently. The black hole of terrifying mass, driven by the terrifying force, crossed the void at 100 times the speed of light, and smashed towards Ren Wufeng fiercely. Sizzle! The terrifying destructive force. Wherever the black hole passes, the void instantly becomes nothing. The laws are destroyed. The rules are also excluded. Only force remains forever. Before the black hole fell, the metal continents for thousands of miles around Ren Wufeng were instantly melted into liquid. The destructive force then spread to the particle level, like a molten soup of particles in the ocean. Endless particles began to collapse and decompose, and the annihilation of matter followed the laws of nature and began to release huge amounts of energy wantonly. Boom! The blinding white light gathered into a ball of light that spread over billions of miles, rising above the dark purple continent, illuminating the dark starry sky for a moment. And then all the light was swallowed up. The black hole wielded by Kakuzu brought unparalleled pulling force with its huge mass. The destructive white light was constantly being swallowed up, forming two huge halos around the black hole. Die for me! Ren Wufeng stood in the center of the light ball, and waves of destruction continued to pass by, stirring up colorful divine light above the magic armor. Clang! The sword was unsheathed, and the sharp aura split the destructive light ball into two. The body was slightly bent. The sword was held in front, and the long knife was inserted diagonally behind the body. Supreme, selfless, unrivaled swordsmanship. Cut. Boom. Groan. The sword is supreme. The sword is unrivaled. The dazzling light slowly faded away with the humming of swords and the whistling of knives. A huge sphere rose up from the spot, with red, white and black colors interweaving and flowing. The black hole and the horns were all shrouded in it. This was a terrifying space of sword H.L. with endless sword strikes. Endless and continuous. The aftermath of the fierce battle that overflowed slightly destroyed the void and split the earth into a bottomless abyss, with the cut as smooth as a mirror. Humph! Damn it! A painful groan came from the inside of the light ball, and an extremely violent breath gushed out. I'm going to kill you! Roar! 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 Kakuzu's voice was mixed with animal roars, which was a manifestation of the complete liberation of bloodline power. His human will had gradually been replaced by animal nature. Snap! The sword space was shattered, and a black hole covered with deep cuts broke out first and continued to smash towards Ren Wufeng. As it moves, the black hole continues to collapse in itself, becoming smaller and smaller. Under the influence of its huge mass, the black hole will always remain round, and all imperfections will be erased. In the blink of an eye, the black hole has shrunk to 1/3 of its original size, indicating that Renwufeng's attack is still very terrifying and has destroyed most of the black hole's matter. Compared to the black hole, Kakuzu was not much better off. His body was covered with cuts deep enough to see the bones. Golden blood gushed out, condensing without dispersing. It gradually gathered and condensed into a SHL, covering his body. The SHI was covered with patterns, which turned out to be naturally formed patterns of power. Kakuzu burst out with all his strength at an astonishing speed, as if he had teleported, and suddenly appeared above Renwufeng's head. The black hole smashed down, and the space was compressed and stagnant. There was no way to avoid it in such a short time. Faced with despair, Renwufeng fell into a state of selflessness. His expression remained indifferent, with swords crossed above his head, forming a perfect defensive posture. Ding! Boom! Boom! In the sharp collision and pure contest of strength, Renwufeng was far at a disadvantage. His body was blasted into the depths of the earth like lightning. Kill! Kakuzu's eyes were bloodshot, and even the horn on his forehead was blood red. He was in a completely insane state, with no intention of holding back at all. He pursued the opponent with his victory, and the black hole pulled out countless afterimages, bombarding him one after another. Bang! 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 Every time a dull sound sounded, the dark purple continent trembled violently, gradually tilted, and moved slightly along its trajectory in the void. Cut! Cut! Renwufeng wielded his sword to dissipate the violent force of the black hole, but a part of the destructive force still spread to his body. The body was wailing, and the sound of bones cracking came from the arms. The light of the divine power particles dimmed, and they were almost shattered and destroyed. That's the feeling. Renwufeng stuck out his tongue and licked the blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth. Although his body was wailing in warning, his eyes became more and more dazzling and brighter. He felt it, deep within the source of life. The dancing hot flame burned as fiercely as his gaze. Snap! There was a slight movement in the plain magic armor, and a scarlet bloodline extended from the right wrist to the heart. Clang! A violent slash that was dozens of times more powerful rose into the air, splitting a black hole directly into two. What? Kakuzu's figure froze, and the inexplicable horror that emerged in his mind made his crazy consciousness much clearer. Hey! My power is back. In the Realm Lord's mansion, Bai Donglin lay calmly on the throne. His eyes penetrated everything, and saw the drastic changes in Renwufeng's body. Aoi! You're lucky. You found a treasure. The blade has no edge. From now on, I can be compared with the exiled immortals. Undefeated fighting body. TSK. Not bad. Chapter 595, Will Peeping. The sacred beast of strength. The golden rhinoceros beetle? Nothing special. Renwufeng stood proudly above the sky with an indifferent expression, tightly grasping a crystal-like horn in his hand. His figure seemed a little illusory. Although he killed Kakuzu with great force, he himself was also seriously injured, and 90% of his divine power particles were directly destroyed. This was the most brutal battle since the start of the competition. Even the core continent under the starry sky, which was made entirely of purple mountain molten copper, was torn into pieces and floated in the void. Many black holes in the depths of the universe were also affected by the aftermath of the fierce battle, fell into silence, and transformed into extremely dazzling white holes, which continuously and violently spewed out particle soup. That was the matter swallowed up in endless years. The crisscrossing light beams dispelled the eternal darkness of this world. Unfortunately, this guy still escaped with his life. Renwufeng turned his hand and put away the horn, then shook his head with some regret. Jiadu was not weak, and even surpassed him in comprehension of the rules. He could not completely wipe out his will before all his power was unlocked. He lowered his head to take a look at the magic armor. He saw two scarlet lines, one on the left and one on the right, connecting his arms to his chest. If he was right, once these lines appeared on his legs, he would be able to completely get rid of the magic armor's ban. As for the method of unblocking, he also found it. Abandon all worries and enjoy the battle to your heart's content. That's all. Boom! A dazzling stream of light spurted out from the bronze fairy palace, followed the vines of light into the world of light balls, and enveloped Blade Wufeng. It was visible to the naked eye that Renwufeng's aura was rising and his body was solidifying. Within just a few breaths, he had replenished the consumption of divine power particles and returned to his peak. This gentle power is incredible. Renwufeng clenched his fists, feeling the power almost erupting in his body, and his expression showed shock. Such perfect healing and recovery was beyond his understanding. Not only him. The second round of competition had already ended. Light pillars descended in many light ball worlds. And all the losses of the geniuses were compensated. Buzz! Countless vines of light trembled and began to shrink back again. The light balls randomly collided with each other and merged together, forming a larger and more complex world. The third round of competition. Explosion! These masters are really rich. It's a pity that they can't suppress ancient artifacts. Bai Donglin sat in the Realm Lord's mansion. His consciousness synchronized with his clone in the central temple, and once again won countless rare treasures and cultivation resources. Unfortunately, he did not see any pain on the faces of the Lord of the Divine Court and other ancestors. It seemed that these old men whose lifespans were measured in billions of years were even wealthier than he had imagined. The ownership of the ancient artifact belongs to the entire human race. The ancestors only have the right to use it, and naturally cannot use it as a bet. This makes him, as the first upstart in this world, deeply regretful. Bai Donglin looked around, sweeping across all the light ball worlds. His mind was working slightly, and the detailed combat power data of the geniuses flashed by like a flowing curtain. The result of this round of competition was already clear in his mind. Strange. Where did Zilifeng and the other two hide? The fight among the geniuses was still too immature in the eyes of the 10 Realms Masters. And Bai Donglin's attention was more focused on other places. Although this place is far away from the Qianyuan realm, Shi Feng must have some special means of traveling. At this moment, he should have returned to the edge of the universe. But he did not know what means he used to hide and deceive his perception, including the split body of the war monument he gave to the wandering emperor. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Donglin looked at the majestic and sacred bronze palace. His figure shook slightly, and then dissipated into nothingness. Destroy? A strange will suddenly transcended everything. After entering the observer mode, Bai Donglin could not interfere with anything in the world, and nothing could affect him. This is the ability that transcends concepts. The origin of the bronze Immortal Palace is unknown and extremely mysterious. Even the demon-suppressing palace cannot shake it in the slightest. And the masters of the 10 realms have tried their best but failed to get in. But no matter how powerful the bronze Immortal Palace is, it still exists in cognition. Bai Donglin is confident that as long as he can see it, it cannot prevent the invasion of the observer's will. Huh? I found you guys. The will crossed the starry sky, penetrated many light ball worlds, and the brilliant vines. Just as it arrived above the bronze fairy palace, it sensed something strange in the void. It is the demon-suppressing temple that has shrunk to an extremely small state, 1,000,000 times smaller than the smallest particle in the world. And the temple is also shrouded in a strange colorful light, blocking all means of perception. Old bitch. Bai Donglin was full of admiration in his heart. Apart from the fact that he knew the two's plan in advance, no one could imagine that in this so-called endless battle of geniuses, all the living beings affected were just pawns being used, including those endless and inconspicuous ordinary creatures scattered throughout every corner of the universe. They are also one of the key chess pieces. Let me see what you are doing. Thoughts flowed. Will covered, and entered the demon-suppressing temple without any hindrance. The outside was so small that it was almost non-existent, but the space inside was vast and boundless. The last time I entered was a separate hall controlled by Yin Tong. The corner I saw at that time was just the area used by Wandering Emperor for assessment and selection. But it was already a corner of the galaxy. One can imagine how huge the internal space of this demon-suppressing temple, which is a combination of 7 palaces, is. The strange will that was enough to cover 1,000,000 light years ignored all obstacles and spread wantonly, sweeping through all kinds of strangeness. Finally, at a distance of 900,000 light years, it touched a deeply hidden colorful space. Bai Donglin breathed a sigh of relief. Currently, the only thing that could check his will as an observer was the vast spatial scale, limited by the realm of his will and soul. The distance his will can spread is limited, which is a spherical area with a diameter of 1,000,000 light years, with the death base point as the center. Of course, he can also choose to revive himself and move the death base point. But as in the current situation, once he is resurrected, he will probably be noticed by the beings in the demon-suppressing temple. If you really want to solve this shortcoming, you still have to work hard to improve your will and soul. This is the right way. Press down your thoughts. You will enter the colorful space, and a burst of noise will appear in your perception. 3 outer sect elders with 1 disciple. Humph! Such a trivial trick. For inner sect elders? Blow up. I'll blow it up too. For clan leaders. Hey, pink-haired monster. Do you think you're going to win? Look at what this is. For Supreme Elders? I'm going to blow you to death. You can't afford it. Right? An outer disciple. Hee hee. I win. Ha ha. I, Master Yin Tong, am really awesome. How dare a mere pink-haired girl show off? The silver boy was still the same silver boy, standing with his hands on his hips and laughing, with an extremely arrogant look, which made the other temple spirits shake their heads slightly and throw away the jade token engraved with dense patterns in their hands. Why? I won't do it. How could this worthless guy win again? I don't believe it. You must have cheated. The little girl, whose pink hair was extremely lush and hung down to the ground, was screaming and rolling on the ground. Her hair was tangled all over her body, and she soon became a fluffy ball, rolling around, rolling around. Shame! 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 The pink-haired dwarf can't stand losing. Lolulu. Shame! 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 Silver Boy's provocation and taunting were extremely lethal, and made the pink ball go crazy with rage. Bai Dongyan watched this harmonious scene with great interest. Under his observation, these 7 spirit tools of different colors did not have a single secret. Their special way of existence made his eyes light up, and he could not help but remember them silently. This was useful knowledge. His will swept across the weapon spirit, and he saw Shili Feng and Lilongdi sitting cross-legged in the void. The two had solemn expressions on their faces, their hands constantly pinching the magic formulas and casting out extremely condensed Taoist texts. The prayer hall brought from the Jidao holy sect was now floating between the two of them. The Taoist text, whose use was unknown, was deeply engraved in the prayer hall. Bai Dongyan watched everything and sensed very clearly that as the Taoist texts were continuously engraved, strange changes were taking place in the Jidao hall, as if it was gradually awakening from a long slumber. Is this the true face of the prayer hall? Even the Jidao holy sect, the owner, didn't know that it had such a hidden side, but Shili Feng was so familiar with it, as if she was the real owner of the prayer hall. I don't know where this woman came from. Bai Dongyan remained silent. Under his observation, Shili Feng and the other person gradually stopped their movements, and the Jidao hall turned into a colorful ball of light wrapped in Taoist symbols. Although he didn't understand why, Bai Dongyan still forced himself to memorize the Taoist texts. Seeing that Shili Feng had fallen into silence, he did not stay any longer. With a thought, he left the demon-suppressing temple. Before leaving, the will glanced at the deepest part of the bottom of the temple, where countless ancient demons were imprisoned. Unfortunately, the distance was too far for the will to reach. After returning to the outside world, Bai Dongyan did not hesitate at all. He poured out his will, ignoring the walls of the bronze fairy palace that were engraved with dense patterns, and instantly entered its interior. This is... Bai Dongyan's thoughts were in turmoil. He was shocked by the scene that came into his sight, and his mind froze for a moment. This is a vast world filled with soft fairy light. In the empty space, there is no distinction between up, down, left and right. The only way to determine that there is a center here is through the direction in which the fairy light radiates. Under the illumination of immortal light, huge coffins were floating in the endless void. The number of these coffins is staggering. They can be seen everywhere, and the shape, material, and aura of each coffin are unique, not ordinary models. It can be seen that the identities of the beings they carry are not simple. Bai Dongyan suppressed his surprise. They were just coffins. Even if there were more of them, it would not move him so much. What shocked him was the material of these coffins. Although these substances did not exist in his cognition, his will could sense that the materials used to make the coffins were of extremely high grade. Ordinary immortal and demonic instruments could not compare with them. They were so luxurious that they were breathtaking. These coffins must have come from the outside world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have failed to recognize them. In other words, the corpses contained in them must also have come from. Of course, another possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, the composition of this broken world is too complicated. The outside world here refers to the world outside of the heavens and myriad worlds. It is a world that the Mother River will do its best to prevent them from setting foot in. Thinking of this, Bai Dongyan became even more curious, and his will spread and invaded the nearest coffin. What is this? The will crossed a layer of space and appeared on a smooth and flat plain. The ground was as white as jade. He didn't know what material it was made of, so he couldn't see anything at all. TSK. What a rich man. Such a precious material is actually used to pave the floor. And the piece is so big. Bai Dongyan felt jealous. He, a nouveau riche, now seemed like someone who came out of a remote village. He had a glimpse of what a real wealthy person was like. Bai Donglin, who was eager to meet the owner of the coffin, began to spread his will. But even when he stretched his will to the limit, he still could not cross the white jade plain. This place is incredibly huge. Except for the part outside, his will has spread over 200,000 light years on this plane. After a little thought, he couldn't resist his curiosity. So he decided to take the risk and revive. Destroy. The moment of resurrection. Bai Donglin was afraid of attracting countermeasures from the bronze Immortal Palace. So he killed himself immediately. He was lucky. Perhaps because he committed suicide too quickly, and no abnormality occurred. The base point of death has been changed. The distance that the will can extend has increased. And with a thought, a spherical area of millions of light years can be covered in an instant. The will was still on the white jade plane. But the covered area already had an undulating outline. A picture came into perception. Bai Donglin looked at the scene in front of him, and a terrible guess arose in his heart. I'm boiling. This is a hacking nose. A nose that spans 1,000,000 light years. No. It's more than that. The area covered by my will is only 1/3 of this nose. I'm Chow. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Bai Donglin felt that all the shock in his life was used up at this moment. That white jade-like substance turned out to be skin. 1/3 of the nose spans 1,000,000 light years. So how big must the entire corpse be? The countless coffins outside can't all be. Chapter 596 Saint's Tomb. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bai Donglin's will jumped back and forth in the coffins. Between life and death. Eyes, nose, ears, mouth, hair. Although the will descends to different places, and the observed skin color and texture are different, they all undoubtedly possess the same characteristics. It is so huge that even if Bai Donglin stretches his will to the limit, he still cannot observe the full picture of any organ. Later, Bai Donglin was so shocked that he became numb. He stopped his meaningless movements, came back to life, and sat cross-legged on the huge coffin. After repeated attempts, he has discovered that the inside of the bronze Immortal Palace is very safe and does not have the countermeasures he had imagined. The shock in Bai Donglin's eyes gradually subsided, becoming clear and deep again. His expression was calm, but his heart was filled with endless thoughts. What realm are these beings in? 11, 12, or the ultimate of all, the 13th realm? He could only rely on his current knowledge and try his best to think of the realm of these corpses as higher. There was no need to think about it. If he regarded them as the 10th realm, it would be an insult to these existences. What the end point of the 10 realms is like can be seen from Shili Feng, Jiang Wudao, and the Gravekeeper Amon. He can be sure that the 10 realms can never reach this level. Even if it is just to simply make the divine body bigger, it is still impossible to do it. These beings are at least at the 11th realm. My true self is the only one that gathers all world lines, integrates endless others, summarizes all time nodes, the past and the future, and is the strongest. That is the so-called saint in myths and legends. The Hun Yuan Daluo Jingxian. Bai Donglin's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he looked around. Under the hazy fairy light, there were more than billions of coffins floating in this empty space. Hundreds of millions of supreme saints are buried here together. What a horrific battle. His will was stirred. At this moment, his gaze was no longer limited to the Mother River and the broken wall. The corpses here silently told him something. What exactly is the Black Disaster? The only possibility that could cause the tragic deaths of so many saints could be the Black Disaster recorded in the information he observed on the stone tablet at the end of reincarnation. It was a horrific war that swept across countless heavens and worlds. For some reason, perhaps under the influence of the corpses of billions of saints here, as Bai Donglin's thoughts spread, when the word Black Disaster sounded in his mind, some erased memories deep in his memory actually resurfaced. Big battle. An extremely brutal battle. Numerous worlds have turned ash in the surplus of the fierce battle. And the supreme strong men who stepped into the eternal shore fell successively. There were also conceptual supermarkets, who were erased and died completely. John, are you sure you want to do this? Chun, you understand? So entangled. Not only can't get rid of the Black Disaster, but you may even let things fall into their hands. Even if there is only a 1 in a million chance. There is no room for maneuver. I cannot let this possibility go. Block everything. Cut off everything. I will use my life to bury him completely. Shang. Tai. The scene suddenly stopped and Bai Donglin was stunned. This inexplicable sense of familiarity made him think and take out the war monument from the Sea of Gods. This is the scene shown to me by the war monument that successfully merged the 5 monuments last time. Some of my memories were actually erased without my knowledge. Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold, which made him, who was used to being unscrupulous, feel a little uneasy. If his memory could be erased, he could be transformed into another person. Wrong. This method goes against the principle of immortality. My memory cannot be erased or modified. Bai Donglin frowned and suddenly came to his senses, realizing that he had fallen into a misconception. His memory should not have been erased, but covered up by some terrible means. Now that his memory has reappeared, it is a great piece of evidence. Looking down at the war monument in his hand, Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Fight. Fight. The war clan. The war monument. And the unknown existence in the picture that wants to cover everything and cut off everything is also called war. All the details were connected together, and his mind was working slightly. And he had some guesses in his mind. Jean is the origin of the Jean clan. This Jean monument should be Jean's personal belonging. So it records the conversations between the supreme beings, and this ruined world should be the base camp of Jean and his tribe. The Mother River is where Jean wants to cut off everything and block all means to use against all living beings in the world. Since you don't want the creatures of this world to leave and destroy your arrangement to shield this world, why don't you completely wipe out all the creatures in this world? Wouldn't that be a permanent solution? For beings like you. To achieve this is just a thought. Things shouldn't be that simple. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with doubt. He didn't think that those beings would have mercy and compassion. If it could really solve the problem once and for all, he would definitely do it without hesitation. After all, many of the heavens and worlds have been destroyed by the aftermath of their battle. The only reason we cannot do this is that we cannot do it. All living things and spirits have a reason to exist, which makes war unavoidable. This also explains why, throughout the ages, the Mother River has had countless means to completely wipe out all living things, but has no source for doing so. The relationship between the myriad worlds and the myriad spirits is symbiotic, and neither can do without the other. Bai Donglin's eyes were determined, confirming his guess. This was the only possible explanation. This world belongs to Jean, and the Jean tribe is the only native people. So, the 3 tribes of humans, monsters, and aliens are all outsiders? We are allies and invaders. Although after years of naturalization, there is no distinction between natives and outsiders. But in essence, we are all the same. So they are all time travelers. Bai Donglin didn't know what he was thinking about, and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. The secret he had been hiding for so long was completely unnecessary in the end. Strange. How come my obscured memories suddenly resurfaced? After calming down his racing thoughts, Bai Donglin returned his gaze to the outside world. He looked down at the war monument in his hand, then looked at the coffin that filled his entire field of vision. Although the corpses in these coffins are different, they all have the same characteristic, which is that they are extremely huge. This doesn't make sense. The size of the body cannot determine everything. It does not mean that the larger the body, the higher the realm. There has never been such a saying, because the cultivators have different ethnic bloodlines, the techniques they practice, and the paths they take. The external forms they manifest are definitely different, being in the same realm of the only true self. Some beings may have bodies larger than a universe, and some may even be smaller than a speck of dust. But there is no difference between the two. They are beings of the same level with equal strength. And what does he see now? The corpses of billions of saints all show the same morphological features. This cannot be a coincidence. There is no such coincidence in the world. These are all supreme beings of at least the 11th realm. They are not the identical ants that can be found everywhere on the ground. The information that was covered up in my memory came from the war monument. When I arrived here, the war inexplicably broke free from the shield and reappeared. The reason pointed to these corpses. Combining the two, the answer is self-evident. The thoughts in Bai Donglin's eyes disappeared, and he tightened the war monument in his hand. These corpses are all from the Jean clan, the true rulers of this world. A complex look flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes. War cut off everything, imprisoning countless lives forever in this cage without a future, and leaving the terrible thing, the Mother River, to monitor all living beings. If I say I hate him, it seems that I have no reason to hate him. Didn't you see that the war clan has been wiped out for this? And hundreds of millions of saints have died here, not to mention those weaker people in the war clan. The number of sacrificed members is definitely beyond expression in numbers. These saints were able to leave behind their corpses, but the endless creatures of the war clan did not even leave a trace, and were completely buried by time. as the instigator of everything. Jean. Now no one knows whether he is alive or dead. Bai Donglin really doesn't know where this hatred comes from. Black disaster. Black disaster. It is the root of all suffering. What John did was just to sacrifice the self for the sake of the overall situation. Moreover, he also led by example. And even his own tribe was annihilated. Hatred? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, then slowly stood up with a solemn expression. He bowed slightly towards the millions of coffins in all directions to show his respect. It's such a waste to leave these saints' corpses lying here. Bai Donglin swallowed, moved his eyes away from the coffin with difficulty, and shook his head fiercely. No. No! These are the heroes who died fighting the Black Disaster. How can you even think of eating their corpses? Bah! Bai Donglin, you are such a shameless pervert. Destruction. Like a punishment, Bai Donglin entered death in the most painful way. The strange will no longer linger, but swept across billions of coffins and spread to the center of the void space. Each birth and death can span millions of light years, and after a moment, it is close to the central area. At the same time, a doubt arose in my mind. Why didn't Zilifeng mention the remains of hundreds of millions of saints in his plan? Did he hide it from me on purpose? Or, she doesn't know. Either? But judging from Shi Feng's various behaviors, it doesn't seem like he is completely ignorant of the situation in the Bronze Immortal Palace. There may be other reasons. Could it be that what she knew changed after I came in? Bai Donglin's heart moved, and he had a bold guess. Chapter 597, A Severed Finger. Self-destruction and escape. A thought can reach millions of light years. Although the internal space of the Bronze Immortal Palace was extremely large, it could not resist Bai Donglin's cheating methods. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the central core area, which was the place where the hazy immortal light was the brightest and most intense. In this space, there is no distinction between up and down, left and right. The omnipresent fairy light has become his signpost. This is better than flying around like a headless fly. What kind of power is this fairy light? It's not the power of creation, nor the power of primordial chaos, but its quality is extremely high, even higher than both. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand and clenched it. A dark hole appeared in the palm of his hand. He greedily swallowed a ball of fairy light. The chaotic vortex in the center of the dark world devoured and transformed it. Streams of pure energy gushed out like a tsunami, and were eaten up by the spiritual orifices and particles. Amazing! It contains so much energy, yet it's so easy to consume. Looking around, the omnipresent fairy light filled the entire space, and its amount was quite terrifying. If it was completely swallowed up, Bai Donglin estimated that he could give birth to 10,000 gods and demons. There are many chaotic cocoons in the body, none of which have yet hatched, and they still require huge amounts of energy to feed. I can't touch the saint's corpse, but this ownerless fairy light will be fine. Right? Very good. If no one objects, then it will all be mine. Bai Donglin was wrapped in rich fairy light, with a smile in his eyes. He also realized that the light beams ejected from the Bronze Fairy Palace, which were used to restore the energy consumed by the geniuses, originated from these fairy lights. Those magical beams of light are nothing more than the product of extremely diluted immortal light. The beams of light consumed in a round of competition, when condensed, are barely comparable to a ray of light here. These fairy lights are scattered throughout the space, and it is not easy to collect them all. Bai Donglin can only temporarily suppress this tempting idea and continue walking towards the center of the brightest fairy light. He had a hunch that the magic stone was at the very center of the fairy light, but he didn't know if there were any other treasures besides this. Boo! After taking a few steps, it was as if he had crossed the critical barrier of fairy light, as if he had passed through a layer of light film. Suddenly, the light dimmed, and it was clearly separated from the dazzling scene outside the light film. Woo woo woo. Whimpering, sad, weeping. Bai Donglin was stunned. He raised his hand in astonishment and brushed his cheek. He watched the crystal-like tears in his hand slowly slide down and stood there in a daze. I cried? Why? He went through countless disasters and hardships along the way, but he never shed a tear or even frowned. After condensing the rules of lust, he completely mastered his emotions, and sadness should not appear in him. His will was agitated, and he looked inside and outside, but found nothing unusual. He even called upon his divine self to temporarily control his body to ensure that his emotions remained calm. But tears still kept falling from the corners of his eyes. What kind of sorrow is this? It has not dissipated over endless years, and it can still affect me so strongly. I understand your will. But men don't shed tears easily. Crying can't solve anything. After saying that, Bai Donglin raised 2 fingers and inserted them directly into his eyes. The power of destruction overflowed, and the tear glands, eyeballs, and other flesh and blood tissues instantly turned into nothingness, leaving only 2 eye sockets like black holes. Well, this is much more comfortable. He nodded with satisfaction. Losing his eyes did not affect his vision at all. There was no difference in what he saw and heard. Looking around, this dark space was not big, only about 100 feet in radius, and there lay a black rock covered with cracks. On the dilapidated rock stood a blue-gray stone tablet, and in front of the tablet knelt a withered figure. This is a corrupted skeleton. Bai Donglin took a step forward and came to the stone tablet. He looked at the words on it and frowned slightly. These were the words belonging to the Zhan clan. May I ask the ancestor, what crime did the Zhan clan commit? A shout filled with endless sadness rang in his heart, like the explosion of divine thunder, which lingered for a long time, causing Bai Donglin's heart to tremble. Sad, unwilling, unbelievable. All kinds of complex emotions poured into Bai Donglin's will without any hindrance. Alas, I feel unwilling and even resentful in my heart, but I dare not let it rise. It can only turn into lingering sadness. This is the tragedy of not being strong enough. Wasn't this skeleton very powerful when he was alive? No. It was terrifyingly powerful. It was stronger than the saints in the coffins outside. It was an unrivaled powerhouse, who had set foot on the other side of eternity. It is strong. But unfortunately, it is not the strongest. Combining various speculations, Bai Donglin estimated that the ancestor on the stone tablet should refer to the origin of the Zhan clan. The Zhan who cut off everything. The skeleton was questioning Zhan why he wanted to destroy the Zhan clan. Well, that's right. If Zhan wants to cut off everything, then just cut it off. Why did the Zhan clan disappear? Could it be that the survival of your own clan members will affect your arrangements? It's weird. It's illogical. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly. Upon closer inspection, this did not make sense. However, since it had already happened, there must be a key point that he did not know about, which required the war clan to be destroyed. Without more information, Bai Donglin could only temporarily suppress his doubts and look at the skeleton's fingers. The skeleton stretched out its index finger and deeply carved this line of words on the stone tablet. The strange thing was that the skeleton's bones were so withered and almost rotten, just like an ordinary person after death. For such a strong man, the eternal immortality of his corpse is just a basic operation. The corpses of the saints outside are like this, judging from the remnants of his will that spans ancient and modern times. This corpse is obviously more powerful, but the corpse is rotten. What was even more bizarre was that the finger that was deeply inserted into the stone tablet was still as lively as before, like the finest fairy jade, shining with fairy light. This feeling is... Bai Donglin's heart moved, and he couldn't help but step forward, stretched out his hand to pinch the living finger, and pulled it hard. But it didn't move at all. It's really extraordinary. Boom! With a thought. It sublimates to the extreme, and the brilliant golden flame burns fiercely. Ha! Ha! With a loud shout, brilliant divine light burst out from Bai Donglin's palm. The terrifying power that was boundless and could lift the world was condensed at his fingertips. Snap! Using all his strength, the finger of horrible weight was pulled out bit by bit. A single finger is actually heavier than the world. Sure enough, my feeling was right. This finger is silently emitting strange energy. It is immortal light. The immortal light that fills the entire bronze immortal palace comes from this finger. I'm rich. Mine. All mine. Finally, with veins bulging on Bai Donglin's forehead, the severed finger was successfully pulled out. Chaos Maelstrom. Bai Donglin's expression was solemn. An extremely solid vortex, but only the size of a fist, appeared on his palm. He pinched the broken finger tightly and pushed it into the vortex channel. At the same time, the vortex also emitted a terrifying suction force, which slightly reduced the burden on his palm. Snap! As soon as the severed finger touched the vortex channel, the vortex trembled violently, making a crackling sound, and dense cracks appeared, as if it would collapse in the next moment. It's not enough. This severed finger is too horrible. The sticks. With a slight movement of his mind, the crystal skull bracelet on his wrist flashed a blue light, and with the sound of rushing water, endless water from the stick surged out, tightly wrapping around his fingers, while also stabilizing the vortex channel that was about to collapse. Even with the addition of the sticks, The movement speed of the severed finger is still slow, and it will take a lot of time to place it in the chaotic vortex at the core of the dark world. Demon Lord, come out to work. Yes, Master. Hearing Bai Donglin's call, the Demon Lord and other Abyss Lords did not dare to delay at all. After being brought to the vortex channel by the blue bubble, they immediately used all their strength and even activated ancient artifacts to pull the severed finger into the dark world. After 3 full days, when the original particles of the Demon Lord and other monarchs were almost dried up, they successfully placed the severed finger into the center of the chaotic vortex. It actually worked. The chaotic vortex was spinning slowly, and all the strange energy that was continuously emanating from the broken finger was swallowed up and transformed, and a vast amount of pure energy gushed out. Its terrifying quantity and high efficiency are much faster than the speed at which the sticks converts dimensional power. Not bad. Not bad. Demon Lord, you have worked hard. As a reward, your blue bubbles will be extended for 100 years. Thank you, Master. The Lords of the Abyss were overjoyed, because this blue bubble meant their lives. Without the protection of the bubble, they would be suppressed to death by the sticks in an instant. Bai Donglin raised the corners of his mouth with a look of joy. It takes a lot of energy to conceive a god and forge a demon. With the help of this broken finger, the process can be greatly accelerated. Boom! The vortex channel was closed, and the severed finger was suddenly cut off from the outside world. The skeleton seemed to have lost its support, crumbling and disintegrating into nothingness and dust. Well, a faint sigh, like relief or regret, sounded in Bai Donglin's heart, and then completely dissipated. At the same time, the eternal sadness also disappeared along with the sigh. Thank you, Senior. Bai Donglin raised his hand slightly to thank the skeleton for the severed finger, stopped the particles from destroying themselves, and his eyes returned to normal in an instant. This time I really got a great bargain. The preciousness of the severed finger lies in the fact that it not only possesses a vast amount of fairy light energy, but it will also release it actively, perfectly solving the problem of difficulty in swallowing. Even after death, the internal strength of such a strong man is still very strong in his corpse. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible for him to digest it with his current strength. Bai Donglin guessed that the reason why the severed finger would actively release endless immortal light and fill the entire bronze immortal palace was for the corpses of the saints in the billions of coffins. What exactly it was used for, he didn't know for the time being. Click! Snap! After the skeleton collapsed, many cracks appeared on the stone tablet with the inscriptions on it, and rays of brilliant divine light shot out from the cracks. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed, and he looked intently. Through the dazzling light, he saw 2 balls of light attached to each other deep in the crack. The last piece of the 5-colored divine stone has finally appeared in the world. This was expected. Although the divine stone was extremely precious, it only carried a coordinate. As the owner of Silver Toki, he did not care much about it. Then his gaze shifted slightly to look at another shimmering ball of light, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. What is this again? Buzz. The war monument in the Sea of Gods began to tremble like never before, with an extremely crazy and violent vibration. I see. Bai Donglin suddenly realized something, and resolved a doubt in his mind. Since the fairy light from the severed finger existed because of the corpses of hundreds of millions of saints, why could he take it away so easily? He was actually just testing the waters, and didn't think that he would be able to successfully retrieve the severed finger. It turns out that the hero is a war monument. Chapter 598 Traces from the Blue Star. Snap. The blue-gray stone tablet completely shattered, and 2 balls of light broke free from their restraints and floated in the void, circling and dancing around each other. Colorful light continued to fall, dotted like stars, like a vortex of the galaxy. Bai Donglin reached out and took out a piece of blue-gray stone, and squeezed it hard, but failed to leave any mark on it. The material of this stone tablet is very extraordinary. Even if it is close at hand, it can block the induction between the battle tablets. It is really amazing. The bronze immortal palace is really full of treasures. With a light step, white ripples spread out, collecting the fragments of the stone tablet and the black rocks within 100 feet radius into the light world. Although we are wealthy now, we still cannot lose the good habit of frugality. Moreover, when it comes to supreme things like the 11th and 12th realms, we definitely can't go far away. Buzz. Bai Donglin's ink marks aroused the dissatisfaction of the war monument, and it shook more and more violently. If it were not for the black stone tablet beside it, it would probably have turned the Sea of Gods upside down. Why are you in such a hurry? It took so long to fuse the 5th battle monument. And I don't know when the sixth one will be available. Is it just a short while? As he spoke, his mind opened up, and the war monument shot out like a wild horse. The moment the war monument appeared, the ball of light paused slightly, broke away from the divine stone that was entangled with it, and shot towards the war monument at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Clang! The two collided, making a crisp sound. The rich divine light outside the light ball dissipated and disappeared, revealing the pointed monument inside. Its color was transparent, as if it was carved from crystal. Buzz. Just like dry wood meeting raging fire, or sweet dew meeting a long drought. The war monument was now in such an anxious state, buzzing and trembling, bursting out with 5 colors of divine light: gold, blue, white, green, and dark yellow. The crystal-pointed cornered monument also responded immediately, rippling out transparent ripples like water waves. There was a sign of softening where the two touched each other, and they gradually began to merge. As expected by Bai Donglin, this process was extremely slow, and it would be impossible for them to completely merge into one without tens of thousands of years. The nature of the war monument is too high. It is no longer the ancient artifact and carrier of heritage, as Bai Donglin originally thought, but a personal belonging of the Big Boss War. Therefore, even if they share the same origin, it is not easy to reintegrate together. Just follow me out and use time to speed up. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he raised his hand to take back the war monument. But the void suddenly trembled violently. This is whoosh whoosh whoosh, one after another. Colorless, invisible, transparent threads spurted out from the crystal battle monument and spread in all directions at an extremely terrifying speed. Bai Donglin, who did not sense the danger, did not dodge, but allowed the dense threads to pass through his body. The existence of these threads was extremely strange and did not cause him any harm. The sudden change surprised Bai Donglin. This had never happened before with the pointed cornered monuments that had been fused before. Putting aside the thought of retrieving the war monument for the time being, under the observation of the will, countless silk threads continued to extend and became thicker and thicker, like a dragon with bared fangs and claws. What do you want to do? Bai Donglin frowned slightly. The speed of the silk thread was so terrifying that it escaped the coverage of his will in an instant, and went deep into millions of light years away. Could it be? His mind suddenly moved, and he thought of a possibility. But then, the thought disappeared on its own, and he jumped out to the outside at a speed faster than a silk thread. It is indeed so. One after another, extremely thick silk threads spanned the boundless distance and extended to the area where the saint's coffin was located. Without stopping, each silk thread wrapped around the coffin and bound it tightly. Bang! A huge pulling force came from the source of the silk threads, stretching billions of transparent silk threads straight. Click, click, click. There was a rough sound in the void, and the extremely heavy coffin carrying the saint's corpse was pulled, weighing billions. There was a flash of surprise in Bai Donglin's eyes. He had tried it before, but he couldn't move the coffin even with all his strength. It was obvious that the mass of the corpse inside was completely outside. In his opinion, the crystal-pointed monument could not have such terrifying power. The reason why it could move the coffin was probably because it was the war monument of the war clan. Huh? Is this the so-called inheritance in the bronze Immortal Palace? Under Bai Donglin's perception, as the coffins moved, the ubiquitous fairy light seemed to be attracted, gathered and condensed, forming a vortex above each coffin. Enveloping it, there was a faint divine light on the coffin, and mysterious characters appeared on the surface of the coffin. The vortex of fairy light seemed to be a photocopier, and began to engrave the characters without any error. Gradually, the vortex became thinner and thinner, and the fairy light condensed into countless characters. These inheritances should all come from the corpses of saints. There are hundreds of millions of them. Bai Donglin's expression became solemn. Not only were the number of these inheritances terrifying, their quality was also extremely high. They were all martial arts manuals from the 11th realm. Bai Donglin, who was extremely thirsty for knowledge, didn't care whether these inheritances were useful to him or not. Even if they could only give him a little inspiration, it would be great. Without any hesitation, he used his will and divine consciousness to cover the characters condensed by the fairy light. 10,000 demons devouring the body art. Pure Yang combat body. 3 marrow jade body. Exquisite immortal scripture. 7 limits of devouring heaven and earth. Innate holy body demon embryo. Immortal heart sutra. How come? Bai Donglin was stunned and surprised, and his will and mind read another batch of inheritance. 9 Transformation Divine Infant. Heavenly Hegemon Blood Battle Body. 6 Yin and 9 Yang Rotation Technique. Immortality and Indestructibility Ultimate Intention and Freedom. Shou Tian Xing Chen Ju. These inheritances all have the shadow of the inheritance in the Jidao Saint Sect Monument realm. It's not just that the names are the same, but they are of the same origin. He had already used his authority to pack up all the inheritances in the monument world, and integrated them into his own way, so he could naturally see through the details of these inheritances at a glance. Well, it's not quite right. But it's not right to say it's exactly the same. Countless characters flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes, like a stream. As his mind worked, he saw the differences between the two inheritances. The inheritance recorded in the monument is more like a castrated one. Even if one practices to the peak, one can only enter the 10th realm, and there is no subsequent method to break through to the 11th realm. The inheritance recorded on these coffins is countless times more profound, and the intention is so lofty that it is impossible to practice to the 12th level. But the 11th level is no problem at all. Of course, the prerequisite is that there is no obstacle like the Mother River. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the skills are, they will be nothing but illusions. Although the inheritance in the monument realm is a censored version, it is easier to understand and practice. It is also easier to practice. For the sentient beings in this world, it is more suitable than the original version. Bai Donglin nodded in understanding. The importance of martial arts inheritance actually becomes weaker as time goes on. The billions of inheritances before him are a good proof of this. There are no two leaves in the world that are alike, and neither are there any alike in so many traditions. Each has its own characteristics, which shows that these saints have walked out of their own paths. Those who learn from me will live. Those who imitate me will die. The role of inheritance is mainly in the early stages. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. Of course, these inheritances are not useless. If you use them for reference, you can avoid many detours and save a lot of effort. Moreover, among the countless practitioners, only a few can actually reach that stage. For the vast majority of practitioners, these inheritances are enough for them to benefit from for a lifetime. In addition to being the fundamental inheritance of skills, the countless magical powers, immortal arts, and forbidden techniques in it are even more useful. Bai Donglin's will and divine consciousness swept across, and one exquisite inheritance after another came into his mind. Possessing the almighty 8 inheritances, he did not have much desire for these magical powers and forbidden techniques, and he mainly used them to enrich his knowledge base. Ding ding! The roar that resounded through the heavens and earth, spanning the boundless distance, interrupted Bai Donglin's thoughts. He glanced at the inheritance spread throughout the void, raised his hand and waved it, using the war monument as a coordinate, crossing the dimension and instantly returning to the dim space. The silk thread retracted by the crystal-pointed monument became thinner and thinner, and the coffin that was bound also became extremely small. The coffins, like points of light, collided with the pointed monument, making a roar and blending into it. No wonder the severed finger allowed me to take it. It had anticipated this long ago. The appearance of the war monument would take away the crystal-pointed monument. At the same time, these saints' coffins would also be taken away. Naturally, the immortal light that filled the bronze immortal palace would have no meaning to exist. I wonder to what extent the war monument will transform after devouring the corpses of billions of saints. With the addition of the piece from the Demon King's palace, there is only one piece left to complete the 8 war monuments. By then, the war monument will probably be no worse than the pitch-black stone monument. Right? There was a hint of anticipation in Bai Donglin's eyes. Although deep down in his heart he felt a little regretful that he could not devour the corpses of these saints. The fact that the battle monument belonged to him was also a disguised way of enhancing his strength. It seems that I don't need to take any action in this fusion. As the coffin continued to be integrated, it was visible to the naked eye that the integration speed of the war monument was increasing rapidly. Bai Donglin shifted his gaze slightly, and looked at the lonely ball of light floating obediently beside him. He reached into it, and took out the magic stone. Still the same. An ordinary pebble. Its color is dark blue, and there is a vague word engraved on it. Black blue, red dark, silver time, indigo barbarian. With the addition of the Jin Tai in the hands of the evil god, all the 5-colored divine stones have appeared in the world. And breaking the wall is not far away. Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly to cover up the flickering divine light. His mind was working, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. And his figure froze. Song. Ming. Sure. He. Tai. Could this be? The superthinking quantum cloud is too powerful. All the information absorbed will be divided, summarized and deduced. These 5 seemingly unrelated words, after countless combinations, triggered a passage of text deep in by Donglin's memory. The heaven and earth have righteous energy, which is mixed and flowing. Below it is the rivers and mountains, and above it is the sun and stars. In human terms, it is called Hauran, which is so full that it fills the sky. The imperial road should be clear and peaceful, and the court should be harmonious and bright. When times are tough, one's loyalty is revealed, and each of them is recorded in ink and stone, in the records of the grand historian of Qi, in the writings of Dong Hu of Jin. Song of Righteousness. The 5-color divine stone is actually related to the blue star? By Donglin tightened his palm, making Cheney creak. Chapter 599. Who is the mastermind behind this? Fight! 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 Kill! Crush those alien bastards! Humph! He's a traitor from the Scale Demon tribe. Lord Jiange. Don't hold back. Chop him to death. The endless battle of geniuses has lasted for more than 10 rounds. The geniuses left behind, no matter which ethnic group they came from, are all unprecedented monstrous figures. The increasingly fierce and violent battle completely ignited the fire in the hearts of countless spectators. Endless cheers and roars, whether it was will, belief, or even burning faith, descended on the edge of the universe through the light that penetrated everything. At this moment, they are no longer bystanders, and their fiery will can even resonate with the geniuses. The heaven and earth seem to be startled, gathering colorful light and scattering endless petals, covering billions of light years. Such a bizarre scene astonished the powerful gods and demons, and even the rulers of the 10 realms looked sideways. At the beginning, the bronze Immortal Palace used light to project the battle of the geniuses to every corner of the world. But the masters did not take it seriously. After all, those mortal beings who could not practice cultivation could not affect any grass or tree at the end of the universe. But now it seems that this is not the case. This unexpected change has made the supreme rulers alert, and they are all wondering if there is a conspiracy behind it. Hee. Isn't Bai Jianga, that cocky guy, just handsome? Damn. He even has more supporters than me. Ren Wufeng listened to the enthusiastic cheers and had to admit that he was jealous. Not only was his strength abnormally strong, but he also had an ethereal aura, which made it impossible for an ordinary cultivator like him to survive. One-eyed monster. What are you looking at? No matter how terrible I am, you can't laugh at me. Go to H.L. Ren Wufeng's eyes turned cold, and the scarlet lines extending from the magic armor's limbs gathered on his chest, interweaving and entwining into a dazzling red flame crystal. After many hardy battles, he has lifted the seal of the magic armor, and successfully recognized its master, and his strength has climbed to its peak. Die! Boom! One black and one red. The flash of swords and sabers streaked across the starry sky, and wherever they passed, the sun, moon, and stars were all annihilated. Void Evil Eye. Where did this lunatic come from? He is even crazier than the creatures in this evil world. It is obvious that he has done nothing well. So is there anything wrong with having big eyes? The eyes of the Void Evil Eye are indeed huge. The bare eyeball is its main body, and on it are countless twisted and entangled sausages, which are slippery and sticky. Some are deeply inserted into the depths of the void, and some are inserted into celestial bodies such as the sun, moon, stars, black holes, and white holes. The evil light flows, and all matter is swallowed up. Buzz, faced with Ren Wufeng's violent slashing, the Void Evil Eye naturally would not sit still and wait for death. The bright light shining from its huge eyeball overshadowed all the suns. With a loud roar, a decomposition light with a diameter of tens of millions of miles shot out from its eyeball. Wherever the light passes, all tangible objects are completely decomposed. The particle structure is destroyed, and then swallowed up, feeding back to enhance the power of the light. This is the law of matter and devouring. Theoretically, the farther the decomposition light is released, the more its power can rise infinitely without any obstacles. It's just a trifle. Mount an absolute defense. Ren Wufeng held a sword in his hand and faced the light that blocked out the sky. He did not dodge or evade, but charged straight into it. In the inheritance of the mountain, different creatures will obtain the most suitable method of particle arrangement, and improve their defense in a targeted manner according to their different characteristics. This was the first time that Ren Wufeng had witnessed such a powerful inheritance. He was filled with awe and gave it a very high-sounding name, Absolute Defense. Chant! With the hum of knives and the whistling of swords, Sharp rays of light burst out from the body of the void evil eye. The big eyeball was torn and shattered, and every tiniest particle was destroyed. Void evil eye died, and the decomposition light dissipated, revealing Blade Wufeng. He resisted the attack head-on, but had no other injuries except for a slightly reddened skin. I'm very strong. Clang. The sword returns to its sheath. In the past, although his attacks were fierce, his defense was very average. Now that his divine body has completed its transformation, and he has also practiced mountain, he has made up for this shortcoming. Huh? That's weird. Why is that magical beam of light gone? Doubt flashed in Ren Wufeng's eyes, and he looked up at the sky. The beam of light that always came after every battle was nowhere to be seen this time. Although he was not injured, killing the enemy with one blow also consumed a lot of his divine power. According to previous experience, the column of light should also descend to replenish him to perfect condition. Strange. Not only Ren Wufeng, other geniuses who completed the competition also did not wait for the healing light column. The Immortal Emperor controls the 9 heavens. Chongjio, the banished immortal, stood proudly above the sky, with the boundless immortal realm extending to the extreme behind his head. The Emperor sitting on the throne slowly raised his hand and reached towards the dark sea below. Li. The sea was boiling, and a huge shadow broke out of the water. Its body twisted and changed, and it instantly turned into a giant bird with wings spanning 1,000,000 miles. There was a fish in the North Sea, named Kun. Kun was so big that it could not be cooked in a pot, so it turned into a bird, named Peng. This is Kunping, a sleeper from the 5th Kaiyuan era, with the divine blood of 2 races of scaly and armored birds. The way he was born and his origins are extremely mysterious, and are being covered up by the demon clan with all their efforts. The human race has not collected much information. They only know that Kunping cannot be called a group, because throughout history, no 2 Kunpings have ever been seen in the world at the same time. There is a saying that Kunping is unique, and only after his death will another Kunping be born between heaven and earth. Humans, die! The great rock spread its wings, turning into a sharp golden light, slashing directly at the giant hand that covered the sky. Extreme destruction continued to be born during the collision, and the afterwaves spread and surged. The boundless underworld sea boiled instantly, and the water element particles had their structure destroyed, split and annihilated. The cold seawater was instantly replaced by a molten soup of particles full of destructive power. Oh! It's not weak, but it's still a little lacking. So far in the competition, the exiled immortal has always been using magic to defeat the enemy, and he has successfully killed the enemy instantly every time. This Kunping is quite powerful, which aroused some interest in him. Huh? What's that look in your eyes? There was a cold gleam in Kunping's bright golden eyes. He had to admit that the human being in front of him was very strong. He tried his best to slash with his wings, but was actually blocked by the strange figure. Come to think of it, it's not his fault. The rules of the endless pride battle seem fair, but in fact they are extremely unfriendly to their demon race. Although the demon race is born with powerful bodies and blood talents, as well as a long lifespan, they also have a disadvantage, which is their slow growth. In the same 10,000 years, the growth rate of the human race is much better than that of the demon race, especially for someone like him, who possesses 2 divine bloodlines. His growth rate is incredibly slow, even with countless natural treasures to replenish his body. He has just passed his childhood. In his opinion, the advantage of the human race in front of him, because of its growth rate, has offset the advantage brought to him by his Kunping bloodline. He is a guy who can match his strength. The exiled immortal lowered his eyebrows and looked down at Kunping, whose body was covered with glittering golden feathers. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. He didn't know Kunping's little thoughts, and naturally did not explain that he had not practiced for a long time, and was still far from 10,000 years. The demon race. Their bodies are indeed powerful. Well, whatever. It's a good opportunity to try out the new move I learned. The exiled immortal changed his mind, and gave up on casting the Wheel of Time tomb. Instead, he started to operate another terrifying inheritance. His figure froze in place, but the will in his body was boiling and roaring, gathering and condensing. Not only the will, but also the soul and the origin of life were emitting a hazy glow. The 3-color glow flowed to the depths of the eyes, and the stern gaze was fixed on Kunping. You? What did you do? Kunping's figure paused. His feathers exploded, and a strong shadow of death emerged in his heart. What made him even more frightened was that he could not sense where this crisis came from. I think light. The three lights shine through the world. Kunping was already very decisive. But unfortunately it was still a little too late. Before he could utter the word lose, his eyes suddenly darkened. His will, soul and life were extinguished at the same time. And his huge body fell powerlessly. Boom! The void collapsed and shattered. And the hot and boiling ocean of particles created waves thousands of miles away. What a powerful method! The exiled immortal's pupils shrank slightly. It was the first time for him to use this technique. He did not expect the killing power to be so terrifying. The powerful Kunping did not even have the slightest resistance, and was killed instantly. Light is the second inheritance of the 8 divisions that Bai Donglin obtained. Its most important ability is to practice and control the 3 lights of the human body. Will, wisdom, soul, and life. These 3 lights are the deepest mysteries of the human body, and their power and mystery are beyond words. As expected of a banished immortal, he still maintains the record of killing in 1 second. This is truly too awesome. Yes. I'm afraid there are only a few people who can compare with her. Right? For example, the Empress, and that Master Jiangu. The exiled immortal's usual stunning performance once again drew countless cheers. Whenever the target of his kill was an alien or demon race, the cheers from all over the universe were particularly enthusiastic. How did this little guy do it? Compared to the low-level cultivators, who were just watching the fun, the masters of the 10 realms had a much more far-sighted vision, and saw through the means used by the exiled immortal to kill Kunping. But this also made them even more confused. Could the human body's light be used in this way? It could actually be used to kill the enemy. This was unheard of. Especially the will. Normally, only when one reaches the 6th level of true will can one truly transform nothingness into reality. Before that, will plays more of an auxiliary role. It is obvious that the exiled immortals will cannot be at the 6th level. It is difficult to find a true will among so many masters, let alone a little guy. What happened to the bronze immortal palace? The exiled immortal frowned slightly. Although his instant kill just now was very cool, it consumed a lot of energy. The disappearance of the light column made him feel a little regretful. It seems that he can only use this trick as little as possible in the next battle. The rulers of the 10 realms also noticed that the light column no longer appeared. They all looked towards the bronze immortal palace with puzzled expressions. And their vigilance in their hearts had been raised to the highest level. They all sensed something was wrong. There is an unknown black hand playing chess. Chapter 600, Heavenly White Jade Capital. Finally finished. Bai Donglin's expression relaxed, and he stared at the magic stone in his hand with burning eyes. At this time, the Qingyi was wrapped in a layer of light film that only he could see. Its essence was a tributary of the cut sticks, condensed with countless mysterious runes interwoven. The causal line of this tributary was also cut off, and all traces were covered up. He believed that apart from him, no one below the 11th realm could see what he had done. After confirming again that there was no problem, Bai Donglin gently tossed the magic stone back to its original place. He had no intention of taking the magic stone away. If the magic stone disappeared after the bronze immortal palace was opened, it would probably affect all subsequent plans. All 5 coordinates are indispensable, and having one on him is enough. It would be best if this divine stone fell into the hands of the first evil god. Then, before breaking the wall, the alien race could be kicked out. Although the alien races are the most fanatical and enthusiastic force in breaking the wall, in Bai Donglin's opinion, they can be used as cannon fodder, but they must never be allowed to enjoy the fruits of breaking the wall. The safest way is to kill them all. I didn't have this idea before, but when the world line is unified, these alien cannon fodders are no longer of much significance. Ding! Buzz! As the last coffin was swallowed up, the crystal-pointed horn monument successfully merged into the war monument, humming crisply and slowly rotating under the cover of 6-color light, like the center of everything, emitting a vast aura all the time. Yeah, that's good. It saved me a lot of time this time. He raised his hand, and the war monument fell into his hand obediently. The moment he touched the monument, an endless stream of information suddenly poured into the sea of consciousness. The vortex of quantum clouds, like a greedy beast, devours and digests the torrent of information. One of the 8 parts. Tong. Yu Guang Tongchen. The 4 inner parts have been gathered. Only the wind and fire representing speed and attack are left. The information conveyed by the war monument was not limited to this. The billions of inheritances engraved on the saint's coffin were also absorbed. Apart from this, there was nothing else, which made Bai Donglin a little disappointed. He originally wanted to know more information about the war and the Black Disaster. Too greedy. The harvest this time is already huge. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed, secretly cursing himself for being so greedy. Finally, he glanced at the space of the Immortal Palace, and his figure moved before he disappeared. The bronze Immortal Palace may be lacking the core component, the prayer hall, and its original power has not been manifested. Apart from these things displayed in the void, there is nothing else that can catch Bai Donglin's attention. Roar, 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 kill. As soon as he appeared outside the Immortal Palace, he was drowned out by the roaring and shouting of killing. Bai Donglin's will swept across, and he saw 10 extremely huge balls of light in the surrounding void. Each of the light balls now is a fusion of more than 10 million other balls, and the world inside them is even more vast and boundless. More than 10 million middle thousand worlds are forcibly blended together, and in terms of the size of light, it is no less than a large thousand world. So fast? Bai Donglin was a little surprised. Apparently, this had entered the final decisive battle, and the top 10 would soon be born. This was much faster than the time he had calculated. With a thought, he was resurrected in the Realm Lord's mansion, and the severed connection between him and his clone was restored, and their memories were instantly synchronized. Brother! 2 shouts of surprise were heard in the hall. They were by Yaguang and by Xuandi. Bai Donglin frowned. Knowing everything, the speed of the competition has increased because without the supply of fairy light, the efficiency of elimination has increased by dozens of times, and even situations of mutual destruction have occurred from time to time. Venom Fang Yamu. Dead? Bai Yaguang and the other person felt the coldness emanating from Bai Donglin, and their figures froze, and their expressions were hesitant. Brother. Bai Donglin raised his hand to stop Bai Yaguang from continuing. He already knew the details through his clone. He should take a great responsibility for the death of Du Fang Yamu in battle. Firstly, the clone he left behind did not have much combat power, and could not self-destruct and escape. Therefore, he could not break the isolation of the Bronze Immortal Palace and save Du Fang Yamu. Secondly, it was because he took away something in the Bronze Immortal Palace, causing the immortal light to disappear, which completely disrupted the order of the competition he had originally deduced. And this led to Poison Fang Yamu encountering an invincible powerful enemy. Hey, this silly girl. Why is she so stubborn? If she can't win, isn't it okay to just admit defeat? As he spoke, Bai Donglin lowered his eyes and glanced at his highness's brother and sister-in-law. These 2 guys had both admitted defeat voluntarily. Ahem. Brother, please listen to my explanation. It's not that I don't want to give it a try, but that guy is so disgusting. Thinking about it now makes me want to vomit. Bai Yaguang was originally a little embarrassed by being stared at, and as he was talking, he suddenly thought of something and felt nauseous. Emperor Bai Xian looked calm, because he was extremely lucky to have met his elder sister Bai Yuanjun. So he admitted defeat decisively. He didn't want to participate in any battle of geniuses in the first place. Girl, don't underestimate that guy. Even though he's disgusting, if we really fight, you're no match for him. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. Yaguang's opponent came from the evil god world, and was the most filthy and evil existence. The light ball world where he lived was assimilated and polluted, turning into black blood, rotten meat, maggots, stumps, vomit and excrement. The deformed world formed by it was extremely twisted and crazy, disgusting and perverted, and no words could describe it in the slightest. It would be strange if Bai Yaguang, a quiet and beautiful girl, didn't run away when she had to fight against such a being. Never mind. It's already pretty good to be in the top 50. It's impossible for all the luck to fall on our family. Brother, can Yamu come back? Bai Yaguang was hesitant to speak. She was a kind-hearted person. Although she had only known Du Yamu for a short time, she still had feelings for her in her heart. After all, they were both the 12th floor masters. Well, don't worry. The girl is lucky. Her true spirit has not been annihilated. She will naturally have a chance to return. I will leave this matter to professionals. This defeat is not entirely a bad thing for her. Bai Donglin pondered for a moment. Du Yamu was at the bottom of the 12th floor masters because of her background. Although Ren Wufeng came from a grassroots background, he also had the rare bloodline of an undefeated fighting body. Reincarnate and become a new person. This time, let's arrange a good background for her. Bai Donglin flicked his fingers, and a stream of light consisting of a piece of information shot out, escaping into the dimension and disappearing. It would be best to leave this matter to a professional like Moro, while Moro is working for him. it would be easy for him to take some time to retrieve the true spirit of Duyamyamyu. Humph. But we can't just let this matter go. Can anyone from Baiyujing kill us? It would be fine if the other party was a human. But it happened to be a flat-haired beast. And from the golden-winged Daping clan that I hate the most. Although it was a fair competition. He just wanted to cheat. Who told him that the other party was a flying monster? They would be destroyed sooner or later. So it was harmless to vent his anger in advance. Master, let Amon do this little thing. Amon stood under the throne and bowed slightly. No one would have thought that such terrible power was hidden in this withered and old body. Although the Great Keeper is not well known, and only a few ancient beings know about him. Whenever the Kunmo world encounters a crisis, a huge black hand will reach out from the non-existent 19th plane and annihilate all invaders. The Great Keeper is an ancient powerful being who is as famous as the fisherman, and is the most powerful being among the 10 realms. Well, that's good. Just do it cleanly. Yes, sir. A man accepted the order, took a step back, and disappeared in an instant. The main force of the demon clan is now gathered at the edge of the universe. Their base camp is composed of some old, weak and sick people. And the 10 realms that remain are no match for Amon. After everything was arranged, Bai Donglin no longer cared about the matter. As the Tianji battle was about to end, and the real drama was about to begin, it was naturally difficult for him to leave. Little guys, hurry up. I can't wait. Bai Donglin slowly stood up, his eyes shining with strange light, scanning the world of light balls one by one. As if they heard his low whisper, the 12 building owners, who were still testing him, suddenly looked stern and their auras became extremely violent. Kill. Eternal annihilation. Bai Jiana crushed the galaxy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He stretched his right hand behind his head, tightly grasped the sword of annihilation, and pulled it out slightly. Woo-woo. There was a silent whimper, as a flash of gray-white sword light shot into the deep space of the universe. On the other side of the galaxy stands a boundless world of flesh and blood that spans the void. It is rotten, smelly, and disgusting to the extreme. It is the genius from the evil god world that scared away by Yogwang. You, the gray-white sword light, lingering with an incomparably terrifying sense of annihilation, pierced through everything, annihilated everything, and pierced into the world of flesh and blood with unstoppable force. The deformed and twisted behemoth was pierced by the sword light and shattered like a bubble. All tangible objects and intangible meanings were annihilated. Squeak. Roar. 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 Ah! How could a mere god or demon contend with the power of an ancient weapon? Moreover, it was a pure killing weapon, like the devil's sword of annihilation. Without any surprise, the prodigy of the evil god world was killed instantly. Hiss. This is unbelievable. Another Chaos Lord. If we were to say what the biggest surprise that Bai Donglin brought to the people in the 10 realms was, it was not his tenacious vitality, nor his extraordinary combat power, but his ability to activate the Jin ancient artifact when he was in the god and demon realm. The eyes of the overlords were so sharp that they naturally saw the extraordinary nature of the sword behind Bai Jiana. But they never thought that it could be activated. How similar was this to the overlord of chaos? Are all people with the surname Bai so perverted? Bai Jiana. It's you? In the central temple, the sword master suddenly stood up and looked at Bai Donglin and Bai Jiana with a burning gaze, with inexplicable meaning. Sword masters of all generations have a common mission, which is to activate the Zhu Xian sword formation diagram in order to fulfill the long-cherished wish of countless sword practitioners, and set up the Zhu Xian sword formation that dominates the killing of the heavenly Dao. However, the spirit in the Zhu Xian sword formation diagram had long been annihilated. Without the existence of the formation spirit, this long-cherished wish would never be realized. The turning point of the matter occurred in the Third Ancient Era. The 17th generation sword master found a method from somewhere, and proposed the idea of reviving the spirit of the formation diagram. Using special means, he collected the remaining traces, auras, and unknown meanings in the formation diagram, integrated them into a point of strange light, threw it into reincarnation, and with the help of the power of the Mother River, turned it into a point of true spirit. According to deduction, the spirit of the formation diagram will be born at the peak of this era. The sword master has been searching for it, and the 4 major sword-fighting holy places are doing their best to recruit sword-fighting geniuses. There is no doubt that the spirit of the formation diagram possesses unparalleled talent in swordsmanship, and this is the only way for the sword master and others to distinguish it. The Sword Master had long suspected that Bai Jianga was the person they were waiting for. But Bai Jianga's true spirit talent was blue, not the highest purple. So he had been hesitating between Bai Jianga and Jian Feijian. Jian Feijian's swordsmanship talent was also very strong, and his true spirit talent was purple. But now it has finally been confirmed that in the realm of gods and demons, there is only one possibility for activating ancient sword-shaped artifacts. Bai Jianga is the reincarnation of the spirit of the formation diagram. My fellow sword masters, we have succeeded. We have truly succeeded. The number one killing sword formation, Zhu Xian, is finally about to appear in the world. Even though the sword master had an extremely cold temperament, he couldn't control his surging emotions at this moment. But he carefully concealed his emotions. Bai Jianga's identity must not be exposed. Otherwise, he would face the crazy assassination of the aliens. In this world, perhaps only the demons and alien races are most afraid of the appearance of the Zhu Xian sword formation. Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at the sword master, who suddenly stood up. With a thoughtful look at his eyes, Bai Jianga killed the enemy with great force, as if sounding the clarion call for attack. The other geniuses also attacked bravely, forever guarding the mountains and rivers. Hold head high. Bai Yuanjin was surrounded by dragons of faith. His imperial power was deep and vast, and with the point of his finger, the sky and the earth became dark. The sleeper from the ancient times, the supreme pride of the dragon clan, the nine-headed and nine-colored glazed dragon, was pointed at by a slender jade finger across the galaxy, and he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. This woman. Very scary. Puff. 9 muffled sounds rang out at the same time, and the 9-colored reverse scales on the body of the glazed dragon were all pierced through, and the soul dragon ball turned into nothingness. Until his death. He didn't know how he died. This is my way. The power of faith. Bai Yuanjin withdrew his hand and stood proudly, sensing the cheers of countless people of the great Xia divine dynasty on the other side of the starry sky. Waves of burning power of faith continued to surge in his heart. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. She did it. The little girl whose true spirit was red, relying on the inheritance in a mysterious jade slip, walked out of a road to heaven. Wheel of Time Tomb, Infinity. Countless banished immortals appeared in the starry sky and punched out at the same time. The twisted darkness covering the universe was instantly annihilated. Xiaozi, you have really become very strong. Now you have surpassed me. I admit defeat. Bai Xiaoxiao was out of breath. His luck was not very good, as he was assigned to the same group as Xiaozi. It was destined that one of them would be eliminated. After a battle of all his strength, he found that he was no match for Xiaozi. Hey, you said it yourself. You were better than me before, so I followed you and called you boss. Now the tide has turned. From now on, when you see me, you must call me big sister. Xiaozi crossed her arms across her chest, her purple hair flying, and she looked very proud. No! When Bai Xiaoxiao heard this, his face darkened. He raised his hand to put on his sunglasses and decisively refused. Finally, I'm finally going to fight you monsters. Shinwuk, you feel the same way, right? You're full of fighting spirit. Ren Wufeng held a sword in his hand, his eyes fixed on the black and white world in the starry sky. In the center of this world where yin and yang were a fusion of each other, a cold man with half white and half black hair sat cross-legged. He who is good at fighting is the one who stands in an invincible position, and does not miss the opportunity to defeat the enemy. Battle formation, Yin-Yang Moko Realm. Kill. After countless geniuses fought to the end, only 20 geniuses were left. The probability of the 12 building masters meeting each other is still very high. Hiss. The master of the Heart Tower has won again. Did you understand? How did she do it? I don't quite understand. She didn't seem to make a move? She just opened her mouth and said something, and her opponent suddenly went crazy and blew himself up. It's weird. Really weird. The master of Shinlo, Lianqin, is the one who gained the most from this battle of geniuses. Billions of the darlings of heaven and earth gathered together for a fierce battle. The excitement of Heaven's secret was unprecedentedly strong. The Heaven's secret compass absorbed and integrated madly, becoming stronger every moment. Even the Earth's ranking was completely condensed. Lian Xian, who can see through the secrets of the world, is undoubtedly terrifying. All the details of the opponent are under her observation, and she only needs a little targeted means to end the battle. At this point, the battle among the 12 building masters was almost over, and 6 building masters, Emperor, Sword, Purple, Heart, Immortal, and Wu, entered the top 10. Such an exaggerated record of battle made countless creatures remember the rising terrorist force of Baiyujing, and also deeply remember the 12 building masters. These 12 evil geniuses. The name of Baiyujing now resounds throughout the world. The masters of the central temple also frequently looked at Bai Donglin's clone. The masters of the hidden divine court had even more gloomy and ugly expressions. None of the geniuses they set out were in the top 10. Losing countless gambling money was a small matter. But they were a little embarrassed. The top 10 will be decided. And the Tianjia battle will be over. Bai Donglin sat upright on the throne. The terrifying aura in his body showed signs of awakening. And he couldn't wait to have a big fight. Rules of the Endless Pride Battle. The top 10 battles will be ranked based on the time it takes to defeat the opponent. This may be a little unfair. But for a genius, luck is also a part of strength. Many people understand this deeply, and can naturally understand it. But in Bai Donglin's opinion, things are not that complicated. It is probably just that wandering emperor, an old gambler, has a gambling nature that makes him make such a rule. The Central Divine Court Realm, the Kueha Super Realm Galaxy Cluster, and the headquarters of the Inspection Department, deep behind the main halls of the Inspection Bureau, stands an extremely tall mountain. It is so high that it is unknown how high it is. The clouds are only at its foot, and the top of the mountain is deeply inserted into the void of the universe. This is the pinnacle of power of the Inspection Bureau, and the residence of the highest director. On one side of the forgetful cliff, Lin's bedroom shone with brilliant light, and layers of tight runes completely blocked the palace. Shi Lu, you bastard. Let me out now. I also want to go to the edge of the universe. And I want to witness the endless battle of the geniuses with my own eyes. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Everyone can go and watch the game. Why can't I? Lin was so angry that her cheeks were puffed up. She paced back and forth in the courtyard, full of resentment, and cursed Shi Lu. Shi Lu, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, shook his head helplessly. What could he do? He was also following orders. I say, Auntie, just be quiet for a while. This time the Supreme Director has issued a death order. I will never dare to let you out without his permission. Humph. Shi Lu. Just wait for me. When I become the highest director, I will definitely make things difficult for you. Shi Lu's old face turned dark. And just as he was about to say something, his figure suddenly paused and his expression became solemn. Yes. Sir. Supreme Commander. He bowed respectfully to the void, then looked at Lin. A hint of complexity flashed in his eyes, and he slowly spoke. Lin, you can go out now. The Supreme Director wants to see you. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it. A stream of light flashed across the sky, carrying Lin with him, and she disappeared in an instant. Through repeated cross-realm teleportations, Shi Lu brought Lin to the very center of the Central Divine Court realm, the core secret place of the Divine Court. Lin, go in. The adults are waiting for you inside. Humph. I just want to ask the old man why he grounded me. Lin was furious and stepped into the vortex in front of her. Shi Lu's mouth twitched slightly, and he wanted to say something, but he sighed dejectedly and stared blankly at the vortex passage disappearing. Lin, I hope you're okay. Lin, you're here. Zero, the highest director of the inspection department, sat cross-legged on a jade platform engraved with runes. Deep in the void above his head, the shadow of a huge monster could be vaguely seen. That is, the Zheni ancient artifact. The 33 heavens. It is the divine palace, and also the hidden place where many powerful people sleep. Zero is not only the highest director of the inspection department, but also the guardian of the 33 heavens. Father, what do you want from your daughter? Lin, who had said outside that she was going to question, now seemed calm, even distant. Are you still blaming me? Lin remained silent. Are you wondering why I put you into deep sleep, separating you from your mother, brothers and sisters forever? Lin's pupils shrank slightly. She naturally wanted to know, but no matter how she asked before, Ling remained silent. But today, for some reason, he took the initiative to tell her. Why? Why did you send me into deep sleep in the first place? Lin tried to remain calm as much as possible, but her anxious look still revealed the turbulent emotions in her heart. Why? Ling closed his eyes slightly, hiding the complicated expression in his heart. He was silent for a moment, and continued in a low voice. Lin, you have an extremely important mission. You are not only my daughter, but most importantly, you are the reincarnation of the spirit of the 33rd heaven. The void was silent. Lin blinked her big eyes, her face full of confusion. What is the reincarnation of the soul? And what does this have to do with my entering deep sleep? Lin, do you remember that when you were a child? There was someone who came to visit you from time to time? Are you talking about the uncle? Of course I remember it. What does this have to do with him? Lin's pretty face flushed, her expression vague, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. But the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. It was he who told me your identity as the reincarnation of the spirit. Moreover, when you were young, your spirit was unstable and almost collapsed. It was he who used heaven-defying means to help you survive. He said that you were born too early and appeared in the wrong era. Yes, it was Uncle who put me into deep sleep. Lin was stunned. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if she didn't want to accept this fact. That's right. All right. After a long silence, Lin's expression returned to its calm and cold state. With a dim gaze, she slowly said, "What is the so-called responsibility? Since it is what the uncle wants to do, I will do it." Ling stood up suddenly, staring at Lin, and said word by word, "Enter the 33 heavens. Eternal exile. The master in deep sleep." What did you say? Why do they do this? They are. No reason. The wall is about to be broken, and the hidden power must be weakened. Ling's expression was cold, completely different from his usual self, which made Lin feel a chill in her heart. What is wall breaking? What is concealment? Why did the human race, who have always been united, become like this? Lin stood there in a daze, her heart filled with disbelief.